Good morning and welcome into MPW Digital's coverage of Ole Miss at Vanderbilt, the Rebels and the Commodores in Nashville today, 3 o'clock start. We'll be with you all day getting you ready, probably as background for you for the next 3 hours or so. Chase Parham will be here at 1 o'clock for Scoreboard Business, brought to you by The Rogue. The Rogue has a promo for you again today. I know a lot of you took advantage of it last week. It's available for you again today. We'll get you details about that as the day goes along. We'll be with you for the MPW Digital Watch Party, 3 o'clock for kickoff. Ole Miss and Vanderbilt there in Nashville. I'll check the lines here in just a minute. Let's see. And then we'll go right into our postgame show, Hand Raise Guys, at, I don't know what that is, 6:15-ish, 6:30. And we'll stay with you basically as long as you want us to stay with you. Happy Halloween to everyone out there. Hopefully the little ones are getting to trick-or-treat tonight. I went to the store yesterday and probably went a little overboard. So hopefully they come to our house some tonight, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of candy laying around over the next week or so. So a little bit of breaking news this morning in Georgia. The Georgia Bulldogs, I've got it up here. Let's see. Georgia and Kentucky kick off at 11 Central, 12 Eastern in Lexington. The fifth-ranked Bulldogs today without wide receiver George Pickens. They won't have running back Kenny McIntosh either. All that's out is that they're both upper body injuries. One source tells UGAsports.com's Anthony Dasher that it's a pectoral strain. So they're out. So they're going to be leaning on Kyrus Jackson and the freshman Jermaine Burton and Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint. So they're going a lot of young guys getting the call there at for the Georgia Bulldogs at Kentucky today. That line, by the way, has moved up throughout the course of the day. Some of the lines around the SEC and around the country today. Georgia, 17.5-point favorite right now. 17 in some books, 17.5 in others. At Kentucky, that game at 11. Kansas State is at West Virginia at 11. The Wildcats, a 5.5-point underdog at West Virginia. That ought to be a pretty entertaining game, actually. Michigan State, a 22-point underdog at Michigan. That game's at 11. Purdue is at Illinois. This might be a game for you to jump on right now if you want some insider. I mean, it's out, so it's not insider. Illinois starting quarterback Brandon Peters, freshman tight end Griffin Moore have both tested positive for COVID-19. They're going to be out 21 days, which is ludicrous. But 21 days, which means they certainly will not play today when Illinois plays host to Purdue. Purdue, a 9-point favorite. That game kicks off in a little less than an hour. Memphis is at Cincinnati today. The Tigers, a 7-point underdog at Cincinnati. Luke Fickell's done a phenomenal job there. Coastal Carolina, one of the big stories of the non-Power 5. They're a 4-point favorite at Georgia State. That game also at 11. Some of the games later in the day. LSU stayed a 1-point favorite pretty much across the board. It's interesting. LSU, a 1-point favorite at Auburn, 2:30 on CBS. Some books have LSU as a 1-point underdog. So Vegas sort of split on where that game is, other than they expect it to be close. TCU and Baylor, another 2:30 game today. The Horned Frogs, a 3-point favorite at Baylor. Notre Dame is at Georgia Tech. The Irish, a 20.5-point favorite. Indiana at Rutgers, 13-point favorite. The Hoosiers in Piscataway. Northwestern is at Iowa. Northwestern, a 1.5-point underdog in that one. And then the game we'll be talking about all day today, Ole Miss and Vanderbilt. The game starts at 3 there in Nashville. Opened earlier this week with Ole Miss minus 18, dropped to 17 today. It's steady. Ole Miss a 17.5-point favorite at Vanderbilt. Chris Lee of Rivals.com, he covers Vanderbilt. He'll join us during Scoreboard Business. So will Ryan Brown of WJOX in Birmingham. So we'll have that show to you. Pete DeWeese will join us in the second quarter of the game this afternoon. And then we'll take your calls throughout the night. Some other games this evening that we'll get to. We'll get to watch as those games, as we're doing Hand Raise Guys. Mississippi State is at Alabama. That game opened at minus 32, the Tide, a 32-point favorite. It's down to 31 or 30.5, depending on what sports book you're talking about. So Alabama holding as a precipitous favorite. Arkansas is at Texas A&M. That game at 6:30 in College Station. It opened at Arkansas plus 11.5. It's now across the board up to Arkansas plus 14. So the money coming in on the Aggies there. Texas A&M absolutely in the national title picture to get into the playoff. All they have to do is hold serve. Big test for them tonight against an overachieving Arkansas team. Missouri is at Florida tonight. That line opened at 11.5. It's up to 14 across the board. The Gators a 14-point favorite tonight against Missouri. That game 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central on SEC Network alternate channel. Ohio State is at Penn State. That line has jumped a little bit. It's Penn State a 10.5-point underdog against Ohio State. Oklahoma's at Texas Tech. The Sooners giving 15.5. North Carolina at Virginia. The Tar Heels giving 7.5 there in Charlottesville. Ole Miss expected to be pretty wide open tonight against Vanderbilt this afternoon, I should say. Ja'Cory Hawkins is back from COVID. Tariqas Tisdale as well. It sounds like the Rebels are pretty close to full strength. On Wednesday, we got one last opportunity to talk to Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin. A little bit about this game, about his fine from his protest, if you will, from the call against Auburn. Ole Miss loses 35-28 last week to Auburn in a game that was sort of marred by a missed call in the end zone that would have given Ole Miss, assuming the extra point, an 8-point lead with 5.5 to go. That was the talk of the week. Lane Kiffin took a lot of that talk to Twitter. He paid for it with a $25,000 fine. Had some fun on Twitter with asking for pennies and things of that nature. So we talked to him about that, about Vanderbilt, and more earlier this week. Here's Lane Kiffin.
All right, so midweek prep for Vanderbilt. Challenging opponent. They've not played in, I guess, about 3 weeks when we play, and not as much film as other teams on them. These guys are dangerous. They played A&M extremely well, one-score game and right there in it, and shut them down a lot of the games. So, we're trying to get to 1-0. Doesn't matter who the opponent, where it is, whatever. We've got to improve. We've got to play better and finish games off.
Question for Coach. Start us off, Nick.
Lane, there's no indication you've heard that Vanderbilt's going to have COVID issues this week. You expect the game to be played, correct?
Yeah, I have not heard anything like that at all.
Go ahead, Parrish.
Lane, have you had any COVID cases pop up that could put the game in jeopardy on your end?
We have not. We actually yesterday we had no negatives, so, or positives, whichever way you phrase it.
Are you concerned that your guys could look at Vanderbilt's last two scores from when they did play and overlook them at all?
Yeah, very concerned. With a team that you're in a first year and you haven't, been through a season with them. We talk about it so that they understand. Every week is new. Look at our season. And so, you got to play regardless of who you play, but especially in the SEC, everybody's got really good players and really good coaches.
Go back to Nick.
From what you saw in that Vanderbilt game against A&M, what did their defense do to shut down that offense, and kind of what changed against LSU and Carolina?
Well, the turnovers. I also think these guys, between injury and COVID, lost some players and some depth. It sounds like in the next two games, and so I'm sure that was part of the difference in the scores. So the game is not that complicated. If you turn the ball over, and on defense you tackle really well and keep the ball in front of you, you're gonna beat a lot of games.
Go ahead, David.
Lane, throughout the course of your career, have you ever had any matchups with Derek Mason? Did you know him, relationship with him, or anything like that?
I don't recall exactly. I'm pretty sure he was at Stanford when we were there, but I don't remember. As assistants, you don't know everybody and everything, and so I don't remember exactly. I have met him, and I have really good respect for him.
Any other questions for Coach? Go ahead, Neal.
Lane, I was wondering how many pennies have showed up at the building over the course of this week.
I was waiting for that, Neal. You guys took a long time to get to that. You guys are getting soft. Because that's really the only question you cared about. You really didn't care about the other ones. I've had a lot of offer for pennies. Had some offer, from my son for some math education, also some tutoring. I would like to say that I did know that all along. I was just setting it up for more attention when I got to the replay part. So, just like the video at FAU, when the no energy video, and I did that on purpose just so we could get more publicity, and so I would assume we're kind of the most talked about 1-4 team, and people forgot we're 1-4, so maybe it worked. But I did joke with the commissioner when he called me and told me about the fine. I said I was surprised that a retweet would get you a fine. It's not something I'm saying, and so we retweet things all the time, and I kind of joked with him. I said, well, if I'm getting fined, I got to do something, so not just a retweet. That's not very much fun. So, I had a little fun with him with the pennies. So, and it's behind us. I understand his position, so I really thought it was okay. I really was retweeting not because of the comment. I was retweeting because the video with it showing so all the fans could see in case they hadn't seen, it hitting the hand. I'd gotten fined at Conference USA, much less money, by the way, but because I retweeted, the blind refs with the scene dogs after one of our games. Well, the commissioner, Judy, said, hey, you could have got away with the retweet, but you tagged at Conference USA officials or something. So I thought I was okay there, but I guess not.
Some of the players, I guess that was yesterday, said that they appreciated you doing that. It felt like you had their back, that kind of thing. What kind of feedback have you gotten from players about the fine and the tweets and stuff?
Well, they joke about it out there, because that's a lot of money, but especially when you're a college kid, that's a ton of money, so they kind of joke and they're mad at me like, can you just share that with us, save the retweet and help us out. We can barely make dinner around here. So, I don't know. I like to think the players think that, we don't say things in the media because what we're supposed to, and what the media wants us to say. We protect our players and back our players.
Go back to Parrish.
Obviously, Lane, the fine was announced Monday night, but I'm wondering if you heard anything else from the SEC about just the way you shared your frustration with us on Monday. I know you didn't specifically mention the conversation with the conference office, but you were pretty candid with us in your feelings.
Well, I had not gotten the call from the commissioner about the fine when I talked to you guys, so I thought I wasn't. And I did say I thought that, I wanted to say some things or repeat part of that conversation to you guys, and I didn't, because of, what they said of not repeating it. So he seemed to be good with what I said with you guys and understanding that, I was frustrated, but that I didn't cross the line. So I think we're good.
Well, we appreciate you being candid, Lane, by the way. Please continue.
Thank you. And if you can bring some pennies down, Parrish, that would help, because it's real easy to say that until you put your money where your mouth is.
Go back to David.
Hey, Lane, I'm not trying to bait you or anything, but college football is full of criticism. You guys as coaches get criticized, players get criticized, all very publicly. I mean, how is it fair that the officials are not subject to the same level of criticism that you guys are? They're an essential part of the game.
I don't know that. I think that was kind of my frustration about, saying, hey, we can't say what they said, but we've got to answer, when we don't manage a game well, or, I probably should have used the timeout earlier. And so I got to answer those things, but I don't know. I guess we make a lot more money than they do. It'd probably be their excuse.
That was Lane Kiffin earlier this week. Ole Miss and Vanderbilt again at 3. Apparently the talking heads this morning continuing to beat up the quarterback deal at Ole Miss, John Rice Plumlee, Matt Corral. And to be honest, I don't get it. I don't understand the media infatuation with it. I know Corral's thrown some interceptions, had 6 against Arkansas, obviously, that was well documented. One of his interceptions against Auburn was a late pass. Those shouldn't even count. Had one on a tipped ball against Florida that really wasn't his fault. Corral's played pretty well except for one game. It's a big game for him today. Vanderbilt is a team that likes to try to force turnovers. It's a game where I think he's got a chance to get well. Ole Miss has a chance to get well going into an open date, get a chance to get to 2-4. They could look at their schedule and say, hey, we could easily be 3-3, 4-2, and head into an open date and then a final stretch that includes South Carolina at home, at Texas A&M, Mississippi State at home, and then at LSU. So there's a lot today to talk about other than the whole John Rice Plumlee thing. I know Lane Kiffin plays into it with his Twitter and some of those things, but I'm not sure I get it at times, honestly. Sometimes I think Kiffin's just having some fun with people. He knows it's a topic. He knows how to get attention to it. Sometimes I wonder if Plumlee's in on the joke, if I'm honest. But I don't know. At some point I'm going to ask, but sort of waiting for the right time to ask that question. Don't really know how to say to a coach, hey, what's up with your tweets? Other than when they're clearly trying to be funny. These are a little different, so I'm interested to see what they are. Some sad news today in the world. Sean Connery passed away at the age of 90. You might remember him as the first James Bond. Played Dr. No in 1962, and then From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, and Diamonds Are Forever. A legend. Sean Connery gone at the age of 90. Hopefully tonight, it's Halloween, like I mentioned earlier. Hopefully tonight, after Ole Miss takes care of business, we can have a fun show. We've only had a couple of fun shows after wins since we've been doing this. We may have picked the wrong time to get started last year, but hopefully we can tell some ghost stories. People have asked for my ghost stories. I can tell some ghost stories, and not the one about the woman that sits on my chest on the bed, because I've had people explain to me that that's some scientific stuff. I buy that to a degree. I don't buy it fully because she keeps coming back a couple of times, but I have had a ghost experience. I'm sure many of you have had ghost experiences. You think you've had ghost experiences. So you can call in tonight on Hand Raise Guys, and we can have sort of a Halloween version of the show. It's also Nick Saban's 69th birthday, so that's nice. Happy birthday to Nick Saban, Alabama. He gets to ring his birthday in. He's at home against Mississippi State, so it's better than having to ring it in Starkville, I suppose. So here's what's coming for you over the course of the next couple hours. Chris Landry and I taped SEC Football and Beyond on Thursday. It's up in podcast form. If you've already heard it, it's cool. You can be background. If you haven't heard it, we'll put it up here in just a minute and preview the games. We talk a lot about the Texas job at the end. We talk a little NFL at the end. We'll come back from that, dial it down a little in the serious category. Chris is pretty serious about football. We have a show with two people that aren't so serious about football. Greg Jones of LB's Meat Market and my daughter Campbell, who's a sophomore at Arkansas. They have a show together. It's called The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. They are tied going into week number 7 of their competition. They're both above 500. I think both 21-15, something like that. So we'll revisit that show. If you haven't seen it yet, it was posted on YouTube and at rebelgrove.com yesterday. And then Zach Berry and I taped a soft verbal podcast presented by Dead Soxy. That was put up in podcast form as well yesterday, but you can see the video version. Today we'll talk some recruiting, Ole Miss recruiting. We'll talk a little basketball recruiting, a lot of football recruiting, and that'll get us into scoreboard business presented by The Rogue. I've had a lot of people say, hey, man, thanks for doing this, for being with us kind of throughout the day, giving us some background. I appreciate the thanks. I really do. If you really want to thank us, do us a favor, support our sponsors. Tell our sponsors that you heard about them and that you're supporting them because of what we do and because they help us. That's the nicest and best way for you guys to take care of us and to show your appreciation. And we certainly appreciate you. Please hit the subscribe button on YouTube and tell a friend. It's free, and we'd appreciate it. So without further ado, here is SEC football and beyond, previewing week 6 in the SEC. Chris Landry and myself. Enjoy. Be back in just a little bit. Welcome into another edition of SEC football and beyond. I'm Neal McCready. Chris Landry here with me as well. We normally do this on Friday morning. Chris, kind enough this week to, I guess, return the favor that I extended last week. And so this week, I'm the one that's got a Friday conflict. Last week, he did. So we're taping Thursday at noontime. Hope you're having a great week. Hope you have a great weekend. I got some SEC games to talk about. We'll talk about some other things going on. This Big Ten story, Chris, since the last time you and I talked. And that might be the place to start, really, because this was predictable. First of all, how are you?
Doing good. Ready for another big football weekend. And, am concerned about the Big Ten, and I'm concerned about getting to the finish line of this football season, no doubt about it. And I just in some ways I can't wait not to get the season over with, but if somebody can assure me that we're going to get through a finish line, I'd be happy.
So I didn't even ask. I know that the hurricane went through on Wednesday night. Damage kind of all over the place. Did you guys were y'all okay?
We were. The folks in New Orleans got the brunt of it, and the Gulf Coast, Mississippi, Alabama, Nice, and Mississippi had some issues, some damage. But we've had we pissed off somebody because we have like 5 of them come through, but we haven't had fortunately not a whole lot. It is a beautiful day, a cool weather. It's nice, but obviously a lot of cleanup for a lot of folks in the deep southeast part of the state.
All right, let's talk about the Big Ten. You and I last visited on Tuesday morning. I think this broke later in the day. Wisconsin has COVID issues, not just the quarterback, but multiple people on the roster. They have canceled the Wisconsin-Nebraska game. I saw where Nebraska was hoping to play Chattanooga this weekend. It does not appear that game is going to be allowed to be played.
Mm-hmm.
Big Ten says no. The Big Ten, we talked about this a lot in August, right about the time that we started the show, that the one thing that the SEC and the ACC and the Big 12, I guess in the American and the Sun Belt, maybe I'm leaving somebody out, but if I am, my apologies. Those 5 leagues in particular said, let's do this in a way that leaves us with some room to maneuver, some room to move things back. We've seen the SEC have a couple of teams, I guess Florida, Vanderbilt, have had some COVID issues that have led to some postponements. But here we are heading into week number 6, and the overwhelming majority of the league is on schedule. And getting ready to play their 6th game or their 5th game or whatever on schedule. And they still have room. The team I cover, for example, Ole Miss, has an open date next weekend. They appear that the game against Vanderbilt will happen. And they have an open date, and then they come back and they have 4 games. They basically have 5 weeks, perhaps 6 weeks, to play 4 games. Reason to be optimistic that you can get there. The way the Big Ten did it, though, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I guess there's some listeners out there who may have forgotten or 2020 overwhelmed them. The Big Ten decided in August that they just weren't going to play. Weren't going to do it. Pulled the plug. Pac-12 followed immediately. And I think they thought that everyone would go along with them. And when they didn't, and then when it became obvious that the leagues that we just mentioned were going to be able to play, they'd started camps, and they were going to be able to play, and they were going to get games on, they went from being woke to weak. And they relented, and they said, oh, we're going to play. And they came up with the schedule that started last weekend that was 8 games. Is that right? 8 games in 8 weeks with no margin for error. And they had very strict, stringent COVID testing requirements that included a 3-week quarantine for anyone who tests positive. And here we are. Wisconsin's got a 3-week issue, at least with portions of their roster. They're not going to play this game. There's you know more people than I do, but I do know some Big Ten people, and there is a tremendous amount of cynicism and pessimism and, frankly, pissed offism around that league right now that they are where they are. But here they are and running the risk of really looking like the villain, if you will. I don't know that they are going to be able to get to the finish line with all of their teams. It's so difficult. And the Pac-12 starts a week from today when you hear this, I guess. The Pac-12 starts in a week with no margin for error. And, you know, we've done this a lot. No matter what you think of the SEC, we've talked about officiating 2 of the last 3 weeks with Auburn games, Auburn, Arkansas, Auburn, Ole Miss. We've talked about officiating. Got to give the SEC a ton of credit here, Chris. The same for the Big 12, the same for the ACC. They stuck to their guns in August. They felt there was a path. They knew it would be complicated. They knew it would be difficult. They knew it would be expensive. But they did it, and they gave themselves room. And they're not there yet. You know, when you run a marathon, trust me, it's not over till you get to the finish line. You never know. You might hit a cramp in mile 22, mile 23, ask me how I know, and all of a sudden your plan for the last 2 or 3 miles can get a little screwy. But they're on path to get to the finish line. And they deserve a lot of kudos for that. And the people that made these decisions in August to shut it down and then relented on those decisions, reversed those decisions, and came in and said, hey, no, we're going to play, they deserve all the ridicule they're getting today.
Well, they've left themselves no margin for error. And let's be clear, and I'm convinced, and people I know, that the Big Ten came back for one reason. It's because of the threat of what was going to be uncovered under litigation. Once there were lawyers that started to look around at the bylaws, then they said, so I think that was the impetus to get back. But because I think that if there was truly a desire to get back, I think they would have come back a little bit sooner. And I don't know that they would have put as many hurdles. Look, I think they want guys to be healthy, but I think it's disingenuous to say that the Big Ten folks and the Pac-12 folks care more about their players than the SEC folks. I do think that there's great emphasis on football in the SEC. I get all that. I also think there's some differences in the regions. I do know that they're colder weather. This applies to the Big Ten. We hear and understand, and from what I gather is there's always the potential and the fear that you could have more positive tests as we get into the fall, which in the South, we tend to not have much of a fall. In some parts of the deep South where I'm from, fall is like one day in November that we just, hey, here we go. Today, we got fall weather.
Yep.
And we look like we're going to have it for 2 or 3 days. We're probably going to have it through for the Halloweeners on, when is that, Saturday, and for the Saturday football. Next Tuesday, I don't know. It may be back to, late August weather. But so there's some issues. Look, it's going to be difficult, and my concern for them is to get the season in. And so I'll go right to it with Wisconsin. That's a really good team. And this is, I think we'd be naive to think they're only going to miss one game. Far as we're playing out of conference, Nebraska fought more than anybody did in the Big Ten about playing non-conference games. The Big Ten just said, we're not doing that. We're going to have a policy within the conference. And by the way, that's what the SEC did as well. So you're not going to play a game outside the league. You're not going to go and run they're just not doing it. So they're going to have to deal with, a Wisconsin team that I actually think personnel-wise is the best team in the West of the Big Ten. They got a unique qualification to get into the conference championship game there. But I would be most concerned about Ohio State. And I'm curious to see, a cynic would say they're probably going to do everything they can to make sure that they don't miss any games, because that's the one team that can be a playoff team. Now, I get it. We got 3 playoff teams in my mind, caliber teams, and we got a race for the 4th spot. And we could see another team out of the Big Ten that might be a candidate for that 4th spot. But it's Ohio State that's intriguing to me, because an unbeaten Ohio State, if they play their full schedule, will be in the playoffs. But if they only play 4, Ooh, that's going to be interesting. They may be the best team, maybe one of the 4 best, but that becomes ugly looking there. So stay tuned on that. I don't know how it's going to play out, but the reality is they don't have any wiggle room, but they have kind of put themselves in this spot. And we're more likely to have positive tests, I guess, because the weather's changing, if that's going to be the reality.
Well, and there have been,
but they don't have any games in under their belt where the SEC and the ACC and other conferences they've got. In fact, I've already made my midseason SEC team, and you look at the Big Ten, they just got 1 game in, and it's going to be difficult to get their full complement in.
they've had some spikes, COVID spikes in the plain states in the upper Midwest. So that's that. Whether that's weather related or not, I have no idea.
And Wisconsin seems to be, as a state, they seem to be hammered. I mean, from what I understand, is the hospitals are overrun. So I don't know if this is anything but you wonder, Wisconsin football, positive tests in that state. I mean, you wonder how this is going to play. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I have any experience with COVID stuff. I'm learning as we go here, but it's going to be difficult for the Big Ten. We knew it would be. Hope that there would be some luck, but it doesn't look like we're off to a good start after 1 week.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, it was. My thing is, it was avoidable from the Big Ten standpoint. I think you'll see a shakeup in leadership at the top of that league when it's over. I'm not pinning it on the commissioner, by the way, though I don't think he can survive this. I don't, and I think there will be there's going to be fallout throughout that league that's going to be profound. I really believe that. Talking to people, the people at Nebraska, very upset. People at Ohio State, very upset. A lot of people at Indiana, very upset. A lot of those people were the ones who were saying back in August, if you do it this way, here is what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. They have spent this weekend saying, hate to be the one that told you so, but told you so.
Well, the football people, for the most part, are unhappy. And I will say this about that league that's different than the SEC is that it is definitely run by the presidents and the people higher up in the board. They have a little bit of a snooty attitude towards athletics and a little bit holier than thou. It's a conference that is rich in tradition and football history, but it's also one that they really take a lot of pride in. I'm not saying this negatively, in their academic integrity to the point where they're very, very snobby. I mean, they got a lot of people that act like, I'm going to go ahead and act like a lot of Vanderbilts there. I mean, that's the way Michigan, that's the way, a lot of folks at the president chancellor level in the Big Ten kind of look at it. And, I mean, I can tell you at Michigan, they think, yes, your football, you make money. That's paltry to what we make with our medical center. And I mean, that's kind of how they look at it. So there's a frustration level because there's a lot more disconnect between the athletic administration versus the college administrators. Whereas I think in the SEC, they're more in line to say, to listen to what the importance of athletics means to that. But anyway, be interesting week.
It will be for sure. Speaking of interesting weeks, it's week number 6 in the SEC. We did not get to these games in much detail at all on Tuesday because we were talking so much about. Frankly, we spent half the show talking about officiating, and remained a hot topic where I am. It remained a hot topic all the way through the week. Lane Kiffin got fined $25,000. Went on a little bit of a Twitter barrage that was really entertaining. I asked him about it yesterday, and he and I shared a laugh. So officiating's been a topic in Oxford throughout the week in much the same way it probably still is in Fayetteville to some degree. We're not going to talk about it today, though, because we got games to talk about. Georgia, Chris, heads to Kentucky. The 5th-ranked Bulldogs have the 1 loss. They're still very much in control of their own destiny from a championship standpoint. They go to Kentucky. That game noon Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. You can watch it on SEC Network. Georgia is a 14.5-point favorite at the time of this recording. And again, we're recording on Thursday, midday. Georgia favored by 14.5. What do you think?
Well, I expect it to be a lot of defense. Curious to see what Georgia can do offensively. Definitely concerned in studying the tape of Kentucky. Just there's not anything to speak of in the passing game. And so I wonder what they might do. I wonder if they'll take a long look or, we'll see what Wilson. I'm curious to see if they just start, looking under the hood of Joey Gatewood, see what he can do. And the run game, the throw game, what type of balance. They just don't have enough. They get behind in these games. They have nothing. They are playing good defensively. And when you study the tape, you don't realize how good until you study the tape that they are playing defensively, until you realize they're just not getting a whole lot done on the offensive side. So they're on the field a lot. It's hard to run against them. They're only, giving up 20 points a game, but that's enough, and that's going to be enough for Georgia to win and, eventually pull away in the second half. But very curious here. It may be close. I think the point spread's like 14.5, 15.
Yeah.
Might be closer than that. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that for most of the game, and we'll see. Maybe fourth quarter, Georgia pulls it away beyond that margin, but something tells me this might be a little bit closer, maybe the 10 to 13 point range. It just, Georgia doesn't explode upon you. They just kind of wear you down, and that's what they're going to do here, I think.
I was going to ask you about this because one of the things that I do when I look at games, I go to oddshark.com and I'll look at their picks because they break it down. They have a computer pick. They'll tell you where the money's coming in, all that stuff. Their computer pick has Georgia winning a very close football game, like 1 to 2 points. Is there a scenario in your mind where Kentucky plays this within a couple of points?
Yeah, I do. I mean, because, again, I think if Kentucky can get a little bit going offensively, meaning just they're awful on third downs. If they just stay on the field and at least help their defense out, I think, this Georgia team is going to play it close to the vest, and I think that they're going to eventually win it, but I don't see it a blowout. Georgia's like 2 of 5 against the spread in the last 7 games against losing teams. Kentucky's like 4-0 against the spread. In really good at home and against the spread. So, and I think this game matches up. If I were to look at it, in fact, I did it, and I did the complete breakdown on LandryFootball.com. I've got Kentucky plus the 14.5. That's the number I had, and I think that'll probably be the case. I think it'll probably be more 10 to 13, 14 points, but I think it'll depend on Kentucky figuring some things out. I think last week's performance, too, is going to get the Kentucky offense to try to really work and try some things in this game.
All right, Battle of the Tigers on the Plains. LSU hits the road. They head to Auburn. LSU is depends on where you get the line, 2-point, 3-point favorite at Auburn, 2:30, game on CBS, the national SEC game of the week. Obviously, Auburn escapes Oxford with a win last week. LSU really thumped South Carolina, gave up a lot of yards at times, but had a dominant performance down in Baton Rouge to get back on track a little bit after their performance at Missouri. You mentioned earlier in the week, LSU really kind of caught a COVID break, if you will, a scheduling break when Florida had to postpone that game till December. LSU was probably going to be in some trouble headed to Gainesville last week. They got a chance to work on themselves. It showed. They beat South Carolina. And Auburn's been weird this year. They beat Kentucky. They escaped Arkansas. They lose at South Carolina. They escape Ole Miss. I think I'm leaving something out. Here they are with LSU coming to town. What do you think?
Couple of things just jump out at me when I look at Auburn. First of all, Bigsby is just outstanding. He's as good as any back I've seen this year. I'm right there with Harris. He's just outstanding. They're just getting no.
Ask you about him. My friend JG Tate, who covers Auburn for Rivals.com, does a podcast with me called The Greatest Pod in the South. Jay compared, and Jay's been covering Auburn since 1998. So he compared Bigsby to Carnell Williams. Says he might be that kind of back when it's all said and done. I don't mean stylistically and stuff. He means result.
Oh, I think they are different stylistically. I think this kid's better than Cadillac.
Wow.
Yeah, I think this kid's got more explosiveness to his game. Let's see him stay healthy and do it. I think he's doing a good job, and he's quite frankly making people miss at the line of scrimmage. I don't think they're playing well up front. It's a big part of the problem with Bo Nix making a lot of mistakes. I just don't know. Yes, LSU's defense is still struggling, but Auburn's offense is not getting enough explosive plays, and it's probably going to come down with the way this Auburn's defense is playing. Let's remind folks it's a lot different than last year. Last year, this Auburn defense defended LSU's offense better than any team last year. We talk about the great year that LSU had offensively. So one team that gave them all sorts of trouble, and this is this Auburn defense. This is not the same Auburn defense, not even close to it. I don't think they can come up with enough big plays. Brennan doesn't look like he's going to be available at all. Finley's going to played well last week. I think it's going to be tough for Auburn to score enough points. With that said, I do think that Auburn might be able to run the football successfully. And there's just something, this is kind of what I would call the experience factor. I've seen enough of these Auburn LSU games. I don't know what it is, how it looks, how it comes out of the film room. Somehow, some way, and this will be great for the television audience, somehow, some way, it's going to be a 3-point game. And somebody's going to do something. Somebody's going to have a dumb penalty, a mistake that's going to give somebody a second shot and going to kick a field goal late or something. So I would say hang on to your seat. And I would say that the film says LSU's got a little bit more offense. Take them on the road. Probably going to get it done. That's what I think. But don't be surprised if this is going to be a lot of fun. And I hope it is, because we love these games for fun and enjoyment. And I think we're probably going to get it again. It's a big one for Gus. It's a big one for both, because the loser goes on to like, oh, what a bad season this is. Gus has got more at stake. Gus has not played. They've won a couple of games. And look, they're getting hammered because, well, it ain't their fault. They were in these games and they played well enough to beat Ole Miss and well enough to beat Arkansas. Maybe they had some help, but lose this game. This is really bad in a very pivotal year for Gus. Whereas, Ed is just going to get a lot of negativity, and the staff will if they lose this. So I think this ought to be a good one again, and should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was the game last year in Baton Rouge where LSU had to work for it, and at the end of the game, found the two big defensive tackles for Auburn, and he was like, "I told you both, first round pick. I told you both, first round pick." That's
right, Tom. I thought Auburn lost that game more than LSU won it, and it was the difference. We again, you think about LSU and how they were the best at the end of the year. They're not there if they don't quote unquote win ugly and find a way to win this, because that Auburn defense gave LSU's explosive offense a ton of trouble, and I think LSU's offense grew from it. So again, you stay tuned every week. It's about how you survive it. Boy, LSU really kicked it in the high gear offensively and learned a lot after surviving the Auburn game.
So you got LSU. You got it close. For whatever reason, and it might just be gut feeling, I've got Auburn winning this one by 3. But when I did it, I said, I bet I'm wrong. It just something in it told me that, like you said, these games get a little wacky in a fun way. It's a fun game to cover. I've covered many of them, and they're fun. And, I expect a fun – CBS, this was the easy call for them to pick this one. So it'll be a good one on the Plains.
And by the way, if Auburn loses this, I think they'll beat Mississippi State and maybe Tennessee. We'll see. They're not beating Alabama and probably not being A&M. So, this loss, like I said, really, for the quality of life game, Auburn needs this more. So I don't know. I don't know what that means in terms of the game, but just some final thoughts on it.
Don't know how much time we should spend on this one. It's frankly of the 5 games, this is the one that has the fewest storylines. Ole Miss hits the road. They go to Vanderbilt, 3:00 game on SEC Network. The Rebels, as of this taping, giving 18 points on the road. Lane Kiffin's team, as he joked Wednesday, the most talked about 1-4 team in the country, in large part because of some of his tweets about the pennies and such. But Ole Miss has played pretty well on offense, pretty much consistently. They have improved slightly over the last couple of weeks on defense. Vanderbilt, meanwhile, Chris, has not played a game in 3 weeks. They've got COVID issues. They are a thin roster. No one really knows what to expect from them on Saturday in terms of who plays, who's the quarterback, all of those things. This feels like a get well heading into an open date game for the Rebels.
Yeah, Vanderbilt's very consistent. They're very bad on offense and defense. They are really struggling. They were in the last game out against South Carolina. They were 1-11 on third down. They can't move the football. They can't really stop anybody. I have no idea what they were able to get accomplished over 3 weeks, other than maybe to get a little bit healthy. I think it's a get well game. The Rebs get a couple of defensive guys back. Good. Get some confidence and get Tisdale Hawkins back and just kind of get in Leonard. Just get those guys. Get a little defensive confidence, and then, offensively has a chance to be a very big day for them. So, yeah, no question about it. I would say that I feel really good that they'll win and win big. And if they don't solve some of their red zone inefficiency in this game, I'd be really concerned. I think the Rebs win. I think they win big, wide margin, big.
You're saying Vanderbilt, not only is she not pretty, but she's kind of
she doesn't have great personality. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those where you hear the skid marks out of the driveway, getting the hell out of town. Yeah, call me. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, not good.
Yeah,
not good.
Yeah, no. All right, Mississippi State. They head to Alabama, the second-ranked Tide, undefeated, really playing well. Coming off of a big win over Georgia and then a blowout win over Tennessee. The Bulldogs, meanwhile, Chris, it sounds like a shipwreck to feel a little bit from the pirate stuff. They're a 32-point underdog, and just about every person I know says, yeah, I'll lay those points. I think this gets ugly. We can talk about the game a little if you want. What are you hearing about what's going on inside Mississippi State? A lot of guys opting out. Kylan Hill done. Other guys leaving. I've heard some specific things that if I'm a Mississippi State fan, I'm a little distressed by it.
Well, I don't want to be overly repetitive, and because I like him, but also know him very well, and we talked about it when we first started the show. This is Mike, meaning Leach. Again, when things go bad, it's not his fault. It's not, I need to make an adjustment. I need to look at it. It's all, Mike is a guy that believes football is not about players. He thinks it's about him. He thinks it's about his football is just played on a chessboard. And when they win, it's a stroke of genius. He's got one of the best backs in the league. And, well, he doesn't have him anymore, but he did. So they've got issues there just from the standpoint of Mike. And look, there are issues. I think there are issues at other places. I mean, I think there are issues like at Florida State where we got to clean up culture. I don't think there's a culture problem at Mississippi State. The culture problem or the culture difficulty is made by the head coach, which, not a communicator, not really good, not really invested as much into football as people think. And I think it's very aloof. And I think in a football-centric area where guys go there to be really good football players, you gotta understand things are going to be different. I actually think they've got some really good defense. I know statistically they're ranked number 1. That doesn't mean anything. They play hard. They play pretty well. They lead the SEC in turnover margin. They just don't have any offense. They don't have any ability to be able to stop people. They don't run the football. They don't do anything to help the defense, considering the fact they do nothing to help their defense. I got to give them more than an attaboy.
Yeah.
Don't have their quarterback. Got to find his quarterback. I get that, but it is not going to be good long term with Mike. There will be pockets of impressive performances and surprise wins, but they're going to be just as many, if not more, disappointing losses and performances. They have more talent to have performed better to this point. They are poorly prepared. They poorly adjust, and so that's the big picture issue. 32 points is a lot of points. I do think this defense can hold enough to where, I don't know how many points. I don't know that Alabama scores 52 in this game. It may be one of those where maybe Mississippi State can score 17 and Alabama only scores 45. Do the math. Maybe it's not a 32-point game. I wouldn't be so comfortable in saying lay the 32, lay the 35, or whatever it is. I think it's going to be a decisive win by Alabama. But I see some real problems at Mississippi State, and I wouldn't be surprised if this team – the one thing that would concern me is this team begin to start to, let go of the rope a little bit and just give up on their coach, because I do think there are issues. And they're not going to do anything with the head coach right now, but it's going to get real negative, and it's going to be real interesting to see. It's going to be an interesting offseason, and it's going to be interesting next year, because I think people are going to – the apologists for him are going to say, oh, this is going to be corrected. I don't know this is going to be as easily corrected as some people think in Starkville.
I agree completely. All right, before we get to the other games, I want to tell you a little bit about some of the people who make this podcast possible. Jupiter Security Systems. They're based in Madison, Mississippi. They provide your business with a help desk, allowing you to get software at a much cheaper price than you would pay going directly to Microsoft or the different cybersecurity services. Jupiter Security Systems offers businesses the full Microsoft 365 suite, email, spam protection, and they monitor your workstations and servers. They don't see your data, by the way, but they'll know if malicious applications get installed on your computers. Jupiter can set up remote monitoring on a computer regardless of the location. So don't spend money on getting your employees new laptops to work remotely. Instead, let Jupiter monitor their home computers, protect your data wherever you choose to work. Jupiter Security Systems offers cybersecurity and monitoring. It's ADT for your computer systems and data. It's very affordable, flat price, no hidden add-ons. For more information, call Eric at 601-519-9583 or email info at jupitersecurity.net or visit jupitersecurity.net. We are also brought to you by Blue Sky. Blue Sky believes in being fast, fresh, and friendly through the thoughtful layout and cleanliness of their stores. Blue Sky hopes to provide customers with a fast and easy buying experience. From services to products, Blue Sky plans to keep things fresh and always provide the freshest flavors of their brand name products and the best services available. They even bring in some of the newest products on the market to their stores to provide an even better customer experience. A smile can say it all, and Blue Sky wants to show their customers that they care about them and their shopping experience. They'll always strive to improve their efforts to accomplish exactly that. So check out Blue Sky today at any of the 48 store locations across the Southeast. All right, Chris, a couple of games we have not gotten to yet in the SEC. Arkansas, off of an open date. They head to Texas A&M, who is also off of an open date. The 8th-ranked Aggies and the Razorbacks, 6:30 on SEC Network. The Aggies are a 10.5-point favorite heading into this one, a game that is traditionally played in Arlington. It's moved to campus this year. It was A&M's turn to be the home team, moved to College Station because of the pandemic. If you want something to depress you for this week, I'll give it to you. Hunter Yurachek, the Arkansas AD, would not firmly commit to moving this game back to Arlington next year, despite admitting that that is their preference, because he didn't know what circumstances may arise. So there. Happy Halloween. Arkansas at A&M, 10.5-point spread. What do you think?
When I look at this Arkansas team and try to look under the hood and see how they've done it, it really is about the defense, and it really is about the prevention of big plays. It really is about their ability to defend the passing game very, very well. I was looking in the guys that have stood out to this point. Marshall's been good on the defensive line for Arkansas. Both corners have played well. Clark Brown, they've gotten good play at safety, and they play good team defense. They don't defend the run as well as they defend the pass. They've not beaten a really good team, and I do know that they obviously, we saw them play a good offense in Ole Miss. This is going to be a little different. I think they're going to see a little power. And Isaiah Spiller, and I just talked about Bixby. I talked about, and I mentioned Najee Harris has been outstanding. Spiller's been good as well. They're averaging almost 175 yards rushing a game. He's been the key guy. That's exactly about what Arkansas has given up rush per game this year. But they do force turnovers. I think the whole key is what can they do to defend the run? Jimbo, more than anything, while they talk about the great quarterback, what he does, he wants to run the football. And so this Arkansas's chances lie with their ability to slow down the run, defend the run, get off blocks up front. Because if they struggle with that, you're not going to see them create the turnovers. If they can force A&M to the air without putting the safety down in the box, then, they can continue to force turnovers. Because Mon will throw some picks. The reason why they've avoided it is because of the run game. So I think that's the key. I think that this is we really learn about somebody in this game. I don't think this is a game Arkansas will win. I think it's by far would take their best performance of the year, Arkansas, to win this game. And it would be a huge statement because it would be a really good team that they would beat. And for A&M, it's about, all right, you're good. You got the win over Florida. Now can you handle being favorites and taking care of business? I've said it. Jimbo has not lost a game this year, and I don't know about the point spreads, but he's not lost a game to an inferior team since he's been the head coach at A&M. He's got the better team here. So is this going to be the first one, or does he take care of business? So that, to me, that's interesting. I like A&M. I know they're the better team. They're more talented. This might be closer than the 12.5, but I definitely think A&M wins it. And I think they win it probably 10-14. I think the point spread is kind of in line to where I see this game. If Gunda ahead, I don't know, maybe it's a 10-point A&M win, and we'll leave it at that. But if it's not, I think it's a more decisive A&M win. I'm surprised if Arkansas pulls this one out.
Yeah, I've looked at it too. The only way in my mind that Arkansas wins this game is they take advantage, and they've been able to do this some this year. They did it against Ole Miss, certainly, where they take advantage of A&M's mistakes, capitalize on them. Mon makes a couple mistakes, and they turn them into points. That's probably their path. I just don't know that offensively Arkansas has enough to do a lot against Texas A&M. Again, Sam Pittman, Barry Odom, and Kendall Briles and company have done a great job. They have gotten pretty much every drop out of the orange, but I don't know that there's enough there to get this one. They've got an interesting game coming up, I guess, next week there in Fayetteville. I've actually thought about going because I get the weekend off and I could go see my daughter, but they've got an interesting game against Tennessee in Fayetteville next weekend that you might disagree, but I think is imminently winnable for the Razorbacks, and an opportunity for them to really get some more home momentum where they have not won at home in a long time. They beat Ole Miss at home, and I think there'll be a lot of energy there for the Volunteers.
Well, there's no question about it, and we'll get into it more on Tuesday and Friday of next week, but particularly Friday next week. But that's a really big game for Tennessee and Jeremy Pruitt. And again, the first-year head coach, beat you. That's a big issue. But yeah, we'll get into the matchups of that. But yeah, the whole key is defending the run. That's where, if you have to commit extra guys in the box to defend the run, that's the little game within the game. Watch that, folks. That's going to determine whether Arkansas can have a chance to pull it out, because if A&M can run it, then and you got to put extra guys in the box, then you won't see the turnovers created. But if they can defend the run with 7, which is quite a bit of a challenge, then they've got a shot defensively to make this close. So, yeah, that's going to be fun to see.
Missouri, the final game. Missouri heads to Florida. The Tigers off to a really good start under Elia Drinkwitz. They head to Florida. Florida has had some COVID issues. We mentioned having to reschedule the LSU game last weekend, so Florida has had a little time off. It appears that they have recovered. 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. This game on the SEC Network. Alternate channel, Missouri, a 13-point underdog against the 10th-ranked Gators.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing in this Missouri team on offense. Starting to get some balance. Roundtree is a very good back that doesn't get noticed a whole lot, and I think he's been good for a while. But because of their offense, because of their team, I think starting to get noticed now. Bazelak's really good. I just don't know what we're going to get out of Florida. Florida's a better team. Florida probably wins going away. But 2 weeks off during the season, this is not normal. It never happens. You don't it's not like a normal open date where you work some and you do a little bit of prep for the next week's game. They've done nothing for 2 weeks. I don't know what doing nothing for 2 weeks, being forced to do it, I don't know what that does for Florida. I really don't know. This is folks, if you like to get, you may have a feel for it. You guess this is one you might ought to stay away from, because I think this is a Florida cover the game type in normal circumstances, but it's not anything but normal. And I don't know what it's all about Florida here. It's all about, how sharp they are, how rusty they are, because they're going to outscore Missouri and they're going to kind of pull away from them, or there's mistakes and then you got a problem. I think Missouri can move the football in this Florida offense. So it could get a little iffy if Florida's, not as sharp on offense and can't score at the rate that they normally do. I think it's going to be it. How much, were they able to do coaching staff-wise to maybe simplify things, do some things on defense? Not a lot of guys stood out for me on Florida defensively. Cox he's a really good player, but they've got to get a little bit better, but they've not been able to work a whole lot of that in practice. So I'm a little bit perplexed with what we're going to see out of Florida this week because of the unknown of the COVID.
Some other games around the country. I want to get your thoughts on another story that's beginning to percolate, at least in the rumor mill, in a minute. We'll touch some other games real quick. Don't let me forget to do that. Kansas State, team that, if I'm honest, I'm cheering for this year. They've got young running back Deuce Vaughn, 5'5" Texas kid. His dad is a friend of mine.
Oh.
By the
way,
yeah,
I want to mention that to you because I did some little notes. I talked about, kind of look at the guys who's graded out the best. He's graded out, along with Javonte Williams of North Carolina, amongst the 5 best guys at running back in the country this year. I didn't know you knew his dad.
Yeah, his dad coached at Ole Miss for
but I didn't know you knew him that well. I figured you'd know him because I know his dad was a coach. So that's good. No, he is. He's a real deal. He's played well. That's a really good team. And by the way, West Virginia, what a secondary. Their secondary has played well. The safeties are good. So it's going to be a real good matchup. But they like to run the football at K-State. Good matchup there. Should
be a really fun game to watch. The Athletic did a great story on Deuce Vaughn, by the way. If you have a subscription, I have nothing to gain here. I don't work for the Athletic. If you have a subscription to the Athletic, it's a story you should definitely read. And if you don't have one, it's a good enough story to it goes well beyond football. Really incredibly well done. I think Max Olson wrote the story and did a great job. Kansas State, by the way, a 3.5-point underdog that game in Morgantown. Beautiful time of the year in Morgantown too. So that's a good game. Memphis and Cincinnati. The Tigers, a 7-point dog at Cincinnati. Cincinnati off to a really good start. They look the part, Chris, in terms of non-Power 5 teams.
No, I think they're the best team in the non-Power 5 teams, and let's remind folks, BYU is not Group of 5. They have to compete. They're not going to get that Group of 5 bid. They're going to have to earn it through the Power 5. Cincinnati's the most complete looking team in the group of 5. They're really good. I think Memphis is going to have a hard time matching points and playing defensively. I thought they had a good game plan against SMU last week. So that'll be interesting at home. Luke Fickell's done a really good job. He's a fast-track guy. I'm curious to see if they hold on to him in another year. But this is a good Cincinnati team. I thought in the summer this was the best group of 5 team, and it's, shown out thus far this year.
Some other games of note: TCU is at Baylor. Notre Dame. Speaking of Luke Fickell, I think that's the job that Luke Fickell would love to land one day. Notre Dame is at Georgia Tech, a 20-point favorite. The Rec has been just that. Indiana and Rutgers scheduled to play. I don't know that game's still on, to my knowledge.
It is, as far as I know. I don't ever want to say stay tuned. We tape these shows on Thursday. We're going to get a lot of these tests on Saturday morning. That's ugly if you get it. That's going to be interesting. Northwestern, Iowa.
Yeah, Northwestern's at Iowa. Northwestern, a 2.5-point underdog there in Iowa City. That should actually be a pretty fun game. I thought Iowa played pretty well last week. They just couldn't finish the deal against who they put Purdue.
Purdue really did a good job, and Northwestern played great against a very hapless Maryland team last week. That's going to be interesting to see. I'm curious to see Oklahoma State, Texas. I want to see Texas. Yeah.
Story I want to ask about, Chris. There are real rumblings.
No, there are problems. Yeah, there are problems there.
Yeah, in the college football circle, there are real rumblings that Tom Herman is in trouble. That Texas might make a change.
I obviously just lost the great quarterback at South Lake Carroll yesterday. It was committed. Those things start to hurt. And then, when you don't have success on the field, you got problems. Now, the whole eyes of Texas, sing, don't sing, that's a no-win situation for a coach.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got to back his players. If he doesn't back his players, he loses his team. He backs his players, he pisses off the administration, including the booster. So there is no winning that. And when you don't have the clout of winning, you really can't win it. So that's a mess there. There is no doubt about it. And he's not winning. And, everyone says, oh, Texas, they got all that money. They don't like spending their money. And you talk about snooty and you talk about high and mighty academically. That's Texas. Texas sees themselves as superior. They see themselves as Cal Berkeley academically. They, liberal, artsy, great academics, but they also think they should be, Alabama. And they don't have a defensive culture. They got a lot of cooks in the kitchen there. They got more people that can write big checks than anybody, but they tend to not want to do it at times. It's a mess. They got somebody that was their own, that they wanted, that fit with it, and it's just not working. So, yes, it bears watching. On the other side, the Big 12, last hope is Oklahoma State. They are playing pretty good defensively.
Yep.
I would throw them in the mix of about 8 teams that are contenders for that 4th spot. I'm not quite sure that they're up to that, but they deserve to be there to this point. They can run the football. They can score points. Jim Knowles is a really good addition to the defensive side. And, yes, you can play good defense. We talked about Kansas State, Iowa State. This is the most complete team. But this game and the Oklahoma game are the games that, they're the favorite. They should win it. There's expectation. Can you deal with it, Oklahoma State? So that's what I'm looking for in this game. How do they play? They're the better team, the more complete team, but how do they handle the moment?
Let me go back to Texas for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Tom Herman, let's say he doesn't make it.
Uh-huh.
There was a day that this was a big-time job, and it still potentially is a big-time job. How attractive is this job right now today in the coaching landscape? And then, the rumbling that has been out there a little bit that Urban Meyer would come back for this job. Do you buy that? And if not, who are some names that come to mind for that Texas job if it becomes open?
It's still an elite job because it's Texas. It has tremendous resources recruiting-wise, financially. you need to go in with the idea of kind of putting your foot down of how you handle the guys that want to be ultra involved, with the program. But it's still an elite job. It is a job that would pique the interest of a lot of coaches. Now, when they go in and investigate it, they may or may not pull the trigger on going. But just about anybody would say, if you do it right politically, this is the best job in the country. Because it has, yes, it is from a coaching standpoint, it has everything you look for other than it's a pain in the ass dealing with some of those. If you can get that and you go in with the right guy, this is everything you need. You don't need to get on a plane. I mean, you can, because if you're great, you can go anywhere and get great players. You don't need to leave your car. I mean, you need to leave your car. You don't need to get on a plane. And you got great recruiting resources, financial. It's got everything you look for, and it hasn't won because they haven't done it right, and they haven't done it right from an administrative standpoint as well. But the right guy will get it done. Don't buy this. Oh, Texas will never do this again. That's what they said about Alabama. That's what they said about USC. It's what they're saying about USC now. Pete Carroll, Nick Saban. No. You get it right, that'll work. Notre Dame will never be, because as long as they are going to have those academic restrictions, their ceiling is about – Brian Kelly's doing about as good as you can do at Notre Dame. At Texas, you can do it. At Ohio State, they're not – John Cooper can – you can do it right there. It is one that would pique the interest. If Urban Meyer was going to coach again, he'd sit there and listen to this. He'd have to. If they went after him with the money, somebody like Ryan Day would look and say, let me look at this. At least, if nothing else, get more of a raise. Now, I do think Ryan Day's probably his dream job is probably to coach the Patriots one day in the NFL. Okay. I don't think he's leaving Ohio State for Texas, but it is one of those that would make you sit there and think and look. And I don't know if it's about Urban's health. I don't know that Shelley wants him, to do it. And the system, the brain issue, I don't know that he wants to do it. But this is a place you would look at and consider. No, he wouldn't consider going to Auburn, but he'd consider a USC, consider a Texas. He would consider if he's interested in coaching and health-wise, he feels like, let me give it a consideration.
Ohio State's at Penn State, Navy at SMU, Oklahoma at Texas Tech, North Carolina's at Virginia. Those are some of the other games out there. Louisiana Monroe tries to continue its perfect season against Appalachian State. So there's some huge games to be played. I saved the big one for the end there. We don't have enough time to really dive into all of the matchups there between ULM and App State. Certainly not to give it the respect that it so richly deserves.
Except that App State team is pretty good, particularly at the line of scrimmage. They are playing. They've got some talent there.
How do they do in water skiing?
I don't know.
Well, there you go.
I haven't followed the water skiing enough.
I'm looking for the NFL games of the week. I did the mistake of hitting
Steelers Ravens is really intriguing. Your Bears Saints, really intriguing.
Yeah, big game.
Seattle's got a bounce back at home. San Francisco's intriguing. The game that's lost its luster is Patriots Bills, still with the AFC East, on the line here, but Patriots are struggling. The Bills are really banged up on defense. So it's an intriguing game, but at this point, neither one of these teams are real big threats deep in the AFC. That kind of leads the way of
San Francisco. Seattle's interesting.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. I said Seattle at home, coming off the loss. San Francisco, all the injuries, like Seattle. But those games, it's kind of like the NFL version of Auburn LSU. I don't care what it is. Those games are 3-point games, and usually it comes down to the very end. I don't know if this one will. If this one comes down to the end, these two teams play each other about as well. This gets the best out of both teams. San Francisco's dealing with a lot of injuries.
Give me a little bit of a breakdown, if you would, on Saints Bears.
I think the real key is, the Saints' ability to be able to run the football and how this Bears defense will play well. And I think the Saints defensively, they've been woefully inconsistent tackling. I think this is a game in which the defense for the Saints have to show up and they have to pressure Nick Foles. I haven't had enough time to really check into the weather. The wind will be a factor. Cold weather will be a little bit of a factor, but the wind will be the big factor that could really affect it. Like the Bears a little bit at home here, but certainly I think being able to run the football, get some balance, if the Saints can get an early lead, then I think that really plays into the Saints' defensive effort. And the Saints will be able to handle the Bears' offense if they can make them one-dimensional. That's the real key, though. But the key to that is to be able to get to a lead to force that.
The weather forecast in Chicago on Sunday, according to the National Weather Service, partly cloudy and windy, temperatures nearly steady in the mid to upper 30s, winds northwest 20 to 30. Winds could occasionally gust more than 40 miles per hour. So
that'll be an issue for the passing game for the Saints. Mainly it's affecting what they do. Running the football, I'll emphasize, going to be critical for the Saints' success here.
The Monday night game, by the way, is the Bucks at the Giants. The Giants 1-5, yet only a game and a half out of first place. The NFC East.
Oh man, and then that's following up the Titanic tilt of Sunday night with the Cowboys and Eagles. So, no, the team you got to watch for this week in the East, without question, is the Washington football team because they got to bye. So they'll sit there and move up. Somebody's got to win the Dallas Eagle game, but God bless them. And Dallas, off the rough week that they've had, off the field, in the locker room, yada, yada, yada. Eagles win at home here. They'll be sitting there and they're like, hey, look, this is us. We're good. That's a mess.
Bucks looking like a Super Bowl contender all of a sudden.
They're playing good defensively. The Brady effect. They look like the most complete team right now in the Saints, and I'm very curious to see that Week 9 game is when Antonio Brown, if he doesn't, talk or act himself off the roster by then, that'll be his debut. No, this Buck team's pretty good, and I think Brady says a positive effect. But the story there is the defense, and if they can ever get Leonard Fournette, who's really a knucklehead, healthy and focused, they could even take their game up. They got two knuckleheads. They've got Leonard Fournette, who's a different type of knucklehead than Antonio Brown, but those are two guys that can really help this team going forward. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and then the other game that has some interest, just because it's his, I think it's his debut, unless I missed something. This is Tua Tagovailoa's debut.
Yes, yes, it is. It is the debut.
They entertain the Rams. That game is a noon kick in Miami, 1:00 Eastern. The Rams a 3.5-point favorite at Miami, which went ahead and made the decision to make a change and start the Tua era.
Yeah, and it wasn't because they're out of the playoff race, right in the thick of the playoff race, and Fitzpatrick has played very well. Tua's their future. Had the bye week, as you mentioned, trying to get Tua ready. It's going to be interesting because, this is in fact, I'm working right now on the scouting report up on LandryFootball.com, by the way. Check out all the scouting previews from the film room. This is going to be interesting. This Ram team has been very up and down. Good Rams, bad Rams. This is going to be interesting. Going to have to block Aaron Donald here, which is very, very difficult. And getting into the face, Tua's going to test that health and that mobility here because he's going to be running some in this week.
I tell you what, that Aaron Donald, man, is something else. He is I'm not telling anybody anything they don't already know, but he is an absolute beast. He single-handedly gave the Bears just fits on Monday night.
Look, right. He's graded out as the best player in the league for about 3 or 4 years. And you could pick anybody to start a team. You got to go with Patrick Mahomes. You got to go with the quarterback. This guy grades out the best and has for 5 years in a row for me.
We'll come back on Tuesday. We'll talk about what happened around the SEC and elsewhere. And we'll be here's what we can promise you: for 1 hour on Tuesday, we'll be a reprieve from all the election coverage. It'll be a big day, obviously, in our country, but we'll talk football, give you a mental break from it. There are 4 games next week in the SEC. That's it. Not a lot going on, but there are some interesting ones. Texas A&M goes to South Carolina. We mentioned Tennessee and Arkansas. That game's in Fayetteville. Florida is at Georgia. That's the CBS game at 3:30, 2:30. And then Vanderbilt heads to Mississippi State, a 3 o'clock game on the SEC network. I think next week is the Masters. Is that right? Something like that?
Is that next week? And is that November 7th? Are we already there yet? Or is that the 2 weeks from?
2 weeks. I think
Yeah.
it's 2 weeks.
Yeah. So, yeah.
We'll get you set up for those 4 games, and we'll talk other storylines. Pac-12 starts next week. So there'll be a lot for us to get to. For Chris Landry, I'm Neal McCready. That does it for this edition of SEC Football and Beyond. Don't forget, you can follow me at Neal McCready. You can follow Chris at Landry Football. Check out all of his previews, pro, college, everything at his site, LandryFootball.com. Until Tuesday, have a great weekend. Stay safe. Take care. That was SEC Football and Beyond. Chris Landry and myself. Boston College and Clemson right now, 7-7 in the first. No Trevor Lawrence for the Tigers. That could be interesting. Boston College always kind of gives them fits. Georgia marched up the field. I think it was 13 plays, all on the ground. They lead Kentucky 7-0. That game 3:15 and counting to go in the first. Cincinnati a 7-0 lead over Memphis. Early in the first, Michigan State leading Michigan 7-0. Kansas State leading West Virginia 3-0. Coastal Carolina up 7-0 over Georgia State. Iowa State has a 7-0 lead over Kansas. So a number of games going on. Joey Gatewood right now in at quarterback for Kentucky, and they just got stopped on a 3rd down. Speaking of Georgia and Kentucky, that was one of the games that Greg Jones and Campbell McCready picked in this week's episode of The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. So we'll go to that now. Welcome into week number 7 of The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. I'm Neal McCready. We've got the Butcher with us today, Greg Jones of LB's Meat Market, and we've got the Spin Instructor, Campbell McCready of Zen Fayetteville. Hello to all of you. Happy Friday.
Hello, happy Friday.
Friday. It is a Friday.
We normally tape on Thursday. We had to move to Friday. Campbell she had to redo her schedule. Last night was Kaio initiation, so her sorority little sister got initiated, so I had to move some things around. But here we are, all good in time for the weekend. And Greg, I tried the spiny lobster last week, as you know. So to set the stage a little bit, we had Ole Miss played – who did Ole Miss play? Ole Miss played Auburn at 11 o'clock. And so the plan was to start the Rebel Grove YouTube stream at around 6:45 because we had a lot of pregame stuff to build up, including this show. And when I woke up to get in here, got up at 6:15, got in here, got all set. The keyboard wasn't working. It was a total panic. The morning the morning went to hell fairly quickly. There you are. The morning went to hell fairly quickly. We resolved it, but regardless, I was a little rattled, if I'm honest. And by the time we finished with the game, of course, was one that was kind of marred by officiating, and so the post-game show was kind of anxious, tense. And so by the time it all ended, I think we signed off at about 9:15. So, no, earlier than that. I don't know, whatever. I was hungry, I was tired, and more than anything, I was a little frazzled. And so we had sous vide a flank steak, and then we had some scallops from LB's, and we had a spiny lobster from LB's, and we had a Japanese A5 Wagyu. I guess it's a filet?
No, that's actually a chuck steak.
Chuck? Wow, unbelievable. From LB's that Greg was like, you've got to try this. And so I had the grill lit, but I was in a little bit of a hurry. I searched for the way to clean the lobster. You had told me, hey, look for this because you can get some of the head meat out, and you were exactly right. I did that. But I decided I found this recipe that looked good. It was put it in the oven like in a Pyrex. So I put it out of the shell, put the meat on top of the shell. It looked really pretty. Had some garlic, some lemon, salt and pepper, and I baked it. It was very good. I'm going to do it again though, and I'm not going to bake it. I'm going to do it on the grill, and I think it's going to make a big difference.
Big difference, yeah.
And I did use some butter, but the way that the butter was done, it kind of got more down in the pan, and it didn't get – it was still very mild, very delicious. It wasn't as hard to clean as I thought it would be. It was actually kind of fun, if I'm honest. Like, it was really fun, but I'm going to do it on the grill next time, and I think it will be at least twice as good, if not better.
Yeah, it'll get that smoky taste, from the grill. Kind of maybe get a little charbroil taste, from the grill. But, you did it in the oven just for that consistent temperature that you could, cook it all the way through, because sometimes the grill doesn't have that consistent temperature. But, yeah, it's almost like it's almost like a treat, like it's really – and plus that's what's cool. You got to take it home, break it down yourself, and get more hands on it, and that's just something that we promote. You can go home and prep your own meal for your dinner.
Meanwhile, the scallops. Let me just pat my back right here, because I put the cast iron in the oven, let it get hot.
Yeah.
Took it out, put the scallops in. I didn't do much. A little bit of olive oil, salt, pepper. Seared them, put them back in the oven for a couple minutes just to finish. Phenomenal.
Yeah, those scallops are real strong. And they're real easy to cook, too, like you said. I mean, you're not going to spend, 15, 20 minutes cooking a scallop. You just kind of want to put some butter in there, sear it on each side for a couple minutes, and just put it back in the oven and let it finish it off. You can almost eat a scallop medium rare, a little bit.
Yeah, I like mine right around medium, maybe a little less than that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to overcook it where it gets rubbery.
He's made me this before, and I cannot wait to actually come home and have them again.
Yeah, Campbell loves the scallops. Campbell's is –
yeah.
All three of our kids are seafood people. Maybe because they all were born in Mobile and down there where they were little, fish was a big thing. But they all love them, shrimp, all that stuff. I'm making jambalaya for Carson this weekend because he's been talking about it for weeks. Shrimp and sausage jambalaya. So, and you can get great shrimp every Thursday, pretty much at LP's. It's there throughout the weekend.
Seafood every Thursday. Yeah, my employees really like Scallop Day whenever I get scallops, because that way some of them, like at least 6 or 7, don't find a vacuum seal bag to be sold up front and get cooked. So that's one of the perks up here at LB is you get to test the product and make sure it's good, and it's really good.
So tell us a little bit, Greg, about what's going on at LB's this weekend, how people can get in touch with you before we get started on games.
Yeah, just always call the store. I mean, we're stocked up, ready to go. Got just looking at. I'm actually reporting live from LB's right now. I'm not so looking at the store, and man, we're stocked to the gills. We've got plenty of Swayze sausage, plenty of ribeye sausage. My mom looks like she's got all her mushrooms out ready to go. Plenty of jalapeno poppers. I just got done cutting some nice looking bone-in ribeyes. Yeah, we're ready to go.
What are you craving?
Definitely need to come and try that A5. I mean,
we didn't talk about the A5. So I put the A5 on the grill. We didn't talk about this. I put the A5 on the grill. I just seared it for, I don't know, a minute and a half on each side, and then took it off.
Yeah, it's almost like that Korean barbecue style, where you just, put it over the little flame for a little bit. I mean, it's almost like sushi. You could just, cook it like you were saying, 1 minute on each side, 500 degrees, but let it rest, and oh man, it's unbelievable. It was
really phenomenal. When you said that was chuck, I was shocked. I mean, it was.
Yeah.
It was so
Yeah,
good.
and I've had a lot of customers like, "Hey, won't you get a strip loin or beef tenderloin?" I'm like, "Look, man, a strip loin. I priced out a strip loin. It's $2,100
God.
for a 13-pound loin. So I just can't drop over $2,000 for 13 pounds of meat, and hopefully, But the chuck is really nice. I mean, I trim all the fat out. It was a perfect square. My mom tried it. She goes, "That's a chuck?" I was like, "Yes, ma'am." I was like, "That's a A5 Japanese Wagyu chuck. That's not your standard chuck there." But yes, it's like you're saying, you can't eat too much of it because it's almost like an overdose of chocolate, But it's really to die for, and it's a really nice cut.
It's really I don't know how many ounces the piece you gave me. The three
I think
of
it was
us,
like right at 10, maybe 10.
yeah, I think so. The three of us sort of split it, and and it was great. I mean, you're right. You wouldn't want to eat 10 ounces of it, I don't think. I mean, there might be some people out there that would, but
yeah, I mean, they wouldn't be too excited about the next couple of days because their systems got turned over for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Campbell, I know you've got a few weeks before you come home. What are you looking forward to from LB's?
Well, I love whenever I come home. I feel like every time I come home, my parents are always like, "What do you want for the first night for dinner when you come home?" And I always am like, "I want a filet or something like that." And my dad always goes and gets it. And we have like a salad with it, and it's so good. So hopefully, when I come home for Thanksgiving the first night, that's what we have.
You can do that. You can do that. I'm gonna get a bone-in ribeye for myself this next time, but I will be happy to do fillets for all of you that want them. I've been craving a bone-in ribeye for a couple of weeks now, so that's coming. All right, let's get into the games. I don't even think we should talk about what happened to either one of you last week. It was ugly.
I mean, I guess we were due for a bad week.
You both were due for a bad week, and you had one at the same time, which continues the competition. You were both 2-5, so neither one of you lost any ground or gained any ground. You just lost. You lost 3 games under 500, but you're both still ahead of the break-even number for the college football season. So you have that going for you. You had one bad week, so now it's time to try to bounce back. It careened off the rails for both of you. It started with the Ole Miss Auburn game, and frankly, you probably both should have gotten it right, but the officials had other ideas.
And I guess they wanted to get a bunch of coins to make sure that they're not on the wrong end of the coin shortage.
The Lane Kiffin Twitter thing on Monday night was it was fabulous. As someone who can go on a Twitter rant here and there, I have a real appreciation for someone who can pull it off as gracefully as he did. So that was well done.
Right when he said that he was going to pay his fine back in pennies.
Yeah.
And now all the restaurants on the square are getting people to donate pennies.
Yeah. So I asked him on Wednesday. We get Kiffin on Monday and Wednesday, and on Wednesday, some of the other writers were asking him about Vanderbilt's offense and stuff, and I was nodding off in here, and I finally just said, "Hey, Lane, I was kind of wondering how many pennies you've gotten there at the building in the last couple of days," and he lit up. You could tell he'd been waiting for that, and he talked about Twitter and someone because when he first put his first tweet out, his fine was $25,000, and he said, "Does anyone know where I could find 25,000 pennies?" And he said that his son Knox told him, "Dad, you need some math help because 25,000 pennies is not covered." So he corrected. And then he said that was intentional. He was trying to set it up. To which I'm a little cynical, but he pulled it off. He pulled it off quite well. So Lane Kiffin he's really good at that kind of PR. His team lost a game that was certainly that call was a significant part of why and they lost it. It wasn't the only reason, but it was a big reason. And he was able to take that. He got fined because he was frustrated. He got fined because of something he tweeted, and he was able to turn that into a funny, positive, program building kind of a thing. And that's where he's a marketing genius.
Oh yeah, I mean, from the T-shirts, the penny with his face, and in Lane We Trust, from the Lane Train T-shirts, just everything. He's just a real marketable guy. I mean, that's why I switched the filet special to the Lane Train, filet special, and it just works out for us real well because people always look at it like, oh, Lane Train filet special, oh, that's cute, it's got to take advantage of him, and I appreciate him coming to Oxford and lifting the spirits around here.
All right, before we get to the games, it is Halloween tomorrow. All these games on Halloween, the full moon, first time Halloween full moon in years. What do y'all have? Y'all have Halloween plans tomorrow night? You trick-or-treating, Greg, Campbell?
I have a Halloween party to go to. So
What are you dressing up as?
I mean, y'all won't really understand, but it's a character from a Nickelodeon show that I used to watch.
What's the
Wait,
character?
what?
A character from a Nickelodeon show.
Nickelodeon,
Oh.
the children's channel.
Oh, okay.
You know, like Victorious and iCarly. I'm sure you don't.
Oh, I remember iCarly.
Okay, it's a character from one of those shows.
Okay. What about you, Greg? You dressing up?
I'm not. I'm pretty sure there'll be a couple trick or treaters in Como walking around, but yeah, I'm probably going to. I don't know. I'm not big on the dressing up. I might. No, I'm good on that. I might wear my Detroit Tiger jersey and pretend like I'm Kirk Gibson, and might do that.
Favorite Halloween?
Maybe do the mustache.
Yeah. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
Oh man, well, I like the Starburst. I'm a big fan of the Starburst. I actually like the Starburst and Sweet Tart combo. It's really nice. It's a nice combo. The little mini Snickers, you can't go wrong. But yeah, I try to stay clear of the candy because if it's a big bowl, it ends up getting sorted through, and then all of a sudden I'm good on what I didn't get.
Campbell?
I'm not really a candy person, but I like chocolate. So
Yeah, I'm a peanut butter cup guy, man. If those
I like Reese's. Reese's are really good.
If those things are sitting around, it's dangerous. That is like just.
Yeah, just take them all out of the bowl and then put them in the freezer for like 10 or 15 minutes, and they're really, really good.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I get the cravings. All right, here we go. Georgia is at Kentucky. Georgia.
We've covered all the food groups here. We
covered all the major food groups. We covered seafood. We covered all the major seafood, beef, and chocolate. We're good.
Chocolate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Throw in a jalapeno popper and it's a balanced meal. All right, Georgia at Kentucky. The Bulldogs giving 14.5 points to Kentucky. Greg, you're up. What do you think?
I like Kentucky here. That second half Georgia put on against Alabama probably was kind of a little bit on the disheartening side. Kentucky's playing some good ball. I know they kind of laid an egg at Missouri last week, but I'm still kind of high on Kentucky, and I think 2 touchdowns in the SEC game is a little too many points for a decent Kentucky team.
Campbell, what do you think?
I'm going to agree with him here. I know Kentucky's having a hard time scoring, but I'm still going to go with what I said last week with that we have a second, third cousin of some sort, so I'm going to pick Kentucky here.
So both of you are getting the points. So both of you taking Kentucky. You're both taking 14.5 points. All right, that's good enough. All right, let's move on to the interesting game, CBS game. LSU, a 2-point favorite at Auburn. This game at 2:30. You can watch it on CBS. I should have told you the Georgia game is at 11 a.m., noon Eastern, but 11 a.m. our time. That game can be seen on SEC Network. So LSU at Auburn, Campbell, the purple and gold Tigers giving 2 points to the orange and blue Tigers.
I am going to go with LSU here. I know Arkansas and Ole Miss don't really like each other very much right now after we beat them, but both of us got kind of at our Auburn games got screwed over a little. So I'm hoping that Auburn loses for that reason. I think both people in Oxford and in Fayetteville are still mad at Auburn fans right now, so I'm going to pick LSU here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the Bo Nix overrated train. You know, I'm still going to stay on it, but you know, this is basically a coin flip. But I have to agree with her. I like LSU. I think LSU will get back on track with their whatever third string or fourth string quarterback they're running.
Yeah, you know, he's the backup. TJ Finley, he looked really good in his first start against South Carolina. I'm with you on Nix, by the way. He had a couple of throws against Ole Miss that ended up being successful, that when Lane Kiffin gets the kind of defensive backs that he wants to get in Oxford, those are picks. Those are not going for what – I mean, credit to Seth Williams for Auburn. The receiver's a hell of a player, and he made big-time plays, but those were not good throws. All right, Mississippi State goes to Alabama, the Tide ranked number 2 in the country. Just continuing to roll over everybody. They blew out Tennessee last weekend. Mississippi State had a weekend off. They spent that weekend having players quit and kicking them off and all sorts of things. It's mutiny on the pirate ship there in Starkville. Mississippi State, Greg, is I guess I got ahead of myself. We'll go back to Ole Miss and Vanderbilt. I screwed up the order here. Mississippi State is getting 32 points in Tuscaloosa.
Man, I mean, that's a lot of points. I mean, you know, it just seems like Alabama is just too good. That's a lot of points. I'll see. Yeah, man, I'll take Alabama here. I just think it just State's in a bad situation. They've got a lot of transfer. You know, a lot of people leaving. A lot of people. You know, I just don't think it's a good situation over there in Starkville. So got to take the hot hand and the better team. So I'll take the Tide to roll.
Why are people leaving?
So here's the deal with Mike Leach. He's been the head coach at Texas Tech, head coach at Washington State, and now he's the head coach at Mississippi State. So he's always gone to kind of bottom rung programs in these Power 5 leagues. And he's a smart offensive mind. And when it goes well, he takes the credit. And when it doesn't go well, it's the player's fault. And in this case, he's beginning to blame players. And at Mississippi State, unlike Washington State, unlike Texas Tech, these are SEC players who are recruited to an SEC school, and they're having none of it. And so they've kind of fought back, and they don't like some of the stuff that he's doing, and it is creating organizational mutiny, and he wants to recruit his kind of guy. And good luck. I mean, there's 4 new coaches in the SEC, and 3 of them have momentum. Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss has momentum. Elijah Drinkwitz at Missouri has momentum. Sam Pittman at Arkansas has momentum. Mike Leach has mutiny, and it is what it is. I don't think it ends well. Maybe he reverses it and fixes it, but I don't think it ends well there, and I think it ends quickly. I think it's an awful fit. I can make the argument that Kiffin's a perfect fit for Ole Miss. I can make an argument that Pittman is the perfect fit at Arkansas. I can make an argument that Drinkwitz is a hell of a fit at Missouri. People forget, had Keith Carter not hired Lane Kiffin, or had Lane Kiffin not come to Ole Miss, Keith Carter's next move was Elijah Drinkwitz. That was the guy he was really impressed with, and you can kind of see it. I mean, I think the guy's kind of weird, but he's doing really well at Missouri right now. And Mike Leach, on the other hand, they've imploded since week 1. And when kids start quitting on you in the middle of the season, that's usually a bad sign.
Yeah, I mean, just whenever you inherit a program, you just have to work with what's there, not just be like, okay, nobody here is going to work out for me. So, I mean, and you can't give them that idea of it's not going to work, and I wasn't the right fit, and so I just think that Lane's doing a real good job with Ole Miss. Same thing with Pittman. You accept what you get in the program and you build off of it. So but yeah, Leach is definitely not doing that.
Yeah, it's understood when you come in, when the previous coach got fired, that things aren't going well there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been hired.
Yeah, for sure.
But when you come in and throw the kids that are there under the bus, all they did was accept scholarship offers. They're not criminals. When you come in and treat them that way, they're going to turn on you. You know, you still recruit. You're trying to recruit better players behind those guys so that you can get your program going. But when you walk in, if the program were already super, the other guy would still be there. That's, you know, if you inherit a failing business, it's not going to become a super successful business the next day. It's going to take some work.
Yeah, you got to work with what you got.
Yeah. All right, Campbell, we didn't get your pick here. Mississippi State getting 32 points at Alabama.
I'm going to agree with Greg again. Obviously, I think Alabama's going to win, and with what I just heard, Mississippi State is struggling with the players quitting. So I'm going with Alabama.
All right, you're both taking Alabama and laying the 32. It's a bunch of points. For the record, I agree with both of you. All right, that game is at 6 o'clock on ESPN. I skipped the Ole Miss game just because my list here, I didn't have much written down about it. Ole Miss heads to Vanderbilt on Saturday, 3 p.m. game there in Nashville. The game can be seen on the SEC network. Ole Miss is an 18-point favorite on the road. Campbell?
I know that Vanderbilt is horrible, and I said that I want Ole Miss to win last week, and they didn't. So obviously I think Ole Miss is going to win this week, and I kind of want them to actually because the Lane Kiffin thing was funny to me, and all my friends were talking about how they saw it on Twitter with the pennies. And one of my friends, both of her parents went to Ole Miss, and she almost went there actually. So she always like cheers for Ole Miss and wants to turn on the Ole Miss games. So I'm picking Ole Miss here.
All right, Campbell's got Ole Miss laying the 18 points. Greg?
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I know that Corral kind of struggled a little bit, you know, and then they put Plumlee in there to, you know, I'm not a two-quarterback system kind of guy, but, you know, whatever works, and whenever you have to make a change, you have to make a change. I mean, Ole Miss got to call it a tough break. You know, the clearly a blown call by the ref, and you know, it is what it is. You know, the SEC obviously is going to take care of the people that they want to win, you know, and it's just, it is what it is on that. And it's just a tough pill to swallow to come in the next Monday and, you know that, you know, you really didn't lose the game. You played the game right. And, you know, you kind of just got screwed over on a bad call. So I think Ole Miss rebounds here. I mean, again, Vanderbilt's just a sad story, and you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I can see Ole Miss putting up 42 easily on Vanderbilt and covering the 18.
I agree. All right, Arkansas, Campbell's Razorbacks. They head to Texas A&M. This game normally in Arlington. This year it's in College Station because of the whole COVID thing. Texas A&M is ranked 8th in the country, and the Aggies are giving the Razorbacks 10.5 points. Greg, you're up.
Man, I think this is going to be actually a really interesting game. I mean, it started out that, Arkansas is going to struggle, and, it's amazing what good coaches and, you get your players to buy into what you're trying to do, regardless if they're not your, players that you recruited, at your school. So I think Sam Pittman's done a real good job. It's hard for me not to take Arkansas here. I like Arkansas here. I'm going to take the 10.5.
Campbell?
Obviously, I'm going to pick Arkansas this year, but I'm upset that we can't go to the Dallas game. I went last year, and it was so much fun.
That was kind of one of your first really fun experiences last year. I mean,
it was like a month in, too. So not even, because I got here, I think in August 20th-ish, and, not even, probably 3 weeks later, I was in Dallas. And I stayed at one of my friends' houses with a bunch of people, and it was so much fun. But everyone's still excited here to watch it as we're getting ready for Halloween. We're going to turn it on in the Kyle house we talked about. So I'm excited for that. I'm sorry. No, you're fine. And we're going to turn it on here and watch it. So I'm going to pick Arkansas here. Hopefully we pull through another win.
All right, you're both getting Arkansas on the 10.5. I took A&M and laid the
It
points.
can go either way. I mean,
Yeah.
it really can. It can be a tight ball game, in the fourth quarter, and A&M, pulls away with two tight. I think it's going to be a really good game, and it's going to be a good watchable game also.
I think so too. A&M has a tendency to turn the ball over a little bit, and Arkansas, as Ole Miss saw, Arkansas has capitalized on turnovers this year, maybe as well as anybody in the country. So, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun, and I'm hoping the game next year is in Arlington. That would be great. That means all the kids get to go back, and it's time to let kids go back and be kids and have fun and all that stuff. They need to have fun. It's a fun time and play the game at Jerry World, and all the A&M fans come and the Arkansas fans come, and it's a fun game, and it needs to be played there. That's where it belongs. All right, off soapbox. Missouri is at Florida. This is by the way, that Arkansas A&M game is at 6:30. You can watch it on SEC Network. Missouri and Florida also play at 6:30, and this game is on the SEC Network alternate channel. And Missouri is a 13-point underdog. The Gators giving 13 to Missouri there in Gainesville. Campbell, what do you think?
I know Missouri has played really well the past two games.
Yeah.
But Florida is coming off of the COVID issues that they had or whatever. But if Florida looks good, I know you're going to go on Twitter for the night. But
yeah, she knows me well. If Florida wins, I might point out on Twitter that, God, for a team that all the players died of Twitter, they look pretty good, I mean, all the players got COVID and they all died and then they all came back. And
so I'm kind of hoping Florida wins. I'm going to pick Florida just for the reason that I like when you go on Twitter and you get all mad about the COVID problems. And I just think COVID is really, it's just really annoying, and I'm ready for it to go away. We got our spring break taken away actually last 2 days ago for COVID, which doesn't really make any sense anyways, because their logic, I'm just going to say this and I'll be done. The logic was that we can't get fall break. So they combined and made a longer break for Thanksgiving this year. But the logic for spring break is that we can't have a long week break, so they're going to split it up. So it doesn't make sense, because then we'd have to split up Thanksgiving break if it made sense to do shorter breaks.
so let me ask this. I'm curious. You're there. I've talked to some people at Ole Miss about this week too. You're there on a college campus. Arkansas is very similar to Ole Miss, frankly, in terms of size and things of that nature. What's it like being on a college campus as a college student with some of the restrictions that you have and the people that are watching you, and you're doing your classes virtually and all of that stuff? What's that like?
It's really frustrating. I loved last year actually going to class. I had a 7:30 a.m. class my first semester. So I loved walking to class in the mornings. Even when it was cold, it wasn't bad. And it's cold right now, but I just wish I could wake up and go to my 9:40 class in person and go, walk to class and all that. But it's frustrating when you can't and you have to wear masks. Everyone, if I'm being honest, has had COVID at some point or another at this point. So it's just like getting a sinus infection, in my opinion. But a lot of people take it really seriously for some reason, but it's frustrating because I'm going to go to a Halloween party tomorrow with lots of people there, and no one's going to die. No one's going to, no one's going to get so sick that they have to go to the hospital, hopefully, unless it's from drinking. So, it's just frustrating when I come back to campus and I can't go to class, but I can go to a Halloween party, or I can go home and go walk around in stores with people, and go out to eat in restaurants and sit down without a mask, but I can't go sit in class with a mask. So it's just kind of frustrating. So I'm ready for it to be over. Hopefully next semester is a little different. But I know the spring break situation had everyone fired up here about that. We started a petition that has over 5,000 signatures on it now. So hopefully that does something.
That's good. Your generation's learning that you have to be vocal. You have to be, and not just, you have to express your opinions and express them in an intelligent, educated way. But you have to fight a little bit. And I don't mean fist fight and I don't mean violence, but sometimes you have to fight back a little bit. And I think we're seeing some of that happening everywhere. All right. So we didn't even get to Missouri and Florida. Who you got?
Well, I'm going to Florida for the reason because they
Oh,
have
that's right.
COVID.
That's right. You told me that. I apologize. So you're taking Florida laying the 13, Greg?
I like Missouri here. You know, they've got some good momentum. You know, the kids have invested into a system and, you know, not fought it. And, you know, it seems like it's a good situation. I wasn't real high on Missouri this year just because of the new coach, but, you know, proof's in the pudding. And, you know, Missouri's a good club and can't downplay that. And I think 13 is a pretty good number to get with a Florida team, you know, all dying and then coming back to life. And, you know, so, I mean, that's a hard thing to do, to die and then come back and play an SEC type of football game in a week's time. So I'm going to take the momentum of Missouri on this one. I mean, it's just hilarious that we would literally make a comment like that, you know. I mean, it's just like I mean, anyway.
It's 2020. It's like someone showed me yesterday the path to 269 in the Electoral College, and I went, well, that's what's going to happen. I mean, at this point, you got to put your money on anything that's bizarre. Is that there you go? That's what's going to happen. All right, that was a lot of fun. So the only difference you guys have this week, Missouri and Florida, is going to determine who is in first place when we go into week 8 of the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. So all eyes on the Tigers and the Gators down there in Gainesville. All right, Campbell, thanks a lot. Greg, real quick before we go, tell the people how they can get in touch with you to get all of the great eats there at LB's Meat Market.
Yeah, you know, just always call the store, 662-259-2999. You know, if there's a big order that you have a bunch of people coming in town and you need to make sure you have meat taken care of for that for y'all's dinner, just call the store. We'll set it over the side. Got plenty of lane trains. We've got plenty of jalapeno poppers. My mom just ransacked every Kroger from here to South Haven. So if you go to a Kroger or you go to a grocery store and there's not jalapenos in there, just blame my mom. It is what it is. But
don't blame her. Drive over to LB's and get stocked up.
And,
awesome.
She got all her stuffed mushrooms ready. So yeah, we're stocked up, ready to go. I've got more Swayze sausage to shake a stick at. So you know, big fan of the Swayze sausage, beer, bacon, cheese, and jalapeno. Been very popular lately. And Zach's going to be doing your chicken jalapeno here in about an hour or so. And
sure.
We might make another different chicken sausage, but the chicken jalapeno and chicken spinach feta is pretty tough to beat. So we're not going to try to venture out the box. So we're just going to stick to the basics this year.
No, I love the chicken spinach feta. It would be my favorite if there was no chicken jalapeno. But the chicken jalapeno, that's my jam.
My sister actually takes the chicken jalapeno out of the casing and she cooks it and then puts it in her rotel.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
that's a good idea. That could happen. All right, we'll. Yeah, that's creative. All right, we'll let it stop there. So Ole Miss and Vanderbilt for all of you out there, 3:00 on Saturday. So you got plenty of time to get to LB's, get all your goodies, get everything ready to go, enjoy the game, and then light your grills and see who wins the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor when Missouri and Florida get going late Saturday. So until next week, that does it for this episode of the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. Thanks to Greg Jones. Thanks to Campbell McCready. I'm Neal McCready. Have a great weekend, and we will talk to you again next week. Thanks to Greg and to Campbell for that. It's almost noon, 3 hours before kickoff, about an hour before scoreboard business presented by the Rogue. There's some scores around the country. Boston College right now, second quarter, they lead Clemson 14-7. Again, no Trevor Lawrence today for Clemson. In that one, Georgia has a 7-0 lead late in the second quarter at Kentucky. Georgia really keeping the ball on the ground. Joey Gatewood making the start for Kentucky. They're at the Georgia 16-yard line, 3 minutes and counting to go. Have a 3rd and 11 right here. If I'm the Wildcats, I'm making sure I at least get points here with that kicker they have. Georgia bringing some pressure. Incomplete pass from Gatewood, so they're going to it's 21-7 now, Boston College over Clemson. I just saw that. Blake Robinson mentioned it in the thread, and then it popped up here on my secondary computer. Cincinnati leads Memphis 14-7. That game pretty early in the second quarter, 10:27 according to my clock. Michigan and Michigan State tied early in the second quarter as well. It's 7-7 in Ann Arbor. Both of those teams, I should say, Michigan looking for its second win of the year, Michigan State looking for its first. West Virginia has a 9-3 lead very early in the second quarter against Kansas State. 9-3 West Virginia. It's now 7-3 Georgia over Kentucky. Kentucky gets the field goal. 2:44 to go in the first half in Lexington. Coastal Carolina has a 20-0 lead over Georgia State. That game pretty early in the second quarter. Iowa State up 13-0 over Kansas. That game early in the second quarter as well. By the way, some people have asked about weather in Nashville. It's an absolutely gorgeous day here in Oxford. It apparently is the same there in Nashville. A high today of 66 and sun. I think the temperature dropping throughout the late afternoon. Don't forget tonight, it's daylight savings time, so you fall back, you get an extra hour of sleep, and but it's going to start getting a little darker earlier. But 66 is the high today in Nashville, according to the National Weather Service. So we talked a lot of recruiting on the Soft Verbal Podcast, myself and Zach Berry, and some of you heard that probably in podcast form yesterday, but here it is in video form as well. Again, scoreboard business presented by The Rogue, coming to you around 1 o'clock. Ryan Brown will join us. So will Chris Lee of AndySports.com. We'll get you ready for Ole Miss and Vanderbilt. Here is Zach Berry and myself with the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. Enjoy. Welcome into another edition of the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. I'm Neal McCready. That's Zach Berry. We'll be with you guys for about 40 minutes or so here this morning. Going to take some of your questions from rebelgrove.com, talk some recruiting and whatever else may happen to come up during this time. Before we get started, I want to tell you that we're brought to you by Dead Soxy. It's deadsoxy.com. They're the best socks you put on your feet, whether it's the no-shows or whether because it's gotten a little chillier outside. Maybe you want to get some of those traditional socks. They keep your feet nice and fresh. They stay up. You'll never have to bend down, pull your socks up. That's a promise. They're absolutely fantastic. All the styles you could possibly want. Everything is right there at deadsoxy.com, deadsoxy.com. Enter promo code Rebel Grove at checkout. You get 30% off all of your orders. I'm coming to you from the Clark Ford Studios. Clark Ford is in Amory, Mississippi, 662-257-1900 is the number. Call it. Ask for Corey Clark. Tell Corey what Ford product you're looking for. He'll send you a quote within 15 minutes in business hours. It's right to the bottom line. There's no hassle, no haggle. You get your quote. The rest is up to you. 662-257-1900. Zach, how are you?
Good afternoon, Neal.
That's
I guess I should answer your question. I'm doing fine. It was a big day here. We have the last, I guess, graduation from the day school.
Oh.
Moving on to full time next week. So today was the last day for the little man, and they were the folks there were kind enough to throw him a pizza party.
Oh, that's great. You can't beat a pizza party.
No, absolutely not. They had a Halloween parade this morning, so that was a good time. He dressed up. He went as a lobster. And surprisingly, did not fight the costume at all.
Really?
Yeah, left it like we were debating on, do we want to put it on, then put him in the car seat, or wait till we get there? So we just put him in it and put him in the car seat. Didn't mess with the little head or anything. Like, I mean, it was great. So
big day. Lobster and a pizza party and a parade. Can't beat that. That's for sure. All right, I opened it up for some questions. Thought we haven't done this in a while. Maybe we'll get some fresh topics.
Yeah,
So
got some good ones.
Rebel Commodore wants to know what's with all the decommits. I didn't know there were a bunch of decommits. I knew there was one decommit.
Two.
So what's with all of the decommits?
Technically, two can be all.
Yes. Well, one could be all.
Yeah, I mean, I think DeMarcus Smith was a while back. It feels like forever ago. I think he just honestly wanted to rethink some things. I'm of the opinion that Elijah Sabatini is probably thinking about Georgia pretty hard right now. it's typical with recruits when they decommit, they say, oh, no, I'm still considering X school, even though I just decommitted. I don't buy that.
Usually, if you tell the girl, you know what, I think we should see other people, there's someone in particular that you have in mind, and it's not her.
Sure. Yeah. Matt Luke obviously recruiting Sabatini, being from the coast. The Georgia offer is enticing. Who could blame him? It's a big time program. If they have room in that class, then yeah.
This one gets asked a lot down the road, so we'll get to it in a minute. We'll start here. I prefer the specific ones. It's easier to answer. What are Ole Miss's chances with John Lewis? Has Ole Miss lost any recruiting momentum after the last few disappointing performances on the field?
I'll answer the second one first. I don't think they're losing any kind of momentum at all. I think it's very evident that they need help on defense. So I see a lot of opportunity there for recruits. And then, offensively, they're still performing at a high level. Corral is still playing well.
Yeah, this is if you want to say the Arkansas game was a disappointing performance on the field, okay. I didn't think the Auburn game was a disappointing performance on the field. If we had had this conversation in August and I'd said to you, so here's the deal. With 4 minutes left in the game, Ole Miss is going to have the ball and a 1-point lead over Auburn. That's all I tell you. Because you go, well, can I ask you this? I'd say, nope, you don't get to ask any questions. Do you take it?
Yeah.
The answer's hell yes. For that matter, if I had told you in August, play along for a minute, tell me if I'm wrong. If I told you in August, with 3 minutes left in the game, you're going to be down 6 with the ball at Arkansas.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be like, really? But I mean, that could be worse. The thing is they haven't. And I know it's just fandom, and I understand that. I just don't know that people fully grasp where they were, what the situation has been, and where they are today. Honestly, it makes me feel like I've kind of failed because I think I look at this from a pretty neutral perspective, and the expectations they're too high.
Yeah, and I told somebody yesterday that was like, man, 1-4, that's such a tough spot for Kiffin. And even without, okay, COVID-19 is a thing. So that's been tough. But also, outside of the Arkansas game, this is exactly where I personally thought they'd be, and I think where most people thought they'd be. Nobody thought they'd beat Auburn. I think everybody was kind of like, all right, maybe they get Kentucky, and then they got a good shot to beat Arkansas. At this point, this is exactly what you thought it'd be.
So, that's what I think. I thought they had a shot to be 2-3 at this point, going to Vanderbilt. And looking back at it, they had a shot to be 3-2, but they could also be 0-5. So in the whole toss-up thing, they've had Florida beat them fair and square. And if we're honest, Alabama was just more than Ole Miss could handle that day. They might never have stopped them. And so they've had toss-up games with Kentucky, Arkansas, and Auburn, and they're 1-2, which is, one game wonder where you could realistically hope to be. If you're 3, I wouldn't want to be 3-0 in those 3 toss-up games because it would tell me that next season I was due some bad luck.
Yeah, unless you're Auburn.
And they're probably due some bad luck right now. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, they probably are. They've had a couple of fortunate breaks.
Universe might right itself this weekend.
Well, that's kind of usually how it works. Whether it's this weekend or down the road, there's going to be something that doesn't go their way, and you're like, oh, there it was.
Well, and
it's the baseball team that's 25 games over 500, and you look at their run differential, and it's +7, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
They are flirting with disaster.
Yeah. But this schedule was always set up for the back half to be where the momentum was had. I mean, outside of A&M, correct me if I'm wrong, Neal, and you talked with Chris today, and he talks to a ton of people around the country. Outside of A&M, the rest are toss-ups.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no doubt. South Carolina's a toss-up. Mississippi State, frankly, Ole Miss is probably going to be favored a little bit against Carolina and
The
State.
way it's going right now in Starkville.
They'll be an underdog against LSU, but it's possible, and they'll be a if the game were played today, they'd be a considerable underdog at College Station. So John Lewis, you didn't answer that one.
Right, yeah. So he's added a couple Power 5 offers, Ole Miss and Florida State. So obviously the ties to Mississippi there with the in-state program in Ole Miss, and then Marcus Woodson, who's now at Florida State. Outside of that, Central Arkansas, I did say yesterday on the board that Taylor Polk was the one who gave him the offer, his first offer, I believe. I think his only other offer is Jackson State. I think the new staff there, Dion and those folks, have offered him. I'm working on getting in contact with him. It kind of remains to be seen. Is he going to jump at the early opportunity to play for Ole Miss, the in-state program, or is he going to, whoa, I've got Ole Miss and Florida State coming at me now. Like, is he going to want to take a step back and see what else he gets? I don't know, who knows if he grew up an Ole Miss fan or not, but, Germantown's in the middle of playing a season right now, so maybe he wants to continue playing and being a senior, being a high school student, and then decide later. We'll see. Once I get in touch with him, I'm going to try to ask him a couple questions and see if I can get a feel for it. But for now, Ole Miss has got as good a shot as any.
How many recruits? This is kind of a two-question. It's a numbers question, which these are hard. How many recruits do you think Ole Miss ends up signing in this signing class, not including transfers? And then how many transfers / grad transfers do you think that they add to the roster for next season?
So right now they're at 15. I would say they, just off the top of my head, the names I think they're going after the most: Taiwan Malone, obviously, Luke Altmaier, Brandon Buckhalter, Ty Cooper, McKeelan Pounders, MJ Daniels. That's 6 right there, and I haven't brought up any JUCOs. And then there are probably 3 JUCOs out there, so that's give or take 8 or 9 additions. So yeah, I'd say they're probably going to be anywhere from like 23, 24 to 26, and then they're going to have some roster turnover.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
No question.
So they're going to have some spots.
People say how much? I don't know. A lot? A good bit?
Yeah.
Listen, here's the thing, right? And this isn't just Ole Miss. This is everywhere. Do your guys that are seniors who now have an extra year of eligibility, do they decide to come back? Do they decide to leave? Mm-hmm. Throw in a very real prospect of a one-time no penalty transfer. Guys suddenly decide to come, or they decide to leave. Mm-hmm. There's just no way there's people go, I want some firm numbers. It's impossible. I mean, I don't think if you sat down with the entire coaching staff right now and they were being honest, that they would be able to give you a real firm idea on numbers. Maybe a range, but they wouldn't be able to give you anything specific because they don't know.
Yeah, there's no way to know. And then the portal is it's going to be a free-for-all. There are guys entering right now, middle of the season, that, I mean, there's dudes that have played in 2020, but they're just like, nah, I'm leaving. So it's going to be a lot of wait and see. I mean, I've put up most of the guys in the portal that I think that they'll at least look at, that they have some ties to. But yeah, there's no way of knowing. They're going to have to evaluate and see who comes back, who leaves, who transfers out, who takes the extra year that they're given. I mean, that's the big kicker. So, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, so there's no way to truly know an actual number. But I feel comfortable in saying they'll probably sign anywhere from 23, 24 to, 27, give or take.
You mentioned Luke Altmaier. Hill Rebs wants to know, has the smoke gone out with Luke Altmaier?
I don't think so. It's not like he's going to be on Twitter throwing out hints, and I don't think there's any reason for him to decommit right now, especially living where he lives. He can always just kind of wait. I think that I would say for what Florida State has looked like and what Ole Miss has looked like, especially at quarterback, it's pretty evident that Jeff Lebby and Lane Kiffin know what they're doing. So how does the rest of the year look for Florida State? Is it going to be more of a shuffling at the quarterback position? Are they going to stick with who they have right now? I think it sets up perfectly for him to come in next year and be the understudy for Matt Corral, and for him to, play a mop-up duty, red shirt, whatever, and then take over after that. So I don't think the smoke's gone.
Okay. So there's still
have you heard any different?
I've not.
Okay.
I've heard literally the same thing. Any big 2022 high 4/5 stars that you feel good about at this point?
2022, I think the big one is obviously Walter Nolan, the guy who was at Olive Branch, then went to IMG, and then now is at St. Benedict in Cordova. He's the big one. I think as far as he goes, it's Tennessee or Ole Miss right now. He's probably the only 5-star I would give them a legitimate shot at. It's really early. It's obviously another cycle away. I mean, if you held me down and maybe give you one more, I'd say maybe Cam Dewberry from Humble, Texas, big offensive tackle. With the staff has a ton of ties in that state, so they got an offer out to him early, so maybe. But yeah, Nolan's the only one right now as far as a highly rated 5-star. Who knows with what is going on at LSU? Kamari Rogers, the kid from Lexington, he committed to LSU last year. Maybe he opens things back up. Maybe he gives Ole Miss another look with the new staff. Who knows? But those are probably the two big ones right now.
So I need you to get this right, or else. Next 3 players to commit to Ole Miss.
Next 3. Ooh.
Da-na-na, da-na-na.
I'm trying to think if there are any out there that have actually given a hard date. With no official visits out there, I think a lot of kids are waiting in wait and see mode, but I would probably lean in state, and I might go a couple flips.
All right.
I think Brandon Buckhalter is just kind of buying his time, especially with right now. Neal, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like this staff might be, and I think we're going to get to it eventually, is looking at, we got to find some impact receivers because nobody is stepping up right now.
Yeah, so let's just go there. Because it's hard to name who the next 3 are. I don't know. Who knows? Kids, I don't know. Where are their needs? Where are there not needs?
Yeah. Well, the obvious one is defensive line.
Defensive line, outside linebacker, they simply absolutely must be better on the edge on defense. I don't think people realize how horrible they have been on edge setting.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to make plays off the edge, turn plays back into linebackers. They've just been awful at it, and it's a talent issue.
Yeah.
They don't have enough of those guys. That's I don't know if it's need number 1, but it's way up there. They are woefully bad at safety. They've got to have some guys who can make plays at safety. You go back to the Auburn game. People talk about the kickoff. That got so much play, and I understand why. I do. But that long touchdown over the middle of the field to Seth Williams, that's a ball that's just thrown up. That's an interception. A good defensive back, that's a pick. That was a Bo Nix mistake that turned into a touchdown, basically. I know they tackled him at the 1, but they scored a play or 2 later. It was a touchdown. To me, that was a bigger play. It's like when people go, you don't give the officiating thing enough credit. Okay, I do, but there's so much more, and there are plays that's a safety that just didn't make that play, and truth is he never makes that play. They don't make
That-
those plays.
Well,
Was
that and
April
the
Finley.
yeah, and the go-ahead touchdown at the end, where I can't remember and I couldn't really tell in the game, but the Seth Williams catch down the sideline,
It was a back shoulder throw that was a bad throw.
and then the safety took an awful angle and then falls down, and then he just trots into the end zone. I mean, that right there, it's either got to be a break on the ball, pass break up, or you make the tackle. And yeah,
Well, there were so many times where they had opportunities in that game, and they just didn't get it done. So defensive back is a need. Defensive line's a need, big time.
that's a need every class.
Yeah, but they've got to start getting impactful defensive linemen. I think guard to guard on the offensive front is a need. They've got to be able to get more physical. And then, like you said, they've got to get more wide receivers. Elijah Moore's leaving. And when he does, I don't know what's left in his wake. A couple of guys who've been inconsistent, but they're going to have to go out. It's where I think Lane Kiffin could really sell to some high-impact players. Hey, we're going to throw the ball. Look at our numbers.
Yeah.
We don't have anybody other than Elijah.
Well, it's
Go's had moments, but he hasn't been consistent. I don't know whether
he's had his moments, Neal, but he's got the highest drop rate in the conference. That
it
can't happen.
No. So they don't trust him that much anymore. And then the other guys, I mean, Miles Battle's on defense now.
I mean, Braylon Sanders is a shell of himself after the injuries.
Yeah, no, I think it's a monumental need, and I don't know whether Yeboah is coming back. So you've got question marks there. I don't foresee a scenario where Elijah Moore comes back. I'll be honest. I don't see that happening.
Well, right now, I mean, we're keeping track of it on the site over at Red Cup. He's on pace still to break A.J. Brown's single-season receptions record in 10 games. So, I mean, that's your recruiting pitch right there. You come here and you be the dude, we're going to get you the football.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, as of right now, in my opinion, Braylon Brown is signing with Ole Miss and coming in next year and taking someone's spot. Because I wholeheartedly believe that he's better than what they have right now. So, and it's not that they didn't recruit well at the position, because you've got Mingo, who was a highly rated 4-star that Georgia wanted. DeMarcus Gregory, who a knee injury kills him. But, Dennis Jackson, Jaden Jackson, they were all highly recruited guys with good offers who just haven't done anything. So
if you told me they jumped into the transfer portal at receiver, I'd buy it.
They could. I mean, I think they're desperately needing somebody to either step up or they're just going to fix it on the recruiting trail. And there's a question that's farther down, and we can jump into it here. Yesterday they offered Teddy Knox, a Mississippi State commit from the Woodlands in Texas. Highly rated 4-star guy, essentially a Elijah Moore type, shifty slot guy who can do a lot of damage in space. And look, I mean, Mississippi State, there's no question that there's some turmoil going on over there. So they're definitely going to look at their commits. I posted that yesterday on the board. They're looking at a lot of guys. They're trying to flip some guys over there because there's no telling what Mike Leach is doing. I mean, he's literally coming out and saying he's purging players. So I don't know what that does to your brand and your atmosphere over there in that building. But yeah.
One of the questions is, where will Ole Miss see the greatest improvement on the field next year after this recruiting cycle? I mean, look, it has to be defensive line. It just has to be. They have to be better there, or they're doing this all over again next season.
Right. I'd say that, or safety, because Otis Reese is going to be an immediate starter.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a good player.
The truth is, Zach, they have to be better at both of those spots.
Yeah. They're playing a lot of young guys right now, so maybe another year experience with the staff in the weight room, they'll improve, but who knows? I mean, I don't like the argument of, bad experience equals good, another year of bad experience equals good, performance. I don't really tend to buy that most of the time, but yeah, D-line and safety is where they got to be better.
We'll switch to basketball quickly. We'll get back to football in a second. Any updates on Brandon Huntley-Hatfield? Not really.
No.
He hasn't committed to reclassifying yet, so he's got time. If he reclassifies, obviously the calendar speeds up.
Yeah.
I think that he will, but he's not committed to it. I still like Ole Miss's chances, but look, there's going to be competition for him all the way to the end.
He's been coy on social media about it. I think he's still thinking about reclassifying. And I'm with you. I
do
like Ole
too.
Miss's chances.
Yeah. As of now, do you believe this football class ends up top 30 come signing day? You would know this better than me. I couldn't tell you where they are today.
So right now they're 52. This might, well, I don't know. I'll say it might sound like a cop out, but with the heavy portal and JUCO route they could go, because I don't know what Rivals is doing with JUCO rankings. Because I mean, a guy like Isaiah Iton who plays at Hutchinson, they're not playing until next spring. So if he's in this class, how are they going to rate him without seeing him? A lot of those guys don't have a rating. I mean, it's like Jamon Gordon, who, if you look at the class and look at the star rating, he technically holds Ole Miss's star rating down because he doesn't have a rating. So I think he's a high level 3, possibly 4-star junior college player. That certainly bumps up their star rating, which is sitting at an even 3 right now. And then you also got to remember that they've got 2 kickers in this class. So Costa's a 5.53 star and Bethel's a 5.32 star. So they're thrown in the mix as well. I would say top 35 is definitely gettable with who they're going after. And I mean, there's been some talks of them kind of re-ranking a couple guys. Braylon Brown, he's a 5.9 right now. If he keeps playing the way he's playing at St. Thomas Aquinas, I mean, he could possibly flirt with getting a 5th star. But again, we stressed it enough on here, Neal. Just look at the star rating, the average star rating. That's the important number to look at. But yeah, they could get into top 35. I mean, I think they got a really good shot with Tywan Malone, Talik Robbins, another defensive lineman up there in the Northeast from Philly. He's started to look at Ole Miss again. I think it's going to be Ole Miss or A&M for him. He I talked to a couple guys up there in the Northeast yesterday. They said that he's planning on visiting Oxford with his family at some point. I think he's wanting to take another look. Chris Partridge has been working him hard. So he's I'd say he's not highly rated 3-star, but I think he's certainly someone who could get a re-ranking and bump them up a little bit. But he's a defensive tackle, and that's a position of need, and Georgia and A&M have offered him. So that should be good enough for folks.
It's also a pretty expensive position. So
they are the most expensive.
Yes, they don't grow on trees. If Lane Kiffin and Gus Malzahn had a tag team WWE match, I take this to mean against Mike Leach and Ed Orgeron. Who you got? Listen. What you'd have to do is separate Leach away from Orgeron and end the match there. My money, as long as Orgeron's in the ring, my money's on him.
You also have to factor in if this is typical like WWE wrestling rules. I think Kiffin would be sly enough to entice Ed Orgeron and get him, get in his head to where he would grab some kind of weapon out from under the ring and they'd be disqualified.
Yeah, what you'd want to do is Kiffin would want to get outside of the ring and distract Orgeron and have him running around chasing him on something. And then I think Malzahn could take Leach right there in the middle of the ring. And by the time Orgeron realized that the match was over, he could totally lose his mind.
You also have to factor in that Malzahn typically operates in circles only. So a square would be very confusing for him.
That's true. And there's a lot of distractions that would distract multiple members of that quartet.
Right.
Just shut up, Neal. Keep going. Don't talk. The probationary period ends on 11/30/2020, November 30th. What will this do for recruiting? It allows you to kind of get back in the game.
Yeah.
Back in the ring, if you will.
Right. Absolutely. I think they've been, very, 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 very not operating at full capacity. I guess you could say.
Cautious.
They'll get aggressive, and then December signing period is still on, as far as I know. So more and more recruits are wanting to graduate early, get into college weight program early. So they're going to be very active in that last month and a half.
take a guess on when in-person recruiting resumes.
November 5th.
Stop.
Sorry, that was a joke. Come on.
When's it start back?
I would say probably next cycle, right? I mean, it has to.
Oh, you're optimistic. You're saying March?
I mean, I think after February signing period, I think they will start to look at having camps again, having, regular recruiting cycle activity. And I think that
the optimistic Zach Berry comes racing out of the gate.
do you not think so?
No, I don't. I will say June 1st, and I'm pessimistic.
Okay.
June 1st to me is an optimistic date.
And I guess that could be lumped in with me saying next cycle,
Okay.
where that summer is when they'll start ramping up, having the rivals, regional camps and trying to move towards Elite 11, the opening, all that stuff. Because I know that's they hated not being able to do that, and that hurts the business because they can't evaluate and see kids. And
sure, it's awful.
It hurts the high school kids.
It's awful for everyone.
Right.
It's terrible for the kids. It's terrible for the kids. I mean, I have a nephew that's a sophomore in Alabama who is probably going to be a borderline prospect, and he can't get out and be seen. He was going to go to one of the camps in Atlanta. It got canceled, of course. The coaches didn't come out the spring, so you don't get a chance to get kind of discovered or get on the radar a little bit. So,
I mean, hell, could you imagine what it'd be like if they didn't have Huddle? They didn't have Twitter? I mean, it'd be
awful.
Impossible.
Yeah. Can you give an update on Antonio Harmon? What are your sources saying about Antonio Harmon? Anything any different?
Well, so I've talked to a couple of people that have seen him play live. I obviously have not been able to. They say he's impressive. They say that, he looks the part physically. The question has always been the speed. Is he going to be able to have top end speed to be effective? I personally think that he fits perfectly for what they want in a tight end. I mean, he's not as big as Yeboah, but he could get bigger. I mean, he's north of 210 pounds now. He's big. He's physical. He obviously has ball skills. There was a lot of smoke a couple weeks ago with Texas, and I talked to some Texas folks, and they didn't really know, which that's kind of twofold because with what Tom Herman and them are dealing with right now, they're kind of on lockdown as far as talking to, reporters about things like that. But if Texas wants him, is he really a take there? Is Harmon really serious about going there? Because to my knowledge, he's never been to Austin. He's never been to campus. From what I've been told, he wants to go to Ole Miss. So I think it's a matter of, do they think that he fits what they want to do, and would he possibly be willing to play tight end? Because I don't think he's fast enough to play receiver. That's my opinion.
What are the odds that they flip Sheed from LSU? You'll have to tell me who that is.
Jalen Sheed, he's a tight end at Olive Branch High School.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's a good shot. I mean, he's been receptive to their recruiting pitch as of late. Last time I talked to some people, they said that they were definitely still in contact with him. I talk a lot about the Kenny Yeboah effect, and his emergence in this offense has definitely got his attention, as well as other tight ends. I know they really like him as a prospect, and he's a really good athlete. He's played some receiver for Olive Branch. He's played some defensive end for him. So big athletic kid that I know that they would like to have in this offense to go along with DeMarcus Thomas next year if Yeboah does not come back. But, we'll have to see. LSU doesn't really use a tight end that much. They obviously did last year with Thaddeus Moss, but, Joe Brady's gone, Joe Burrow's gone. So I don't know. But right now I'd say they're definitely in it. I definitely think that Kenny Yeboah and Joe John Finley have really made their mark so far.
You referenced JUCO defensive linemen earlier. Any updates on those guys?
I mean, I think the names to know right now, Isaiah Iton, Jalen Williams, and Nigel McGriff are the big three that I know are still in the mix. Iton, he's really blown up out in Hutchinson and in Kansas, and then you've got Jalen Williams, who's at Jones, then Nigel McGriff, who's at Northwest and Senatobia. All big 6'3", 6'4" guys, close to 300, if not north of 300. So those are the bodies they need on that defensive line because, they're just, as we've seen it on Saturday, they're getting absolutely just blown off the football every single week.
All right, last 6-7 minutes or so. Assuming things are back to normal next year, what's more likely, winning 7 games or having a top 15 recruiting class?
Ooh,
Your dog's there's a dog that just jumped up on top of your bed to attack the other dog.
Yeah. Who knows? They're probably just gonna lick each other's face for like 10 minutes and make a lot of noise. I don't know, Neal. What if we say both?
Ooh.
I mean, I think
I would see. I don't. I'd have to look at their schedule. I don't know it.
yeah, that's another thing we don't know.
I would have to say a top 15 recruiting class is more likely.
Yeah.
From a breakout standpoint on the field, I've always thought 2022 was more likely than 2021.
Yeah. Here's one thing that I mentioned on the board, and I'll throw it to you to ask you what your thoughts are. I mentioned it last week. The Auburn game was Matt Corral's 9th career start ever. And he is in the 3rd offense in his 3rd year on campus. So he's had 3 different coordinators. So I think next year is like the big leap year for him where he can, obviously barring Jeff Levy and Kiffin leaving, he'll be in the same offense. He'll be the returning starter. There'll be no questions. There'll be no quarterback controversy.
He will have had a spring. He'll have a traditional summer. He'll have time with coaches in the summer to go over film, to talk about things, to understand things a little bit more. Things will slow down for him a little bit more. He'll know it's his job. There will be some confidence that I don't know. I think confidence is still something he's developing as we speak. I don't mean the bravado BS stuff. I'm talking about real confidence.
Yeah, there's a difference between swagger and confidence.
I thought that his throw late in the game to Yeboah was probably one that on film gave him some confidence.
The one that was a drop?
He dropped it. Yeah. Where they probably said to him on film the next day with the emotion of the day gone a little bit, hey, that's a big-time play.
Yeah.
That's a big-time play. That's putting a ball, that's a seed right into the middle, hit him in stride. He's going to get to the 3, 4, 5 yard line. You're going to have a shot to go win the game. That's a big-time play. The fact that the play didn't get made shouldn't and won't take away from that being a confidence-building moment where they can say, hey, Matt, look at this. We only had X amount of time. We probably didn't. On the flip side, they probably said to him, hey, these 10 seconds that you wasted looking at us, we've got to get better at managing those 10 seconds. We let those 10 seconds click off. We could have used those more efficiently. There's growth there where I think that benefits going into next season. And I agree with you.
Right.
This Corral bashing thing is beyond me. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I thought last Saturday was a really good growing up moment for him because he threw a disastrous pick in the first quarter to where he came off the field. And this is a kid who gets really down on himself. Confidence is an issue. He just come off a 6 interception game against Arkansas where, quite frankly, if you went back and watched it, it could have been 8.
Yeah.
Okay, he had a nightmare game. He comes back, boom, pick. You know what's in his head. And then from that point forward, I thought he managed a really good game. Got hurt by drops. Mingo, Yeboah. I thought that was a building block game for Matt Corral. And then people go, "You're negative," and I'll look at people. I'm like, "You're the negative when I'm sitting here." It's weird to me.
Yeah. And I was going to say this, Neal. I thought that throw was even more impressive because Ole Miss had shifted to running the ball primarily against Auburn because they took away everything downfield. So to be able to make that throw when you're not really in rhythm and you haven't been throwing the ball a lot makes it even more impressive. So yeah, next year I expect a big jump offensively from him, and just working with the staff for a second consecutive year, not having to learn a completely new offense, and just some continuity with Levy and Kiffin. I expect it to be much better.
Just found out that Finley, the dog, the dog in Oxford that has been missing for 4 days, has been found and returned to his owner. So that's big news in Oxford today.
Yeah, that's awesome news. Yeah, actually, I thought about that earlier because, yeah.
Yeah, so
Well, good.
Congratulations to Finley and his owner. Will transfers count towards rankings? I know this is something, believe it or not, that Rivals has taken some heat for, and I know for a fact that they're working on it, trying to figure out how do you do this, because it's definitely a new part of recruiting, and it probably does need to be factored in. I don't know how long that takes. In fairness, nobody else has figured out how to do that either, and so
it's a lot of legwork to do.
Yeah, and so the short answer is no. The long answer is they probably should. The more nuanced answer is they probably should, but I'm glad I don't have that assignment.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter. I know that'd be nice to have something to look at on paper, but as an Ole Miss fan, you have to know Otis Reese is a former top 100 player. He signed with Georgia. That should be good enough. You know he's a good player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's a tall task to have to evaluate that kind of thing.
Landshark Lenny 9. There's a lot of thoughts here. Ready?
Okay.
He says, why can Ole Miss recruit and win in smaller team sports, but never in football outside of 2014 and 2015? Baseball consistently is in the top 10. Golf produced a national championship with Thornberry, and the ladies won the SEC and East Lake Cup. We have a great rifling team. Cross country is great. Basketball consistently loses, although thanks to Kermit, Ole Miss has its best case in school history on paper. Doesn't mean we'll have a ranked team in the near future. Assuming it's all about coaching, which falls on the shoulders of former ADs, is it more to do with the network required in football, but not as critical in the other sports?
I mean, yeah. It's Jimmy's and Joe's. That is, you got to have –
in Washington's.
Yes, you got to have the players. The other niche sports, you can catch fire. I can't believe Landshark Lenny didn't even throw out tennis.
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Chadwick had it going over there for a long time. Devin Britton won a national title.
Is it a rifler or a rifle man, rifle woman? Are you a rifler or are you a rifle woman?
That could be rifler.
Could it?
But I don't know. They're number one in the country right now.
I know.
How about that? But yeah, shout out to the lady golf team. Won the East Lake Cup. But yeah, I mean that's the obvious answer is it's just the network, and other programs have a larger network to operate with, and that can hinder Ole Miss at times. You find yourself going up against the likes of Tennessee and Georgia and Texas, Southern Cal, Michigan. It's going to be a little different. It's just finding that right mix of a good staff with can make inroads, can build relationships, and then having a network that can operate at full capacity in a very strategic and smart manner. I guess that's about as best as we can put it without saying more.
Zach is spending his weekend scouting an 11 and 12-year-old travel baseball tournament, looking for the next big commitment for the Rebels. They are now committing 14-year-olds. I'm told there's a 9-year-old in the Smyrna travel ball team league that is just fantastic. He's just mashing the ball. So Zach's going to go talk to his mom and dad, get a detailed breakdown on him, what kind of pizza he likes, that kind of thing. Pass that on to the network, get that done.
Yeah, baseball did get a commitment. It hasn't been revealed publicly, but Carl Lafferty did tweet out this morning.
He's 14.
He is? We know that for sure?
Yes, he's 14.
Who is it?
I don't know, some kid who's 14 years old. I live with a 14-year-old. I realize that's what they do, and that's just the deal, but it's hard for me to take that all that seriously.
Baseball is like the only sport that does that, though, which is odd. But you'll have like ninth graders commit.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I don't know. People got to forgive me when I'm cynical about stuff like this, because I live in a house with, I have a senior in high school who has pretty much made a college decision, but you can tell waffles some here and there. And I just can't even imagine a ninth grader making a firm, resolute college decision. And I realize it's different when you're talking about sports because they're committing to a baseball program more than our university. I get it. I will say it. I think that's unfortunate that that's the way that works.
Yeah. Was the waffling a nod to, is Auburn being considered?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
I want to ask you a question, Neal.
All right.
Last night it broke that 2022 Quinn Ewers decommitted from Texas.
But the quarterback?
Texas. Yes, he's from South Lake Carroll. He is very good. It looks like all signs are pointing to Columbus, Ohio, and the Buckeyes. But I wanted to and we can close on this. I wanted to ask you, how much longer is Tom Herman getting on the 40 acres?
Well, I just got through talking to Chris Landry about that, and not long. I think he's in trouble.
If anybody honestly points to, well, they won the Sugar Bowl against Georgia. Come on. Like that was the equivalent. Georgia didn't want to be there any more than Ole Miss wanted to be at the Peach Bowl against TCU that year.
That's correct.
And even then, what were they, 8-4 that year, or 9-4 with that win?
Yeah, that it just hasn't worked. The question is, can anyone make it work?
Well, I was going to say that's my ultimate stay away job, because I don't know how you make those folks happy.
It would be hard.
Yeah, who would go? Who would you say would go there?
I think a lot of people would, but you'd have to ask questions. Does Urban Meyer take that job? Number one. If he doesn't take it, do they? They want to hit big. They want to go get a Ryan Day from Ohio State. They want to get, someone of that nature. Would I don't know.
Is the star a little bit dimmer now with James Franklin?
Where would you rather be, Penn State or Texas? Texas has issues right now. I think Texas is an overall better job. I don't know. I think they're
Big 12 technically easier.
Yeah, probably. I think the thing is, who makes sense? You could go. Would Billy Napier do a good job? Of course. Is that going to fire up anybody in Austin? No.
No, yeah.
They wanted Nick Saban last time and probably had a real shot at Nick Saban last time, and then they just didn't get it done. And so, I don't know, Zach. Long story short, I'm of the opinion, and now we've talked about this before, just because you won at Tennessee once doesn't mean you win at Tennessee again. Just because once Nebraska was a power doesn't make it so again. Just because Miami was once a power doesn't make it so again. Just because Texas was once a power and looks like it should be a power and has all the resources to be a power doesn't mean that it's positioned to truly be a power. That's just me. I think we have a tendency to go, oh, well, they once won. So.
Yeah. Texas in 2020 is very different from Texas in 2001.
Right now it is, and they have all these things politically going on there. And then, what's the future? Where do they go when their rights deal goes? Do they stay in the Big 12? Do they flip leagues? If I'm taking that job, I have a lot of questions before I take it. Now, that being said, lots of money, lots of resources. Austin's a great place to live. A huge recruiting base, but for whatever reason or reasons, the top players in Texas have stopped going to Texas. And I'd have to find out why that is before I just assumed that my presence walked in there and changed the game.
Yeah. It's weird. Because it has all the makings, like you said, of being a premier program on and off the field. But the landscape has changed with, A&M being better, TCU being better, other programs in the state investing in football. Because before it was, it's Texas, hook 'em, baby. You're going to come here. You're not going to go anywhere else. But yeah, now it's Gary Patterson is still at TCU and doing a nice job, and so it's interesting. I thought Herman would work there. I was never really big fan of him, but I thought he'd work. But oh boy,
Yeah. All right, we'll stop there. Appreciate the time very much. Thanks for all the questions from everyone. Appreciate those as well. We'll be back next week with another edition of the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. Don't forget deadsoxy.com, DEADSOXY.com. Enter promo code Rebel Grove at checkout, and you get 30% off your order. For Zach Berry, oh wow, look at that! Look at that! Show me the money award that he got. That is awesome. All right, for Zach, I'm Neal. Until next time, take care. So that was Zach Berry and myself with the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. It is 12:51, about 2 hours, 9 minutes or so until kickoff. Ole Miss and Vanderbilt in Nashville. Rebels' final game before an open date, as you can see on the pretty yellow schedule here on the screen. Ole Miss looking for win number 2. Big story developing in college football. You guys have been following it along with me on the YouTube live stream. Boston College, a 28-13 leader over Clemson at the half. No Trevor Lawrence, but Trevor Lawrence does not play defense. Boston College having its way with the Tigers. We'll talk to Ryan Brown in a little bit when we start scoreboard business. I'm sure we'll ask about what this would mean if it's a Clemson loss, what it would mean for the Tigers in terms of playoff. Does not having Lawrence give them a mulligan? Depends on how you lose, if you ask me. Georgia up 14-3 over Kentucky, almost midway through the third. I looked up a minute ago, and Kentucky was driving, and now they're on a commercial break, so maybe something happened, and I missed it when I was switching screens and all of that stuff. Cincinnati up 21-10 at the half over Memphis. The Bearcats 4-0, looking for win number 5, looking to stay unbeaten. Michigan trails Michigan State at the half, 14-10. Jim Harbaugh's team struggling a little bit. West Virginia up at the half, 24-10 over Kansas State. I've been watching some of that in and out. West Virginia has looked really impressive so far. They have been stifling against the Kansas State offense, one that had been rolling through the first part of the season. K-State 4-0 since losing the opener against Arkansas State. In trouble today in Morgantown. Coastal Carolina just rolling over Georgia State, 34-0. The Chanticleers headed to 6-0, 4-0 in the Sun Belt. Iowa State leads Kansas 20-7. That game at the half as well in Lawrence. Kansas on their way to 0-6. I'm sure there's some other games out there. Those are the ones that are ranked or involving SEC teams. The rest of the SEC schedule today, Auburn and LSU. That game on the Plains in Auburn at 2:30 on CBS. LSU and Auburn, and then Ole Miss and Vanderbilt, of course. Mississippi State heads to Alabama at 6 o'clock. That game's on ESPN. And then a pair of 6:30 games. Arkansas is at Texas A&M. That game normally in Arlington. This year it's moved to College Station. Hopefully next year it's in Arlington. That would mean that things are starting to get back to normal. But that game at 6:30 on the SEC Network, and then Missouri is at Florida. That game 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. That's on the SEC Network alternate channel. I mentioned Kentucky. They must have gotten a penalty or something. They're backed up a little bit now. They're at the Georgia 45-yard line, 9:24 and counting to go in the third quarter. The Bulldogs up 14-3. Joey Gatewood, the former Auburn quarterback, is in for Kentucky. They get a first down, convert it to the Georgia 40. So Kentucky hanging in there. For those of us that are watching the betting line on that one, it was about, 14.5? So right now Kentucky looking pretty good on the betting line, but those of us who took the dogs and laid the points, we got time. Chase Parham will be here in a little bit. We'll get started with scoreboard business shortly. Like I said, Ryan Brown will join us. So will Chris Lee. He covers Vanderbilt for Rivals.com, VandySports.com. Talked to him yesterday for, 30-some-odd minutes. It was a really interesting conversation, one that I think you'll enjoy. It goes well beyond today's matchup, I can tell you that he does not think Vanderbilt's going to be competitive today. Vanderbilt has had all sorts of COVID issues. They've had internal issues. They're playing today, I think, in large part because the SEC has put its foot down a little bit about Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's already missed one game with COVID issues. Their game against Missouri was rescheduled, so they've already rescheduled one. The league did not want to reschedule two, so Vanderbilt playing today. And Ole Miss about to head to get 6 games in with no COVID issues. They're one of the teams in the league that has been able to navigate it pretty well. They had a couple of weeks there where maybe it was a little touch and go. Joey Gateway just fumbles there, kills a drive. So Georgia takes over. That was probably Kentucky's. You made me guess. That's Kentucky's last opportunity to stay competitive in this game. Let me respond to Ryan here real quick. Okay, sorry. There's a question in the thread about Tennessee, not Tennessee, Nebraska and Texas. No, I think Texas is a better job than Nebraska. I'm not convinced that just because you once won someplace, that just because someplace was once a power, that it remains a power. And if I'm looking at the Texas job, I'm having to ask myself why, over the last decade plus, are all the good players in Texas going elsewhere? And now Texas A&M's in the SEC, obviously, all of those things. Those are things that would bother me. Chase will be here in a few minutes. Anyway, if you guys have questions in the thread, I can take them. We'll switch gears here in just a minute. I'll switch scenes and get us into scoreboard business. Again, brought to you by The Rogue. This week, you can go to therogue.com, just like last week. A lot of you did it. Go to therogue.com, enter promo code NealChase20. That's NealChase20. You get 20% off of all of the Peter Millar Ole Miss collection there at The Rogue, at therogue.com. Gatewood's the quarterback at Kentucky who can throw. For whatever reason, Kentucky wants to keep the ball on the ground and keep the ball on the ground. That's become their identity over the last few years. And I guess that's fine. It gets you to a certain place. But I don't know that you can make the move. Oh, Bo Allen's his name. Okay. I stand corrected. Why is Ole Miss cursed? I don't know, man. It's Halloween. Lots of curses on Halloween. Games later today. We mentioned Notre Dame going to Georgia Tech. Indiana is at Rutgers after that emotional win last week for the Hoosiers. Texas is at Oklahoma State. The Horns 3-2. The Cowboys 4-0. One of the handful of teams that are sort of in the mix. Boise State's at Air Force. Mississippi State at Alabama. Ohio State at Penn State. Arkansas at Texas A&M. Missouri at Florida. Navy is at SMU. North Carolina at Virginia. Oklahoma at Texas Tech. Some of the late games, Western Kentucky at BYU. That's about it in terms of games that we'll be keeping an eye on today. What was the question? Do you know anything C numbers program using? Because I don't know what that means. Anything C number programming using Unity? Nope, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. So I'm going to hit the bear with us button for just a minute so I can change the scenes real quick. We'll be right back with Scoreboard Business presented by The Rogue. It's Ole Miss and Vanderbilt coming your way at 3 o'clock. We'll be with you the rest of the way. Hang tight, just literally 1 minute. Welcome into Scoreboard Business, presented by The Rogue. I'm Neal McCready, Chase Parham here as well with you until 3 o'clock, which time Ole Miss and Vanderbilt get started there in Nashville, 3 o'clock kick. We'll have Scoreboard Business till, like I said, till 3. We'll have the MPW Digital Watch Party until the game's over. Then we'll launch into Hand Raise, guys. And we'll stay with you guys here on this Halloween for basically as long as you want to. Brought to you by The Rogue. I'll tell you about The Rogue in just a minute. Don't forget, right, there's the promo code NealChase20. Go to therogue.com and enter NealChase20 in the promo tab. You get 20% off all of the Peter Millar Ole Miss collection there at The Rogue. Chase, how are you?
Oh, I'm lovely. Georgia kind of sitting there, Kentucky a little bit, running a little late, but I'm settled in. Yeah, it's an interesting day because, and we'll get into it in a pretty good bit with Ryan and elsewhere, but it feels like today that Ole Miss fans, if there's a close game, if it's, God forbid, a loss, we talked about throughout the week, that it's almost kind of a problem. It's almost like a blowout win is what is necessary to sort of keep a fan base in check a little bit today. And it's an interesting dynamic with the team.
If Ole Miss loses, you are doing a call-in show solo, and I'm going to go hand out candy and drink bourbon. I'm not going to.
You feel very certain about that at this point.
I'm not doing it. I've done enough of those shows. I feel like I have done my penance on those shows. So nope. Vanderbilt win, I'm just disappearing at post game. I'll throw a column up at sometime Tuesday.
I mean, it's 5-5 in the last 10 between the two schools, right?
It's something like that.
Okay,
yeah,
something like that. Do we know what Vanderbilt's actual roster looks like right now?
Just a bunch of dudes. Chris didn't even know.
And you look at their offensive
They've
stats.
not exactly been transparent.
No.
They've hidden behind some of the private school stuff and the HIPAA stuff.
Well, and it's that deal where even when you look at their stats, there's nothing there on offense. I mean, if Ole Miss is going to have a day where the defense looks fairly decent and it's whatever, and they hold a team to a certain number of points. I mean, Vanderbilt scored 12, 7, and 7 so far in its 3 games it's played. Its quarterback's averaging like 140 yards a game in the passing, something like that. I mean, their leading receiver, seriously, is averaging like 30 yards a game. There's just nothing there at all offensively.
No, if they move the ball effectively against Ole Miss clearly has defensive problems that are not going to be fixed over the course of the season. I actually think Ole Miss wins and wins fairly handily today. I'll be surprised. I don't know what that means, or I think they cover the line. So 20 points plus. The people that are like, oh, if you don't win by 40, it's nah, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. I don't get into all that. Kentucky gets a turnover. Stetson Bennett, the 4th, with another pick. Gatewood's athletic, but they just don't have enough against that defense.
Well, they kept the ball for 19 minutes in the first half and had 3 points and like 127 yards. That's all it was. I mean, there was just nothing there offensively whatsoever.
We'll have bourbon later tonight, presented by our friend Neal Forbes. It's a Knob Creek cask strength rye whiskey. There it is.
Okay.
Barreled in 2009. It's 119.6 proof.
Had the Knob Creek rye. I haven't had the cast strength on it, though. It's a little different label there, so we'll see.
We'll have that later today.
Okay. Michigan State beating Michigan 14-10, something like that, right?
Yeah.
now?
Yep. We did a little scoreboard a few minutes ago before you got here. 41-0 Coastal Carolina over Georgia State. I think Coastal Carolina is actually a good team. I look forward to their game against Liberty.
Look forward to Liberty's games against Virginia Tech.
I look forward to Liberty's games against actual teams. I know Syracuse was their one win, but we'll get Ryan on in a few minutes. I do want to tell you about The Rogue. They're kind enough to sponsor this show. The Rogue is your destination for men's clothing. Their stylist hand-select pieces from top designers. From work to lifestyle to nightlife, there's the perfect something for everyone. The Rogue has all the best items from Peter Millar, Martin Dingman, Jack Victor, Halsey, True Grit, and more. Duckhead has returned to The Rogue. The return of this icon brand remains true to its roots by producing garments of enduring quality and timeless style. Come by The Rogue, welcome back this American icon, and join the revival. Known for their gold school chino for years, the 1865 5-pocket and gingham sport shirts are great for game day, working from home, and they're a great value. The Rogue has delivered Fine men's clothing for more than 53 years, their classic style, attention to detail, and commitment to excellent service continues to make The Rogue a special place to stop. Visit The Rogue at 4450 I-55 North in Jackson or at therogue.com. You can also reach The Rogue at 601-362-6383 or info, that's INFO, at therogue.com.
Our thread on the message board about the ghost has become quite contrary in a couple ways. Yeah, we got one of our subscribers fighting that they do not exist. A couple others saying that there's no.
Well, how can someone emphatically say that ghosts don't exist? That's like someone emphatically saying that aliens don't exist. How the hell do you know? Look up in the sky; it's big.
There's things we don't understand.
I mean, like you see Mars lately. And I've got the little app, I can see Jupiter and Saturn.
Uh-huh.
That's a long way away. It's not like a trip to Des Moines or something. How do you know that beyond that, and there's clearly something beyond that because like there's not a blank wall at Mars. How do you know there's nothing else out there? To me, that is pure arrogance when someone goes, well, I know. Oh, you know. You think.
So do you believe there are intelligent life in other galaxies?
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Okay. I don't know that I have an opinion either way.
I mean, if you put a gun to my head and said, guess, I'd say absolutely, without a moment's hesitation. To think that this ball of this rock in this solar system is the only rock in any solar system that has life, to me, my opinion,
sure.
You know, you're free to disagree, is incredibly arrogant.
What do we know about other? I mean, I know this is going to be a broad question. Obviously, we know there are lots of galaxies, but are we aware of any? We're not aware of any other solar systems, though. Correct? That we're aware of. I know this is way above our pay grade. I mean, I'm just.
I don't. I'd have to research it a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are other solar systems. I mean, this one. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm not feisty.
I mean,
when people say there are no ghosts, though, like when people say it emphatically that there are no ghosts. Okay.
Sure.
So I go back to saying, how do you know that? Based on what? How do you know?
Well, you believe one has jumped on you in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and I know I saw one. We'll talk about it later tonight, assuming Ole Miss wins.
It feels like a post-game conversation.
Well,
yeah, I get solar systems are stars with planets, but we're only aware of the 8 planets, right? I mean, that's it.
It depends on how you view Pluto.
Well, okay, whatever. 8, 9, how about it?
Don't they think there's another planet, too, beyond Pluto?
Really?
There's another one? Have ever been ghosted? No, I don't think so.
That was before your time. I mean, you were before that time, though. Well, not really. I mean, you can ghost somebody by avoiding them in any way.
I kind of did get ghosted my freshman year.
Did you?
Yeah, a little bit. And it led to, I just sort of moved on from it. And then, yeah, it's a long story. It was probably one of the first signs that I had absolutely pledged the wrong fraternity.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That the girl ghosted you is real?
No. I'll guide you through it a little later.
Okay. Is that a post-game conversation too?
It's probably more of a post-game conversation than it is a
pre-game. This is supposed to be the football.
Before we get to Ryan Brown and start, hey, what do you think about Clemson? Yeah. Vanderbilt's helmets are pretty today. What are they wearing? Look, black and gold, you can make it happen.
It can be great and it can be good.
It can be
bad.
It can be awful.
I don't like when they go all black. Are they doing those Nashville City helmets today? They're not, are they?
They did those last time.
Oh, was it last time?
Right?
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
Look up exoplanets, Larry Joe says.
Okay.
All right, we'll get Ryan on. We'll ask Ryan about this. I mean, I got news for everybody. I don't know how much we can really break down Ole Miss Vanderbilt. If we're still talking a whole lot of Vanderbilt, next time we do this, something went terribly, terribly, terribly wrong.
So you're giving Vanderbilt the 1AA treatment?
A little bit.
That it went terribly, terribly, terribly wrong.
Chris, you'll hear it in the interview next hour. Chris said he's covered a lot of Vanderbilt teams, and this is probably the worst.
He said this is the worst one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. I mean, I guess I knew that, but Chris typically trends positive. So
Grind makes a good point. Teams with the colors black and gold usually suck. Purdue, Missouri, Steelers, but the Steelers wear black and gold awesome. Their uniform, the way they do it, and Iowa stole the Steelers scheme. The Steelers look great.
The Saints for the majority of their history.
The only time the Saints, I'm with you, when they wear the black pants and the black top, what are you doing?
Did you know Vanderbilt's quarterback's name prior to this week?
I don't know his name right now.
Do you not?
No. No. I mean,
Ken Seals.
Yeah, if you
I could have given you. I mean,
we could have just started.
We could have done Vandy quarterback or like C-rated actor or porn actor.
We could have been on Thursday afternoon going guess number 6 gazillion 400 million.
So you don't know any of their top players at all? Nothing.
I don't know that they have top players.
Well, okay. Javion Marlowe is their running back.
Sure.
He's no Ralph Webb. And Cam Johnson is their wide receiver. Okay. That's a very wide receiver name. You might have gotten Cam Johnson eventually if we were just naming.
I might have just started guessing. So was his name Cam, and then yeah. Look, I mean, there are games that if you're still talking about them afterwards, things went terribly wrong, and this is one of those games.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Ryan. Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. Kind enough to join us yet again on this Saturday. We'll start right here with where we left off. Is this the only solar system?
I'm okay believing there's another one. I am it's kind of funny. I am a creationist in my belief as I was born and raised in the Baptist church. I'm a Christian. So I'm a creationist. I believe in divine creation. But it's funny to me how a lot of times people who are Christians believe that, but have a hard time believing in things like an additional solar system. Like, God can create this one. Why could he not create 15 more if he wanted to, right?
Sure.
Now, is it inhabited? I don't know. Is that what you meant by that? Is there like human life in another
that's a different
solar system?
question, but we're fine with that one too.
It doesn't even have to be human life, right? It could just be life. Not all life would be human life.
Right.
Like if I went out and talked to Gus and Rizzo and I said, do you think the only life
in the Christian community that go crazy over it? And I'm like, I mean, it's going to be there, right? They're not saying they're upright walking and talking people. They're just saying, there's some sort of life form there. I got no problem with that.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, do you believe in ghosts?
No, I never really have. It's just never been something that I've been a believer in. No,
you've never had a ghost experience.
I haven't put a ton of thought in it, to be honest with you, but it's just not one of those things I walk around looking for or thinking about.
Neal and I both have an experience that we believe might mean a ghost is a real thing. We were going to do it on the postgame show. We won't bore you with it now, but we were just curious your thoughts as we move forward.
Interesting, yeah. I believe, I don't know. I mean, that's a complicated question. That is a complicated question. Do I believe like my uncle could die and come back as a ghost? Or do I believe if somebody were killed in my house, they can come back and haunt it? No, I don't believe that. Do I believe there might be some sort of supernatural spiritual presence? Absolutely, I believe that. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It can be people think ghost, and we're sitting here on Halloween, so you immediately go, ooh, haunted and stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean that. I think it could mean, for lack of a better word, unfinished business.
Yeah,
still things going on.
I believe angels and demons exist, and how do they exist? They don't always exist in like the life form that we are accustomed to seeing. So, that could meet most people's definition of a ghost. So in that definition, yeah.
I feel like I'm doing a Joe Rogan podcast here. They were having a conversation about dimensions, like other life dimensions that are occurring simultaneously. And if you think about it, that's what, maybe it's a different word, but that's what a lot of Christians believe, really, right? Is that there's an afterlife, which is ongoing, which is ongoing as we speak. That's what we It's what we use as comfort, certainly. So I think it's something that we believe. So that would be another dimension, technically, I guess, right?
Yeah, you could define it as that. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that definition. I mean, again, we're playing a semantics game here. But yeah, I mean, by definition, that would be a second dimension. That is, if you believe, if you start to try to figure this one out, it's one of those where it'll just, you get to a point where you're like, yeah, I can't figure it out, and I'm okay with that. By the way, that bothers a lot of people. But I'm okay with just saying, hey, I can't figure that out, right? That's what faith is about. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to wrap your arms around it. But if you believe it is all going on at the same time, yeah, that would, by definition, be a second dimension, one that is not of this world and isn't like a place you could actively travel to, right? You can't fly in a spaceship or a plane or anywhere and get there. So, yeah, by definition, it would be a second dimension.
Yeah, look at you.
Yeah.
See, you made me feel better about the way I was explaining it.
Do you believe in Clemson without Trevor Lawrence?
Look, this game is a long way from over, and I still believe Clemson is going to win it. But if you've watched this game, they really haven't played that poorly offensively. They were down. The biggest play of this game was Clemson on their way in to score a touchdown, and they have a kind of a bad exchange between he and ETN. And BC picks it up and runs 99. That was a 14-point swing right there. So, now, again, they had no business being down 15 at the half, and I still think they're going to win this game. But I think people that haven't watched this game saw the 10 spot at halftime and thought, oh, boy, did they miss Trevor Lawrence. They weren't the same offense, but they weren't as bad as 10 points. Or I guess it was 13 at the half. My bad, 13 at the half.
We're probably getting ahead of ourselves because I agree with you. It's 28-20, and Clemson will probably come back and win the game. If they don't, did they get the Trevor Lawrence mulligan if this is the only loss?
Well, trust me, Alabama fans are already blowing up my Twitter saying, look.
Really?
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Look, this was a criticism of Alabama last year because I've made the point. Trevor Lawrence isn't the only guy out of this game. They have got a ton of defensive players out today. And obviously Trevor Lawrence is going to get the headlines, but they have got numerous defensive starters who I'm assuming are in COVID protocol as well that are out of this game. And a lot of Alabama fans are like, well, yeah, but Alabama didn't get that pass last year. And to be fair, Alabama didn't get a pass for their defensive injuries. Now, a lot of that was because their defensive injuries were season ending. And I think if I'm a committee member, I look at this and say, look, they had 20 starters out or whatever, it's not starters, 20 players out. They had 8 starters out, including their quarterback. If they were to lose this game, as a committee member, I would be willing to look at it and say that wasn't their team. And when Trevor Lawrence came back and those starters started to come back in, they played, the same football they had been playing the rest of the year. I would be willing to overlook this as a committee member, but that will certainly be controversial.
Can you name Vanderbilt's starting quarterback? Neal could not a few minutes ago.
It is Ken Sills, unless they've made a change. If they made a change,
no, it's Ken Sills.
I didn't. Yeah. This week on the beat, I just could not make myself start writing about this game because we spent 3 days writing about the last game and the call and all that stuff, and so I've had 3 minutes into Wednesday's call with Kiffin. All the other guys were asking about Vanderbilt's offense and do you know Derek Mason and have y'all ever coached against each other or, whatever. And I just said, Lane, I was curious how many pennies have showed up at the building since Monday.
What was the answer to that?
He lit up. He's like, Neal, I've been waiting for someone to ask that. It took you guys long enough, and I was like, okay, thank God. I mean, because I thought it was going to be the shortest Wednesday media deal ever, and I just finally said I can't do this anymore. I was waiting for everybody else to get their questions out of the way, and so it got silly from that point on.
The interesting stat in this game, and it came from the Ringer, and my co-host Jim Dunaway tweeted it, and I was shocked by this. So I'm not shocked by it, but I don't know which side is more alarming. So every opponent Ole Miss has played this year has had their season high in offense. I think you guys are probably aware of that trend. And scoring offense, not yardage, scoring. And for Vanderbilt to do that today, Vanderbilt has to score 13 points. I mean, that is incredible to me. That if Vandy could, this is, I believe, Vandy's 4th game or 5th game. If they could score 13 points today, they will have their season high. That's just horrific offense.
Are you watching this right here? Because it's a holding call that
Yeah.
they're going to negate, but I think the Clemson guy gets possession of the ball right here. No, I guess he doesn't. I thought what I was going to say was Clemson got possession of the ball, and then Boston College got it back, so it would be first down.
Yeah, it is definitely a hold. I'll tell you what, it was Jerkovic's foot that knocked it out of his hand, I think. He wasn't kicking at it, but I think as he rolled over, his foot knocked it out of the defender's hand. It looks like Boston College has realized they're Boston College here. I will give Jeff Hafley credit, their coach, though. He coached a phenomenal first half, and I don't know if you guys saw the play where they line up in field goal formation and made 2 shifts to draw Clemson offside. Yeah. That was a spectacular design on that play. He has coached an amazing half, but his team at halftime realized they were up 15 in Death Valley. That was probably the last thing they needed to realize.
Yeah, this has some sort of like 45-31 all over it right now. Like,
if you got it at Clemson 24.5, you probably tore the ticket in the first half. But if you're just wanting Clemson to win, I think you're feeling okay right now.
And they shank it sort of. A little roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this game was 31.5 earlier this week before the Trevor Lawrence announcement. Imagine, I don't know why you would have bet at 31.5, but imagine if you did, and then the Lawrence announcement came. I mean, that's got to be a painful one there.
Yeah, if you had a little insight on that one and jumped in it quick. The mistake I made, by the way, with Kiffin is I didn't follow up when he started talking about the penny thing, and he said, that he did the math wrong intentionally at first to set up the subsequent tweet, which I sort of quasi-believe. Not that it matters at all, but he started talking about the video that they did at FAU where he says, it's going to be very exciting or whatever. What an exciting time. But he said that when he tweeted at the FAU officials, he retweeted the seeing eye dogs.
Right.
And he did it at FAU officials or at Sunbelt officials or whatever that league they're in. And he said he didn't think he was going to get fined. I wanted to go, come on. You knew when you did that you were getting fined. I mean,
yeah. You might think you can get by with a retweet. I don't know if he thought that or not. You're not going to get by with a direct tweet at them, but I believe he was setting up the joke because there's nobody that thinks $25,000 is 25,000 pennies.
No.
And that was his first tweet. I mean, it's not 25,000 pennies.
Because he came back and he said, upon further review.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it was very well played on his part. I thought it was a very funny line of tweets.
His Twitter stuff is amazing. He's
good. Yeah.
Really good at it. He's got to win some games. He's got to get everybody's a little antsy here after the Auburn game. What were your thoughts on the call in the end zone, the replay system apparently not flagging it? I've heard different things. I'm curious to hear what you've heard out of Birmingham about what happened on that play.
Well, I've heard a lot. And first of all, I don't blame the head official in that situation because he's behind Sean Shivers. I don't think there's any way he could tell if it hit him.
Agreed. Absolutely agree with you completely. Yeah, there's no way live that he should have. Yeah.
And if you wonder, Neal and Chase, why they're blowing the whistle so fast, because now if you don't touch the ball on a kick and it goes over the goal line, breaks the plane, it is an automatic touchback, and that rule was changed as a safety protocol. It's just one of the many new safety rules we have. So the officials are instructed, hey, as soon as that thing's in the end zone, if it hasn't been touched, you blow that whistle. So that guys don't get blown up coming down the field or the return guy doesn't get blown up. It's all about safety. And that's the way these officials are taught. And everybody could say, well, that stinks. Well, listen, it's the schools that make the rules. Now you got coaches and ADs and people like that. So they're just doing the rules that are made. So I don't blame the officials in the stadium for that. Now, my concern comes with, why do you not stop that at least? I mean, I think even if you think, hey, I don't think he touched it, but boy, this is a huge play in this game. I mean, what is it, 5.5 minutes to go?
Yep, 5:40 something, yeah.
This puts Ole Miss up 8. I mean, if you're the replay crew, you got to have a feel for the game. You got to have a feel for what is a big call and what is not a big call. And at that point, that is a massive call in that game. And on top of all of that, it's a change of possession. So it's not as if somebody completed a ball down to the 1. They've got all the momentum. The defense is a mess. And you stop it for review to see if you actually got in. At that point, I could say, yeah, don't stop it, right? But that was a perfect time to just stop and look at it, even if it's just for window dressing to show that, hey, we looked and it is just, in our opinion, it's not conclusive. I have been told by someone who I would consider a good source on this that John McDade, the new director of officials in the SEC, who replaced Steve Shaw, who's now the national officiating coordinator, is a believer in the crews at the stadium, the review crew at the stadium, having final say-so rather than the crew in Birmingham. Now, why he would feel that way, I do not know. But they have review officials at the stadium that are watching the plays. They buzz down and stop it. They tell Birmingham, hey, let's look at this, and it's a collaborative process. And my understanding is Steve Shaw's version of the collaborative process is collaborative, but Birmingham making the calls, and that the new guy is collaborative with the people at the stadium making the calls. And based on the evidence we have so far this football season, I don't know that that's working right now for the SEC.
Because you heard what I heard. I heard that play never got to Birmingham.
Well, and that was the way they explained it, because they said that they looked at it only on the quickly one and then went, no, play ball. They never actually stopped the game for the full replay process.
I don't think there's any reasonable way you could think it made it to Birmingham, because the ball gets touched. By the time you see a replay, like initially, I don't know about you guys, but I'm watching, I'm like, did he touch that? Because he turns and starts to run, and then the whistle blows.
We both looked at each other when it happened and was like, ooh, that was close.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. And then you get a replay, and then, so you got to think of how long it would take to alert Birmingham, hey, we got a replay here. Let's stop it. Well, you didn't stop it. So for Birmingham to look at it and say, no, we looked at the replay, we're good. I'm with you. I don't believe there was time for that to happen. So I think it had to be the guy at the stadium saying, I don't think there's anything there, play on. And again, even if you don't think there's anything there, I think you just have to have a feel for the game. And you got to say, look, even if this is just for PR reasons, we need to stop and let everybody know we're looking at this. Would you think the head official, Mark Hurls, would mind if he goes over and puts on the headset and the guy says, hey, Mark, I think this is, I don't think we can overturn this, but this is a pretty big play here, so we're just going to take some time and look at it. I think he'd be fine with that. I don't think Lane Kiffin would care. I don't think Gus Malzahn would care.
No, I don't know this. No one at Ole Miss has told me this, as God is my witness. But I think the Ole Miss anger was when they looked into it, they were told, we really didn't look at it.
Yeah.
And by the time that in the stadium the replays were played, the thing had already gotten started.
Right.
And Kiffin said that he asked the side judge, hey, do I need to call timeout? Do I need to challenge this or whatever? Like, no, they've already looked at it. It's good.
Yeah. And now if you want to go a step deeper, it was my belief at the start of the week, and I might have backed off this a little bit, to be honest with you, based on some of the things I'd heard, and you've heard the same things. It was my belief early in the week that the SEC really didn't want to review that play because, when they changed the rule for immediate recovery, which there was an immediate recovery, one of the things, and this came up in the Auburn-Arkansas game, one of the things the officials look at is, all right, players that were nearest the ball, what was their reaction to the whistle? Now, Sean Shivers stops before the whistle, but once the whistle is blown, he's basically standing at the goal line. And I'm not sure the Ole Miss player's name that recovered it. You guys probably know.
It was Tylen Knight.
Yeah, so Knight, and I don't know, I'm doing this from memory. Maybe he's like at the 5. Shivers is closer to the ball. So, the whistle is not what stopped him. He stopped before. But one of the things the officials are told to look at is, okay, the whistle's impact on the play, because they're having to use judgment here. And if guys that could have recovered the ball stop because of the whistle and they're closer to the ball, a lot of times they will not award that clear and immediate recovery that you can award in replay. Now, I'll say all that to say that just shows you the kind of gray area you get in when you're doing that replay, which is why I could believe, by the way, Dabo Sweeney chasing points way too early here in the Clemson game.
I'd kick it right here.
But, I don't understand this. It's one of my coaching pet peeves. But it's why I believed early in the week that I'm not certain the SEC even wanted to tackle that one because of that.
Well, it's why I thought in the Auburn-Arkansas game, they screwed up, but from a immediate recovery standpoint, I don't think you could have gotten one because you blew the whistle, and the Auburn kid did stop moving. There's no doubt the whistle impacted in that game at that point. Yeah.
See, you're buying into my theory, and I've run it by some people, and nobody will tell me that I'm right. Now, they won't tell me I'm wrong. I'm kind of told that I don't have it all. I don't have the whole picture. But my theory, and I think I'm willing to sort of die on this hill, Ryan, is that this happens 2 weeks after the Arkansas-Auburn game where they got it wrong. I understand why they got it wrong, but they got it wrong. And one of the things that was going to be problematic in that, and proved, and they said it as much out loud, was that there was no clear recovery. And I'm with you. I think the whistle technically blew before Tyler Knight landed on the ball. And I think they looked at it real fast and said, you know what, we don't want to do this. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean, the Auburn review against Arkansas created them having to, or forced them to clarify their stance on that rule, basically. And it is I mean, you're getting into gray area there. I mean, there was a play that happened in the Alabama game, the Alabama-Tennessee game, where a Tennessee player was ruled out of bounds, and boy, on replay, it was very close. Well, he goes down the sideline and scores, but he was ruled out of bounds, so it wipes it for Tennessee. And the game was this game was over, so this play did not impact the game at all. But they bring on Steratore, CBS does, Gene Steratore, and he says, and Danielson asked him, can they not award him a touchdown? And Steratore says, yeah, not from that far out. He goes, that's more of a rule that we apply, maybe if he were on the 5-yard line or the 3-yard line and he stepped out of bounds. So again, when you're able to do some revisionist history on replay, you get yourself into some really slippery slopes and some gray areas that I think they would just rather not deal with. And I do think the Auburn-Arkansas play was one of them, and to a lesser extent, the Auburn-Ole Miss play. It was a little clearer, I think, but still, you're just in some gray area I don't think you want to live in.
All right, so here's the question, and this is going. Please don't think that this is coming across as attack at you, because it is absolutely not. But I'm going to do it from the angle of what I hear Ole Miss fans say. I heard Arkansas fans say it. I think there's a feeling among some people in the league that the league views some as the big boys, the haves, and others as the little brothers, the have-nots. I think they view Auburn – the fans think that Auburn has gotten the benefit of 2 calls, one against Arkansas, one against Ole Miss, that if the shoe were on the other foot, that the outcomes may have been different. That, had it been Auburn kicking the ball and change it from Tyler Knight trying to return and he clearly touches it, or it looks like he touched it, or you know what I'm saying, the whole deal.
Yeah.
Obviously, the league office is in Birmingham. These people they're human beings. They have friends. They go out to dinner. They go to parties. They have lives. Do you think that being in Birmingham even subtly, subconsciously impacts calls in games for teams like Alabama, Auburn, the big boys of the league?
I never have, no, but there again, I live in Birmingham, right? So, I just, maybe I'm blinded to it. I've never thought that. No, I really haven't. And there's a lot of money at stake, obviously. I think if anything the SEC were going to do, it would be to protect the teams that have the best ability to go to the college football playoff. I mean, that would make financial sense to do that.
I mean, I covered Auburn for 6 years.
That's been Alabama for a decade now, right?
Yeah, I covered Auburn for 6 years as a beat writer, every single game. And they thought that the league was fixed against them. I mean, I know. I can remember hearing that all the time. I mean, I do think towards the end of the year, maybe winning teams get protected over losing teams. I understand wanting to believe in a conspiracy. I think it's just, and the word incompetence is too strong, but they're incompetent. I don't think they're good enough to officiate a game and fix it at the same time.
But I tell you now, I watch a ton of college football. You guys know that.
Yes.
And I know the SEC takes some beatings, but man, I tell you what, guys, some of these other conferences, like the ACC, their officiating's terrible. I mean, I watched Clemson Boston College earlier, and the Clemson quarterback, whose name I'm still not confident enough to tackle.
Jerkovich.
That's Boston
That's
College.
Boston College.
Oh,
the
my
Clemson
bad.
quarterback.
Oh, the Clemson kid. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the Clemson quarterback is standing on the 20, throws a ball that lands on the hash, not even on the sideline. Like you didn't even have to look at the sideline. Lands on the hash at the 22, rolls towards the sideline. Nobody chases it. Finally, a BC guy comes over. It goes out of bounds. They rule it a backwards pass out of bounds. He throws it from the 20. It lands on the 22. I mean, it's not even close. It landed on the hash. I mean, you can literally see where the ball. It wasn't like you had to guess where it landed. It landed on the hash at the 22. And I'm like, man, this has got to be probably one of their better crews. It's Clemson, Boston College. It's the ESPN game. It's just I see some bad officiating, and I don't know if it's just so hard to do that they. I don't know if they just struggle to find competent guys to do it. I don't know, but I just think it's bad. I don't in a lot of plays. And look, I mean, you could be a great officiating crew if you screw up two calls that are at the right time of the game, you're going to look like a terrible crew.
Well, last night Tulsa. I mean, East Carolina has a game stolen from them against Tulsa. I mean, the American crew last night was god awful.
Yes, and they've even had to come back today and apologize for that, Chase, and say that they screwed it up. Not the crew, the American conference.
Yeah.
But I just, I don't see any problem at all with like you guys that cover Ole Miss. You Zoom with Kiffin, you Zoom with some players after the game, and then the SEC coming up and saying, hey, once all of that's over, we're going to provide a 20-minute Zoom window with John McDay, the head of officials, to for you guys to ask questions. Why would the SEC not do that for the Ole Miss or Auburn beat writers that were involved in that game, knowing the huge impact of that call?
It was my main question on Monday or Tuesday or whenever Neal and I were doing this is I don't get the protecting the officials thing in any sport at any level. I mean, they're human. Like, let them talk. Explain it. Like, I do not get why this is such a big deal that they get this clandestine protection and we can never question the poor officials at any point. It makes no sense to me.
And on top of that, you had, an hour to get your story together if you wanted to try to deflect. And, if you're the SEC official and you came on and you said, look, upon review, it looked like he touched the ball. Now, I want to remind you guys, it's got to be 100%. Now, we have to be 100% certain he touched the ball. I mean, you could probably watch that and say we're 95% certain. On top of that, we had a whistle issue. And let me explain to you guys how that whistle changes this. Here's what we're looking at when the whistle blows. It may not make Ole Miss fans say, okay, well, you know what, we forgive you. But at least it gives you an answer so you know that this is what they're looking for, right? And there's some sort of transparency rather than just saying, nope, we're not going to answer it at all. You guys figure it out on your own.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I'm looking at our thread at the same time. There are people that say, so wait a minute, you can believe in ghosts and aliens, but not fixed games.
That's so funny.
It is funny, and it's the fun part of fandom. I mean, I remember watching the Braves all those years, just literally convinced that Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux had cut a deal with another being to get the extra inches off the plate that they got. Arkansas and Texas A&M tonight has a chance to be. I think it has a chance to be an interesting game. I think A&M's clearly favored, clearly the better team. Arkansas's been sort of playing above its head a little bit. It's a big spot for A&M as the field sort of opens up for them a little bit. What do you expect in College Station?
And I think Ole Miss fans certainly have felt this. Mississippi State fans have certainly felt this. Auburn fans have felt this, that it seems like when teams play Barry Odom's defense, they have their worst offensive day of the season. And I mean, I know they're not the top defense. I think technically by numbers, Mississippi State's the top defense in the SEC right now, who Alabama gets tonight. But I think Barry Odom has done a phenomenal job. And Kellen Mond is inclined to make critical errors and has struggled against some of the better defenses he's faced. So, this has traditionally been a pretty entertaining game. But Texas A&M also controlled this series since they entered the SEC. So, history tells me this is a tight game that Texas A&M wins. But I'm like you, I expect a rather interesting game. I'm a huge believer in what Barry Odom has done as a defensive coordinator this year, and I think Texas A&M has a propensity to screw things up offensively, more so than they have to overcome great defenses with that offense.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a free shot for Arkansas tonight. They
Yeah.
they get an interesting game next week at home against Tennessee, which is weird. And, you know, looks like bowl games are going to be played. I think if Arkansas can get to 4 wins, certainly 5 wins, there might be some of the middle-tier bowls that go, yeah, we'll take them. They hadn't been to a bowl game in forever. Maybe some of their people will actually travel. I don't know how that's going to work or what it's going to look like, but they're interesting. They're a win or 2 away from Pittman probably wrapping up Coach of the Year.
Yeah, I can see that. And again, I think Odom has a really good shot at the Broyles Award too, as the best assistant coach in the game. But I mean, look, I thought that team would go over. I thought Vandy and Arkansas would not win a game. I'm sticking with my Vandy play there. But for Arkansas to do what they have done just thus far is remarkable. And look, you can make the argument they were robbed out of a loss at Auburn. I don't think it's an unreasonable argument. I'll point out, as I've had to many times on my show, Sam Pittman can look in the mirror too at that loss at Auburn. He had every chance to do some things differently to win that game, and made the wrong decision in many cases.
And they went Sean Hannity conservative at the end. I mean, just Rush Limbaugh conservative. Just you couldn't be more conservative.
Yeah, but then there was that one time where he went,
go ahead,
Glenn Beck crazy on or no, who's the other guy? Who's that one guy? I think it's an act, but I can't remember his name now. He's the real over the top, angry about everything. He's got all the conspiracy. Alex Jones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He went Alex Jones down on the goal line that time when he put his backup quarterback in that game. But you're right, they went super conservative. I honestly think that Alex Jones thing is an elaborate hoax. I think it's an act.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that because I watched this week. Joe Rogan had Alex Jones and was it Tim Dillard, the comedian, had them both on for a 3.5 hour podcast.
Wow.
And they covered basically everything. And Jones started drinking about an hour and a half in, and by the end was just trashed. And I'm with you. I used to think it was an act.
You think it was real?
I think there's a lot of layers there. Part of it's act for sure, and then I think he's a super smart guy. I think he has like a photographic memory. Basically, he believes in a lot of conspiracies. He believes in a lot of the deep state stuff, and he's just kind of everywhere. But man, when he got drunk, it was like a part of his personality that I'd never really heard came out.
Interesting.
Kind of cry for help a little bit. At the end, in fact, he was saying he wanted to do this one more year, and then he needed to get away from it because he was dying.
Ooh,
yeah,
God, that's sad, Neal.
Yeah, it really was. Dylan.
So anyway, Alabama.
Segue out of that, Ryan. Professional. Go ahead. Figure it out.
So you mentioned Alabama. How big of a loss? Not for tonight. They're going to beat Mississippi State. But how big of a loss for the season against good teams will not having Jalen Waddle be?
Could you believe how big that line was, though? I mean, Alabama opened at like somewhere around 31.5 or 32. I think it's 30.5 when I checked this morning.
It's like 30.5 or 31 right now, but it's basically stayed there all week long.
Yeah, I mean, that's to a certain extent, you can't make Alabama lines big enough, even though they don't cover them all. I think they get bet on a ton, no matter how big you make the line. But boy, that one was really big. I think the biggest loss with Waddle. So, John Mechie is a really, really good receiver. He was kind of the number 3 guy for Alabama already. He just moves to the number 2 role. Slade Bolden, who is a converted high school quarterback that Alabama recruited as a receiver, he was a 3-star guy. is far from Jalen Waddle, but he led Alabama in receiving Saturday after he came in and he plays more of the slot stuff.
He's from West Monroe, right? Bolden?
Yeah. He's from Louisiana. Yeah. Is it West Monroe? Is that where he's
from?
So, I knew he was from Louisiana. Of course, you know what I love, right? White slot guy. Who does he immediately get compared to?
Welker.
Yeah, Welker, Amendola, Tim Dwight, Don Beebe, Wayne Corbett, any former white slot guy. You got to find the white slot guy to compare the other white slot guy to. So he came in and he played very, very well for Alabama Saturday. So I think they can still stretch the field. Mac Jones is averaging a remarkable 13 yards per attempt. I mean, which is just incredible how much he stretches the field. And I still think they can do that. I think where you will miss Waddle the most, and I heard David Pollock mention this some on game day, and it made me feel a little smarter, I guess, because I'd said it all week, is that you'll miss him, I think, in alignments and motions. Because Steve Sarkisian was using him in a lot of alignments and motions that were forcing defenses to make critical decisions, and often forcing them to make critical errors in those decisions on coverages. So I think that's where you're going to miss him most, is in the alignments and motions, more so than the downfield passing game.
Kind of in a different direction. I don't think Neal mentioned this while I was gone a second ago to get something taken care of. But switching conferences, the Big Ten, Minnesota loses again to Maryland.
Yeah.
PJ Fleck goes 11-2. Obviously, and you're not getting judged like crazy off a COVID season, but is that one of those deals where maybe that was a one in peak, or what's kind of your early interpretation of the Gophers?
I mean, and they had Tanner Morgan back. They got that receiver that opted back in, so it's not like they just lost everything. I mean, you would almost forgive it like it's Minnesota, right? If he has that year and then they just lose, they get decimated by graduation and lose everything. They didn't really do that. To lose to Maryland, especially the way Tagovailoa played in the first game against Northwestern, where he was horrific. And then he turns around and looks like his older brother last night against Minnesota. And now you're 0-2, and you haven't, you've played Michigan, but you've also lost to Maryland. It's not like you open with Michigan, Ohio State, and you're 0-2. You've still got some tough games left for Minnesota. So, yeah, it's starting to look more, again, it's a COVID season, so you're going to have to judge guys differently, but it is starting to look a little bit more like a one in rebuild for him, even though it's not like your natural rebuild situation.
I'm not convinced the Big Ten's going to get there. I'm not convinced the Big Ten's going to get
to the finish line.
Yeah.
Well, the protocols were put in place for them not to.
Yeah, I mean,
they were set up to fail, I think. I agree.
I mean, the list of Illinois guys that are out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 20-something people. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It is. And now, and I know you guys saw this, and a guy Dr. Cunningham, that you guys hooked me up with, and he was on our show. He was a guy that said this on our show, and I know he said it on your guys' podcast and videos going back into the summer, I'm sure, on this whole myocarditis thing. He was like, guys, look, we don't even test for that regularly. I mean, you have to show some serious signs on stuff for us to test on it. And guess what has happened now? Now Ross Dellinger of SI.com writes the story that, they've realized that's not near as big a deal as everybody thought it was. At least you didn't shut down 2 conferences because of that. I mean, they did. They shut down 2 conferences,
Dan
put
Wilkin,
a bunch of sports, and fired
now.
a bunch of people because they thought they sold the general public on this is going to be, people are going to lose their lives because of this, man. We can't do this.
Well, let me ask you, Ryan, when this is all over, does Dennis Dodd call back that Illinois professor and say, hey, nobody died, kind of get your thoughts, or is that just that's
I think human nature is I'm going to let that one go and hope people forget I wrote that. But I hope we hold these people accountable, because again, there's no shame in saying, hey, look, I know I'm Dr. such and such, but I really don't want to go on the record on this and say something that I might regret. What these doctors said, again, it cost kids some scholarships that were playing sports at other schools.
Yes.
It cost people jobs. I mean, this is not child's play, man. This was, and I know it's quote unquote just football. Well, try telling that to the swimmer now whose team didn't play football, so now I don't have a scholarship. Try telling that to the mom or dad that was grinding out a $45,000 a year job at some school who doesn't have that job now and is drawing unemployment. It ain't just football to them, man. That was their life.
The assistant golf coach somewhere, the assistant tennis coach somewhere who lost a job because of this. No, it was real stuff. It's one of the reasons, and not to get on this topic, we're having a nice day. It's Halloween. We're gonna.
I'm sorry.
No. We're gonna open a bottle of Knob Creek later. We're all good. It's what really bothers me about it. People were irresponsible in their reporting. They were irresponsible in their reporting. They were short-sighted. They were selfish. And then what they've done is they've wanted to double down and be right.
Yep.
Even when it's obvious that, thank God, they were wrong. It's one of the reasons that I give a lot of credit to the SEC, to the Big 12, to the ACC consistently because I've talked to some of those people, no matter what you think of officiating, no matter what you think of whether there's a fix-in or whether people play favorites or whatnot. And Ryan, I know you'll agree with this because you're probably better connected in that office than I am. There were moments, real trying moments, soul-searching moments where the courage, and that is the word, to say we're not going to just quit was hard to summon. That it would have been so easy to give in and go, well, we can't do it. We can't do it. And to the league's credit, 6 weeks in, they're not going, told you so.
No, they're not.
They're not.
And
They could. I wouldn't blame
them. A handful of games too, but not near what everybody said.
But Ryan, they built the schedule knowing that they would miss some games. The fact that they missed games is not breaking news. They were prepared for that.
Yeah.
That's why they started when they did. It's why they went 10 games only, when a lot of schools in the league, including the one that I cover, including the two in your state, wanted to play an extra game. They wanted to do all those things. That's what the league said, no, we're going to do it this way. This is the way we're going to do it. We're going to build in off weeks. We're going to move the championship back. We're going to get this. We're going to do it right. We're going to get to the finish line. We're going to do it responsibly. And yes, Dan Walken and Pat Forty and all the others that are basically accusing us of not, we do care about the kids. We do care about it, but we understand that there's more than just, hey, let's get these games in. There's people's livelihoods on the line.
Right.
I mean, there's more to this than, hey, let's play the games. Let's give the fans the football that they want. That really wasn't it at all. That was an understanding of big picture, and this was always going to be a bridge season, hopefully to the next place.
Right, and I think you've got to look at what Greg Sankey did as being the face of this movement. Yes. Because, look, Bob Bowlesby had to make difficult decisions. I'm not denying that. In fact, when the Big 12 decided to keep moving forward, it might have been the single decision that kept this thing moving forward. Had they pulled the plug, it was going to become even more difficult. John Swofford of the ACC had to be on board as well. So, and Jack Swarbrick at Notre Dame had to be on board. So I give those guys credit. I don't deny that. But Greg Sankey being the commissioner of the SEC, I mean, let's keep in mind, you got the worlds of Christine Brennan of USA Today, who when the Big Ten decided to play, say it was the saddest day in her life because the Big Ten has become the SEC. So that shows you, I think, what the elitist out-of-touch national media felt was the face of this movement. It was Greg Sankey and the SEC. And for Sankey to say, I'm not going to worry about what Dan Wolken thinks of me and the New York Times thinks of me and USA Today thinks of me. This is not a decision that has to be made today. I don't have to cancel football today. We can prepare for it safely and just see what happens. And look, there may be a day where I got to say, hey, we tried. It ain't going to happen. Sorry. But it's not in July. We can push this thing back and see what happens. And I mean, I think he made every single right decision. You may disagree with a lot of things Greg Sankey did. But he and the SEC presidents, when the decisions were made, I think you look back on that now and say the date they chose to start, the schedule they chose to go with, playing only conference games. I think every single decision has proven to be the correct decision.
We didn't even ask about Auburn LSU. Your thoughts on that one? Are you expecting anything today? It's usually a pretty exciting game. It's going to be sort of weird to look at an Auburn LSU game with only 20% of the stadium full and all of that stuff. LSU played pretty well last week. Auburn's been weird. Any thoughts?
Auburn remains weird. And, here's a stat in this game that I think is concerning for Auburn for a couple of reasons and could probably be a determining factor in this game is LSU leads the conference in sacks per game, and Auburn is 12th in the conference in sacks allowed. And Bo Nix runs out of a lot of sacks, to his credit. His problem, and he did not do this against Ole Miss, and it's probably the reason Auburn won the game, is when he ran out of trouble, he didn't make critical errors against Ole Miss. And it's what he did at South Carolina, and it cost Auburn the game. He had no chance at Georgia. They were so outmanned at Georgia. But it's a criticism of Bo Nix is when he flushes, he makes critical decisions, or critical errors, in the decisions he makes. So I think, and Auburn lost in that game, Brandon Council, who was their most versatile, maybe their best offensive lineman. So they've got a reworked offensive line that was already a weakness. Now you're having to rework it. So That is a huge concern for Auburn in this game, is their ability to protect Bo Nix. And yeah, LSU looks like they peaked a little bit, and maybe not peaked, but improved a little bit. I'm not one of those. I didn't think Miles Brennan was their problem. I don't know about you guys.
No, Brennan was
Everybody's
fine.
going crazy about this.
Yeah.
This freshman that came in. I thought he played well, but I didn't think Miles Brennan was costing them football games.
Well, no, he scored 41 with an abdomen issue at Missouri. You just got beat because you couldn't stop anybody. I mean, your secondary was just killed again.
Yeah, I've personally pinned this one on Bo Pelini myself. I don't think Miles Brennan was your big issue in all of this. So that is something that, I think when you look at this game, I don't know that changing quarterback is necessarily a benefit to LSU. I think I would, if I'm an LSU fan, I would have felt better if it had been Miles Brennan starting this game.
All right, last couple of things. It's Halloween. You expecting trick-or-treaters there, or are you guys in a COVID zone? What's up?
No, my neighborhood, man. My neighborhood is so much fun on Halloween. So when you come in my neighborhood, you kind of go down a main road and you come to a T intersection, and that's the other main road in my neighborhood. Now, off that main road, we live like a block off of it, and we're back on a cul-de-sac, so we don't get a ton of trick-or-treaters. But that road that we're about a block off of is like Mardi Gras. I mean, it is so much fun on Thanksgiving, and everybody in the neighborhood, it's a fairly large neighborhood, everybody in the neighborhood comes to that road. And people go crazy on their yard decorations. There's this one older couple that builds, it's not really like a haunted house in their garage, but it's like an attraction for kids. It's like dinosaurs and things like that they build, and these older couples run it, for kids, and they kind of do a tour through it. And then there's this one older family that a couple of houses there that don't have kids, and they do a hot dog bar, free obviously, but they're grilling hot dogs, and they got a crock pot of chili you can put on there. They got waters, iced down for you to drink, and I mean it's just a blast, man. The kids love it in my neighborhood. So I fully expect it to be cranked to 100. I don't think anybody in my neighborhood's dialing back tonight.
So you grilled the s'mores. You can take those to the party?
Yeah, that was a few days back. I grilled those. They turned out pretty good. Don't waste your time. If you've seen the video, Neal was nice enough to tweet it today. If you've seen the video, don't waste your time on trying to do a fudge striped s'more. Stick with the either the Hershey or the Reese's cup. That's the way to go.
The Reese's cup though is a game
so
changer, probably, right?
So much easier.
The Reese's is a game changer, right?
Well, if you like that, I'm not the biggest peanut butter fan. And what happened to that one is a lot of the chocolate melted away, and you just kind of had a peanut butter
that's
patty
a no then. Never mind.
with
I'm
marshmallow and the graham cracker.
Okay.
If you're a fan of that, yeah, go with it. That's the way to go.
That's Neal's thing. That's not mine.
Melted peanut butter, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you like the peanut butter, I think the Reese's is the way to go there. But I think the best one is just the normal Hershey. I think your standard Hershey is probably, there's a reason it has stood the test of time.
All right, last thing, you are a lifetime Dolphins fan, so people that think this is some sort of an Alabama homer thing, you're wrong.
Right.
You're wrong. The Tua Tagovailoa era begins tomorrow. Have you gotten your jersey? Where do we stand? Are you ready to completely turn the page and embrace this?
I am 100% ready. I'm surprised it has come this quickly, but I am 100% ready for Tua Tagovailoa to take over as the starter. I wanted that era of Dolphins football to get started as quickly as possible. Now, the reason I'm surprised is Ryan Fitzpatrick had been playing very well. I mean, it's not as if he had played poorly. And the Dolphins are actually they got a decent shot at making the expanded playoffs. I mean, they're right in the run in a fairly weak division because the Patriots have played poorly. The Bills have come back to earth a little bit. Josh Allen isn't playing as well. And this month, as he played in the month of September, his September versus October numbers are not good. The Jets are maybe the worst. I don't know about you guys. I think the Jets might be the worst NFL team I've ever seen.
They're bad.
Yeah, they're awful. So I was a little surprised at the timing of it, but if you think he is what you drafted, and if you use your number one pick, if you use the number 5 overall pick on a quarterback, what you think that quarterback is a Hall of Fame level quarterback that will take you to many playoff berths. That's the only reason you pick a quarterback with the number 5 pick. So you think that's what you've got there. There's no reason to play out one playoff run and delay starting that guy because you think that guy's going to take you to multiple playoff runs. Are you going to look back and say, oh, God, Tua Tagovailoa took us to 10 playoffs, but, in a Super Bowl or whatever. But, God, we could have still gone to that one in 2020 if we'd have kept Fitzpatrick in. You're never going to think that. So I'm ready to go. I think this is the perfect time to do it. Now, I would rather it be somebody other than the Rams and Aaron Donald. But you can't control the schedule, and it was a bye week, and I think it's a good time to go.
It also saved a little coin because he was close to some incentives and different things, and in a year where the attendance is not 100%, they have a chance to save somewhere between $2 and $5 million by not playing anymore this season.
Yeah, but and I hate it. Look, Fitzpatrick, I thought some of his comments afterwards were a little curious, but he's been a team guy all along on this. He could not have been better leading up to it. He knew the situation. He's smart enough. He's a smart guy. He knew the situation. So, yeah, I've been ready to get to this era of Dolphins football, an actual legitimate quarterback, hopefully, in the post-Marino world that we've lived in. And I cannot wait until tomorrow. I don't want to wish away a college football Saturday, but I've been thinking about tomorrow all week long.
Well, Ryan, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it. First final in the SEC, Georgia beats Kentucky 14-3. So
that's a Kentucky cover.
Yeah.
That was an ugly game. I watched a lot. I had it on one of my side TVs here. That was a tough game to watch. And Auburn fans have been wanting to see Joey Gatewood. Is the guy that they might have been missing. Well, you saw him.
There he was.
Yeah, there he was.
We all picked. Everybody on our picks picked Georgia to cover. Of course, my daughter Campbell and Greg Jones, the local butcher who compete against each other, they both took Kentucky in the points. So.
Oh, did they really?
Oh, yeah. Who are we to make fun of anybody anymore? We should just shut up and stop. Yeah. Hey, buddy, thanks. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Y'all be good.
Bye. That's Ryan Brown, WJOX, kind enough to spend time with us yet again on another Saturday. So Clemson up 4.
That's
fourth
it.
quarter.
It's over for Boston College. It's night. It was fun while it lasted, but it is done. Yeah, the good thing with Ryan is you can pull out any college football game in the country at any point and go, "Hey, what you think?" And he goes, "Well, I'll tell you. Let me break it down for you. Here's what I thought in the third quarter. So and so and so and so did this, and so and so and so and so did this."
He watches them all.
I mean, good grief.
For those of you that are looking for some scores, got them here. Clemson up 32-28 over Boston College. 11:34 to go in the fourth. We mentioned Georgia beating Kentucky 14-3. The Bulldogs now 3-1. The Cats 2-3. Cincinnati is pulled away from Memphis. It's 42-10, 8:02 to go in that one. Michigan State hanging on to a 20-17 lead over Michigan. 13:21 to go in Ann Arbor. West Virginia blowing out Kansas State. 34-10. 11:57 to go in Morgantown. Coastal Carolina 51-0 winner over Georgia State. Iowa State pulling away from Kansas. It's 35-14, 12:55 to go in Lawrence. Games that are about to get underway. Notre Dame at Georgia Tech, Indiana at Rutgers, and LSU at Auburn. All of those games here at 2:30. Then there's the 3 o'clock games, of course, that start with Ole Miss and include Texas Tech at Oklahoma State. That game in Stillwater at 3 o'clock.
You can find, by the way, the s'mores and all the other stuff from Ryan at The Grilling King on YouTube is where all those videos are, and then all social media is Grilling King without the "the." So just a little update there.
In fact, in 2 weeks when we get back together before the South Carolina game, he's going to send me some of his videos in MP4 file, and so I'll put them in our pregame programming. Just add to the mix.
It's good stuff. I mean, he does not flood you. He's gonna really like what he's giving you. So just you can go. We ask you to hit our to thumbs up and hit our bell. You can go thumbs up and hit his bell as well. So there's that with Ryan.
Yeah, I need to.
So how much candy did you get for today?
I bought a good bit. You know me. I thought it was appropriate time to
just in case.
Well, I'm pro kid these days.
You're pro kid.
Pretty hard. So I'm hoping kids get out and trick or treat.
You don't want any kid to knock on your door and not have some sort of chocolate waiting on them when they on the other side.
I mean,
that's the goal.
We'll have to have quite the cavalcade to run out. Because I just started buying stuff. Don't send me to Kroger by myself. I mean,
you're going to come back with beer and chocolate. Look, I mean, that's what's
I
coming.
did. That was what was in my cart: beer and chocolate. Yep. I even bought Christmas beer yesterday.
Not the ale, please.
No, the Bells.
Okay.
The Bells Christmas, whatever it was.
Not the Abita.
I was like, you know what? It's
all right.
2020 has sucked. If I want to have a Christmas beer in October, then I by God will.
I don't blame the people that put the Christmas tree up.
No.
Usually I go, you know what? You're being a little weird, but this time you get a pass.
Caroline has
Whatever
one that
makes you happy.
Caroline has one that she was going to put up in her room 2 weeks ago. I think she decided not to just because of the effort of it all. But 2020 sucks. If you want to put your tree up in July, go for it.
I mean,
I don't have a problem. Doesn't bother me any. We're brought to you by Meadowbrook Wealth Advisors of Raymond James. It's a team in Jackson providing planning and investment guidance to clients across the state and the surrounding areas. Financial advisors Bill Geary, Logan Phillips, Chris Carrero, and Ryan Geary are partners with a commitment to personalized service. Call them at 601-368-2215. See if they might be a good fit for your financial goals. 601-368-2215. Raymond James and Associates Incorporated, member New York Stock Exchange, SIPC. We're also brought to you by Heritage Properties. It's home to 3 communities in Oxford: Faulkner Flats, Cambridge Station, and Lexington Point. All 3 properties are multifamily housing. They all offer on-site management and maintenance. They're pet-friendly, and they offer short-term leases. Faulkner Flats, located on Old Taylor Road, offers 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, private patios or balconies, a premier 24/7 gym and tanning facility, a resort-style pool, a car wash station, and much more. You don't want to miss out on their special rates. 3 bedrooms now leasing for the price of a 2-bedroom. So contact live@faulknerflats.com or phone them at 662-234-4558. Cambridge Station has renovated 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment homes 5 minutes from campus with multiple amenities, including free cable and internet. They're currently offering a single occupancy special. So contact live@cambridgestationapts.com. And then there's Lexington Point, located less than a mile from campus. They've got spacious 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, free cable and internet, covered parking, and much more. 662-234-4558.
Also, as we get on with pregame show, the MPW Digital Watch Party, our Oxford Eats is brought to you by Visit Oxford, visitoxfordms.com. Every single week, you can head on the website, see the calendar of events, including tons for Halloween. Hopefully you've taken advantage of some of that throughout the week. And if you're not, hopefully you hang out with us. But if you're not hanging out with us the entire day and night, you can still do Trick-or-Treat at Hollywood Feed from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. today. And then the drive-in at Cannon Motors, Army of Darkness and Halloween are both at that at the drive-in with Cannon Motors, courtesy of the Oxford Film Festival. Our food today from Taco Shop on University Avenue. So got some tacos and some different things there with those guys. So we'll tell you more about that as we get into the rest of the pregame and the in-game watch party.
Let's see. You want to go to Chris now, and we'll come back and wrap up?
Yeah.
Okay. So I talked to Chris Lee. He covers Vanderbilt for Rivals.com, VandySports.com. Spent about a half hour with him on yesterday. I think you'll enjoy the interview. Ole Miss and Vanderbilt about 51 minutes away. And here it is. My friend Chris Lee covers Vanderbilt and has done for it a long time now for Rivals.com, VandySports.com. Chris, welcome into the show. Nice to have you here.
It's always good to be on with you. Thanks for having me.
We're going to talk about the game in a minute. We'll talk about Vanderbilt and their football team and Derek Mason and his future and all of that. And I know you don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but sometimes I think fans need to know these types of things happen at institutions. You're covering the game today in person because the Football Writers Association of America fought on your behalf to have your credentials restored. You had not covered some of the earlier games this season in person because Vanderbilt had decided not to issue you credentials after years of you having credentials issued. As much as you're comfortable, tell the people out there what happened and why it happened.
Well, I won't get too deep in the weeds, but I've been critical of the athletic director who, from what I have told, helped offer Boss and landed in the job, and all progress on facilities and things that they were going to do came to a halt. Now they have had to cover with COVID, and I think maybe some of that is valid. I question whether all of it is. Who knows, right? But this has been typical of Vanderbilt. Anytime athletics progress has been made, something happens and they've got an excuse, right? And what I was told is that Malcolm Turner had carte blanche to do whatever he wanted. And I won't get in knee deep into the whole story, but Turner's no longer there. The chancellorship changed hands after he got the job. It was just a mess, right? And so in writing about what happened and looking into things, I discovered that it didn't seem to be so much the fact that Malcolm Turner got fired for not doing a job, but got fired for doing his job in a way that I think other people in the university did not want to see athletics get a foothold. And I think when the university rushes in and puts a person in power who was not helpful to the AD and has that job and was cozy with the people who didn't want to see athletics get power, that raises some questions. And so I wrote about it and I talked about it. And I also offered the AD a chance to come on my podcast, which I was told she wanted to. She declined. And it's just been one of those years where the school has taken a lot of issue with the things that I've said and reported, which I think are very well sourced. But at the same time, the school at every turn denies an opportunity to talk about it. It's just kind of been a no-win situation. And it's been one, you don't want to be at war with the people you cover, right? But you want to do a job too. And I think I finally discovered sort of part of the culture there, because for years, Vanderbilt has been a mystery, right? Like, why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Why are they not more serious about sports? I felt like I had sort of come up against the story of a lifetime of, oh, this is why things never get done. And I saw some of it. But stories like that come with a cost. It's not just the public things, but it's the people that do things to you privately, and you have sponsors pull out. It's a hard battle to fight, but I think we're also at a time in our country where journalism and truth is important. I think we have a role to play as media. Sometimes that role is not one that is fun to play or enriches you, but I think we're called media for a reason, and it's been quite a battle.
Yeah, it's we could spend a whole lot of time talking about some of the things you just said. It's not always supposed to be fun.
No.
It's one of the things I tell young people. I know you do too. When young people say, hey, how do I get into what you're doing? One of my questions is, what is it that you think that I do? And I don't mean it as a smart ass. I mean, what is it that you think that I do? Because if you mean, oh, you just get to write about football and go watch football games, that's different than what I view my job. Now, there are people that do that, and they are often propagandists. And you know what? It's an easier path.
Yeah.
It is the path of least resistance. And if I'm honest, and I'm sure you would be honest here, when you said, you would say, sometimes you look at them and go, maybe they're doing it the right way. I mean, maybe this is the easy way to do it. I don't think it's the right way to do it. And in the end, I think if you stay the course and do things the right way, one of two things will happen. Either it will all work out for you where you are and you will emerge on top, or you will realize that it doesn't matter that much and something else will inevitably come open that you can do and that you feel good about. And that has been the case for me. I don't know, like you said, I've never wanted to be at war with anybody that I cover, whether that's Auburn or whether that's LSU or Alabama or Ole Miss or the Saints. But if as a beat writer or a columnist or a publisher of a site that covers a school, if you are always in total agreement with them, you are probably, maybe there's exceptions, but you are almost certainly not doing your job well.
Yeah. And look, I get along with Tim Corbin very well, right? And I've butted heads with him before, but I think that people that generally do their jobs the right way and succeed don't feel threatened by a media. Now, that doesn't mean that you will always get it right. That doesn't mean that you will always see eye to eye. But I think, and Tim's been a big help to me in some of this too, by the way. He realizes I've been around covering his program since before they got to be a big deal. And he's the guy that got me into their fall scrimmages because he knows that I will be there and I'll be fair and that it's good for his program. And, again, Tim and I butted heads before, but I think that most people realize that we have jobs to do. Sometimes those jobs are in conflict with what the university wants. But here's the thing. Tim also knows that if he had cut me off at the knees years ago when we didn't see eye to eye on some things, that when they won a couple of national titles, I wouldn't have been around to tell his story. And part of me as a journalist thinks that anybody, well, I don't want to say anybody, right? Because we are all capable of getting a story wrong. And I think there's always that part of you that nags at you that says, have I been fair? Or let's say you get 7 or 8 details on a story and then comes number 9 that changes it. And you did your best work and you couldn't know. And sometimes that just happens, right? But I think where schools get short-sighted is if they really believe in having success and trying to do the things that lead to that. Okay, the guy that sometimes is your worst critic is going to be around to tell your story. And oh, by the way, it's going to have more punch when you're the guy telling it because you've established yourself as fair and objective. And I think a lot of coaches get that. And then you have a lot of people at Vanderbilt who do not.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Corbin, by the way, I've told a story on this podcast before, on my Oxford Exxon podcast. I don't know that I ever told you this. I was covering the SEC as a whole. This was back in 2003, maybe, before Vanderbilt was rolling. Corbin was there, but they were getting started. And it was the Saturday of the SEC tournament, and I was going straight from the SEC tournament to Destin to cover spring meetings. And so I was doing my laundry at a laundromat in Hoover, and the guy next to me was Tim Corbin's brother. And we ended up having a conversation. I just remember him in a very confident, not cocky way. My brother's going to win big. He's going to win really big. And I remember thinking, yeah, good for you. He kind of, in one ear, out the other. But it always resonated because the way he said it was not that arrogant deal. It was just, he's really good. He's got it going. They're close. It's a matter of time. And they're going to win big. And, man, Corbin has won. We joke about it on the podcast. We call it the little engine that could. And obviously there are some scholarship advantages and things, but he's not doing anything illegal. And the culture that he's built there with former players who come back there to train and basically live there in the off season, to me, speaks more volumes about him and the culture that he has in his building than all of the wins do.
Well, and let me tell you, the thing that I think I like about Tim, and I think you had this with Andy Kennedy, Tim can be a hothead, and I've seen it, and I think after he won a couple of titles, and his wife helped him, he cooled off a lot. But he would be a guy that you did not want to talk to after games sometimes, that you just went down there dreading it. But
competitive people.
Oh, yeah.
That's that. Corbin always strikes me as that way. And you mentioned Kennedy, and AK's a great example of this. I've been fortunate here. I've covered now 2 basketball coaches here, Andy Kennedy and Kermit Davis, who are both super people. Now, they're not exactly the same. Far from it. But they're both genuinely good people, and they're both fiery competitors. And they're both willing to tell you you're wrong on something and yet let it go. Move on. Also, they're willing probably at times to begrudgingly admit you're right about something.
Yeah.
And a hard question can be a fair question.
Sure.
And it can just be you doing your job.
Yeah.
Asking a question that your readers want the answer to.
Well, and the trick with successful coaches, right, is, he's won hundreds of games. I think he's maybe the best coach in the country at any sport. I would even tell you the scholarship thing is maybe not the advantage people think, because you've still got kids that are paying $35,000 and $40,000 a year to play. So people look at the discount. Well, when you start at $75,000 a year, that's a heck of a lot of money to pay. Now it helps when you've got Tracy Rocker and Al Leiter as parents, right? Because they can pay that.
Sure.
So none of that, I'm not invalidating some of that, but the thing with guys like
those kids to come play for him.
Yeah. And let me tell you what, all those kids don't have glowing stories when they leave either, but they also appreciate what he's done, and he gets it. One thing I like about him is he's out and about. He and his wife eat dinner out and about every night because it's one more chance to make an impression on somebody in the community, to build your program, to promote things. And that's been the one thing that I've covered. It has been incredible to watch this from the ground up, where after games it was just he and I talking, and he'd tell me stuff off the record for 15 minutes because nobody else cared. Now he doesn't have time for that, but watching that grow from where it was to where it is now has been huge. But he also knew at the time that media was part of it. And I think coaches that are generally successful and don't have things to hide get that. That doesn't mean you're not going to have your moments with them, but most of them who are doing their job understand that.
So here's the obvious question. How can Vanderbilt be so good in college baseball? Probably the preeminent program in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly one of the top 2 or 3 in the country, year in and year out. And yet be so bad in football and now men's basketball, sliding, and has been sliding for a while. I think most people, if you're ranking the league 1 through 14 going into the upcoming season, most people put Vanderbilt at 14.
Mm-hmm.
This would be 3 years running. How does that happen?
Well, when I met him first, the first interview I ever had with Tim was in the McGugin Center. And Neal, you're familiar a little bit with the dynamics of Vanderbilt. You've got the stadium, and then behind the closed end zone across the street is McGugin Center, which is their athletic complex. When Tim got to Vanderbilt, his office was in there. Within a couple of years, they built that building down the left field foul line. And since then, they have built an $11 to $12 million complex behind the wall. You actually can't see it from TV, but there's a little door in the green monster that you go through, and you get in this whole little world. Well, that thing is protected with passcodes and all kinds of stuff. And I've even joked with him. I said, you need to dig a moat around that place and put in alligators and higher armed guards. I mean, it's, but the reason is, and he will never say it publicly, it's intentional. The culture in McGugin Center is a losing culture. You have people in there who don't know about athletics. In some ways, you have a lot of good people too, but there's this culture that has followed the school around for 60 years. And it's kind of like Pigpen in Charlie Brown. There's just this cloud around him all the time. Tim was smart enough to separate himself and bring all his offices over there. Everything they do was over there, so his kids do not interact with the losing mentality across the street. And Tim is smart enough to stay away from controversy, to not criticize his school. But it's almost like this pact of non-aggression where they kind of know that he's had a lot of success and he's good for the school. And for the most part, they don't mess with his business. And he knows better. Like when his whole media relations team got taken away, okay, you go look on Vanderbilt's baseball Twitter account. It's got more followers than the schools, the football team, and the basketball team put together. Well, they gutted media relations this summer, and that included the people that did all their publicity stuff. And he came the closest I've ever heard to criticizing them on the radio because he didn't know it was coming. And they took all his department away in one fell swoop, and he didn't know. But Tim knows that, like, he's smart enough to know the battles to fight, the battles not to fight, and to separate himself. And I think it's physically just removing himself from the rest of the atmosphere has done more for his program. And I think simply that wall of separation explains it as best as I can. Plus the fact the guy works like crazy. I mean, he doesn't miss a trick. I don't think he sleeps more than 4 or 5 hours a day, and he's very organized. I think that if Tim were in pharmaceutical sales or whatever, he would win just because he's got an organized mind and he works. And I think those are big things.
So it hasn't worked for Derek Mason. James Franklin won really at any level, but won at Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt really hasn't won since. Frankly, I'm a little surprised Derek Mason's still there. Mm-hmm. He's survived a couple of times where I thought he was on the chopping block. He got hot late one year, beat Ole Miss and Tennessee, if I recall, and then another year he beat Tennessee. So he's taken advantage of Tennessee being down. but he hasn't been able to put it together. And this appears to not be a very good team this season. Just what is the culture around Vanderbilt football? What is the situation with Derek Mason?
They have made excuses for him at every turn. Every time I think things are closing in on him, it's, well, he doesn't have the right coordinators, and then they replace those. And now he's on a fourth offensive coordinator and a fourth defensive coordinator. They have made the excuse that he has not had facilities, and then they ran off the guy that was trying to get him those. Vanderbilt, if you notice the press releases that come out from the school, and I'll just leave it at this: you can see what the university is interested in, and they don't talk a lot about winning and losing for whatever reason. I think that they have protected him at any cost for whatever reason. I would say, on the other hand, though, you've got a new chancellor who just got there. And from what I'm told, he has discovered that it's a pretty dysfunctional environment administratively, that he wants to win in football. I think he's figured out that he doesn't have the guy, but they have also bolted him to a contract that is fairly ironclad through the end of this season. I think they would owe him about $7 million to walk away. That's not money that I think anybody wants to pay anywhere. Now, you can write that check at Auburn and Alabama and a lot of places. And by the way, you could at Vandy too, right? They're building a $1 billion dorm. So I think you can take care of it. They may use the optics of writing a coach a buyout check, but the fact is the program is as dead in the water as not just any Power 5 program, but maybe anyone in Division I. I don't think he's going to win more than a game or two this year if he gets that. It's about as bad a team as I've covered, and I've covered some bad ones. The question to me is, what power does the chancellor have to make a change that I think he wants to make? Because I don't think everything's always up to the chancellor. I think you have this black box of a couple of boosters who direct the direction of the school, and you've got the academic side also that's got a lot of influence, that sees sports as getting influence as things going away from athletics. So that's a very long and complicated answer, but I'm kind of watching that dynamic of who wins this power struggle, because I think if they're going to turn this around, they're going to have to find someone else at this point.
You mentioned facilities. Not telling you anything you don't know. That the football stadium there is one that I know has created some feelings of strife and angst and anxiousness inside the SEC office. I know that conversation has occurred with Vanderbilt in the past about, hey, we've got to keep up. It's easily the worst football facility in the league, and everybody else is trying to figure out ways to keep going in the arms race, and Vanderbilt's not. What's the future of that stadium? What's the future of Vanderbilt football in terms of where they're going to play their games? Are they planning to play there just forever, or what's the system? What's the belief there?
I think they will stay there. The opportunity would be maybe sharing the soccer stadium for Nashville's MSL team, which was on the table. I think you kind of had a fan revolt that, like, they didn't want to see football move off campus, because most places, once that happens, it does not go well.
Right.
I think that Malcolm Turner wanted to redo that stadium, make it 35,000. I think they would have, if he had gotten his way, they would have had a football building in the close-in zone. They would have knocked down some seats there. I think they would have made that stadium nicer. I mean, and frankly, you go to games there, and it doesn't sell out unless you've got 15,000 other fans at this point. Now, look, when James Franklin was there, that was a little different. A lot of the fan base, frankly, has died since he left, or just lost interest. And I don't know how you build that back. But I think eventually there's been a lot of talk that the chancellor is serious about things. The power struggle will be, do they do something for the fans? Because they always frame things as doing stuff for the students. Well, they're not taking care of them right now. The air conditioning in the weight room was broken for 2 months. This summer when it's hot, the kids are working out on that. The nutrition needs are not even where they need to be. They've got things that they need to fix just for the kids that frankly point to incompetence and mismanagement of resources. I think the people who care about football would like to see a new stadium. You have bathroom issues and things like that fans have to deal with that we don't. But they always try to frame things as we're going to take care of the kids first. They're not even doing that right now, so I don't know where this goes.
You mentioned this team being one of the some Vanderbilt teams that have struggled. For those that haven't really watched this team, they haven't played in 3 weeks. What do you expect them to look like today? What do you expect some of their personnel to be today?
Well, I don't think they've got the athletes that Ole Miss does. And I know that Ole Miss struggles on defense, but I watched their secondary get beat in one foot race after another. You get a kid in the secondary open, it's a touchdown. So that's one of my concerns. I just don't know that they've got the athletes across the board. Offensively, they're averaging 8 points a game. Exactly. If you take out a safety, they're averaging, I think, 256 yards a game. They've got a freshman quarterback in Ken Seals, who I think has got promise, but his offensive line is one of the worst in the country. His receivers struggle to get separation. All those things work together. Now, the optimistic point of view is if you go back to the A&M game, they lose that 117-12. Their defense gets pressure on Kellen Mond. They force 3 turnovers. They're within striking distance with a minute or 2 left and just can't close. And I think from the Ole Miss end, Matt Corral's thrown 9 picks, and I think that's a concern. If you can get guys to a quarterback and make him throw early, then you can force some turnovers. And they do have a couple of kids off the edge, and Andre Mintz and Dio Odingbo, who can do that. But the sum of things, the last 2 games they played is they got beat 41-7 by each of LSU and South Carolina. So even with the things that they have done well, I think that tells the story.
You know, I thought about it this week. We were all doing our picks on Thursday, and we all picked – the 4 of us all picked Ole Miss to cover the line, which is 18 points. And I thought about it after I'd done that, and I thought a certain degree of arrogance to that I don't know. I thought if I were covering this from a Vanderbilt perspective, would I be saying, hey, this is one of the games that you look at on the schedule and go, well, maybe – on a season where, you know, there aren't many maybes. I mean, Vanderbilt's not going to line up and beat Alabama or Georgia or Florida. It's just not realistic. Those kinds of games are not going to happen. Does Vanderbilt look at Ole Miss right now today and say, hey, if we're going to get one this year, this is one that we have to get?
I can't speak to how they look at it. I'll say this, Neal. When the line came out, I thought it was too low. And here's why. Too low. Okay. And I think if you're going to win a game like that, okay, I think Vanderbilt's recipe for victory is they're not going to put points on anybody. They're going to have to get in one of those, 17-13 type games, or maybe the score gets a little higher because things get crazy. You got some short fields and some pick sixes. But I just look at Ole Miss, and Ole Miss is probably going to put up 30-something, 47 points on Vandy. I just don't think their offense is good enough to score that on anybody right now. Frankly, I think Vanderbilt's best chance at a win, and this is going to sound really weird, might come against Kentucky because Kentucky can't move the ball. And it's like baseball, right? When you get in a low-variance game, I mean, the worst team in baseball is going to beat the Yankees 50 times a year if they play 162 times.
Yeah.
I think that's the kind of game that they've got to get into. I think it's that one. Or maybe Mississippi State, where the wheels are sort of falling off and kids are leaving, and maybe that's just who wants to play that day, right? But to me, I just don't think that's a great matchup for them. And look, you see Ole Miss, you see the flaws, and maybe you see things that if I was there every week and saw it, that I would think it's a better matchup. But from a 30,000-foot level, I just think with Ole Miss being able to put up so many points, and look, you get a couple of stops by accident, right? a lot of weeks. I just think team speed was an issue. You saw it play out a year ago. I just don't think, unless Ole Miss comes and turns it over 4 or 5 times, and maybe some of those are direct points, I just don't think it's a good matchup for Vanderbilt.
Curious, you mentioned 30,000 feet, and you're a guy that watches the rest of the league. I know you work on some other media ventures that get you outside of the Vanderbilt bubble. And I mean that in a positive way. I do some of that myself, which has proven to be good for me from a career standpoint, from a mental health standpoint, just sometimes not cover the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah.
When you watch Ole Miss under Lane Kiffin, and obviously it's year 0, year 1, we've had that fight with other people. Do you see a fit there? Do you see, hey, this could work, they could be interesting, or what do you see?
Okay, let me start with the negative. My knock on Kiffin is I've always wondered if he can be an adult enough to coach and maximize his success for all the reasons that you and I know, right?
Right.
But at the same time, it's also important to have your fans bought in. And for whatever reason, people have always been excited about Lane Kiffin. I thought that the hype sometimes has exceeded what he's done. But the fact is, and you're covering now, right? You've got a fan base that's excited. And frankly, and I know Ole Miss has had defensive issues for years, right? And that's not his fault. But the guy's scoring points.
Yeah.
And they're fun to watch. That Alabama game was wildly entertaining. Like if you just sat down and wanted to watch a game, and maybe you can say he knew some things about what Saban was doing, whatever. You know, Alabama still got players.
Yeah, sure. I always use my Dubuque, Iowa. I make up this character that lives in Dubuque. And if he's sitting there, he doesn't care about Ole Miss. He doesn't care about Alabama, but he's sitting there on Saturday night in Dubuque and he's got his popcorn and I don't know, his Coors Light or whatever. And he's not turning that game off.
Yeah.
He's in that game. He's like, son of a gun. I'm going to keep watching this. And 42-42, he's on the edge of his seat. And it's been a while since Ole Miss football has put my friend in Dubuque, who I've never met, on the edge of his seat. It's been, frankly, the last few years when Ole Miss came on, he's like, what else is on? He's hitting the guide button, to see what else is on because Ole Miss has been boring, Chris. I mean, people don't like that, and I understand it's their school and their guys, but I covered it, and football was boring. And this year, Ole Miss football, I know they're 1-4 going into this game. You can call them a lot of things. Boring's not one. They have not been boring. It has been 5 games of, wow, that's interesting, and that's interesting. And sometimes it's not good, and sometimes it's not bad, and sometimes it's just, whoa, what was that? But no boredom at all.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's look at it from 2 standpoints, right? What do media want? We want something interesting to cover. Well, you have that. What do fans want? They want offense. They want points. They want something that's interesting. Well, they've got that. It may be 1-4, but it's compelling. And what do kids want? An A.J. Brown or a DK Metcalf wants to play where you get the ball in your hands and you can score points. And frankly, Ole Miss during Hugh Freeze, they may have lacked on defense at times, especially later, but they got that type of kid, Neal. And if I'm an A.J. Brown or I'm a DK Metcalf, I don't see anything about his message that the kids wouldn't listen to.
Yeah, I think the key for Kiffin, obviously, is going to be, can he recruit on the defensive side? Can he get those guys off the edge in the defensive secondary, big guys in the interior that can change games? Because if he can get those guys, he's going to win big. I think recruiting offensively is not going to be a problem for him once the pandemic clears and you can bring kids to campus. And I mean, they've had their hands tied since they got here, except for the first couple of months. And so eventually that will pass. Speaking of, Chris, ESPN releases a list of bowl games. They're going to play the Frisco Bowl, the Myrtle Beach Bowl, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, the Boca Raton Bowl, the Montgomery Bowl, the New Mexico Bowl. Maybe one of us will get lucky and get to cover the Camellia Bowl in Montgomery on Christmas Day. The Gasparilla Bowl, the Cure Bowl, the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl. God, that sounds like an exciting game. The Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl, the Texas Bowl, and oh, yes, sir, on New Year's Day, the Ticket Smarter Birmingham Bowl. ESPN put its foot down and said, hey, listen, I know there's a pandemic, and I know that this might not be convenient for all of you, but we got to put something on TV. And to their credit, our college football ratings have been good.
Yeah.
We need something. So those games are going to get played. There are no win totals that are required. You might get lucky, Chris. You might get a 1-9 Vanderbilt team on Christmas Day at the Crampton Bowl in picturesque Montgomery at 2:30 afternoon. Man, how lucky could you get, huh?
I'm feeling lucky already.
I just jinxed myself.
Well, the conversation you and I had off the air before this is that there's automatic escalators in contracts. And I think one of them at Vanderbilt is bowl games. As I'm sitting here wondering, what if they get a win involved? he's a good man. It's just not working out. But it would be the quintessential 2020 thing on this beat to happen.
Yeah. I'm getting told my internet connection is unstable, so we'll probably stop it there. We'll have an opportunity to visit later in the year with you if the Derek Mason thing goes south. I will leave it with this. Just quick thoughts. Let's just say that job opens up. Is there a quick name that comes to mind, or is it some national search for the next hot assistant?
Well, if it's me, okay, one name that is immediately going to go to the top of the list is Will Healy at Charlotte. And he got some play in the SEC. Now, people may say Will Healy can probably get a better job, but Will Healy's uncle was an All-American at Vanderbilt. And Will grew up a Vanderbilt fan. Will had success just down the road at Austin Peay, which was basically the I want to say 1AA. We're supposed to call it FCS now, but that equivalent to Vanderbilt, and maybe worse at times. He took them to the playoffs in year 2. You have some boosters that really would like to see him be the head coach. That's name 1. Name 2 would be Bill Clark at UAB. And I think that's like as bad as things have been at Vanderbilt, right? They never took his program away and dropped football. So I think you could say that that's a guy that's not going to be intimidated by challenge. I have been told he'd be interested in listening to them if they had a pitch. Now, look, it better be a really good pitch if I'm either of those guys. It better include this is what facilities are going to look like. And by the way, one of the smartest things James Franklin ever did was he was promised the indoor practice facility, and he said, all right, I want to guarantee in my contract if it's not built by a certain point, I get $1 million or $2 million bonus. And I think a coach has got to cross his T's and dot his I's. Frankly, I wouldn't take this job if I'm any coach with any ambition right now. But that's also a school with billions of dollars at its disposal, and they could change perception in an instant. And you've seen them do it with baseball. So that's the two that I would look for if it opens. They're always going to look for minority candidates. I just don't know how many good ones are out there. They're either established head coaches, or if you're an assistant like Tony Elliott's one that started to come up last year at Clemson. I think Elliott, from what I've been told, is got his shots on bigger things and would probably laugh them out of the room, which frankly I would too at this point. But I think I would look for those two names, and if they go a minority direction, which they're prone to do, I think there's always going to be a minority candidate or two who gets an interview.
So you're taking Ole Miss to cover the points today, I take it?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Chris, enjoy the game. Thanks for spending some time with us. Really appreciate it.
Always fun. Thank you.
That was Chris Lee, VandySports.com. That last line of his, I wouldn't take this job if I were any coach with any ambition.
That's the thing, is we can talk about Vanderbilt as a season and in this season and talk about that we don't know the quarterback's name and all that, but it's the program. How different this thing, even in a couple of years. We're not – look, I know Vanderbilt hasn't been good since James Franklin, but we're not that far away, removed from the, hey, Mason maybe is fired, becomes Freeze's defensive coordinator. We had that conversation where Vandy had a pulse as a program. They kind of knew what they were a little bit. What they've turned into, and it's because of the administration. This is not necessarily even a football program problem. This is an administration problem because of their lack of money back into it. Frankly, their lack of emphasis on football, given how important football is in the league and all the people they play every day.
The air conditioning went out for 2 months in their training facility, and they didn't fix it.
They fired everybody and removed everybody in the department. Like, they have no PR for the program. There's so many different things here where Vanderbilt – look, when you don't operate – we talk about how Ole Miss, to be successful, has to operate at peak efficiency. Vanderbilt is doing the complete opposite. They're even more to be competent. They have to operate at peak efficiency, and they're the most inefficient program in the league right now, and it's not close. And when you have the least resources, as we've said many times and made fun of, they've never signed a top 100 player in the rivals rankings. All those things true, and you're the most inefficient. That's what's amazing to me is just how the program has fallen to a point where it's apathy. No one even cares anymore. They're a non-entity. They scared A&M a little bit. I mean, who knows? They might win a game at some point this season. But from a program standpoint, it's as dead as it's ever been, and that's saying something when we're talking about Vanderbilt football.
Yeah, and he answered a lot of my questions. I've always wondered, how are they so good in baseball? So efficient in baseball. And I know we make the scholarship jokes and stuff, but Corbin also runs a terrific program. I mean, he doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's not just that.
No, Corbin's a top 5 coach in college baseball. There's no doubt.
How you can be that good in that sport and then fall off the cliff
but
and
you're
everything
also kind
else.
of proving the emphasis. In that sport, it's Corbin's sport. Every detail.
But it's not. But it's not institutional. It's Corbin.
Yeah.
And so what it tells you is if something happened to Corbin today,
Who knows?
and he decided, hey, I just don't want to do this anymore. I want to go off to Maui and learn how to surf. That program falls off the cliff.
Because it's not. Look, it's not about us. But you're gonna know where I'm going here. You're gonna agree with me. It's not about us or what the media or whatever. Vanderbilt football has the worst food in the conference by far. It is terrible. The sausage is gray. They give you nothing. Vanderbilt baseball has fajita bars and the MLB package. That's a Corbin attention to detail. That is not a Vanderbilt attention to detail. There's no doubt in my mind that Tim Corbin makes sure those things are taken care of.
Zero doubt.
Or he has a guy that makes sure those things are taken care of. His ops guy does that.
No doubt.
Yeah. It's not
Vanderbilt
what I mean. Going, hey, let's make sure.
So the uniform says Vanderbilt, but what it really says is Corbin.
Yeah.
And so that answered my question. Chris Lee's great, man. I mean, you want to have an intellectual conversation
you wish the
about
team he covered was good.
Oh, you wish they were relevant?
Yeah,
because he would be great.
He'd be great.
Yeah, but he levels with you. I mean, that was interesting because Vanderbilt baseball is awesome, and you're like, how does that happen? And then you get the answer.
And basketball can be fine.
But it hasn't been.
Once it falls off, it's Kevin Stallings was fine. Yeah.
For a while, and then but I mean, they've been awful for 3 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the one team in the league that everybody looks at and goes, nope.
Yeah.
What channel's the Iowa game on? Someone asked. I do love me some Iowa football. I'll tell you that. Is it FS1? No, it's Indiana Rutgers.
Oh, that's a barn burner.
Hey. Tom Allen's a good dude.
I love Tom Allen. Rutgers, though, is the most boring program in the country.
But
We're talking about Vanderbilt.
They won't be for long.
You think they're coming?
Well, they're going to
whatever
try.
they can, whatever that means for the State University of New York.
Whatever it cost.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, Texas, Oklahoma State's that one. Notre Dame at Georgia Tech's there. Why is it so hard to find an Iowa football game, huh?
It should be on 8 channels. I should be flashing it.
What's the deal? getting a little anti ESPN. Okay, so put it on the big show.
Oh, it's on the big show?
Yeah. There it is, Northwestern at Iowa. Whew.
Hey, look. There's hardly any better 11 a.m. game than that.
Oh, it's awesome.
I mean,
I'm serious.
Iowa Northwestern is about as good as it gets for your palate cleanser. Just the start of the day, just kind of.
Clemson hangs on, beats Boston College. Michigan loses to Michigan State.
They did, yeah.
Trouble for Jim Harbaugh. He's going to get bailed out by the. Now, what is Northwestern's uniform?
Oh,
see, Under Armour trying way too hard.
Just wear your traditionals. They're fine.
That Iowa uni, that is sweet. Are there 10 uniforms in college football better than that one?
Do you count off the fact that they simply stole another uniform?
No.
I'm asking. I don't know.
Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery.
Okay. I mean, they didn't come up with that suit. It is Pittsburgh's suit.
Yeah, they asked permission to take it, and they were granted permission. It is a cool helmet. The Hawkeye thingy.
It's a great helmet.
It's a great helmet.
Sure. It's a really good uniform.
I'm looking forward to my trip to Iowa. As soon as this thing is over and we get to be quasi-normal again, I'm going.
That was kind of late. Northwestern suits are terrible.
Those are awful.
What are they doing?
Under Armour's like, oh. So
I don't mind the white helmet. It's fine.
Under Armour's like, what do you think about a purple stripe right here?
Yeah, what?
Where was hand raised guy on this one to go, no?
Let's see. I will. We'll tell you we've got plated up. Again, food coming courtesy of Visit Oxford. Visit OxfordMS.com. See all the different events going on in town, where to stay, where to eat, what to do, and more. The taco shop is our delivery of today. They are open Monday to Saturday, 11 to 9. Sunday, 11 to 7. It's on University Avenue. Get you the exact. 1921 University Avenue. You get in. The street tacos are the thing. That is the thing most people come for, that puts the butts in the seats. There at the taco shop. We've I think we'll be able to see this, Neal, right? We'll be able to see this. We got
you have to lift it up a little higher because I changed to it.
We got street tacos, we got gorditas,
and then over
we've got
closer to you.
quesadillas.
There you go.
We've we got al pastor, we've got some carne asada, we've got some chicken, we've got some maybe some shredded beef as well. So a lot of stuff there from the taco shop there in Oxford. Again, it's open 7 days a week. Street tacos are absolutely my recommendation there.
For sure.
The chips and the different salsas are excellent as well. So that's what you take advantage of there at the taco shop. So appreciate those guys. Also appreciate Visit Oxford for helping us out every single week during our MPW Digital Watch Party and during school board business presented by the Rogue in Jackson. So thanks to all those guys again, and we'll tell you how it goes as we get into it.
Other finals today, we mentioned Georgia beat Kentucky 14-3, Cincinnati over Memphis 49-10. We talked about Michigan State, Michigan, West Virginia a winner 37-10 over Kansas State. Coastal Carolina 51-0 winner over Georgia State. Iowa State 52, Kansas 22. Notre Dame, Georgia Tech midway through the first, no score. Indiana, Rutgers early in the first, no score. Texas, Oklahoma about to get started. And we talked about Iowa and Northwestern. LSU and Auburn, 8:28 and counting to go, no score in Auburn. Here's my aesthetic take for the SEC for the day.
Okay.
In person, Jordan Hare's fine. It's an old traditional state.
Sure.
On TV, especially with CBS, it looks fantastic.
The stadium.
The stadium, the field, the whole deal. On television, Jordan Hare looks, particularly on CBS.
That's fair.
Jordan Hare looks absolutely great.
So you think it looks better in the day and at night then?
Yeah.
Because CBS versus ESPN.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tell you, ooh. That was a.
And the inverse is true with LSU.
It looks better at night
purple,
than it does on the day.
The whole deal. Versus during the day, you're like, okay, why is LSU playing a day game? And that was because, frankly, nobody ever makes them play day games. But that is something. Don't show it in slow motion. It always makes everything look worse. Just show me how the reaction was in real time.
Well, and he hit him with the shoulder. He hit him high. When the quarterback slides, you just got to avoid it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Say this kid from LSU is a big kid. Finley?
240, right?
Is that what he is? He's a big boy.
You can't call anything there. That's fine.
Taxman says they're touring Auburn next Friday with his son. Campbell and I toured Auburn the summer before after her junior year when she was making her decision. It was about 125 degrees that day in Auburn.
She was not really pleased with it.
It was so hot.
Yeah.
And she didn't like the War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle.
The greeting of War
Just
Eagle.
Just constant War Eagle, War Eagle, War Eagle. They don't say Merry Christmas. They say War Eagle.
You and I both are complete fans of Acre. What else in Auburn food-wise is really good? You've been there a lot longer than I have.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Are you a Mama Goldberg's fan with the steamed sandwiches?
It's fine.
Okay, yeah. They're fine.
It's fine.
They go in psycho over it, and it's all right.
It's
kind of like the lemonade and tumors is fine, but it's lemonade and tumors.
It's just lemonade, yeah. It's something you go do. It's a touristy thing. It's cool. It's fine.
Yeah. But I can be fine in Auburn if I'm not trying to eat fairly nice. Like, I can go to Mellow Mushroom and be cool.
I was going to say, so Charles Goldberg and I, when I was on the Auburn beat, on Sundays when we finished our work, we went to this Mexican place. I don't remember the name of it for the life of me.
Just a random Mexican place.
Yeah, we would go there on Sunday night. And we'd watch the end of the NFL game and drink a margarita, and I would realize how depressed I was.
Sure.
And on Monday nights, a lot of times, I'd work all day long because Auburn, there was no media stuff on Monday, and I would write all day, and I'd go about 7:30, 8 o'clock. A lot of times I would just go to like Outback Steakhouse so I could sit at the bar.
I would argue Outback is the best chain establishment like that for the individual customer.
Sitting by yourself, it was great.
The man sitting by himself, just hanging out somewhere.
Be a playoff baseball game or Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
And so I'd go, have a drink.
The food's fine.
You're going to get a solid 7.
Yeah.
No one's going to bother you. I was on an expense account. It wasn't my money.
It's
And I'd not gone to eat anything on Monday afternoon because I just worked. I worked and worked and worked because my goal was when I got home
you could be done for a day
to
or
have
two.
most of
Yeah.
it done so that I'd have a Thursday off.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's the best one. I think of those type of chain restaurants, Outback's number one. I think you can make an argument for having a fine time at some other ones, but I think that's the top one for that.
So that's pretty much what I would do. And then on Tuesday was, if I ever went to Mama Goldberg's, it would be with a couple other riders. We'd go
Okay.
Tuesday afternoon and grab
They're
something.
good. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's all right.
There's a wing place we would go to sometimes. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
And then I usually try to get out of there late Tuesday.
I do think Auburn, and I don't know what it is about it. Maybe it's how low key it is. And you just kind of chill out. It's one of my top 3 favorite baseball weekends where you're just going and hanging out, and you got some time because that's. Like, fans always ask us all the time, hey, if I'm going for a football weekend, what do I do? Well, that answer is different than if you're going for, like, a baseball weekend where you got 3 days to really kind of chill and look at some different things. I mean, football weekends for fans are hectic. Hey, you're getting in. Maybe you're figuring out one bar, one restaurant. You're watching the game, and you're fighting 100,000 people. It's not like in the spring where you're just kind of strolling around. And, that might be some of it is that with campus right across the street from Auburn Strip, you can kind of do everything and walk the campus and just kind of chill.
G.I. Gatlin says, do journalists still have expense accounts? I haven't had one in a long time. I'm my own expense account.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I guess.
The expense account is because of you guys. Thank you.
I mean, I write it off, but not really.
I remember, I tell you, and I don't mean whatever.
In Mobile, I would have to put the alcohol on one tab.
Yeah.
And then I'd put the food on the other.
We've got to switch to the other show in a second. But I will give you this little quick story. And this was not too long ago. This would have been in, let me get this right, probably 2011 or 12. Maybe right before that. Patrick Oakes, one of my buddies, he was assistant sports editor of the Eagle. The Eagle's expense account, in whatever year that was, we'd gone to Nashville for, I guess, Vandy Ole Miss baseball. I don't remember. And I think I'm right here that his expense account was, let me get this right. I think it was $4 for breakfast, $6 for lunch, and $8 for dinner.
Oh, God.
I think that's what it was. In like 2012, and he told me the only way it got there, or maybe Jeff Robertson told me the only way it got there was that Bruce Newman had gone to D.C. once, and they needed to up it a little bit to go to D.C. I mean, it was like 4, 6, and 8, or like 5, 7, and 9.
It's ridiculous.
Or something like that.
Mine was like 50. I had $50 a day.
That's pretty standard. Pretty standard is around $50 a day.
And so I never ate breakfast. Or if I did, it was at the hotel.
Yeah,
the complimentary thingy.
That's still about what the Clarion Ledgers is. Because when we were in Fayetteville for baseball last spring for the Super Regional, and I remember maybe Nick Suss or some of those guys talking about their accounts, and I remember because like you said, you got to kind of strategize it a little bit. It's hey, don't eat breakfast, but do this, and then you can kind of do whatever at dinner if it gets down to it.
Yeah, if you just have a $4 lunch or a $5 lunch
suddenly
somewhere,
you're cooking with gas.
Well, now you can have you can go to Outback and have a steak and an appetizer.
Yeah. So anyway, we probably switch over to the game now. Says Ole Miss is receiving the kickoff in case anybody cares.
So we'll flip there. Yeah, we're right. We'll just stay with you. You'll see some things leave the screen here. Thanks to The Rogue again for this week for sponsoring Scoreboard Business. Don't forget therogue.com. Go to Neal Chase 20. That's NEALCHASE 20. At checkout to get 20% off of all of the Ole Miss Peter Millar collection there at The Rogue.
Pete DeWeese will be with us during the second quarter today. Ole Miss averaging 41.7 points per game during the first 3 games, only 24.5 the last 2. Down about 140 yards during that time period as well per game. Turnovers, though, 9-1. 9 turnovers the last 2 games, only 1 the first 3.
Yeah, been a little bit of a problem. Who are the announcers today, do you know? I know Taylor's doing the A&M Arkansas game.
The navy does pop more on the white pants, which is true.
Oh, yeah. The white on gray, it's just that it doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, it's one of the least flattering things during the show is I do have to eat at some point. Eating on camera is kind of weird, but it is what it is. You guys are with us at this point, either way. So I did not do the fair catch on the kickoff, and it paid off in 3 yards.
Got 4 yards out of it.
Yeah, Derek Mason really focused on the fact that during the course of the week they were trying to ignore a lot of Ole Miss's side-to-side motion and focus on what was going actually down the field.
Ignore the eye candy. Easier said than done.
Wait, zoom in a little bit? Good God. Is the camera that bad at Vanderbilt, or are we just, like, zoomed out?
I don't know. I need binoculars.
What in the hell is going on? Well, Pete will get an all-22 today. Good grief. The other problem is that it blends in with Vanderbilt. Their gold is blending in with the green grass.
Do they have no camera down on the field?
Yeah, Michael Thompson would be really proud of this angle.
13:43, 13:42, 41, 40, 39, 38. There's your time.
It looks like the view from the Superdome. You know, the Superdome's press box is so high up on the
Yes.
top level.
Where you just watch on television at that point.
I can't see anything.
Oh, nice fake. $12.52, $12.51. Feels so weird to be looking at the scoreboard. You're so used to LSU and or Auburn being ranked, and they're not. You have to go to a SEC screen.
Oh, yeah. Great hole there. Ooh. Seemed a little unnecessary there, but. They just get so bogged down and now a flag down there.
Well, that was easy. Oh.
That wasn't enough time to hold.
Well, how do you know it's declined? Did you ask?
It might go, hey, what? We'll do it again.
Do you think they lost a camera or what? Something happened?
This is the strangest thing I've ever seen. I've not seen it like this before.
I mean, a camera went out or got broken, or I know you don't know. I'm just.
I'll pull it up on the regular page and see what the second delay is for you guys and try to get a count on that. By the way, we always talk about internet speeds and stuff. I got fiber put in.
Oh yeah,
game changer.
Is it?
It's so different that.
What supposedly will be available to us here soon. It's like it's in. They just haven't.
Oh really?
Connected it yet.
Yeah.
Real fast.
Yeah. Like completely different. It to the point of I use Hulu TV for my streaming, and I thought my former picture was good, but it's even improved my picture on my TVs and things because of the speed.
How about that?
Yeah. Flashing the camera to get a delay here. All right, 25-second delay for me. People asking for time checks and different things. I'm getting 25 seconds on my delay between what I'm doing. I kind of flashed the screen with a 5 and then saw when I saw it on YouTube. So 25 seconds for me. So if you follow back 25 seconds, you'll be somewhat in line with us if you pause your TV. Spark wasn't available. It was AT&T. Cake Pops. Is that what we're doing?
So my lovely neighbor Caroline Goff
Uh-huh.
did cake pops, which were a subject of topic of conversation
From
the other
Hand Raised
day.
Guys on Thursday.
And so there they are. She said they were very hard to make. They look hard to make.
What flavor are they?
I don't know.
Okay.
But thank you to Caroline.
2 of these are yours, by the way. I'm not touching some of this. So.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I got up to get a beer and got distracted, so
Okay.
I got to go back and do that.
I think we're doing this for a while. I don't think we'll go back to a traditional thing next year. I mean, we technically could be in the press box right now. There's just no reason to do it. Yeah, I don't think. I think those days have just passed, frankly.
Which days?
Somebody asked if they're going back to the press box next year.
Probably not.
I don't really expect that.
This is. Don't ask me who makes the tackle. I have no
can't see
freaking
anything.
idea.
Over under 11 missed tackles for Ole Miss today.
Oh, what the hell? Under.
Okay. You don't want Vanderbilt to run you out of the hole like that.
Wesley says over.
We're between 25 and 33 seconds behind if you want to kind of time your TV a little bit. I'll give you a time check in a second. 10:50, 10:49, 10:48, 10:47, 10:46.
If the camera angle is so bad that you can't see the missed tackle, does it still count?
Could be a strategy. Pro Football Focus won't be able to see the numbers on the jerseys.
Ole Miss's defensive line's getting pushed by Vanderbilt's offensive line.
That's not good.
I mean, trips to the right. This is being too cute. It's 3rd and 2. You've been running the ball. Oh, there's the back.
Empty didn't make a lot of sense there. Good call. I'd never had it before. Taco shop. The quesadilla is really good.
It was good. I'd never had it before either. It was really good.
That was one I was not expecting. There's one. Yeah, there's one.
Chris Lee says you're missing an electric atmosphere.
I don't think there's 2,000 people there.
No, he sent me the picture. I just can't get over it.
Into the first quarter, Auburn and LSU 0-0. Bo Nix 3 of 6, 23 yards in the quarter.
Number 11 for Vandy made a nice tackle right there.
Yes, Presley, you're correct. The street tacos and the chips and the queso are the things they do the best. But the quesadillas are good.
Yeah, really good quesadilla.
Ken Seal sounds like a G.I. Joe character.
Ken Seal.
I would never have gone for Vandy quarterback there.
Ooh. 21 miss a block bad.
Ball definitely came out. They're just not good. Like,
You think?
I mean, it awful.
Were you expecting something different?
It's just startling to see. Like,
I mean,
had you watched a lot of Vanderbilt football before this?
I watched enough of their first 3 games
How'd
to
they
know
stay
what to
within 5
expect.
of A&M.
That was a long time ago. Season opener, weirdness.
I get it, but thank you for the cake pop. It's excellent, by the way. They do look really complicated to make.
She said they were intimidating.
Really?
They look intimidating.
Yeah.
They're all good, though.
Yeah.
Those are really good.
Yeah, Starbucks has like a chocolate brownie one. That's really good.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt about that. Coastal Carolina would wreck Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah.
That's not even
yeah. Destroy them.
Yeah, Michael, that's a Neal thing. He likes the lemon desserts more than I do. I'm not a lemon cake or lemon pie man.
Ooh, I am.
Yeah. Oh, look.
No, he's not out of bounds. He is there.
I've never had a egg custard pie.
I think I have.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I'm okay with key lime if it's real. I'm kind of a key lime snob. Like inferior or fake key lime, I have no issue or no interest in at all.
I have no idea what that. You can't see it from this distance. You'd think there's nobody in the stands. They could just bring the camera down to the front row. Apparently, they got the call right at Auburn. Yep, touchback.
Yeah, we're in Riptide today, courtesy of Campus Connection at Tulane. So you can head there if you have interest.
It was a big time
Yeah.
throw, man. Ball had some RPMs on it. Elijah's going to be a good receiver in the NFL.
Just zoom in all the time. They're showing the capability to do it. Just zoom in.
Maybe they're trying to keep the camera angle socially distanced.
They're succeeding. Thought he gave it at first. They kind of tricked the cameraman there.
So 3rd and about 7.
Might be 4 down territory against Vanderbilt.
I was laughing at Leif.
I think it would have been too, because that's a call where you're probably going for it on 4th.
Yeah. They suck.
You can already tell that we're only like 7 minutes in.
They're really bad. I mean, their linebacker play is egregious. Yeah, there's no first down yellow line. Did you notice that?
Yeah, they're having some technical difficulties, I think. Looks like there's 2A state championships.
West Franklin versus East Webster.
Yeah. With an announcer that has a much more southern accent. He's bragging about the game. Okay, Ely's not fair against their linebackers.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, sure.
There's no angle.
Did step out. Okay, you can't give a split screen if we can't see. That was actually a good play.
John Kennedy says BS. I'm like, how would you know? Yeah.
Okay. And the crowd goes wild. Pandemonium in Nashville.
Poor old 14. He knew it was happening. He was trying to bring him down.
He had a moment where he went, oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Damn it.
It's going to be a better day for Ole Miss today than it was in 2010. That's for sure. Or 11. It was 11. 30-7 was 11, right?
Yeah.
Houston got really excited about the mop-up touchdown to Dante Moncrief in the fourth quarter that cut it at 30-7.
What I remember about that game was the press conference after it was over. That was Franklin had just kind of started there, and they were pumped.
Oh yeah, he had them going,
and they were partying in their locker room, and you could hear it through the walls. And Houston just looked like a dead man.
If this game continues like this, what do you do?
Chris Lee, I'd start researching school records for points if I were you. And please let me know.
If this game continues like this, what do you do with Corral and quarterback?
Get him out.
For quarterback situations.
Me? I see what I've got. Whether it's Dent or Renfro, it's free year. I'm not losing a year. I'm playing some guys. Let's get some snaps.
You put Plumlee in to throw it? He's got to throw it, though.
Look, I'm finding out what I've got in my other guys. It's just me.
Yeah, I don't think Sellers is probably going to play today. That Vanderbilt 30-7 game was about as bored as I've ever been in a football game. Because it was actually close for maybe a quarter or so. It was like 0-0 into the second quarter. And then.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe.
Actually, the most bored I was in was the year before in Knoxville. When Masoli was up there.
I had the flu. I didn't go to that one.
Yeah, I did. And they got hammered. And
yeah, I know, because I started getting phone calls. That was the booster day. Where I got calls and I wrote the thing about he was going to have to make coaching staff changes, and he came over to me. They were getting ready to play LSU, and Houston comes up to me on that Monday. So you're saying I got to fire people? And I said, well, I didn't say it.
It is being said.
People who know said it, and he said something else. I said, Houston, have you read it? And he said, no. And so I pulled it up on my phone and handed it to him. And it was so awkward because we're doing all of this right in front of the wide receivers.
During practice.
Ron Dickerson, who's one of the people who's going to get fired, is right there. And I'm like, this could have been so easily avoided. You could have called me and we could have had this conversation. But you wanted to try to intimidate me here, and I'm going to show you, here's my phone, here's the story, read it, and then tell me I'm wrong. Or do what you're about to do, which is hand me my phone back and walk away.
And he did.
Because I was right. He knew I was right. It wasn't a malicious story. It was just a story.
Well, Tulane got healthy against Temple today. That line was kind of close, but the Green Wave wins 38-3. Pick 6 for Auburn.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Well.
That won't last long, but it'll be fun for a moment.
Sure. Rice beating Southern Miss 23-3. I mean, the Eagles are just awful.
Louisiana Tech up over UAB. I wonder what the crowd in Ruston is for that game.
What are their rules?
I don't know.
App State up on Monroe 7-0 early.
Damn it.
Yeah. University of Louisiana plays Texas State later in the day.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Third down for Vanderbilt.
Not too far from pulling up the column and getting started.
That changes the game. What's the ribbon for?
I'm
Have any idea?
almost afraid to say what comes to mind. So. Just go for it.
I mean, literally nothing to lose.
No. Jenkins, Neal, don't you dare, USOB. The UAB dragon is a good-looking dragon.
Oh, it's a great logo.
It's a good-looking dragon. I mean, it really is. Their punter's worse than their defense. They literally should have just gone for it. Avery says, I mean, I love Ole Miss, but I don't know if I can watch all of this. It's an 11-yard kick. I mean, why not just go for it? If it gets to 21, I'm writing.
That's it?
Yeah, because I don't want to be writing till 11:30 tonight. Because no one's reading it anyway after this. Yeah, I'm writing. If they blow this, y'all are on your own.
This is it?
I refuse to take the blame if this goes badly from this point forward.
It's
I'm
only
sorry.
the first quarter.
I don't.
McCready.
I'm writing this now.
It's
I'm,
the first quarter.
I'm getting done. Column's going to be ready. Where I insert final score, be done.
What are you writing?
This perfect day for get well, take a break down the stretch. Could be worse. Could be better.
When this finishes 41-38 in the fourth quarter, McCready.
It's not my fault. Nope. I refuse to take the blame if this goes to hell. Sorry.
That's on them.
This is on them. Nope. Don't give me any of the jinx crap. Nope.
This team lost by 5 to A&M.
I don't know, man. A moment of levity here. How long does Corral play? How much getting well do you let him do to feel good about himself?
Half.
Yeah. I tell you what. I know Elijah wants his numbers and stuff, but I'd want to get him out of there soon. Yeah.
Elijah might be the one that's out right now. Seriously.
Well, this would be a time to find out what's up with Dennis Jackson. I mean, now would be a good time. Let's see what you got, right?
I don't even know what to ask Pete in a minute.
We might talk about Halloween. I don't know. He's got little ones.
You got a dog that's going to be real pissed off tonight.
.21 zip. Holding on number 9. Look at the crowd.
I mean, seriously, how many people are there?
37 people.
And just give us a second, we can count them if they zoom in. So that one end zone and
I did see it, Will. I saw the hold. I swear I did.
I mean, what's Derek Mason thinking right now? I'm getting $6 million.
He's counting money. He's counting money.
Four more games and that yacht is mine.
Oh, he's wishing.
Oh,
please fire me.
I'll head to the Keys.
Yeah. Get some sun.
I'll go fish off
have some rum.
Dock in Boca for a little while. The admin doesn't care at Vanderbilt. They legitimately do not care.
No, they don't care. It's almost a badge of honor.
We're different. Ole Miss looks really confused on defense. We'll see if it matters. Good play. End of the first quarter.
All right.
21-0 Rebels. End of one. If I'm Hugh Freeze, I don't want the Vanderbilt job. I'd say no.
Oh, no.
No
You
way.
don't. No.
You don't do that.
Too many people hate him in the league. That would be awful.
Yeah, you're there and that makes no sense. Yep. Oh.
Busing tables.
We will call Pete when Neal gets back. Bring that bottle back, too. Cincinnati beats up on Memphis 49-10. The Bearcats are legitimately good. I am wearing Riptide, the Tulane mascot. That's what we're going with today. We said a second ago, thanks to Campus Connection at Tulane for that. So yeah, wearing the Tulane logo. Tulane going back to a lot of retro logos and uniforms. They've done a hell of a job with that. John says, might go to the liquor store, give me a bourbon to try, no wheats. What proof we looking for? Want something? Actually, give me a price range. That's the better thing. Cole, I know where you live. You have time to make those and still get them to us before we're off the show tonight. So you can go ahead and deliver or have somebody meet you halfway. Barbecue does sound good. Some sort of brisket or something. The weather is just now kind of okay for that. I'm more into smoking in the winter than the summer, for whatever reason.
The jokes tell themselves.
Yeah. Do they know the score right now?
Probably not.
Is there some level of some substance in them right now?
We use Skype with Pete, don't we? Yeah.
How's it going?
Hello, Pete. Sorry about that. I pulled up FaceTime audio and kept hitting the button, and I realized, wait, we call Pete with Skype. Sorry about that.
We're gonna need you to really break this one down. How do you feel like the advantage is playing out so far in this one, and really give it to us all the way through?
Well, it turns out better players matter. I just Ole Miss is really. There's a lot of consistencies from week to week in what they try to do offensively, and that's part of when you play with an up-tempo scheme. You can, even if you don't have maybe the top flight kids, you can still do some things. And so, like the touchdown to Yeboah there, that's the same play they scored on week 1 against Florida. They scored on it, or they scored on against Kentucky. They scored on it against Alabama in a little bit different look, and they're just using their tempo and they're just running what they want to run right now. Still running a lot of power read, decent amount of their inside zone game, and then they're taking shots. It was a great double move on the sluggo by Elijah Moore on the last touchdown, and Matt almost underthrew him a little bit, but it was a good ball to get him in the zone.
You ever seen a SEC team worse than Vanderbilt?
I've seen some dandies, whether it was a early Jefferson Pilot game in the late 80s, early 90s, or even some of the teams that I saw when I was at Ole Miss. And But this one right now is just that they're struggling, man. The tailback, Brooks, he's a good player. He's a kid that was going to get passed over by almost every SEC school, but he is a good running back. We coached against him, I think, his junior year of high school, and I was really impressed with his game. But across the board, they just don't have enough kids, and they can't keep enough kids to really build an SEC roster out. It's so hard to get kids in school there and to keep them in school there.
Yeah, and then frankly, the program doesn't do a lot from a football standpoint to win any of those battles, and so you have to have a certain type of kid that is academic, that is truly academic first. And a lot of times, the big time college football players, they care about academics. Don't get me wrong, but academics aren't the top priority in their decision.
Not for most kids. And look, I mean, if you want a comp for Vandy, Georgia Tech is the easiest comp, right? But it's also probably the most accurate. Vanderbilt's a fun city. People like Vanderbilt. That doesn't mean Vanderbilt, or Nashville rather, is going to attract a lot of 18, 19-year-old kids. You know, you see what's going on at Georgia Tech right now, and clearly they're not winning a lot of ball games, but they're recruiting at a high level because they're able to sell the culture of the city. The culture of Nashville doesn't necessarily correlate to landing big-time recruits. Not unless those recruits are into bridal parties.
Or play baseball.
Well, or play baseball. And then for the money, it's the best deal.
Oh, look at it.
Look at the doors.
Touchdown. Vanderbilt. Are we ahead of you today, Pete?
Barely.
Okay.
Who's 36? I don't know whether that's a miscommunication or he just got beat on a route. Let's see. Well, we're not going to see here. No.
So I'm just now getting it. So I'm a little more behind than I'd hoped to be. They're getting ready to start to play, but you know, Ole Miss has taken a few more chances this game, and it's paid off for them early because I think this is the first game where they felt like, from a personnel standpoint, that they had the bodies. But clearly, that's not the case right now. You know, at least on that play, trying to rewind a little bit so I can watch it again.
Neal started writing a column and Vanderbilt scores.
Nope. I already said there would be no blame here. He's in. It's touchdown. They're going to replay it, but he's in. It's a touchdown.
Yeah, that's a touchdown. If they can give the quarterback time right there, I mean, and, you know, obviously that's what happens. You give him time. Ole Miss still has enough liabilities in the secondary that, you know, it's not like Vanderbilt's playing with high school kids. I mean, these are still Division I kids. They may not be top flight kids in a lot of people's eyes.
The high school kids are on the camera crew right now.
Yes. Yeah, because the angles, and I saw somebody commented on this earlier, the angles that they're using are really weird. You can't see a whole lot on some of these plays.
But what you were just saying is true, and it's. We had this conversation on the Soft Verbal podcast. The question was, where are the needs? And the answer is everywhere.
The answer is everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, defensively, I mean, speed and athleticism, you know, are vital, but so is size. I mean, realistically, you look at the Ole Miss linebackers and you compare them to a lot of the linebackers around the league, and they don't necessarily stack up, you know. And if they do, they're maybe a step too slow. You know, you've got some guys in the secondary that can move okay, but they might be a little bit undersized, and they are still a little bit young at certain spots.
If you're Vanderbilt, what kind of coach are you profiling? Who do you think takes it? What's that look like?
You know, it's such a tough situation. I don't. There's so many variables at play that the kind of hot thing, right, is so many people want to go and You want to hire the young guy with a lot of energy that you think is going to be the recruiter. And I think that model works at a lot of places. I don't know how that model works at Vanderbilt. You know, love him or hate him, impressed or not, you look at what David Cutcliffe has done at Duke. To be successful at a place like that where the standard is different for getting kids in, for signing kids, you need a very thorough, it can't be a flash in the pan coach. You have to have somebody that's a little bit established, that's going to be able to bring in a real good staff. And then you're going to have to be very thorough in how you recruit and in the kids that you recruit. And it's hard to do. I mean, look, Mason is respected by so many people in the coaching community, and he's going to have a job. The day he doesn't have one at Vandy, he will have another one. And he will probably have his choice. But I think that's one of the things that makes Vanderbilt so hard is you look at the evolution. Defensively, they haven't changed a ton. But offensively, how do you build a program like Vanderbilt to be successful offensively? They're probably better slowing the game down, trying to play with big bodies and be more of a pro-style power offense. But because they may have a little bit more success recruiting those kids. And in Nashville, in theory, you can dip into some of that Big Ten territory and pull some of those big-bodied linemen.
For sure.
But finding the skill kids to spread things out, it's going to be hard to do. But at the same time, how do you keep up in today's game with offenses like Ole Miss and even offenses like Alabama that are putting up such crazy points? It's hard to justify being a Wisconsin-style offense or an Iowa offense if you don't have those bodies ready-made to go be that style of offense.
What's wrong with Iowa's offense?
Oh, I love Iowa's offense.
Thank God. I just want to make sure we're on the – because I don't want to have to go to blows here on Halloween with you because we don't talk about Iowa.
Listen, I don't record games very often, but if Wisconsin and Iowa are playing, the DVR is set.
I hear
because my wife is going to go to bed and I'm going to pour a tall glass and I'm going to sit there and watch that one and eat something that's not good for me.
Yes, sir.
And it is going to be a happy, happy moment in my household.
Fried chicken and some cheese curds and some whiskey. Yes, sir. You're damn right.
If you have not seen the, I don't recall what website originally did it, but it's on YouTube. But there's a nature film that is about the Wisconsin Badgers and the Iowa Hawkeye that's on YouTube, and it is one of the better done parodies I've ever seen, where they take highlights from a early 2000s game and talk about the cheese curd fed women of the Bajir Nation. It's wonderful.
That's great. That's great. All right. So Ole Miss takes over on its own 23, up 21-7, 12 minutes to go in the half. I would assume that it's the same as what they've been doing. A lot of play action and.
By trade, Vanderbilt likes to be aggressive on defense. So one of the curious things to me going into this game is how much of the rush 3, drop 8 that we've seen teams have success against Ole Miss, how much are they willing to do? And so they're bringing 4 a good bit, so they're not quite dropping 8. But the big thing is athletically, they're playing off on the receivers. So like you're getting these boundary throws to Mingo where he's getting a soft corner and you're able to hit some quick passing stuff. Eventually Ole Miss is probably going to cause Vanderbilt to get more aggressive. And as that happens athletically, Ole Miss should be able to take advantage of that.
Because if they're going to drop against this team, you just run it right at them. You run them out of it, right? Because they can't stop the run.
You do. And so, Ole Miss has played a lot in 4 wide type formations, and their run game is limited when they do that. And when they bring Yeboah in like they do here on second down, Vanderbilt's adjusting by getting extra bodies, but that's what you see. You run right at it, and then you let their backs. I mean, the stats show at Ole Miss the 2 backs can go. And so they right there, that's basically old school ISO, like people listening at home probably ran when they were in high school, and it's blocked a little bit differently than it used to be. But right there, Vandy's just outnumbered in the box. They're trying to protect things on the perimeter, and they're so used to Ole Miss attacking the perimeter, and it pops for a big one. But obviously, you get the flag.
Yeah, it's a hold on Jeremy James, I think. Yeah, kind of tackled him with his arm around his back.
I've been pleasantly surprised with his play. He's from this area. He's not a kid. That's a call right there. His right hand is on the outside. That's an unfortunate call because the truth is, in the film room, they're not going to be upset with what he did right there. Ely's cut made that call.
What a catch!
Right. If Ely stays in A gap, that's not a holding call. But because he cut outside, they end up with the call. It's a great catch.
Auburn now at 14-0, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not saying it. I'm not, for the people in the thread, I'm not saying it's a great call. I'm saying it's an easy call because the hand, it's right there, and the hand looks like it's on his back. It's an easy call for an official to make.
For sure.
And it's right there where the cut's happening.
In any time that happens, and that's one of the hard things. It's the hardest thing about playing O-line, and it's the hardest thing about playing defensive back is there are things that you can't see going on. And if you're a DB and it's an underthrown ball and you see a receiver with his eyes and hands going to react, you're going to body him up. Just like here, you're running your feet if you're James, and if that hand's inside, nothing happens, or if Ely stays in A gap, nothing happens, but he cuts, and as soon as he does, it does make it an easy call.
Corral is on today.
He's getting the ball out of his hand in a hurry. He's going through his progressions. And part of it is I think that they seem to have a better understanding now of how teams are trying to defend them, right? And so Vandy with a lot of just rushing for, and you can see who's coming. He sees it early, and he's doing a great job of just getting it out of his hand. And the athleticism on the perimeter is clearly advantage Ole Miss.
Vanderbilt with an injury, so we are at a timeout, and we get to watch a mac and cheese commercial. So that's where we're sitting.
Got big trick-or-treating plans tonight?
I just do what the wife tells me to do.
What is she telling you to do?
Well, she told me that I am a character from Monsters, Inc., so that's what I'm doing.
That's good.
Have you seen your costume?
It is a T-shirt with polka dots, which is not my normal Saturday attire. I can tell you I don't wear polka dots very often. So I'm actually at a friend's house in his basement with the game on the television and on the iPad, and I'm doing this, and then afterwards I've been told I have to go pull a wagon around the neighborhood.
That's good. You deserve to pull a wagon around.
So you're in the friend's house
Halloween.
by yourself, just like in the basement. I mean the whole house. I just mean in the room you're in.
Yeah, by myself in the basement. They didn't. I figured this would be. There's 4 kids upstairs, so I figured this would probably be a little better. And my dog's not here to bark like last week. So
what are you drinking right now? Because you got to get ready, if you will, for the wagon pulling.
I'm the bourbon is upstairs. We'll switch to that later. We've got picked up a bottle of Russell Reserve last week, so that's
good.
That's been opened up, and then right now just pre-gaming with some seltzer, just making sure to keep things nice and even.
I understand.
Oh gosh.
So, Auburn up 14-0, as Chase said. 3:55 to go in the second. There, I think both scores are on defense. By the way.
I saw the pick six that they had as the Ole Miss game was getting near the end of the first quarter. LSU just looked really disjointed on offense.
Yeah, freshman quarterbacks making first road starts. Sometimes it doesn't go well.
No, and he's a kid that had some success last week, and he probably comes out on top of the world thinking that he's hung the moon. And, SEC defenses, although they haven't been stellar this season, they still have the ability to humble you a little bit.
Yeah, something tells me Kevin Steele pulled out the film. They found some stuff. That's my guess.
Auburn's going to get better on defense as the season goes. The question with them is going to be, are they going to get better on offense? You know, as long as they keep giving it to number 4, they're going to be okay.
Well, he's a talent, isn't he?
He's a special young back.
He is good. I picked on Jay when he said he was better than Carnell, and I apologize.
I mean, that's
You know,
still a
I
hell of a
don't-
note. I mean,
That's quite the statement.
I mean, Caddy was a great freshman back. I think this kid might actually be better.
Yeah, Caddy was a great freshman back. The other thing about him, though, is he was complimented with Brown.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so you could give him a breather. The question to me with Bigsby is at some point, does the load become too much as a freshman without having somebody else there to balance it for him? If he can continue the run he's on now all the way through this year, that's an argument that's worthy of being made.
The poor kid having to guard Elijah Moore.
he's having a rough afternoon.
He's having a hard time.
They can't win. If you press him, he's too athletic to beat you off the line, and you play him off, and they're running double moves, and he's just running away from them.
Yeah, I mean, I truly feel sorry for the kid. It's hopeless.
It's a tough task for anybody, and they're doing some things formationally to make it harder to put a safety over the top for help. You know, getting him on the outside some, and like on the long touchdown earlier, the slant and go. By putting him, he plays so much in the slot, so you're able to play a safety over him, and he still has success. By putting him on the outside, you make it more difficult to bracket him, and you know you get one-on-one coverage with him, and you give the quarterback time. There's no excuse not to chunk some yardage.
Ole Miss does the little reverse play that's been a screw up for him. It works today, and touchdown.
You know, so that play right there, yeah, I would be willing to bet is actually it's a read play. The quarterback actually has the option there. The O-line blocks to the right. You get the tailback out in front and the tight end out in front to the left. And Corral probably has the option there. If they are outnumbered to the left, he keeps it, follows the offensive line in the run game. If you're not outnumbered, you give it right there to Moore. A lot of teams run the exact same play, but they do it with their tailback and not. So it's 100% a pre-snap read. As soon as the motion starts, if they trigger and adjust and roll another player, you know, it's an easy decision for the quarterback. Right there, they don't adjust. You pitch it. It technically counts as a pass. And you walk in with a good block on the outside. That's another great – they're showing that replay of that Elijah Moore. And so there they get him on a safety, and that's just a no-win situation.
Luke Logan misses the extra point, so 27-7 Rebels currently. You seeing much on Ole Miss defensively? It looks a little better today. I know Vanderbilt's Vanderbilt, but what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. The front has been more active. You know, whether it's just with their normal four-man games or with some of the pressures, I think the front has been a little bit better. So much of the issue this year, I think, has been how the second level, how the linebackers are fitting the run game. So far today, they've done a pretty good job. There's been a lot of zone scheme for Vanderbilt right here, and so much of the success I think other teams have had on Ole Miss in the run game has been gap scheme. It's been, in particular, counter. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to come back and run more gap scheme, even though they've been such a heavy zone team for so much of the game.
Alabama going to run it. We'll start here. What's Alabama losing with Jalen Waddle being out? Where does that really affect them as the season plays out?
You know, they're so deep. I mean, he's one of the most electric players in college football. So it starts with special teams because he's one of the best returners that college football's seen in a long time. So it starts there, but I also think just as deep as they are, you can't take a top flight talent off the field and not have it matter to some degree. So when you're able to put he and Smith on the field together at the same time, it makes it really hard to, you got to choose, who am I going to bracket? Where's my safety going to be? And they did such a good job of using one to clear out space for the other. So the question now becomes, is there somebody else dangerous enough to play the decoy for the other? Because if you use Smith as the decoy all the time, it's going to open things up for the other receivers, but you want to get the explosive play out of Smith as well. So it'll be curious to see how much they like their depth at that position. Do you start seeing a little bit more of their two tight end stuff, which they still do a good bit of? But ultimately, it's just, what's the comfort factor for the quarterback and the next guy in? How much has to change? But with their depth, it's not going to matter against most teams they play.
So 8:26 to go, second quarter. Matt Corral is 14 of 14 for 222 and 3 touchdowns. Elijah Moore is 9 for 176 and 2 touchdowns. Again, second quarter, 8:26 to go. Jerry and Ely, 8 carries, 43 yards, a long of 12, averaging 5.4.
It's a spot, Pete, that I think is as critical in recruiting as any. Obviously, when you watch Ole Miss play, you go, oh, boy, they got to get better on defense. They've got to get more defensive linemen. They've got to get better at linebacker. They've got to get better at safety. They've got to get better guard, center guard. Man, they better find another wide receiver or two because Elijah's going to leave, and he is such a big part of their offense from a production standpoint, a volume standpoint, a decoy standpoint, everything. I mean, he is the MVP of this team.
That's one thing. I mean, because you're right. Look, what Yeboah, this is his last year, correct? Because with the grad transfer,
they all can technically come back. But yeah, I think most people expect that he will leave.
So if you take 8 and 84 out of the offense, your production in the passing game drops significantly. And so they've gotten the ball to Mingo a few times this game. But they're going to have to find another guy in the slot in particular to kind of replace, and replace is such a hard word because Elijah Moore is one of the best that Ole Miss has seen. And they've certainly had some good ones over the years. And he's not in the same style per se as, DK or AJ, but his production is unbelievable. And so you're right. I think finding the right guy to fit that role. Obviously, the advantage is the kid's putting up such numbers that it's easy to walk into a room and say, "This is who we think you can be for us," and get kids to kind of buy into that vision a little bit. But replacing him is going to be huge, and if they can't find the same type of body and the same type of skill set, it'll be interesting to see moving forward what they do with Mingo and some of the other guys to move them around and see if they can create mismatches with them. Because right now, all their mismatches, it's all about the tight end and more.
Auburn now up 21-0 over LSU. I picked the Tigers, the blue and orange ones, but I didn't see that coming.
No, that's an OSU team that just can't get anything going whatsoever offensively, and now suddenly it bogs you down because you're way behind and you get out of pace and the whole deal. That might have blowout written all over it as the game goes on.
It's 21-0.
It definitely could. I mean, LSU had to replace so much. They're so young, experience-wise. If Auburn gets another one on the board, it could really start to turn and get ugly.
Bo Nix 11 for 15, 138 and 2. Bigsby 8 carries, 41 yards.
That's a good play. Vandy is wearing the Nashville Skyline helmets again today.
Yeah, why not? Look good, feel good, play bad. Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah. Uniforms can only do so much.
Ole Miss is just controlling the line of scrimmage, and as much as they've given up in the run game, and I've said this a couple of weeks, the interior of the defensive line has not been that bad.
No, it's been the edges. It's been the edges, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not that they've been great, but they haven't been that bad. That's nice. Durkin's just working some of his 4-man stunts on 2nd and long and 3rd and long and having success, and the quarterback is feeling it, and that's obviously helping the secondary. And this is the first game that you've really seen kind of a consistent pass rush from Ole Miss. But it's starting on 1st down where they're controlling the middle. They're a little bit better on the edge this week. And they're getting Vanderbilt into obvious situations. And they're situations that are more advantageous for the defense.
What kind of a job do you think Durkin's done so far this year?
It's so hard to judge. I mean, it really is. Guys, it's easy to sit and watch on defense and on television and say, oh, well, this is bad coaching and this is when your flaws, when your errors are happening on the edge and on the back end, it's really hard to tell if it's coaching or if it's just players. And so often I think it's players. I mean, what he's doing is sound. There have been years where I would watch the Ole Miss defense, and if I'd had enough drinks in me, I would get on Twitter and start blasting things off because what they were doing made absolutely no sense. There has not been a snap yet that I can recall this season where what they're doing is not in the book as a sound football play. It's just athletically and from an execution standpoint, they're not getting it done at times.
Yeah, I don't want to pick on one player in particular, but there's one player in particular that continues to make the same mistake over and over and over, and that's not what he's being coached.
It's hard. The scheme they're running is different from what they ran last year. And we saw there were times throughout the year last year where the defense was starting to make strides and they were starting to do certain things.
Yeah.
And some of the kids on the field last year that are back are probably better suited for maybe what they were being asked to do. And to some degree, right, being a good football coach is it's putting players in a position to win. But if that is a complete sacrifice and overhaul of the foundation of your scheme in year one, where you're going to have to turn around in year two and completely break it down and then start your real stuff, that's not a realistic path to long-term success. So I think to some degree, right, there are puzzle pieces that might not quite fit where they have them, but they don't have any other option. And instead of getting out a whole new puzzle board and trying to make it fit there, they're staying with the plan and they're trying to execute it as best they can with the kids that they have. And so when that happens, and it's part of staff turnover, and when you're not a deep or overly athletic football team, you're going to see that.
You getting a lot of political ads over there, Pete? Is that a thing?
Can you imagine in Georgia?
In Georgia, never heard of John Ossoff. Never. No,
Wow.
no. David Perdue, who's that?
Wow. Is it more Senate or more president or which?
Everything.
I bet.
Everything. I think. I believe Trump is going to be in Rome, Georgia tomorrow, so that's less than an hour from my house, which means that traffic will be absolutely miserable. So, there's a lot, there's quite a bit of it. I mean, obviously it's everywhere, but it's certainly prevalent here. Lord knows we're all tired of it.
Pete Presley Bennett wants to know, what is your favorite Halloween candy?
Listen, I mean, favorite Halloween candy, give me Reese's all day long.
Yeah,
I don't care if they're pieces or cups. I am down.
Yeah, Neal, you didn't really comment. Are you still okay with Ryan doing Reese's cups for s'mores, even though it's only peanut butter at the end?
Yeah.
You're good?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Reese's can be substituted for almost anything, right, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, even if there's just
I don't even know what that conversation was, but I support the Reese's.
Well, Ryan has a YouTube video or YouTube series where he does grilling recipes, and he was doing grilled s'mores, but instead of doing Hershey's, he was doing them with Reese's peanut butter cups.
I can tell you that I have not on the grill, but I have had that, and you can keep the Hershey's chocolate bar and give me the Reese's, and I'm good.
He said the problem is the chocolate melts off, and he's left with nothing but peanut butter at the end of it.
He's not wrong.
Trinity with the hot take of the day: Reese's are overrated, in my opinion.
Whoa, whoa,
You know?
Trinity, Trinity, you got to warn somebody before something like that. You don't. Oh, die on the hill.
You know,
Well, you might
the
perish
question-
on this one.
With those people, you have to follow up with what is your favorite, and typically their answer is going to be something that just certifies them, right? And you know you can.
Trinity,
I think she's just like me, though. She doesn't like peanut butter that much. So if it's
hold on, Trinity, this is your moment right here. What is your favorite? If Reese's is overrated, what's right? What's number one? I mean, I tell you, 2020 has been a trying year for a lot of people, and it obviously has gotten the best of Trinity. Man,
what was the answer?
She hadn't answered yet.
she's only laughing right now. She hasn't given us a response.
This 2020 has to end. I never thought we would get to a point where they'd be.
I mean, you never know,
Reese's
Neal.
blasphemy.
Tonight, when you're handing out Halloween candy, you might hand somebody Reese's cups, and they go, "Hey, nah, I'm good."
That's when I'll tell that kid to get the hell off my lawn.
So he won't get a second option.
No.
You know, for those
Twix.
kids, should you just keep a really bad candy ready for them? Just something
like
awful.
candy corn, or those like, or like black licorice or something.
Well, yeah, the candy corn thing. Now that's another. That is a much contested topic. But yeah, black licorice. I'm that
Nasty.
bottom of the list.
So Trinity says Twix.
Twix are
Boy,
good.
it's a hell of a throw.
I will say Trinity is not misguided in that thought process.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna slander Reese's, at least come back with something that's good, and that is.
Don't say like Mike and Ike or whatever they are,
No,
now and later
yeah.
or something like that. Where we go? Okay, well,
Underthrew him a little bit.
that was Mac Corral's
Just
first
a little
one.
bit. He had him beat, and he knew it. He got out of the mesh with the running back in a hurry, and he knew he couldn't put too much air on the ball because of where they are on the field, and he gassed it, and it just not quite enough. There becomes a point when you've got an arm like he does. There becomes a point on the field where, especially on a play action type play, where it's kind of hard to gauge how much gas does this ball need. Right. If you're on the 20-yard line, it's easy. You take one step, you throw it up, and you let him go get the rebound. When you're out like they are now and you're a little further back and he's got him beat, you got to put some gas on that ball. It can be hard to judge.
Ole Miss going for it on 4th and 2-ish. No, it's less than 2. I can't see from the blimp.
It's about 1.5.
Well, even on the third down there, I think Ely misread it. If he takes the cutback, he probably gets the first down.
Oh, he got it and then
Yeah,
some.
Okay. See, Cole says candy corn's good. The problem is hardly anybody just goes, it's fine. You either kind of really, really like it or you hate it. That's why it's such a contested topic.
You know what? I'm in the group that you say doesn't exist. I don't hate it. It's fine.
It has no redeeming quality. I don't know what it is you like about it. It's just...
It's sugar.
Yeah, it just depends on how drunk I am.
Well, still.
Now, have you ever been part of the club that where you put the candy corn with peanuts?
No.
Oh, no, I've never done that.
It changes it.
Because you get the salt.
Take a dry roasted salted peanut, candy corns, mix them in a dish.
Okay.
I went from not being a fan to please keep it away from me so that I don't eat it all.
Because you're getting the sweet and the salty and it. Yeah, okay.
That's why the people that
What's
win.
the trick with food in general? I mean, it's balance. That's a good.
Boy, that's a hell of a throw. Guess who?
It's time to get him out of there.
Well, I think he's trying to get a record right now.
Well, he's got a good damn shot at it. Whatever the record is, he's on pace.
I mean, they just isolate right there. They look to the sideline. They recognize it's cover one. You get one of the best receivers in the country matched up on a safety, and they just work slot fade right there. He goes and he steps on the toes of the defender, and he gets out and landmarks out towards the bottom of the numbers, and Corral just drops it in there. Really nice throw and catch, obviously, but there's not many teams that are going to have a safety that can effectively defend him on that route without good pressure in the front, and Vanderbilt certainly doesn't.
Kiffin went for 2 there. They tried the same play. Didn't work. 33-7, Ole Miss, 1:58 to go in the second quarter.
Whatever.
Whatever. Who cares? He was trying to get the even number.
Trevor Lawrence officially out versus Notre Dame.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the analytics right there told him to go for 2. And you see him talking to Mingo. They were, whether he lined up wrong or they were expecting him to go crack somebody right there, he immediately had Coach Nix and Coach Kiffin in his ear on the sideline. Yeah, Corral could not have thrown that ball much better, and he had pressure in his face.
No, it was a hell of a throw. He's a good quarterback. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the week, Pete. I look forward to watching Corral next season when he's finally playing in the same. Chase had a great point that since he's been at Ole Miss, he's played in Longo's offense, Rodriguez's offense, and now the Kiffin-Levy offense. This will be the first season, presumably. First season where he's – if you've covered Ole Miss as long as we have, you take nothing for granted. This will be the first season coming up where he'll be in the same offense 2 years in a row, same coaches 2 years in a row. He'll have a spring that's following a season. You know what I mean? I mean, there will be some things to build on calmly as opposed to some frantic learn, install. I think he'll benefit from it. I really do. Now they've got to replace his
primary weapon.
Well, his pacifier is what I was going to say. I mean, Elijah Moore is his security blanket, and his pacifier, and his favorite stuffed animal, all rolled into one. They're going to have to replace that.
You're right, but at the same time, he also majority of the offensive line coming back,
both backs,
most of the receivers. Just not his favorite one, and both running backs, right? So the idea that the offensive line in theory improves, 2 running backs that can help a quarterback tremendously for not only for what they can do in the passing game, but for the load they take off of you because of their ability to run the ball. And then, you stack onto it just all of that level of continuity. I mean, there's potential for the success we have had him seen from him. They're going to continue to grow in the offense. There's going to be more install. There's definitely the opportunity for him to really break out next year.
So a little bit of
if they stay healthy.
Sorry, Pete. A little bit of a stat update here. The school record for most yards in a game coming into today was A.J. Brown against South Alabama. He had 8 catches for 233 yards and 2 touchdowns. Elijah Moore currently at 218. So Elijah Moore 15 yards away from a school record. Also, from a catch standpoint, Elijah Moore has 11 catches so far today, and the school record for most catches in a game is 14. So he's 3 catches and 15 yards away from both school records, Elijah Moore.
And it's not halftime.
And it's not halftime. That is correct. So I'm fairly certain they can get that if they'd like to get that for Elijah today.
I think the interesting thing to me, I want to see how much more does Corral go, right? When you get the record, you get Elijah out if that's what you choose to do. So who comes in for him? Who right now is seen as the heir apparent at that position? right? When you start thinking about the future. But then once Corral goes out, what's the answer?
So do you do the Plumlee thing to satiate him for a little while, or do you go to one of the other guys and see what you've got?
Well, I mean, if you're reading Kiffin's hashtags, then you assume he's going to be freed. But I really don't know. I mean, at some point you would think that they would like to get the other guys some work, knowing it's not going to cost them a red shirt. And but I don't. It's tough. The thing to me is, if you're going to bring in Plumlee, right, you're probably not throwing it around the park in general if you're able to maintain this type of a lead. But you have to let him do more than just run the ball and hand it off, right? You want to see how can he operate, and you want to put it on film that he is operating or trying to operate more than what you've just shown so far. Yeah. So I think that'll be very interesting moving forward is if he's the guy in the game, is it more of the same, or do they let him actually run the show?
Matt Corral earlier set a school record for most completions in a row, breaking Eli Manning's record, which I believe was against Murray State.
It was against Murray State. It was.
Yeah.
I was there for that one.
The record was 19?
Yeah, the record was 18 or 19. And if I remember correctly, his first incompletion hit Joe Gunn in the helmet. It was just dropped.
I don't remember who it hit, but yes, it was a drop.
That was Eli's first start, wasn't it?
Very first start. Yeah. The end zone was still being done in the south end zone.
That was, I believe Matt Greer had a big night that night as well on defense. That game and then the Florida game that year, Matt Greer had huge nights for Ole Miss on special teams and on defense.
Greer had a couple of penalties. I mean, a couple of interceptions, right, against Florida?
He did against Florida. Had at least one, I think, he took to the house, and then Kelvin Robinson, I think, had another one that game as well.
Against Murray State, you mean?
No,
I was thinking against Florida, but Greer
that season.
If I remember right, in the Murray State game, it may have been on special teams where they busted a kickoff return, and Matt came from the other side of the field and hawked the guy down inside the 10, and then the defense held and got the turnover on downs. And
well, that was Panunzio was the head coach at Murray at the time, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so.
So Vanderbilt just scored. Does that change your strategy for second half? You got to leave Corral in now, right?
He was going to be in for at least one more drive anyway, I think. What the first two drives or the first drive for each offense looks like in the second half, I think will dictate how much more you see. It's a really great catch. I mean, corner's not in bad position right there. The kid makes a really nice athletic play and is nice job holding on to the ball.
Vanderbilt just scored their season high for points in the first half. They had 12, 7, and 7 coming into today.
So 33-14, Ole Miss, 23 seconds to go in the half.
I have to assume they'll go ahead and get to halftime. Oklahoma State and Texas in a bit of a shootout, 21-17 Cowboys in the second quarter.
What's that Iowa score?
Go ahead, Neal.
I'm pulling up Iowa. Just want to see what my Hawkeyes are up 20-14 at halftime. Indiana up over Rutgers 20-7.
Yeah, I was going to be curious to see how Indiana bounced back from the big one last week, and all the love they've kind of gotten throughout the week. But Tom's a good football coach.
He is good football coach, good guy.
Yes, he is. Oklahoma State's got an improved defense this year. I was curious to see how they would play against Texas today.
Yeah, they're a team that's got a shot. I mean, they're no one can't count them out. I mean, if they go undefeated in the Big 12 and win it, they're probably in the playoff.
Agreed. And offensively, I mean, they got one of the best backs in the country, and they've been playing decent defense, and so it will be very interesting to see if they can run that table But if they do, I think you're right. It'll be hard to leave them out over teams that have a loss or two on the record.
Do you try to do anything here, or do you just head to the house up 19 at the half?
I think you hand it off. You head to the house.
Assuming he doesn't throw another pass, Matt Corral at halftime, 20 of 22, 305, and 4.
Take it.
Yeah. Again, Elijah Moore, 11 for 218. Well,
you got 17.
And you can call a timeout right there.
Yeah, you call your timeout for sure.
Yeah, look, if they're going to give it to you right there, you take it, I guess. And, at Vanderbilt right here is just they're staying in their normal defense. They're not changing much, but you run the little draw there, right? You see what you can get. You pop, you get it out near midfield. So now you move. If you can get in field goal position, you get in field goal position because, that's clearly something Ole Miss I think would like to see is continue to put Luke Logan in situations where you need him to make a big kick and see how he responds to it. So, even right here, if that's all you get, it's worth the shot because it's working situational football.
Showing Corral go through progressions a little bit right there.
Checking down, not forcing it, almost like he's developed some as a quarterback, which is what you want a young quarterback to do. I'm being smart ass. I'm sorry.
The Vanderbilt quarterback is down 33 to 14. When for a half, he's 15 of 18 for 158.
Well, no one's ever going to accuse the Ole Miss defense of being world beaters. It's just about managing games. Got 9.
Got a shot to get in around the 30. And
need a 20-yard play here real quick. You've got the ability to do it and call a timeout and see what happens.
Mingo's route right there on that play, he's actually got a choice. If the corner's down and he can beat him vertically, he stays on it. The corner bails, he retraces back down the line. You'd like for it to be a first down. Obviously, he's just a little bit short, but in this situation, you get out of bounds, which is obviously big. So then, they come back, work a different scheme. You're trying to just work the underneath in the zone. They get the first down, but you're not able to get out of bounds.
You got time to run a play and kick and get a kickoff because you have a timeout left.
Yeah, with the timeout, you definitely do.
What are you trying to do here? Get about 20 yards?
20 may be a little tough. Realistically here, you're probably either thinking shot or you're thinking 12 to 15. 20 may be a little tough.
Great double move, and he just missed the throw. Wow. He bit on the move. Mingo actually ran a really good route, and Corral threw it to the wrong shoulder.
Having the timeout, they had the advantage of being able to attack the middle of the field, and it was a great double move. And if he's able to stay on platform in the pocket right there, it's a touchdown. So they went back to.
So when you say that, what does that mean?
So on platform, it means that he's able to stay set, right? He's able to keep his feet set. He's able to set the hallway with his hips and throw the ball on plane. As a defense, that's your goal, right? You want to get sacks, but the reality is getting the quarterback off platform is going to limit his effectiveness and his accuracy. And that's why when you see guys like Aaron Rodgers and guys like Mahomes and certain players, the attention they get for the throws that they make is their ability to do things off platform, right? Not when they're sitting in the pocket, but when they're having to move, when they're making that last second shuffle and their feet aren't set, but they're still able to whether it's with arm talent or just the rotational force that they can still create with their hips to be accurate. And so right there, they go back. The third down play is a simple. It's called pivot. Or
they're going to get one more play. By the way, Pete, they reviewed it. They're going to put a second back on the clock.
Oh wow. Yeah. So on the third down play, you had Mingo run the little dig route, and you have the little pivot route known as dagger concept. From the slot from Moore. So they show the same thing right there, and then they double move the dig. The safety drove on it big time. They had exactly what they wanted. But, again, Corral gets flushed. He has to step up, and he does a great job avoiding in the pocket. But you can see as he throws, his hips are square. They're facing perfectly forward. And so as that arm rotates, it's easy for him. It's either going to lag behind, which is going to force the ball to stay right, or he's going to overcompensate and force the ball left, which is what happened there. If he's able to stay, keep his hips downfield, set that hallway and throw at the target, it's probably a touchdown.
Ole Miss
almost a touchdown the other way
for Vanderbilt on a botched snap there at end the half, but nonetheless, 33-14.
Ooh, boy, that could have gone the other way fast.
That would not have been the ending that you want. Just looked like the snap was a little bit to the right there, and he tried to one-hand it.
Okay.
All right. Well, 33-14 at the half. Pete, go enjoy Halloween. Good luck with the wagon pulling.
And the Monsters, Inc. outfit.
Yeah, and the outfit. Hope everybody has a great time, and we look forward to talking to you in a couple of weeks when Ole Miss gets together with South Carolina.
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks,
you too.
Take care.
Bye.
So halftime, 33-14, Rebels over the Commodores. Again, quick stat update, 22 of 25, 318 and 4 for Matt Corral. Jerrion Ely, 12 carries, 64 yards. Snoop Connor, 3 carries, 12 yards and a touchdown. And then receiving Elijah Moore, he is currently how many yards? I had it up a second ago. In a game. Sorry. 233 is the record. Elijah Moore at 223 at halftime. So Elijah Moore, 2 catches and 10 yards from tying both the receptions record and the yards record from a single game standpoint. A.J. Brown holding both those records for the Rebels. So Moore definitely on track there. Jonathan Mingo, 5 receptions, 53 yards. Kenny Yeboah, 2 for 23 and a score. And then Braylon Drummond have catches as well for the Rebels. And then Ken Seals, the Vanderbilt quarterback, as I mentioned a second ago, 15 of 18 for 158, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Rushing, Henry Brooks, 12 carries, 44 yards. And then Cam Johnson, Vanderbilt's leading receiver. Again, the leading receiver today, 7 for 53. Ole Miss with 413 yards at halftime. Vanderbilt at 194.
Yeah, they mentioned this in the thread. You were talking, so you couldn't hear it. They asked him questions about how well they played, and he was upset about the plays that they didn't make. You can't tell me that this guy didn't learn a whole hell of a lot from Nick Saban.
Well, somebody made the point a couple weeks ago, and it's what Kiffin has done, is when things are going well, you talk about things going poorly, and when things are going poorly, you build them up.
Yep. Changing culture.
Your opposite day.
Changing culture.
So he's going to go in. He's going to yell at them a little bit.
Yeah. Shock them.
Yeah, they're going to go in feeling good about themselves. Up 33-14. Game's basically over.
Auburn to the 4. How many yards did you say Corral and Moore connected for in the first half?
223. 11, let's see, 12 for 223 for Elijah Moore. 3 touchdowns. 13 targets. Touchdown, Auburn. Auburn up 28-3 on LSU.
So you excited about your 12-hour marathon call-in show next Saturday that you're doing?
Oh, yeah. We're going to start around 6 a.m.
It's not
actually.
we, it's you.
Well, the people.
Yeah,
collective.
you and the peeps. Okay.
The collective people. Around 6 a.m., we'll do coffee with Chase to kick it off. We'll have some breakfast. That'll
be fabulous.
We'll do mimosas around 10. We'll throw a pork shoulder on the egg at some point in the day, and then we'll just keep taking calls all the way to 6:30.
That'd be awesome.
Like that.
I look forward to watching some of
basically
that.
what you do is you do the call-in show the entire time the pork shoulder is on the egg as it's smoking.
Yeah.
So put the oven plate thing in and get it out there and get it going.
Wesley talks about Orgeron's comments about Ole Miss in his book. It's revisionist history, and it's fine.
I'll be honest. It's fine, whatever. Who cares? It's kind of on Bruce a little bit. Because Bruce was around for that 2006 thing. He was very aware of what the end of the Ed Orgeron era was like at Ole Miss. And
he saw it.
Yeah, well, literally. For him to write that or to ghostwrite it or however the hell they're doing the writing on the book, it's incredibly disingenuous. That was what frustrated me about that. And I've got the book and I've started it, but frankly I can't make myself read much of it. Yeah, look, Orgeron, we've said this 1,000 times. I don't blame Ed for taking a job that he wasn't qualified for. That's not his fault. That's Robert Kayet's fault. That's Pete Boone's fault. It's not Ed Orgeron's fault. But Ed was the worst manager of people I've ever seen during that time period. He could not decide on a plan for his program at any point. He beat down the kids. He also did not establish a positive culture where the kids ended up having a criminal and academic activity or issues during that time period. And when it ended, everybody knew it was over. There was no even need to dance. The thing was over the night of the Northwestern State game when Ole Miss won 38-31 against the Demons. Or in Northwestern State, the Demons?
Yeah.
And Northwestern State had a ball in the end zone to tie the damn thing at the end of the game. Pretty sure that was the game where I talk about where I wrote my lead, because Ole Miss back then, you should throw the ball in the end zone and throw it all the way around the stadium after touchdowns or after extra points. And they throw it into the student section, and it just clinks because there's nobody there to grab it. And somebody has to go get the ball and bring it back into the field after the kick. Ed's learned a lot. He's a much better coach than he was 12 years ago, 13 years ago, whatever it was. He has matured. He's figured out how to delegate to some extent, some years better than others. But it is a really weird deal. While he feels such this odd grudge against Ole Miss, when Ole Miss gave him an opportunity that he never would have gotten anywhere else at that point, and allowed him to completely wreck their program.
It's one of two things that have always baffled me about that era. One is that, and two is that Robert Kayat has always just gotten a free pass.
Oh, it's
because his ego hired Ed Orgeron.
He got mad about Dennis Erickson, and he got mad about somebody else who's slipping my mind right now because I don't know. It's been a while ago, and he rushed to hire at that point, and thought that Ed would bring this PR blitz to Oxford that it just didn't never happen. It was never going to happen. Everybody's still talking. Ed instead does the Hummer commercial. And he does this. And he tries to implement this USC type program. And I think, look, this is kind of like the Corbin Vanderbilt thing a minute ago. I think that you see a lot about coaches on how they handle little stuff and how they handle culture and just day-to-day routine activities. Ed in his 3 seasons had 3 different media policies on practice. That tells me he didn't believe in anything. He had no idea how to implement it. He's just jumping around. He was wide open his first year. And then he got mad at Stephen Godfrey for writing him that Patrick Willis had a club on his hand or whatever it was. Then he locks everything completely up the second year where we would go in for interviews and then ask Ed how it went. Kind of like the Kiffin thing, but in a whole different environment at that point. And then in the third year, he does this deal before the season. For some reason, we were covering check-in when the players went into the dorms before camp started. And he does this big thing about, I want to be much better with you guys, want to know you. I think he might have started calling me by Chase instead of Seth at that point. And it lasted like 3 weeks, and he switched up again. We all have the story. Brian Rippey mentioned it on Twitter this morning that, the state game ends. He has the game won. And if he wins that game, he's still fired.
Yes.
But it does at least give him a moment there to come off the field with a win and avoid an 0-8 season because, they went 0-8 that year. And he comes off and he's sitting in the visiting locker room of Scott Field. And Chuck walks in and Ed goes, "Chuck, I've got snakes in my head. I've got snakes in my head. I've got snakes in my head." And he keeps repeating it over and over again. And he won't stop. And it just shows that, mentally he was just fried.
Yeah.
It was just done at that point.
And they didn't like Oxford. It was not a good fit for them.
Hell, he got in, he had the whole deal with Michael Abraham. It was just stuff. It was just,
With CBS, they do the views right. I give them credit.
Yeah.
Someone let me know when the Ole Miss game resumes. I'll flip back. I don't think I can watch the Gene Chizik halftime show for 20 minutes.
How many words you got written?
Not a lot. I'm moving pretty good though. I'm gonna get it done. Yeah, Daniel, you're exactly right about last year's defense to this year's. There was much more talent up front last season. Not even close. Will, I wasn't here then. Chase was. I'll ask him when he gets back in. I was not on the Ole Miss beat back then. I heard the stories, but I wasn't on the beat at that time. Auburn scores again. 8:55 to go in the third. An absolute blowout on the Plains. And I agree with you, Anthony. I think both Reese and Springer will be big-time additions to that defense next season. They need lots of players. Ben, I have not listened to Clay Travis really in a long time. I don't listen to his podcast that much, not because I don't like it. It just never gets into my rotation. So
if it was later in the day, I think I would even turn his radio show on some in the background.
Yeah.
But it's early in the morning, and I'm doing other stuff. And
I like Travis fine. I just the way that his schedule works, it doesn't ever hit my rotation. So I have not heard Freeze on it. Oh, they want to know about the IPF scrimmage. Were you covering Ole Miss at the time?
I mean, yes. Thing with that is it shows the mental instability of him because you've got a thin team. Well, forget it, that part. You're doing a full pad scrimmage before the game. I mean, like, what? At what point do you feel like, hey, my team needs 35 more plays of full contact?
Yeah.
What are you solving at that point is my point. Like, what is it about that point where you go, hey, if we work on this, it's going to give us a better chance to win today? Because it gets into a lightning delay or rain delay or whatever the hell it was, and they just went to the IPF and started banging around on one another.
What was the explanation? Was there ever one?
Not really, just what Ed does. He.
But he'd never do that now. And that's the part that frustrates me a little, is that people allow him to get inconsistent with that part. When he says, I learned a lot, leave it there. I learned a lot. I made mistakes. He never should have been offered the job. All he was guilty of was taking the job. No point in revising history. It worked down the road. He learned a lot. He probably would not be the coach at LSU today
Well, no, of course not.
had he not screwed up at Ole Miss.
I mean, abusing people. I mean, the way he treated his coordinators, Dan and John Thompson.
Noel Mazzoni.
Yeah, him too. I mean, man. That is very true. Robert Lane confirmed it on this here Potato Log podcast. He used to come into the IPF and dip the coffee from the previous day that was still in the coffee filter to get his caffeine hit.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a pretty common one. Yeah, that was one he did most every day. He would come in and grab the used coffee grounds. I've got a Twitter profile or a Twitter post, by the way, telling people to send us your Halloween costumes for the night. We'll pick some of our favorites. We'll give you some discounts or something in the shop, some gifts, whatever we have for that. So appreciate anybody who wants to play along. You can find that on my Twitter account at Rivals Chase if you'd like to participate. We've got some Disney princesses. We've got Flo from Progressive and Jake from State Farm as a couple. Let's see. Glad to see people getting out and having some fun today. It's good. Got a good boy. Got a dog dressed up as some type of doctor or nurse or something that is allowing to be in the trauma gear, the hat, the mask, and the stethoscope, and not fighting. So it's a good.
Wow.
That's a good boy.
That is a good boy.
I don't know that well, Gus might be too lazy to actually move from it if we went with him with it. I don't think Rizzo would let us get that on him.
He would want to.
He would want to please.
He would want to please you.
Okay. He would also get hyperactive and potentially tear all of it off.
A little bit.
Okay.
He'd have his heart would be in the right place.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Third quarter. Freudian slip. I wish it was the fourth quarter. I don't know any Terrence Davis news. The Raptors put out a release, and that was that.
What'd they do?
The Raptors just said they're aware of it, aware of the charges, and
They'll follow up.
they'll await results of the investigation.
The legal process to play out, if you will.
Essentially. Sure, they weren't pleased. Oh, nice catch.
Good play.
Yeah.
The comeback commences right now.
Stop. I think Texas A&M will have 50% in the stadium, if you made me guess.
Really?
They filled it up a good bit the last time.
Yeah, they optically it looked like more than 25.
Good for them.
Vanderbilt 2 first downs in a row now, starting to move a little bit.
At the end of the day, who's going to come do anything about it?
True.
He allegedly assaulted a female, not sexually, physically. He being Davis, by the way.
Yeah. Vanderbilt says they're going to mix it up on Elijah Moore in the second half. Unless they find a way to bring Marshawn Lattimore into the game. I'm not sure how they're going to pull that off, but
that would help.
It would help. The Big Ten told Nebraska they couldn't, right? Told them they couldn't
play Chattanooga,
yeah.
right?
Too much of a risk. Can't do that.
Well, everybody knows Chattanooga is just the C stands for COVID. Nice play.
Ole Miss did a good job there. A lot of recognition. Got to the quarterback. Good job. Guess Vanderbilt's going to punt. Yeah. West Virginia whipping up on Kansas State, 37-10 final. The Mountaineers beating the Power Cats. Indiana up 23-7 on Rutgers with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Coastal Carolina beats Georgia State 51-0. Chanticleers. Kansas is just a bye week for everybody in the Big 12. I mean, they are awful.
It's kind of like a Vanderbilt. It's basically what I'm writing right now is that, you know, you get one opportunity at this in a 10-game conference-only schedule, you better take it.
Liberty Coastal is going to be a good game. I mean, all jokes aside, Charles. I mean, that's got a chance to be.
No, it will be a good game.
Coastal was 1AA 2 years ago, 3. I mean, they're just now in D1 school.
Yeah, you know who the chancellor is there, right?
Mm-mm.
Michael Benson.
Oh, he got that job?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he just needed a consulting firm.
That would be a cool school. They're kind of fun at times at basketball. Baseball won a national championship. Is always a pretty good program.
Yeah.
Football's what they are.
Where's that, Myrtle Beach?
Conway, but right outside Myrtle Beach, yeah. Ole Miss played baseball in a tournament there the year they won the national title. Into our 8th hour of programming today. Let's see.
I've not wanted to jinx the stream.
Been okay so far.
Yeah, it's held in there.
Missouri's got the worst collection of uniforms in the league, and it's not close.
No, they try too hard. Try too hard.
You're not in the Sun Belt. Like, just wear black and gold.
No AP.
And white. None?
No, we pay too much money every month for AP just to take days off the way they do. I'm pulling up USA Today.
Notre Dame up 24-7 on Georgia Tech. Good play, successful play. I would not really want Matt Corral getting hit a lot in a 33-14 game, however.
USA Today's got a few. That's all I need. I actually have some good ones.
It'll be 3rd and 1 for the Rebels. Maybe a long one, close to 2. 2 little quick hits on the outside. Hit Drummond for back-to-back 5 and 4 there.
Guess I need to watch, don't I? I will say the people that are on the campaign trails for USA Today, their video people, their photo people do a really good job. Literally, and just as I was trying to get back to the screen to get Ole Miss stuff, I saw really cool campaign pictures of both Trump and Harris.
There is the record for Elijah Moore, 12 yards now, giving him 238 for the game. That breaks A.J. Brown's record of 233 yards in a single game. So Elijah Moore now has tied the reception record at 14 catches. That also is held by A.J. Brown. He's at 14, 238. So Elijah Moore now taking over that part of the record book. I have no idea if Lane knew that, but here we are. Corral really took a shot there.
Made a hell of a throw, too.
Mingo's held on the ball pretty well today. Played well. Dropped.
I think they're giving it to him. Caught it. He caught it, and he had 2 feet down.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. I'll go there.
You'll allow it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm okay with it.
Oh, it's a touchdown.
I think it's okay.
Yeah. I thought it was a touchdown. Yeah, it's a touchdown. It's got to be.
Brian Rippey trying to get people's ire up today. This is a subjective interpretation of a catch rule in the end zone at Vanderbilt. Never heard that one before.
I would just kick it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, what I mean, at this point, what's the... Got it. Well, I think you can probably write.
Oh, I'm writing. I'm already cutting a couple of photos and everything, man. Getting all set.
Auburn now up 42-3 on LSU. Game was 0-0 going into the second quarter. Auburn has put up 21 points in the second quarter and the third quarter. 1:33 to go in the third. Tigers over Tigers 42-3. Bo Nix 17 of 23, 208 and 2. He also has 81 yards on the ground for a touchdown. LSU is going to be 2-3 on the season here tonight.
Oh, they got issues. They still got to play Alabama.
They got to play anybody.
Still got to play Ole Miss.
Anybody can throw the ball at all. That's the thing. If you can throw the ball at all.
Still got to play A&M.
Yeah.
Still got to play Arkansas.
I don't know that Franks can throw it enough.
I don't know that LSU, unless they get Brennan back, I don't know that they can score against Arkansas much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Arkansas is going to beat them. My point is that there is no freebie on their schedule.
Those are the remaining games. They also have Florida remaining. Alabama, Arkansas, A&M, Ole Miss, and Florida. Look, I know it's going to come off like a hot take. They could go 0-5. They could go 2-8.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing about this LSU team as DBU. They can't guard anyone.
No, and Stingley's going to start thinking about checking out. That was the other thing we talked about earlier with him is what happens when the team that won everything a year ago suddenly is not really in it like that anymore. Oh, we're back to the music thing.
But it's pros.
Oh, okay.
F-Web Chase, my grandson's the land shark. Pick him or I find you. Okay, well, I mean, we'll take that into consideration as we look at the costumes as the day moves on. Appreciate you.
I think Vandy fumbled.
They said he was down, didn't they?
Yeah, I thought he fumbled. Not that it really matters at this point, but. What?
Our friend Matt Moscano just tweets on a positive note, this win probably gets Gus a contract extension. Grind, take some heart pills for you. Move on.
It's out. I mean, it doesn't matter, but that's a fumble. Well, now they get one right. Is this still Corral?
I can't see from back here.
Or is that Plumlee? It's Corral.
Snoop hasn't done much today. Got to be got to be Corral's last series, right?
Yeah. I think.
Getting him over 400 and calling it a day.
That's really the first forced throw of the day.
There's a flag.
I think they're going to get interference on him. He's going to get a hold because he had that backhand on him. You know, the officials are like, can we both not just run the ball and let's go? Oh, yeah. Sure did. LSU December 5th.
One thing with this offense, when they're just getting in tight, they do not run block well when it has to be just kind of power or something straight ahead at all. They really struggle in the middle. Touchdown.
Another big throw.
Boa's second touchdown of the day. Matt Corral's line now for today, 30 for 33, 403 and 6.
Wow. 30 for 33, 403 and 6.
That is correct, yes. Elijah Moore, 14 for 238 and 3. Jonathan Mingo, 6 for 90.
$48-14 now.
Yeah.
Auburn just scored again. I'll tell you what now, you can't at LSU lose many games like that one and get away with it.
They'll get you quick.
Bo Nix, 18 of 24, 299, 3 TDs.
Dylan just sent me, said, weird fact, considering they play them every year. Lane's the first coach to beat Vanderbilt in his first season since Tommy Tuberville.
No, really?
Dylan's pretty good at that kind of stuff, so I'll take his word for it. Well, he says maybe a technicality here. He goes, Luke's sort of weird because his first year he wasn't technically the coach. But nonetheless, Cutcliffe, Freeze, Nut, all losing to Vandy in their first year. Curious if Corral, if they would shout distance into some kind of record here. Let me check.
Yes, Houston Nutt lost to Vanderbilt in his first year.
Yeah, I remember
He
that.
beat Florida.
Lost to Carolina.
Lost to
Vanderbilt,
Carolina and
Alabama,
Vanderbilt. Yep.
And Wake.
And Wake.
Still would have a ways to go. The school record for most passing yards in a game is 489. That is one Shea Patterson. There's that. Passing yards in a game. 489 is the record. Matt Corral currently at 403, so 86 yards away there. They could break it if they wanted to. Touchdowns in a game. Trying to find it. I don't know why the media guy's not just giving me touchdowns in a game for a quarterback. It's only giving me season and career. Iowa State wins 52-22 over Kansas. Texas Tech could be a game tonight. No guarantee there for the Sooners. TCU beating up on Dave Aranda a little bit, 33-14 there. This game almost at 2.5 hours, and we are at 5:14 of the third quarter.
All right, 4:03, 4:02 to go.
Got to be done for Corral, right?
Yeah, I'm not playing him right now.
Unless you're simply chasing a record for some odd
Well,
reason.
and that's the kind of stuff that gets you burned.
Yeah. Good God.
Yeah. Their secondary's bad. South Carolina averaged more than 8 yards a play in that loss against LSU.
They just couldn't stop them.
Yeah, they just did Carolina stuff. Who is this? Looks like it's still him, isn't it? You can't tell from here. No, it's still him.
Add another 10 to the total. 76 now away from the record.
Okay, there he is. Was there something magical about one more throw?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, there was nothing at all from a Corral standpoint on that.
All right.
Matt Corral is at 412 for the game. And let's see, I have it up. .412 puts him tied for 12th all time in yards per game. Another throw or so would have vaulted him into like 6th or 7th, but that's it. Plumlee's offense does allow you to just bleed the clock out now.
Oh, it does that for sure. I've been asked, and I don't know.
I have no clue. I got nothing. Yeah, there's nothing there. That's a horrific call.
Yeah, number 5's got to be like, come on.
It's already going like it is.
Dude has lit me up all day. He wasn't catching that. Come on.
That's Maddox getting a foot off the corner all of a sudden,
yeah.
and like, come on. Okay, State up on Texas, 31-20.
I don't even want to say out loud, but I think some of this is. Going back, it's a hold. Yeah, I don't know if that was really a hold. It might have been such a dominant block that it looked like a hold. Part of the problem is when you get that hand hooked around the jersey, even if you're not doing anything, it looks like you're throwing them down, pulling them down. I doubt if he gets scolded for that in the film room tomorrow.
Ole Miss averaging 8.6 yards per play right now.
That usually will win.
Ole Miss 6 of 7 on third down.
It's a good throw.
Good throw. Really good throw across the middle. Ole Miss now over 600 yards in the game, 603 for the Rebels, 247 for the Commodores. Just nothing. I mean, Vanderbilt did no guarding whatsoever.
No, it was wide open, but he made a good throw.
Yeah. Ole Miss has now thrown for 449 as a team today.
Did he miss another one? Yep. Hit the upright.
on Vanderbilt's remaining schedule. How about? I mean, I guess anybody can just whop them. It doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Because Kentucky has such a hard time scoring, can they at least keep that manageable? No, they can't score on Kentucky.
I don't think they beat Kentucky.
No, I know they can't beat them. That's not. But
if there's a game they can win, it's next weekend
against State.
Yeah, and I don't see it.
After that, Tennessee,
but State's
Georgia,
a mess.
And Missouri.
Yeah. God, is it just now the end of the third quarter?
Yes. Into the third quarter, Ole Miss 603 total yards, as mentioned. Vandy at 267. Rebels have thrown for 449 and run for 154. Vanderbilt's thrown for 201 and run for 66. 6 penalties on Ole Miss, 5 on Vanderbilt. Ole Miss with 32 first downs through 3 quarters. Third downs, Ole Miss 6 of 7, Vandy 4 of 9. The Rebels converted their 1 fourth down attempt, 1 of 1 there. They've run 67 plays. Vanderbilt's run 49 plays. That's one way to do the math there.
I'd be afraid, Shaggy, to bring Gus and Rizzo in here, if I'm honest.
With the wires and stuff?
Oh, it's just got disaster written all over it.
A little bull in the china shop a little bit. Got a game here. Northwestern 21, Iowa 20.
Let's go, Hawkeyes.
3:08 to go in the fourth quarter. Hawkeyes on the move. Neal's leaving the freeze on the top shelf throughout the season.
To make this happen.
Oh, it fits.
Look at the Hawkeyes. He caught it. Oh,
Nope.
No, he didn't. I feel like Lee Corso.
I made that kick. I made 2 out of 3 in warm-ups, and I made 1 out of 10 during the actual competition. I did not do well with the lights on.
Shaggy, I can go out with the camera and then bring it in and make a scene. I might do that in a minute.
With the dogs?
Yeah. I can create a scene, but it would be I can't kick field goals. Carson can. He's good from 30 yards. I'm not drunk yet at all. Had, 2 beers?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
From an alcohol content, I've actually had more than you have today.
I know. It's a miracle. This is the content I pay nothing for.
Indiana up 37-15 on Rutgers, so they have avoided the slip-up after the big win.
I think they have a good team in Bloomington. Oh, did they call that? That's ticky-tack, but we'll take it.
Big Ten officials favor Iowa very much.
We're the big boys of the Big Ten.
Yeah. Made the catch. Usually the scariest thing on earth is an Iowa quarterback going back to pass.
I'd be a nervous wreck if I were the kicker right now.
Oh. Ooh.
UAB and Louisiana Tech's a good game. 31-24 midway through the fourth. Bill Clark's done a good job at UAB.
Oh, he's incredible. That doesn't necessarily translate to other jobs, but he's done a heck of a job.
We'll flip back to Ole Miss in just a minute, I promise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're watching a drive.
I think the Rebels are going to win.
Think they got it?
Yeah. That was ugly.
I don't know what we missed, but John Kennedy says, "What the F is Vandy doing?" No, you don't have to flip back. I mean, come on.
We got to see fourth down, I guess, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm invested now. He carries his lunch pail every day to practice.
Every day. Lots of motor.
He's gritty.
Uh-huh. I understand the game. I'm a student of the game.
Did we pop the 1910, John? What are we doing?
What was that?
Well, Iowa has 3 timeouts left, but
I did my part.
you tried.
I did all I could do.
That's your second favorite team, though, in the Big Ten, Northwestern, isn't it?
Not really.
Oh, really?
Oh, almost get an interception?
Yeah.
Man, he floated that ball.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. That's a bad, though. AJ?
I mean, Vanderbilt.
Look like a kicker.
What do you make the lines the rest of the season if you're
Who
Vegas?
do they have left?
I had it up. Kentucky, State.
So let's do one at a time. Kentucky would be Kentucky minus 20.
Sure. But Ole Miss has more of a chance to blow them out of Kentucky.
But it's a week. Yeah. Yeah, but you're asking me for a line. If I'm Vegas, State minus 17.5.
Georgia.
Georgia minus
25.
27.
Tennessee.
Tennessee minus
24.
That's a little high, but hell, I don't know.
And Missouri.
Missouri minus 22. I mean, this line should have been Ole Miss minus 25. Chris said the line was way too low, and he was right. He said the first thought he had, you probably didn't hear the whole interview, the first thought he had when he saw the line was that's way too low. All right, I'm on the right channel. Never mind. I thought for a minute I'd gotten channels confused. So I'm setting up the second content item, though. Throw the videos in, just so you know. It's in there.
Sure.
I'm not going to do it like that because that just sets up a disaster. Let's see. Reminder in this one, I don't have the final score updated. So if you go in to throw the videos in during hand raise, guys, update the score. That's Parrish right there. It's a nice run.
That was well done.
Yeah.
Slippery as hell.
He's a hell of a runner. Just he doesn't bring the other dimension to your offense on a consistent basis. How many total yards does Ole Miss have? I have it here. Never mind. 644.
They've thrown for 449 and run for 195.
Is it first run of Parrish's career?
Don't recall another one. Let's see. Do I have a season tab? It was his second career attempt. He had a 3-yard run against Kentucky.
Okay.
So the first 3 quarters, Ole Miss's lowest total of passing yards in a quarter was 131. They threw for 131 in the third, 143 in the first, and 175 in the second. Averaging right around 200 yards per quarter.
Still 12 minutes left. Very obviously, we will go right into hand raise, guys. There's other than inserting final scores and waiting for some video, content's done.
Yeah.
Cole, thank you very much. How's Longo doing as well as he's doing? I don't know. I haven't watched them. I guess it works in that league, maybe.
He has a really good quarterback, and he has –
there's not nearly as much speed in that league.
He has a compliment with Bateman as a D coordinator who's pretty good. As much as we make fun of Bateman's difficulty, and Bateman does have a hard time dealing with Longo's offensive pace, it helps when he slows it down so much, and they balance the game well with one another. If you're going to have a crazy coordinator like that on offense, you have to have the opposite on defense. I think it's Adam McClintock who talks about this on Twitter all the time, is that the two coordinator styles have to kind of meld together a little bit. The one thing McGriff was typically pretty right about when he kind of bitched about Longo running 85 plays when Ole Miss had no defensive depth whatsoever. And they just wouldn't slow down at all to give the defense any hope.
Are you surprised Elijah Moore's still in the game?
Yeah, I don't.
They're up 40 with 11 to go.
Get him out of there.
As much as you're using him, is there nobody else that can run that offense?
Cunningham getting picked on a little bit right now.
John Kennedy says we could still lose this. Well, I certainly won't be here if it happens. I'm out. I'll be trick-or-treating.
It would take an epic move at this point. I get the ball back?
They're a disgrace to the uniform. Fire Kirk Ferentz. Wow. That kind of facial hair you deserve to lose, right? We must have missed a Parrish run. Sorry.
4th and 17. Missed it.
Oh, it's a good question. Is that the first drive that ended without points?
Drives for Ole Miss. TD, 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 fumble. TD, 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 field goal attempt.
So second.
Yep. Vanderbilt drives today. Punt, punt, TD, half, punt, fumble, punt, interception.
Defensively, Ole Miss has done pretty well. I mean, they're doing okay. They've held Vanderbilt to 278 yards so far.
They've been fine.
That's fine. Seals is 22 of 27 for 208, 2-1. But they've contained their running game.
Oh, he's had a day.
Yeah.
A&M in Arkansas, 6:30 Central Time for that one tonight. Auburn 48-11 final in Auburn. Bo Nix, 18 of 24, 299, 3 touchdowns, also 81 and a score on the ground.
Oh, it's a nice play.
That's a good play.
Who's 6?
Is that Battle?
Might be.
Oh, Tyler Knight.
No, Knight's 4.
Oh, that's what I thought too. That's what he said. Is it Miles Battle? Isn't it? Isn't he 6?
I think so. Yeah, it's Battle. You know what? It was interesting. A couple of people inside the program were saying that they were really pleased with what they saw on film from him against Auburn.
Pro Football Focus had him with the second highest grade on defense last week against Auburn.
LSU kind of caught a break when the Florida game got COVIDed out or COVIDed postponed because that was about to be an L.
Yeah, it was. Well, they still got to play them.
Yeah, I just mean it delayed the loss.
Yeah. We got the Korean Baseball League wild card schedule on the bottom of the screen, apparently.
That's great. Jaquez Jones cramped or something.
He's fine.
Oh, they were right. That was not Jaquez Jones. That was Cedric Johnson. Jones is 32, not 33.
Notre Dame wins 31-13 over Georgia Tech, setting up 2 undefeated teams with the Irish and Clemson next week. Again, Trevor Lawrence out for the Notre Dame game next week.
So it makes you wonder if Notre Dame beats Clemson and then Clemson comes back and beats Notre Dame, do they both get in?
And you have to think Notre Dame would get a long leash to get in.
Well, there's no doubt.
Is that a free play?
Yeah, it was offsides.
Oklahoma State up 31-26 at the end of the third quarter over Texas.
Where'd you get your Tulane shirt? They want to know.
Let me find the place. It's an official Tulane shop on their campus. It is. I've got a lot of Halloween costumes in my Twitter feed, so it's taking a second. Campus Connection. Your off-campus alternative for Tulane Green Wave merchandise and apparel. Blocks from campus and alumni-owned and operated. CampusConnection.cc is the site there. Tulane doing a lot of stuff with some alternate logos that look really good right now.
Mark Curlis's crew, in case you're wondering, is in College Station tonight.
Oh, well, good for them. Aslack's not a bad quarterback. That was the one I struggled with the most today. Yeah, Grind, you ought to be happy. I mean, Malzahn's going to get like a 4-year extension off this. Mercifully, 6 minutes to go, 54-14, Vanderbilt driving, whatever.
Do you go with one of your other quarterbacks on this next drive, or do you just stay with the Plumlee thing?
I think he's going to stay.
I do too. I'd love, if I'm them, to get somebody some snaps. What?
Grind. No, enjoy your day. It's a good day. Touchdown. There's the horn.
If I'm Mason, I go for 2 here just for the sheer hell of it.
Why not?
Why not?
Gets it within 33.
I mean, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick, touchdown,
you
and you win.
4 with 4 extra 4 2-point conversions.
Oh, you're right. You're right. See, it's even almost elementary.
It's really a no-brainer to get it to 30. Well, no, you're still down by 1. Sorry, it is a 5
So
possession game.
onside kick, field goal.
Yeah. See, Mason doesn't chase points like that. That's not.
Sitting at 52-21. I think we have trick-or-treaters.
What it sounded like, didn't it?
I know. It makes me feel good. Little kids should absolutely be out trick-or-treating tonight, damn it.
Yeah, enjoy it.
Damn right. Put your costume on, get your jack-o'-lantern, and go fill up your box. That's what she said. John says we can still screw this up. When was the last time Ole Miss blew out an SEC opponent?
Vanderbilt last time they were in Oxford, or 2 times ago.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, the last 2 times they were in Oxford. I think Carly went as Wonder Woman.
I entertained the idea, had we not been on, or had the game been earlier, I was going to dress up as a virus.
What does that costume entail?
Just get a white sheet and put red things all over it, the
the
dots
little
and
things.
yeah.
I don't think I have any way to put a photo in the stream or anything.
Grind says there's a teen with a shark head for a costume.
The teenagers that come out without dressing up and want candy.
This year I give them a pass.
You are?
Yeah.
Sure.
Absolutely. 2020 is a free spot.
You really are giving them a free
No,
year?
I'm totally serious. Everybody's mad at me, or fake mad at me. 4:28 left in this doozy of a contest. I will say this is my column. This is what Ole Miss needed today. They didn't need a nail biter.
They needed a low-stress win, get into the bye week. You get a very winnable game against South Carolina in a couple weeks.
Needed this game, chance to exhale, get geared up for Carolina.
For a pretty damn important game against Carolina. And then just finish it out, however.
We played with the idea of the Hugh Freeze thing last year, Will, but I was talked out of it. I was told that it was going to create problems.
I mean, look, they had a big day. Vanderbilt, 21 points as opposed to their 8.7 point average. Tradition unlike any other. Jeff Ketchum bitching about Big 12 officials on Twitter.
What's that score?
Because, Texas really gets jerked around by those Big 12 officials. I mean,
don't you know, like Texas Tech wants to go, man, shut up.
Yeah, Iowa State's up here looking like, oh,
yeah, really. Yeah. Kansas is like. Let's just run this thing and get out of here.
Grind the bye weeks next week. Bye week and then South Carolina. Oh, that was about a house call. It was one ankle away from being out of here.
I see why they like him as much as they do.
And they like there on that first.
They like him a lot. I don't know that Fickle goes to Texas. Now, he might.
It feels Big Ten.
But I'll tell you what everyone in the business says about Fickle, and this is the one thing I'm actually pretty good at in journalism is coaching stuff. Now, watch him leave and go to Texas tomorrow.
Notre Dame.
They all say he wants Notre Dame, and he wants it bad enough to wait for it. And the only thing that would keep him from waiting on it is certain Big Ten jobs. I just got the first free Kincaid text ever.
I'm just running the football, but kind of go in tempo a little bit right here with 3 minutes to go.
Well, that's who they are.
Yeah. What happened?
Is the Texas game over? They didn't fire Herman today, right? Okay. What is the 1910? What is that? The bourbon?
Old Forester 1910. It's part of their Whiskey Rose series.
Uh-huh.
Did you not do the?
I did. But
Didn't you do the Bourbon South with all the different Old Foresters?
Yeah, but that
in
was
it?
before the pandemic.
That was pre-pandemic.
I don't remember anything.
So the Whiskey Rose series, you've got Old Forester, you've got 1897, which is their bottled and bond. Basically, like they're celebrating something different in all the different ones. Like it's Prohibition, 1897 is bottled and bond, 1910 is I don't remember, but nonetheless, it's the best one. 1910 is one of your best pound for pound $50 bourbons out there right now.
Really?
It is fantastic.
Is it hard to find?
No, it's not terrible. No. And it is really, really, really good.
1910. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look for it.
Yeah, John says it's the best bourbon, maybe the best bourbon he's ever had. I mean, in that price point, it beats the hell out of most everything else.
Yeah, because that's not a bad price point
No, it's
at all.
really good. The 1897 is a little stronger, and I probably like it a little better overall from a day-to-day, but as far as the complexity to it and just what it is, the 1910 is great. Mac Brown's first punt today.
Ooh. I was going to say, that's a targeting shot right there.
So the 1910, I mean, because this game's over. It says October 22nd, 1910, a fire on the bottling line halted production of Old Forester. Mature whiskey ready to be bottled instead was stored in a secondary barrel. What emerged was a delightful whiskey remarkable enough to become an entirely new expression, Old Fine Whiskey. Today, mimicking the historic bottling, this unique expression of Old Forester has undergone a second barreling, granting an exceptional character, smooth and sweet flavor, and a crisp finish. Entering the second barrel at a low 100 proof allows more of the sweet wood sugars to dissolve into the whiskey. 1910 is the fourth and final expression of the Whiskey Row series, presented at 93 proof. So there is that one. The 1920 is a little too harsh for me, but it's pretty cool. Old Forester was one of the few distilleries during Prohibition that got licensed to produce whiskey medicinally, and it is their medicinal recipe from Prohibition for their 1920.
So the 238 yards is a school record, or the 14 catches is a school record?
For Elijah Moore,
Yeah.
14 ties the record, and the yards is a record.
Who owned the catch record?
A.J. Brown.
And who had the yards? AJ?
AJ. He had the yards against South Alabama in 2017. He had the catch record. Actually, it was shared. AJ and Laquan both have 14 catches in a game. AJ's came against ULL in 2017, and Laquan's came against Memphis in 2015. AJ's yards record was 233 prior to today. Matt Corral's completion percentage of 91.1% is also a school record.
Oh, wow.
Eli previously held that record with 80%. So quite the difference there.
What's this percentage? 91 point something?
91.1. Well, Vanderbilt might score. He fumbled. Okay, ball game. Corral, 91.1%, 31 of 34. Eli was 80.6%, 25 of 31 against Middle Tennessee in 2001.
81%, you said?
80%. 80.6.
Middle Tennessee?
That's correct. Yeah, the 1910 is pretty readily available. I mean, there might be some stores where you can't find it. For the most part, it's gettable. It's not going to be a unicorn out there at all. The 1910 is going to be $55 to $60, something like that.
All right, let's just get out of here. Just take a knee twice. Or don't.
Well, I can't say what your selection is in Colorado, Denver. Hopefully it's available, but I don't know. That's a good question. I can walk in 2 or 3 places here for sure and find it every day. And that will be the game, assuming anything crazy. Ole Miss 54, Vanderbilt 21. The Rebels 2-4 at their bye week. South Carolina in 14 days. Vanderbilt 0-4 now on the season, losing to A&M, South Carolina, LSU, and Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin headed out to shake Derek Mason's hand. Everybody putting arms up, trying to find one another.
Ole Miss finishes with 661 total yards.
I think Lane was apologizing for something there. I'm not really sure what that was, but that's kind of what that looked like. He was saying sorry for something, and Derek, no big deal, and they walked off.
Derek's like, been there, done that.
Yeah. You're not the first one. I think he was trying to tell him he's getting his back up some work. What do you think?
That's my guess. All right, I'm going to put the bear up for like 2 minutes just to give us a quick chance to reset, and then we will start hand raise guys literally here momentarily. So just hang tight. Welcome into Hand Raise, guys. Neal, McCready, Chase Parham here with you after Ole Miss's, what was the final score? 54-21 win over Vanderbilt. Got to clean up a few things here. My column is up. We'll have some post-game stuff to you at rebelgrove.com here momentarily. Waiting for Ole Miss. They'll do their Zoom call. We'll get that video. We'll bring that to you. We'll take your calls throughout the night for a little while. Happy Halloween to everyone. There's some trick-or-treaters out in our neighborhood, according to sources here in my house. Certain people are handling Halloween differently than others, which is to be expected. What do you think?
The show, coordinate a little Halloween myself there. We said it a minute ago during the end game for anybody who's just joining us. It's exactly what Ole Miss needed. 54-21 the final. Matt Corral definitely gets the bad taste out of his mouth. He looks excellent today. He ties the SEC record from highest completion percentage with at least 30 attempts. He shares that now with Josh Dobbs, 91.1% for Corral today, 31 of 34 for 412 yards, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. That is a pretty gaudy 251.2 rating on the NCAA scale from a quarterback rating standpoint. Elijah Moore breaks the record for most yards in a game by an Ole Miss receiver in history, 238, breaking A.J. Brown's record of 233, and then he ties A.J. and Laquan with 14 catches. Each of them, or they each had one game with 14 catches as well. 3 touchdowns for Elijah Moore today, all those coming in the first half. Jonathan Mingo, I think, probably got a little confidence today, too. 6 catches, 90 yards. Good day for Mingo. Maybe even had a little better day than he got credit for from a yard standpoint. He was very good today. He had the huge double move there when Corral just missed him down the middle of the field. So he was good. Defense did enough. They were fine. I mean, Vanderbilt's never going to be confused with Alabama offensively. No. But Ole Miss played well. They got a turnover or 2. They played effectively. They stopped drives. And they give up a little mop-up, but that's no big deal. I mean, Vanderbilt for the game only ended up with, 421 yards. I know it sounds like a ton, but they were at 250 starting the fourth quarter. I mean, they had a pretty big fourth quarter there, but Vanderbilt was held pretty good for 3 quarters. Look, Ole Miss has we know this, nothing new. I mean, Luke Logan misses a couple extra points. Ole Miss has a kicking problem they're very aware of. But all in all, really good day for Ole Miss. Go into a bye week with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of a jump in your step. You get a very winnable game against South Carolina in 2 weeks, and then you start that final stretch of Texas A&M, Mississippi State, and LSU, and you see what happens.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. A lot of those are winnable games. A lot of those are losable games. Tonight was an easy W for Ole Miss right there for the taking, and they took it. They did their job. So mission accomplished. I'm sure Lane Kiffin says our goal was to go 1-0. We did. They get an open date, and they'll get ready for South Carolina. Jeffrey Wright, 92.9 FM ESPN in Memphis, kind enough to join us. Jeffrey, how are you?
I'm well, gentlemen. How about yourselves?
Happy Halloween. We're good.
Bill, I'd like to say that I'm very glad that you will not be having to hand out candy tonight.
I was actually Laura was just handing some out just then. She said she had to chase some people down to pass out candy.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. There's a residual. We're dealing with, and I'm not minimizing, I'm not making fun. You see the disparity all the way down, the disparity in
there's not one opinion.
Fear levels, opinion levels, etc.
Yeah,
I live in a house where there's none. And so it's hard for me. I understand it. Sometimes I forget that there are houses where there's a lot of fear.
My daughter is actually trick-or-treating someone else in the neighborhood, so 1 second I'm going to stop out, see her for 5 seconds and do that, and we'll move on.
We have not had any trick-or-treaters here. I didn't really know one way or the other how this was going to go.
You bought some candy, though? You were set up for it in case?
I went to Costco this morning, and I got one of the grab bags.
So you're there, just in case. It's prepared. It's ready to go.
I'm told that I overbought candy. I don't know what I anticipated. I just started grabbing bags.
I bought one big bag, 150 pieces. It looks like we're going to have 150 pieces of candy.
What'd you get?
So Costco had like the grab bag that had pretty much all the big players. You had Snickers, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Kit Kat, even had $100,000 in there, criminally underrated candy bar.
No doubt.
It had both M&Ms, peanut and plain. It had almond joy in there, so my beautiful bride can have all the almond joy she wants.
There's nothing wrong with almond joy. It's a great candy bar.
Here we go. The almond police have arrived.
I don't like coconut.
Okay.
If you don't like coconut,
well, that's true. If you don't like coconut, that's not your deal.
That's a problem.
So, are we going to take anything away from this? Because here's what I mean, to me, the most fascinating question of the game is this the worst SEC football team we've seen in?
Yeah.
I mean, this team is worse than the Chad Morris teams.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
From an Ole Miss perspective, my takeaway is there was an easy win to be had, and they had it.
And more importantly, I thought the most important thing from the Ole Miss perspective was go look at the drive chart. Touchdown, 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 touchdown. The end of the half, like whatever. I'm not counting that one against them. I think it technically was a fumble. Touchdown to start the half. Touchdown, touchdown. Like that to me,
took
that
care
was
of
the most
business.
Like that, you had as you point out, you had an easy win, but they did not screw around on any drives. They just kept like coming at them.
Well, sometimes you have an easy win on the menu and you don't take it. It happens all the time.
For sure.
And so, it's a sign of
cute. I didn't feel like they got cute. Sometimes like when you get one of those easy games, you kind of start screwing around and trying to make the cute play.
Tinker.
I never felt like they did that.
No, I'll give Kiffin credit, man. Pretty consistently, he's underrated at his ability to go, okay, you're going to give me that play, I'm going to take it. You're going to give me that play, I'm going to take it. Nobody's watching this, I'm going to take it. Let's get out. You're going to give me that, I'm going to take it. He's good about that, and that's what he did today. He knew that they were better. They had the better team. They'd show up, and if they just took care of business, they'd do exactly what they did, and they did it. And sometimes that's kind of underrated because it's Tuesday night meat and potatoes.
Sure.
It's not a meal that anyone's ever going to talk about 20 years from now.
Stimulating, you know what I mean? Like from a competitive intellectual level, like you know what I mean? Like it's I'm just doing whatever you want. You know what I mean? Like I can get where that's a little boring.
There's dinners you get excited about from a preparation standpoint, and there's dinners that and there's dinners where you go, hey, the goal tonight is to get everybody fed. Everybody goes to bed with some food in their belly. We get up in the morning and have a day. And that was today, and they did it. He fed them, and nobody got poisoned, and it was all good.
Well, seriously, no injuries today.
No injuries. It was good. But yes, you're right. On the other side for Vanderbilt, I don't.
And by the way, for those out there that think I'm not trying to diminish what Ole Miss did. I'm just saying,
no, not at all.
Like that was like watching an FCS game. Like I don't know what to like. You know what I mean? Like
sure.
I thought Ole Miss was wildly impressive. Like I don't know if you can learn anything from today other than it was really good to see them have a get back game, a get right game.
Yeah. I'll tell you the one thing.
It's psyche setting is what it is.
Yeah. I'll tell you the one thing I take from it a little bit, and maybe I'm more on this guy's bandwagon than anybody else here. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Matt Corral's playing in the NFL or Matt Corral's going to do any. I'm not saying any of that. But when you talk about the Matt Corral that's here right now, I see progress.
Yes,
I see
agree.
coaching. I see the game beginning to slow down. I see a calming about him. And look, it's Vanderbilt. Everybody else lights them up too. But the numbers are what the numbers are. And those are really good numbers. 30 for 33, 30 for 30, 31 for 34, 412, 6 and 0, 251.2 rating. I mean, that's getting it done. You know what I mean? I mean, that's and what I liked about it was when there was a play to be had, he tried to have it. Of his 34 passes, there were one that I thought he tried to force. That's a really good number. And if I'm Ole Miss and I'm thinking about this from a long-term standpoint, if I'm Lane Kiffin, if I'm Jeff Lebby, I'm really pleased with that. Today was something you can build on.
Now, think about that first drive, 6 yards. It was that first little hitch pass. You know what I mean? Like didn't it came out 8 yards. 14, 6. Then he hits the big play for the touchdown that, you know what I mean? It's an open throw. Hit it. You know what I mean? And it was today felt like the first time in a while where I felt like everything he did was in rhythm.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I just think there's a chance, and don't get me wrong, there's a chance that he doesn't, but I think there's a chance that a year from now we're talking about a really good quarterback.
I mean, did anyone think at this time last year, or the calendar's screwed up because October last year he was back as their starter. But I mean, when Kyle Trask took over for Florida, how many people thought that this guy was going to wind up, elevating their offense to a new level? Not many, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The kid didn't start a varsity game in high school.
Yeah, no, if I'm Kiffin and Levy, I'm pretty pleased with what I've got out of Corral right now. I can build on this. If you go back and look at just how disastrously bad he was against Arkansas, and how bad the first pick was against Auburn last week, since then, including tonight, it's 7 really solid quarters you can build on, and that's the only way you can do it. You don't get to do them 12 at a time. You do them 1 at a time. You do them 1 drive at a time. So,
and now it sets up for, this is the situation we talked about. Could things be a little bit different? Sure. Play or two goes different here, but I felt like before we started this season if you were someone who cared about the record, the season came down to what were you going to do against Kentucky? What were you going to do against Arkansas? What were you going to do against Vanderbilt, South Carolina, Mississippi State?
Agreed.
And now we've figured out, okay, LSU's probably I'm not sure how gettable, but it's more gettable.
I think it's gettable.
Oh, yeah. And
I think it's really gettable, man.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they're better with Brennan than they are with Finley, because Finley's a freshman and Brennan's
been good. He's
been solid.
Yeah, sure.
I'm upset I didn't hammer that. I took Auburn in the under, but I had you know what I mean? Like whenever you get that kid that gets the big game right off the bat, I just feel like it's always go right.
Was it Kyle Allen for A&M that lit up South Carolina and we went crazy about it?
No, Kenny Trill.
Yeah, that's right. It was Kenny.
Kenny Trill. How could you forget?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to tell you what's a really damn gettable game.
Do we think Alabama can score 32 points? Because if they do, they're covering.
I was getting ready to say this. Here's the gettable game for Ole Miss. And when I say gettable, I mean like you could blow them out. Just State.
Yes, because they can't score.
I mean, I don't want to get way ahead of ourselves because Ole Miss's defense is Ole Miss's defense. But, guys, this I can watch this deal at State. Please correct me if I'm wrong, either of you, because I don't want to be hyperbolic and everybody yelling at me in December. Their body language is just atrocious.
Well, and Leach is actually steering into it the other way. He's almost he's creating more division right now.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like I was on this week 1, and instead we got the Bo Pelini with one of the world's dumbest game plans we've ever seen in the history of the world.
Yeah.
But I told everyone, and this is before State people or Ole Miss people get mad, year 1 of Leach is always horrendous. Like it was his worst offensive year at Texas Tech. It's his worst year in coaching at Washington State. Year 1 is always horrendous. For me, the question is, and I'm so sick of this narrative, do people really think Jimmy Leach, or whatever the guy's name is at Washington, was the only person that rushed 3 and dropped 8? Like, the problem is not what you do, like rushing 3 and dropping 8, and they've never seen it. The problem is their offensive line against 3-man rushes gives up pressure about 70% of the time. The other problem is KJ Costello is still KJ Costello. So if he ends up figuring out a way to get some linemen and getting a quarterback, like this isn't for sure over with, but under the certain circumstances, guys, that's not an SEC football team.
Yeah, my only thought about, and we'll find out over the course of time because they can't afford to do anything for a little while, is I don't know that this offense works against
Neal, it works.
The athletes that you typically see in this league.
It works in the NFL. Like, this is what drives me insane. He may not work, but what people don't understand is the air raid it's not unique just to him. Now, what's different about him is he is the person that exclusively runs it. He doesn't pack other things, and that I do 100% acknowledge, but
That's kind of what I mean, though. I mean, the NFL teams that run some air raid also run some other stuff.
Right, but this idea that it cannot work in this league is still stupid to me. Like, what is the big problem I mean, for God's sakes, Cliff Kingsbury's running a pretty similar version to it with the NFL, and it seems to be working.
Yeah.
What it comes down to is you have to have an accurate quarterback, and the question is, does he get one?
You have to have an accurate quarter. Sorry, not to cut you off. You have to have an accurate quarterback, and also, look, I guess you can change it, but Mike Leach has shown nothing in his career to show that he can recruit to a profile to change it, especially in this league. States, they've never shown the ability to go, hey, we're going to get skill players and wide receivers, and now all of a sudden you're not trying to get the same offensive lineman they've gotten in the past. You're not trying to get the big running back that States kind of make. You know what I mean? Like, you're having to change your entire identity, and that's the thing.
I completely agree with you on that, because if we look at the types of teams where Mississippi State has been successful, the types of teams that they've built have been big, bruising, and I'll even go, skill guys on the defensive end. They were always gettable because their back end was never great. They were usually awesome up front, the front seven, but they always had corners and safeties that you're like, you could kind of get past them. But what's fascinating is, for me, is he going to be able, you're not going to recruit, he is not recruiting JUCOs. I can tell you that. So I don't know what the strategy is, but in terms of what we're watching, I just think that we're going to look back and, that week one is just going to be head scratching, but I still think this, and I know y'all had Matt Moscona on. He's in denial, man. That's Ed Chizik.
It looks like it. I mean, that's because I told Chase during the game.
Players, but like LSU's had coaches that have gotten fired and had talent. Like,
well, here's what I was telling Chase. You can lose 20. It's a blowout. You can lose 27-24 at LSU, and people are just a little disgruntled. You start losing 37-point games frequently, and that stuff's not going to go well.
I mean, did you see the stat? I get it. It's an outlier or whatnot, but the stat that CBS flashed, I had to watch down to the end because I had under 65 too. It's the first time since 1948 that they've given up 40 points in a 5-game stretch 3 times.
Oh wow!
I didn't know they had the spread in the 40s.
Arkansas forces a punt on Texas A&M's first possession. That game just getting started. 12:58 to go in College Station. Mississippi State now down 17-0. First quarter, Alabama scoring at will. Hey, let me ask you a question, both of you. If Trevor Lawrence misses 3 or 4 games, does that open the door for Mac Jones to win the Heisman?
Yeah, it has to at that number. I think he can miss 1 or 2. Well, he's missing 2 now. I think 2's even okay. Anything more than 2, and I think he's in trouble from that standpoint.
I am not so sure, and I'll tip my cap to Neal. Neal, I'm not sure that you weren't on this in the beginning. I think he may be the favorite. Well, I don't know what the odds are right now.
Mac Jones?
I don't know what the odds are. His numbers, guys, are off the freaking charts.
Because here's what's interesting. Without Waddle, does it open the door for Devontae Smith to be because I'm now at the point where I think a receiver is going to win the Heisman before a running back does again. Does this open the door for a Devontae Smith? Sure. But I don't really think it does. I think it puts more credence to Mac Jones if he keeps putting up these numbers.
Okay, so right now, Heisman Trophy betting odds, Trevor Lawrence being out for this next game has dropped the betting odds for him from minus 155 to minus 105. So pretty much even money now on Lawrence winning. He was at a pretty big deficit at 155. Mac Jones at plus 265, Justin Fields at plus 400, Trask at plus 1,600, and then on down the list.
All right, y'all are going to laugh, but I'm dead serious. I've watched this team play 4 times. Zach Wilson's the most exciting player in college football. The Mormon Manziel.
Oh, the kid at BYU?
He's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know what his NFL, because I don't know how, big his arm is, but you watch the guy, God, he's so good in the pocket, unbelievable instincts, and he is every throw he makes is just on the money. You know, like when you play those guys that you sit there and you go, oh, we got him. And then he just makes that one perfect throw. Like you had it well defended. Like that is him every single play.
Arkansas driving the field a little bit against A&M. I'm told to turn to Oklahoma State. Does anyone know what channel that's on? Is that a Fox game?
Also, gentlemen, the good kids out of Columbus, Ohio are already on the move.
Penn State? Is that who it is today?
Oh, here we go. Texas and Oklahoma State, 34-31.
4th and 1 with 10 seconds left.
Fourth and 1, 10 seconds. Oklahoma State has the ball. Be a real shame if Herman lost in horrific. I need them to score with a second left, though.
This is what's great about college
they're kicking
football.
A field goal. Okay.
Oh, they're going to try to send it to OT.
I've got 3. I'm laid 3.5. Damn it. Didn't you used to be Tom Herman? Oh, go kiss your players. Hey, tell us again how you're in Mensa. How brilliant are you?
Where are they on the field? How long of a kick is this?
Looks like it's going to be like a
35,
just
maybe?
shade inside 40, maybe.
Yeah.
When was the last time we had an Ole Miss game where it's like they won so easily that we're not even talking about it?
I don't know. That was what I was sitting there like.
Vanderbilt. They beat the hell out of Vanderbilt like 3 out of the last 5 times they played them.
Okay.
Okay. Here was the question I had. What was the number? What number would it have taken for you to have actually been iffy on betting Ole Miss? Because I was telling my buddy, I think if it would have been like 28, that was when
I was going to say
under 30,
25-ish. Yeah.
Because I would have thought, like, what do they know that I don't?
Is he going to make this?
34-yard attempt. Yeah, he's going to drill it.
Okay. Jeffrey needs a make, right?
I need a make, I guess, to go to overtime,
Yeah.
but I really need.
Oh, he crushed it.
Got it.
He crushed it. Are you kidding? Never a doubt. 34-34 Texas, Oklahoma State, 5 seconds left. They appear to be headed to overtime. He drilled that.
What does Texas do?
I don't know. I mean,
here's the deal. I don't know if
does Urban Meyer take it? Do you want Urban Meyer? Is Urban Meyer too old?
You gotta hire, right? If Urban tells you he'll take it, don't you have to hire him?
Yeah, you have to hire him because it's the Nick Saban redux. You screwed it up the last time. Now you have to take him.
The thing that's interesting about Urban, so apparently, Urban and Herman, apparently, it's not cordial anymore.
Well, he was very critical of Herman earlier in the year.
Yeah, and apparently he was like, there could be a stick it to Herman factor. Now, here's the question, though. Is Texas capable of doing what it takes to, run Urban's program?
Are they capable? Yes. Are they willing? I don't know.
Are they willing?
Like, I don't know.
And in the end, it fell apart with Saban because they didn't want to give Saban what it takes to maximize that program. Do you let him run the whole show? And
well, otherwise he's not going to take it. I don't think he's got to know that he's going to have the Saban power.
No, I agree. I don't.
Arkansas scores on its first possession of the game and does so pretty impressively. Hogs score 8:09 to go in the first. I'll tell you what, guys. Say what you want. I'm sure A&M will come back and win this game. Sam Pittman's changed the deal down there, up there, whatever.
Listen, y'all can check the tape. I actually liked that hire. Like when they couldn't get. When they struck out on the names that they did, I thought that hire made sense because you hire a guy in Pittman that he has like an identity and he's a football coach. And then you saw he was going to go hire good guys. And then, this is a guy that has been recruiting at Georgia. So he's known all the names. If a few guys fall through the cracks here and there, like I thought that hire made a ton of sense.
I'm a body language guy. Like you watch the Ole Miss kids, their body language is really good. You watch the Mississippi State kids, and right now their body language is bad. And you watch the Arkansas kids, and their body language is good. I mean,
they're having fun.
I mean, they're playing with some confidence, man.
No, I'm with you, man. And that's the other thing. Go look at. I know we're rivals, guys. I know through and through. But when you look at the 247 talent composite ranking that looks at the roster,
Yeah.
Arkansas is like the 23rd team in the country from a talent perspective.
Yeah, Morris actually recruited some 4-star skill guys.
And a few of those, they've always gotten a few linemen. They've always, I feel like they always have a tight end. And as we've talked about, Felipe Franks is not a world beater. But in comparison to Ben Hicks or Jerry Jones's grandson, that's an upgrade.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say that really is going to definitely.
Is he the unquestioned coach of the year?
Right now, today, he
now,
is.
no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a second half of the season. But, yeah, sure. Today, right now, absolutely. I mean, he's done a great job. I mean, they should be – what are they, 3-1? They should be 4 – they're 2-2. They should be 3-1 playing this game.
Who's the second best team in the West? Is it? I guess tonight it could. I guess we find out tonight.
A&M is
Arkansas.
what A&M. I mean, A&M's not good.
As of this moment, it's A&M. If A&M loses tonight to Arkansas, it's Arkansas. Yeah, I don't know. It's Arkansas / Auburn / Ole Miss / A&M /
Everybody but LSU and
State. It's those 4, and then it's LSU and then State.
Did Auburn figure something out last week against Ole Miss and continue it? Was today the you figure it out against Ole Miss, you figure out where your identity is. It's okay, we're going to run. We're going to figure out how to run it, then we're going to take the shots. Today was the proof of concept. Is this the point in which Auburn takes the next step, or are we going to be talking about
I don't know. I think this league this year is going to be outside of Alabama on one side and Vanderbilt on the other. Is going to be week to week. I mean, look, Auburn certainly looked today like it had found its identity, but they were playing against a young quarterback who got rattled and all of that. I mean, they took care of business. I'm not minimizing their win at all.
They're not the only team that put up 40 on LSU this year.
Yeah, I mean, South Carolina got 8-point-something yards per play against LSU. They just couldn't finish stuff.
Y'all saw I took Auburn like this.
Yeah, I did too. You and I both took Auburn.
Muschamp doing Muschamp. Like he, kicking field goals. Oh, that's the other take. Dave Aranda is a coordinator, a lifelong coordinator.
Well, it's a different deal when you become a head coach, and not everybody can handle it.
I mean, that guy. You watch them. He has no idea, man. Like last week, he was punting from the 30, like the plus 30. And it's whether or not to bring it to your Arkansas argument. I don't know if he got a fair shake or not. I think though we saw enough to go. Barry Odom's probably not a world beater head coach, but I do think that guy's a hell of a coordinator.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He's going to win the Broyles Award if his thing keeps going like
that.
Yeah,
he's great. I mean, certain guys are leaders and certain guys aren't.
Texas is a large human.
All right, Jeffrey, appreciate you, my man.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good Saturday.
You too. Bye.
Open our drink while we're watching overtime.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll let you talk about it. This is Neal Forbes. Sponsors our very kindly, by the way, because Neal's a really good dude. Our bourbon of the week, and this week it's a Knob Creek cask strength rye whiskey. Barreled in 2009. It's a 119.6 proof. There it is. Pretty bottle.
It is a pretty bottle.
It is a pretty bottle. Oh, it's okay, Grind. I make so many bad picks that I certainly don't need an apology when I get. That's okay.
You're okay.
So we're watching Oklahoma State and Texas there in overtime, 34-34. Grind, I'm not even sure who plays next week. Florida plays Georgia next week, right?
I have no idea.
I think so. I think Auburn's off next week.
Oh, really?
I think so because Jay was going out of town. Yeah, I think Georgia beats Florida. Ooh, that's a bad throw.
What are we at on the proof on this? 119 because it's cast strength.
So Alabama, Mississippi State, they're in the early in the seconds, 20-0 Alabama. Arkansas up 7-0. Florida up 3-0. Everything else is a final in the SEC. We'll fix it all in a minute. 3rd and 8. The rest of the Big 12 hates Texas the way that the rest of the SEC hates Alabama. Is that right?
Do what now? Oh, 100%.
Yeah. That was a good call. He interfered. Ooh, that's got some heat on the end. Man, oh, man. You'll probably like that.
It's going to be hot.
You like Everclear.
Getting a lot of like cinnamon and stuff on the nose because of how hot it's going to be. It's almost like Big Red or something on it.
It's got some heat on the backside.
It's not just on the back; it's on the palate too.
Yeah, it's just in general.
I mean, it's a rye, so you're going to get it, but yeah, you're getting high alcohol. You're getting tons of heat on the tongue immediately. It's carrying through with a really long finish on your lips.
It's
and
still
the tip
finishing.
Of your tongue.
Yes, that's what she said.
I mean, I like it, but good grief. Yeah, that son of a gun. I tell you what, though.
Sterling, if Ole Miss had anyone's defense, they'd be really good. For people that ask, and I'm recording this on Audition, and we'll post it. For the people that ask, are you guys going to put this? It doesn't translate to a podcast the way that it does
so much
a video
empty
show. Because there's empty time because we're not doing a show. We're kind of hanging. Touchdown's a hell of a throw right there by the Texas quarterback.
This is really good, but man, it is hot.
Grind has a hell of a question. Why don't they hate OU the way they hate Texas? Because Texas has sucked and OU's been really good. That's a hell of a point.
I think Texas is just more annoying. I think there's something a little more from a conference institutional standpoint. There's something about Oklahoma that you can still hate them plenty, but they're a little more palatable than Texas. Texas is not palatable at all. Oklahoma being really good doesn't annoy you 365 days a year. Texas being really good in their conference probably does. I think it's different.
Boy, he barely made that kick.
But do you like this or what? What do you think?
Yeah, I like it.
There's a little bit of sweetness on the palate before it hits you again.
Yeah, I almost have to
hot, sweet, hot.
It's the second taste where you can really tell whether you like a bourbon or not.
You're shocking your body a little bit with the first one.
Yeah, I really like it. It's good.
It's almost like, I know people go, I get it, but like it's almost like something's like almost burnt. Like you almost get like this, not tobacco though or anything, but like a almost.
You mean like a char?
Yeah, like almost like a oaky char.
Oh, see, I don't get that.
Like right on the middle of the palate. So anyway, it's not bad. It's good. If you like rye, it's there. I mean, look, it's hot. You better know what you're getting, but
yeah, it's definitely.
If that's what you like. Hey,
it's advertised as a rye, and by God, it delivers.
Hey, I mean, anybody could put this in their mind. Like they could take a sip of this one and go, okay, yeah, that's not a 90 proof wheat bourbon you're sipping on right there. You'll never mistake that for Maker's Mark.
Do you want me to put the phone up, or
Yeah,
what do you want to do?
That's fine.
Okay, I got to create I accidentally deleted the text, so no, there it is.
Yeah, Sterling says Nom Creek Rye is not a beginner's drink. That's a fair point.
That's a good point.
If you're just getting into whiskey, don't grab this one and start your day.
Did you get to see the trick or treating, or is she not here yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take calls. We can talk football. We can talk ghost stories. It is Halloween.
We're going to do that here in a little bit.
Hell, we can talk whatever anybody wants to talk about. It's 7 o'clock. Again, Ole Miss wins 54-21. Matt Corral, Jerry Neal, Elijah Moore are all terrific. Auburn beats LSU 48-11. Georgia beats Kentucky 14-3. And then we're keeping an eye on 3 SEC games. Alabama up 20-0 in the second. Arkansas, Texas A&M tied 7-7 late in the first. And Florida leads Missouri 3-0, 5:16 to go.
Somebody probably is asking what is cast strength. That means it was not diluted by water when it came out of the barrel, because a lot of whiskey companies will knock down the proof with some water dilution because, A, it makes it cheaper to produce because you're not having as much volume, and also it just takes some of the alcoholic volume down. Cast strength is not done that. It is not substantially messed with at all. It's just thrown into the bottle after the barreling process. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the hottest you can get. You got barrel proof, you got pot stills, different things. But when you see cast strength, it's going to be a pretty strong thing.
Hey, who do we have?
Got Jim P here from DC.
What's up, Jim?
Hey guys. What do you guys obviously hearing from Jeffrey? Thank God we get a little bit of break hearing from him this tonight. But just got a couple of questions for you guys regarding the Ole Miss defense. What do you think we can do to close the gap coming into next year? Because we got a hell of a coach now, but still letting up this amount of points to Vanderbilt was tough. But what are we talking about? Cornerbacks, safeties, defensive tackles to get on this team.
Yes.
I think that's what we got to look at towards the future, because we got a great coach. We just got to get those tools.
You got to get everybody. You got to get all those positions.
You got to hit the transfer market a little bit and actually hit a couple of them too. I think they need at least 2. You can't ask for more than that because there's only so many out there that can really freaking help you, and then everybody else is trying to get them too.
But the truth is, you need help at every single position.
Yeah, especially kicker.
Well, kicker's the least of your worries right now. You got to fix your defense, and then you got to go get another receiver because Elijah's going to leave. Yabo is probably going to leave, and when they leave, there's not a lot of proven guys behind them.
That's right.
I mean, it's college football. You have to continuously reload every year, otherwise it catches up.
Yeah, I think we've got some good recruits coming in at receiver. That Braylon Brown might, step in there. We'll see, but I think you're right. Got to get more playmakers in there.
Hey, thanks for the call.
Appreciate it.
I never know what anybody wants me to say to that. I mean, hey, caller, who's this?
It's Patrick from Charleston, West Virginia. How are you doing today?
What's up, Patrick? Big win for the Mountaineers today.
Yeah, the office will be happy.
That's good.
So that was good. I'm just very pleased. It's nice to watch a Ole Miss football game and not be in a constant state of duress and stress.
They don't happen that often, so I get it.
Yeah. No, that was what you needed. You needed a nice, easy win, and you got it.
And it looks like, I think we've talked about to get to our level, we have to bury 3 teams. Arkansas looks like they're going to be tough because Pittman's doing a really good job. They're playing A&M tough. But Vanderbilt, I couldn't believe Chris Lee's interview today to not have air conditioning in the facility. I almost wanted to root for those kids because that's just unreal at an SEC program, let alone at an FCS program, not to have that. And then State just blowing up like the Hindenburg. So I think this is the time that Ole Miss can really jump on everything going on. And if LSU gets popped in the NCAA stuff, we could be rolling in a couple of years.
Absolutely. No doubt. It's the West is up for grabs outside of Alabama. No question about it.
Well, I'll hang up and listen, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
As always. Take care.
Oklahoma State down to their last play, 4th and 8, down 41-34 in overtime. Took a timeout, now lining up. Pokes. They were trying to draw off sides there. Blitz coming. Blitz getting there.
Oh, he's done. He's done. He has no chance. It's
game.
over. And just
Once
like
he fled
that,
the pocket, it was all.
Just like that, Tom Herman saves his job. Pretty good defensive call right there.
Yeah. Easier to do when you're already up 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make them make a play.
We're going to sing the Eyes of Texas here.
Well, they are. We are not.
They're not either.
I thought they were doing it.
They've stopped singing it. The band wouldn't even play it.
I thought, like, last week, Etlinger was the only one that went down there or something. Am I wrong on that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's got pictures from Caroline. Caroline, this is like her 4th costume of the week.
Really?
Yeah. Her Kris Jenner costume was dead on.
Oh, she did that?
Yeah, she's done several, but that one was fantastic. No.
If they win all
No.
of the games,
I don't.
but
No, I
can't
don't.
play-
No, I don't. There's a lot of anger directed at the Big Ten and the Pac-12, and they will have very little margin for error.
I'm trying to tell that to all of my, because I live in Ohio and I have to deal with Buckeye fans who never set foot inside of a university, and they're all saying that they have a championship team. They have a championship team.
They do have a championship team, but they don't have a championship administration, and they don't have a championship conference leadership. They do have a great team, but they don't get. You have to prove it on the field, and I don't know that the Big Ten's going to let that happen.
Who was the team that couldn't play this week? Dude.
Wisconsin. So Wisconsin and Nebraska didn't play.
Oh Jesus! Well, there goes the West.
Well, and had they started when they should have started, they would have had time and flexibility. Like right now, for example, Ole Miss is. Let's take Ole Miss for example. They've played 6 games, so they get a weekend off, and they have 6 weeks basically. Ole Miss is not going to be a championship contender. They have. But what I'm saying is, well, most teams won't. I mean, right? I mean, 12 of the 14 teams won't be in the championship game. So Ole Miss will be one of the 12 teams that has now 6 weeks to play 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
The SEC did it right.
Do you think if the Big Ten would have maybe sped it up by a week or two, would that have helped? Or
Sure, of course. Anything would have helped.
Same number of games, but maybe had a week in between, a bye week.
Sure, anything would have helped. They made it where they had 8 weeks to play 8 games. It was dumb. Hey, thanks for the call, Murphy. Appreciate you.
Yep. Have a good one.
Hey, who do we have? Hey, who do we have?
Hey guys, Matthew from DC.
Hey Matthew, what's up?
2 questions. One, I want to hear you talk a little bit about Elijah Moore's pro potential, and number 2, I want to hear your best ghost story. What you got? I'll hang up and listen. You
All
boys
right.
have a good night.
All right,
Appreciate
thanks, Matthew.
You want to go to the Ghost now, or you do them after we talk to Blake?
We'll do the ghost after we talk to Blake.
Okay.
I think Elijah Moore's a really good pro. He can play on the outside. He can play on the inside. He's a matchup issue.
And everything's so kind of fast break in today's NFL that, you're just getting him out there in space and just getting into the football. And frankly, here's the thing about Elijah Moore. He catches every damn thing. He does not drop passes. I mean, he came into the week with one of the highest thrown at completion percentages in the country. It's going to stick, and that's the thing. I mean, you're not wasting throws when you throw it at Elijah Moore.
Agreed. We want to get Blake now?
We can probably try him anywhere. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you modeling? Am I modeling?
I don't know. We can figure it out. Ask Blake what he wants us to do.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on. I can't tell you how, still to this day, hearing Taylor's voice, I'm like, oh, that's Taylor.
Oh, on the show?
Yeah.
20-0 Alabama, 9:34 to go in the first half. Devontae Smith already at 7 catches, 138 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
There's lots of trick-or-treaters.
Hearing a lot of them?
Yeah. don't think Blake's there right now. There he is.
Good evening, guys.
Hello, Blake. Blake Cookenauer, Blue Delta Jeans. How are you, sir?
I'm doing mighty fine. How about you, gentlemen?
Oh, we're good. Just happy Halloween to you. It's
and to you guys as well.
7-11 here on a Saturday night. We're watching Arkansas, Texas A&M. We're kind of flipping around a little bit. As you know, Ole Miss wins easily in Nashville. The Rebels get to 2-4. Open date coming up. Go to South Carolina in 2. South Carolina comes here in 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, I figured tonight could not have gone a whole lot better. What do y'all think?
Yeah, it was perfect for Ole Miss. It's exactly what they needed. They got it. You know, sometimes the cheeseburger is what's on the menu, and you order the cheeseburger.
Well, I was thinking about it a little bit ago. I think maybe what was on the menu tonight was the cupcake. For proverbial speaking here, I mean, this was a game we had to win, and we won it big and put some impressive stats on the board. So, no complaints. No complaints to be had from this end.
No, it's perfect.
You're in you're in Ohio. Is everything just? I mean, insane for Ohio State and Penn State. You know, I mean, one of the few Big Ten games that are actually getting played, so it's big.
Yeah, it is. I actually, my wife and I, we live. I mean, we're half a mile to the Horseshoe, so there's a lot going on outside the window tonight. But I mean, it's a mid-sized metropolitan area, so there's still a lot of rules in place. But some of the bars are suspiciously full out of my window here.
Kind of like College Station right now. They're again pretty much filling that bad boy up in Aggie land.
Good for them.
Well, yeah, I don't know, no reason anybody would know this, but my dad, my aunts and uncles, my grandparents are Aggies for generations on back. And my dad, I was talking to him the other night and asked him about that, 25% or whatever they're supposed to be at, and he said, well, it's an ag school, not a math school. So that was his excuse for it.
Maybe targeting there on Arkansas. I'm not sure if we can make that call or not. So Neal and I both wearing some duck canvas today. We were going to talk about it last week, but we talked about Lane Kiffin instead because he was modeling your pants. He tweeted out and different things. So we did it for a week. I've got the navy. Neal's got, I guess, brown. Is that the color we're calling that, Blake?
Yeah, so we call it Canyon Brown, but it's what Neal has on is kind of our standard duck canvas, that brown like you mentioned. And then, yeah, you've got navy. We also sell it in a kind of a hunter green and then a nice dark gray as well. So we've got 4 colors of it, but it's a fantastic fabric. Most of what we sell is a little bit lighter, has that stretch content to it. The duck canvas goes a different direction. It's thicker, it's heavier, more of a work style pant. It does have just a slight bit of stretch built into it. So we call the duck canvas the foundation of our outdoor collection. So this is a pant that's certainly one that is going to last a long time. They are hard to beat up. We always like to tell people that our jeans are kind of like baseball gloves, where you get them and you get to break them in and they kind of mold to you. If our normal jeans are a baseball glove, duck canvas is a catcher's mitt. I mean, it's tough, but it will last you for forever.
Yeah, I've worn them 4 or 5 times, and I'm telling you, Blake, they're my favorite ones. It was the 4-way stretch. It was the khaki before this, but something about the little bit of extra, like you said, like extra strength there, the fact they're a little heavier. I think especially in the winter and the fall, I mean, they are incredible. I think they're probably got them in the right situation, but I mean, as far as just the way they feel, the way they stretch, and the way they do have some weight to them, they've taken off for me.
Yeah, they're a good pant. And what is really cool about these as well, we work with a mill that's over in Tryon, Georgia. It's up in North Georgia called Mount Vernon Mills, and they get this fabric for us. So this is a pant. Cotton is grown in the United States, milled there in Georgia, and we're cutting and sewing that fabric in our factory in Tupelo. So within, I think it's about 4.5 hours of each other, you've got a pant going from soil to the body. So we're awfully proud to get to work with a mill that's still making really good quality fabrics here in the United States.
So you'll be able to see Neal in a second here modeling his duck canvas. Again, he has the brown. And again, like you can't even really tell. I know you said kind of a work pant type line, but that's not what they look like at all. I mean, they look almost like you've got slacks or anything else on when you're looking at them from across the room.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, I do kind of generally refer to these more as kind of the outdoorsman pant, like I mentioned. But yeah, they're nice, dark, clean colors, so you can wear them in a multitude of spaces. But we've got folks that buy them and hunt in them. They're great for walking through tall grass, briar patches, that kind of stuff. But just as equally, like you said, you can put them on with a nice button down or a good looking Rebel Grove polo, and you got it going on.
Do you keep those? Like, is that something you expect to keep in the lineup now moving forward? I mean, is it more of a seasonal thing or more of an annual thing?
Yeah, we'll keep them constantly. Like you mentioned, this time of year, fall, winter is when you want to get them, because when it's 95 degrees and 100% humidity in the Mississippi summer, they're a pant that you may want to be a little bit more sparing with. But as far as the availability, yeah, like I mentioned, I mean, we work with a mill that's just a couple hours down the road. They make this fabric year round, for several different purposes, because it's just a great utility fabric. So you can come in and get these anytime. But yeah, this is the time of year to come get them for sure.
As you know, I've had several of the Blue Delta jeans, different fabrics and stuff. This might be my favorite.
A strong endorsement from you guys. I mean, that's both of y'all saying it.
Yeah, it's trying to explain. I'm trying to figure out why I would say that. I love the 4-way stretch cotton, the way they hold up. They're great. I don't know. They're just I don't know.
There's something about the extra weight that is just kind of nice.
It might be the extra weight a little bit. They feel like they have a little more
because they're still lighter than your average jean.
There's a little more stretch to them, maybe.
Well, it's a little less, but there's a little more substantialness to them. Like you feel like you're
maybe there is less, but it feels like when you're wearing them, you kind of, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I love them. They're great. As you've said, you almost forget you have them on. They're terrific.
Well, good. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoy them. And yeah, like you mentioned, they still do have just a bit of stretch to them. What's nice about stretch fabrics and stretch material is that it does provide some breathability. So in that pant that's a little bit thicker, it's a little bit of a tighter weave. The stretch, you get what you think of stretch providing, which is that little bit of give, but it also provides just a little bit of breathability. So it's an all around great pant. This is one that obviously was excited for you guys to wear them last week. Got a little derailed there, but here we are, and it's high 40s or 50s. It's a pant that I love throwing on, especially for good crisp morning or wearing them in the Grove if we ever get to do that again.
Hopefully we get to do that again soon. Hey, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, appreciate y'all as always.
Okay.
Thanks, Blake.
It's Blake Kokenauer, Blue Delta Jeans. So we'll get back into our other calls. It's your turn to model next, so that'll be good.
14-7 A&M now.
Yeah, A&M.
A couple different touchdowns.
A&M clearly has an advantage over Arkansas. Arkansas is going to have some help. It's 20-0 Alabama, and Florida's up 6-0 over Missouri after 1. So our phone lines are open. You see it, 662-259-0991. It is 7:20 here on a Saturday night.
So ghost stories. We can do that real quick. You and I both have one that we believe in a little bit to the point that things may not be as they seem. Put it that way. Go ahead. Feel free.
You want me to go first?
I mean, it doesn't matter. I can go freshman too. Doesn't matter.
So it's been a while.
Oh, it hasn't happened this week?
No, not this week. It was 2000. I want to say 2. It might have been 3. I lose track of the year a little bit.
Okay, prior to this, no apparitions of any kind or anything that you were aware of.
All right, we got a call here. I'll take this out. Hold that thought. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's Johnny.
What's up, Johnny?
Oh, not too much. Listen, I was going to ask y'all, is Vanderbilt the worst SEC team you have ever seen?
The only one that comes to mind that might be as bad as 2011 Ole Miss.
that lost to La Tech.
Yeah.
That team. Yeah.
Yep.
I took your daughter to that game, Neal. I took Campbell.
Oh, did she go to that game, Johnny?
She did. She went with Mary.
That might
and
explain
she
a
ran
lot.
around and like ate M&Ms. I don't think they've watched more than maybe 3 plays. But you're right. I mean, it was. Whew, Vanderbilt is terrible.
Well, by the end of the sorry, Johnny, I'm going to cut you off, but like by the end of the year, that 2011 Ole Miss team was that bad. Early on, they had sort of a pulse a couple weeks. Like this Vanderbilt team is incapable of the pulse after week 1.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of a team that reminds me of like hopeless.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I get it.
And I'm sure there are others that have crossed my mind, but no, they're historically bad.
Yeah. Yeah, they're so bad. I mean, we got that, I think it was a third touchdown, 39-yard pass to Elijah Moore that it was just like a joke. I mean, Corral just kind of throws it up, he catches it. We're like shaking hands in the end zone. Like nothing just happened. I mean, this is not an SEC team we played this past weekend or tonight.
So tell me about the cake pops that Caroline made, because those were fantastic. How many of those have you eaten today? About 10?
0.
Really?
I don't like sweet. Yeah, I'm not a big sweet guy. I've had some IPAs though. It's been super real.
How many Peloton rides did you do today? We're having bourbon right now.
Yeah, I can't handle that, man. I mean, I'm like Bubba calls in and he's like, "Hey, I've been drinking Miller Lite," which, I mean, it would take me probably a case of Miller Lite to even feel it. But I mean, you throw in some high gravity IPAs, I'm down. And then you guys drinking that bourbon all day. Damn.
How'd your ride with Leanne go today? Because I rode with her earlier this morning.
Well, I did great. I mean, I felt like, as usual, she was talking directly to me.
Right.
She's not talking to me.
Well, I had spent 30 minutes with her earlier in the day and was completely done when it was over.
She told me, and I quote, "It's time for you and I to boogie." And I was like, damn straight it is.
To boogie?
I mean, I'm down with whatever.
Yeah.
Let's boogie, let's sparkle, let's get in the sparkly fitness bubble, whatever. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, I'm glad that she was refreshed after our, let's see, what was it? A 30-minute club classical ride earlier today. So
yeah,
it was kind of emotional. The two of us, we have a connection that it's hard to explain.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, I mean, she had on too many clothes.
Yeah.
During that ride.
Yeah.
That's why I decided I'm not taking that one.
Well, she had a very sparkly top today, and if I recall correctly, it was the red spandex leggings.
Hey, let me ask you something. When y'all, I mean, I've just seen you do it, but when you're like modeling duck canvas pants, I mean, are you just having to like turn women away?
Yeah. I'm pretty much having to fight the groupies off on a nightly basis now, and it's just part of the celebrity of it all, as you know. I mean, you're here in the hood.
I'm very familiar, and I'm sure they're just like diving into the DMs like Hugh Freeze.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it.
All right, well, Chase, I think you look. I love that Tulane shirt, man.
Appreciate it. It's a good shirt. It's a great logo. Riptide's an awesome logo.
They're fantastic, and they've got awesome colors. Forest green and
they're fun.
Blue.
Tulane's fun.
Yeah, they do it right. I mean, we really. I mean, Michael Thompson and York, when they came up with Tony, that was horrible. But if we had whoever it is doing it Tulane, with the pelican and the angry waves, it'd be awesome. They look great. I love the colors. I love what they're doing, and they're my second favorite team. My grandmother went there in the 30s, so I feel like I can wear Tulane gear like you, Chase, and totally own it.
There you go.
And I'd be proud of it.
All right, Johnny, thanks for the call.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
You saw your daughter?
Yeah, I did.
What is she dressed up as?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman. Okay,
Yeah.
you told me that earlier.
Yeah.
So I was it was a Sunday night, and I was at home in Mobile.
Mm-hmm.
We lived in an old house in Midtown Mobile on Japonica Avenue. And
Is that relevant to the story?
Well, just in case anybody
The
wants
fact that it's an old house is kind of relevant.
Yeah, it was a very old house. And I was watching SportsCenter. This is back in the days when SportsCenter was relevant. And I was watching NFL highlights I was covering Auburn at the time, and Auburn had an open date. I'd finished covering a game on Saturday. I'd come home on Sunday, and I was at home. Campbell was, if I remember right, Campbell was 1. Laura was pregnant with Caroline.
Okay.
And I was watching a Cincinnati Bengals highlight. Travis Henry was running the football.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, if I can still remember Travis Henry all these years later, it stuck with me. And I was laying on the couch watching it. I was winding down, getting ready to go to bed. And I heard a voice go, "Hey." And I popped up. I looked to my right, which is where our dining room was. And there was a little girl in a white gown, dress kind of a thing.
Like
Okay.
every movie in the world that goes.
A dress.
Okay.
And I said, "Campbell?" And I got up, and as I moved toward her, she just disappeared. Just poof.
Like you saw the poof? Or
Just, no.
It
just
didn't poop, it just
went away.
Just gone.
Deleted. And I went back into the back, and I told Laura about it. And I was like shaking. I was in tears. It shook me.
So you weren't sleepy and
No.
dreaming, nothing.
I was awake. I was watching SportsCenter. It was a Cincinnati Bengals, whoever they played, highlight, and Travis Henry was running the football.
So you were very alert.
Yes, I was awake. I was more awake than I wanted to be.
Okay.
It was a little girl. All she said was, "Hey."
And you know nothing about that house or anything.
It used to
may
be
or
a
may not-
barber shop.
Okay.
See, I know you don't judge because you don't know.
Like Ryan said hours ago, like 7 hours ago at this point. Hey, who
Where
knows?
are we in this stream?
9:38.
Sure.
Yeah, 9:38.
If you go back and watch this whole thing, God bless you.
Yeah, Jesus. I've told this one before, and it didn't actually happen to me, but I believe it. And I mean, I was there for this situation as it played out all week. So
Matt Weirdo Show Chase asked me, "Do you remember hair color? How she was dressed?" It was a white
gown,
kind of a gown.
Okay.
/ dress, and her hair was dirty blonde.
Okay. Like she'd been wet though?
No, just
hadn't had her hair done that week.
No, I mean like a brownish
Yeah.
blonde,
Dishwater blonde a little bit.
whatever that term
Yeah.
would be. Yeah.
I'm cool. Whatever. Was she see through or completely like full body?
No, she was. I mean, looked like a little girl because I said Campbell, even though Campbell was probably too young to be that tall at that point. But I heard "Hey," and I thought it might be my daughter.
So this would have been. Let me think. Let me figure out the year ish. probably not too long around there. Probably around the year 2002, 3, 4, somewhere in there. And my dad and his wife lived in an old farmhouse between Amory and Aberdeen, and had 4 or 5, like, a lot of land, kind of whatever out there. And it was right before Christmas, and so I put the Christmas tree up on, let's say, a Saturday. I don't remember the days of the week, but it doesn't really matter. Put the Christmas tree up on Saturday, fine on Sunday, no problems. On Monday, both work out of town. One worked in Amory, one worked in Tupelo. So nobody else would have been home all day long whatsoever. And my stepmom came in on Monday, and 2 red balls were in the floor. Okay, cool, whatever. Put them back up. No animals, by the way. Don't think anything about it. Tuesday, she comes home. Same 2 red balls in the floor. She kind of freaked out a little bit. And my father would not have been home during the day. There's nobody else around or whatever to do this. Puts them back up. On Wednesday, comes back in. Same 2 red balls again down on the floor. Exact same 2. Says, okay. She tapes them to the tree on Wednesday night. Puts them up on the tree, tapes them up. Goes on about her business. Thursday, calls my father in a dead panic. Not faked, freaked the hell out. Not only were the 2 balls in the floor, but they had been disassembled. The hooks, the tops to the balls, and the balls were laying in 2 rows with the tape off right in the middle of the floor.
Wow. That's crazy.
There were weird stuff, and like, your mind probably starts playing with you at some point. But
it's a Chase met Pennywise.
Well, I mean, just saying. But there were lots of weird stuff in that house. Like, a lot of it, you probably could find some way to figure it out. But a couple of things were like, I don't logically know what that was.
Yeah.
And that was the worst one, but.
So when Laura's mother died, my parents spent the night here to take care of Carson, because Campbell and Caroline went with us to Birmingham. Carson was just 1. And my dad swears he saw something up in Caroline's room. And Caroline, who lives in that room, obviously, because it's Caroline's room, she says she senses it all the time. Doesn't even spook her out. But there's a woman that is in her room all the time. And Caroline says she's nice.
She said she's nice.
Yeah, she's not scared of her at all. Now, me, on the other hand, I've had the woman come sit on my chest, and when I woke up trying to move,
you
she
swear
said,
this is true.
I swear. When I woke up, she said, I'm just trying to calm down.
Yeah,
I'm just
relax.
Relax. I'm trying to have fun. We're just having fun. And I was like, no, get off me. And I realized that I'm irresistible, but come on.
It would probably been a really long time.
For her?
Yeah.
For me too, but who knows? All right, the phone lines are open, 662-259-0991.
You did a good job, by the way. There's lots of Hershey's. There's some Mr. Goodbar in there.
I know.
The candy's top notch.
I know.
At the McCready
I told you.
household tonight.
I told you. I'm pro kid. It was not the same. No, the girl in Mobile was very young. The woman here was very old.
Like elderly old?
Not elderly, but old.
Like Methuselah old? Like, what are we talking about?
70s.
Not 969?
No.
Okay.
She had some energy, though.
Hey.
Yeah.
Spry, really, for her age.
She was spry.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hey, who's this?
Hey, Neal, it's Bubba. How y'all doing tonight?
What's up, Bubba? How are you?
Sounds like you got snakes in your head, man. You going to the head doctor soon?
I've been to the head doctor before, but not for this.
You're late.
Yeah, I've been drinking Mountain Dew and vodka, boys. Been a great night. Mary's happy, and just going to be a good night tonight.
That's good.
So you switch from Mountain.
I just-
Hold on. You switch from Miller Lite to Mountain Dew and vodka after wins, or just when you? What does it take to get you into the hard stuff?
Well, I ran out of Miller Lite, and then I just kept on going. So just sitting here watching A&M and Arkansas and
Smirnoff, Absolute, Taka. What are we drinking?
I don't even know. I think it ain't Absolute. It's Smirnoff or whatever
Smirnoff,
it's called.
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, some Russian stuff, fake Russian stuff. But anyway, but yeah, it's everything's good. Just want to give you boys a call. Nothing like a good win to take the edge off, and
Yeah.
everything's good.
So Mary's
Yep.
happy?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, don't drink too much there, Claude. I mean, Bubba.
Yeah, I know. Well, just to let y'all know in the stream, I messed up last week. It's Claude didn't want it, so it ain't Bubba didn't want it. It's Claude didn't want it. So anyway, I'll just want to give you boys a call. I got one quick question.
Okay.
How bad do you think we'll beat LSU and State? They both of them look horrible. I think we are.
I think Ole Miss
Just
is
want
going to
your
beat
opinion.
State. LSU, I need to see a little more, but I think it's a really winnable game.
Alrighty. So you boys have a good night. Don't drink tonight, Neal. You might have something happen to you. It's Halloween.
Okay. Thanks, Bubba.
Have a good.
John wants to know, did my wife believe me? No, I don't think to this day she believes me.
Oh, really?
I don't think Laura believes me. I think she thinks that I had just like a dream or something. But I mean, I know what I saw.
$14-7 still A&M. 8:59 to go. Second quarter. 3rd and 17 for the Aggies.
Hey, who do we have? Hello?
Yeah, this is Jake and Laurel.
Hey, Jake.
Got a good story for you. Actually has something to do with football too, but it was Chad Kelly's second year. When we played Arkansas at Fayetteville. So that weekend, me and my dad went up there to watch the game, and we took a few days off work to just, ride around the Ozarks or whatever. So that Sunday, we went to this town called Eureka Springs, Arkansas. It's about 45 minutes or so, an hour.
Yeah.
Northeast of Fayetteville. Really cool town. I don't know if you've ever been.
Yeah, I've been.
Really, I highly recommend going there. But anyway, so that night we stayed at this hotel downtown that was called the Basin Park Hotel. It's not the famous hotel because there is one hotel called can't remember the name of it, but it's like the most haunted in the country. But this one's like a secondary one, so we stayed there because we didn't want to pay to go to the other one. So that night or evening, we went upstairs. There's a bar in the hotel and a restaurant. So we went upstairs. This is around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, evening. And as I was walking to the restaurant, I looked and I seen they had a ballroom there and they had a party, some type of formal get-together they was having. So I just looked over there and didn't pay any mind. And then, so we get done eating and then my dad calls it a night and I stay up late anyway, like it is. So I go walk around Eureka Springs, come back in. It's around 1:30, 2 a.m. So I get in the room and Dad's asleep. So I just sit on the bed and I got, ESPN on mute, just sitting there. And the floor above us, it sounded like the party was still going on. So there was loud music, stomping, people hollering, people talking to each other. So it just sounded like a party. So I was like, man, that's crazy. This party's been going on for 8 hours. So I really didn't think anything of it. So it was probably 30 minutes later, around 2 a.m. So I'm like, there is no way that party has been going on for 8 hours. So I'm going to sneak up there just to see what's going on, if it's still going on. And if they're there, I was like, well, I'll just walk out on the balcony and act like I'm just going out there because I was in, a T-shirt and sweatpants and some loafers. So I went up there and I walked around the corner and the ballroom was empty, had the lights off. Went back to the room and didn't hear the sound again.
So what do you think?
I don't know, and it was kind of surreal there. And then I knew that the place was haunted, but I didn't really know any information about it. But I looked it up a few days later online, and they said that they've had people who've stayed there on that floor, which is the floor below the ballroom where we stayed at, would actually hear that before. So yeah, that was pretty cool.
Well, section A&M.
A&M scored again.
Now,
Yeah, A&M looks the part now. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Downloading the videos from Ole Miss as we speak, in case you're wondering.
You don't really have favorite scary movies, do you?
No, it's not my thing.
At all?
No.
Was it ever? When you were younger?
I don't think so.
Like, I mean, do you remember the first time you watched, like, Halloween or something like that?
No, I really don't. All right, downloading all that stuff. Just laughing at people.
The comedy in slasher movies kind of cracks me up, is my thing. Like, the bad decisions, just the stupidity of the whole thing. Like, you're not actually bothered by any of it. It's
Right.
just like, yeah, whatever.
It's just,
Sure, yeah.
well, it's like the commercial where it's like, let's get in that running car. No, let's go to the chainsaws. It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, for the love of God.
Yeah, the car with keys in it. No, we're going to hide behind the chainsaw.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Because even the guy looks at him and goes,
like, come on.
Supernatural stuff doesn't creep me out. You have more of a chance to get me with like some psychological thriller stuff that might actually happen, maybe. I mean, even like that, The Strangers, where for no reason people just go up to your house and try to kill you. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, now all of a sudden, I mean, in theory, I can see that being a thing. You know what I mean? Like versus Michael Myers or Jason Voorhees, who's been around for years and years and years, is walking around with a machete, and he walks, everybody else runs from him, but then he catches up to him.
Yeah.
Damnedest thing.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to fall over 1,000 branches on the way to the house. I mean,
Yeah.
they become the clumsiest, drunkest human beings on earth as that's happening.
If you find out a hotel is haunted, do you stay there? Like there's a hotel in Oklahoma City that all the NBA players say is haunted. They're scared to death of it.
Part of me would say I'd almost even be more tempted to stay there. I think. Kind of weird like that. I think I'd be curious.
So it's A&M 21-7 over Arkansas. My family has become where I'm part of a text chain during Arkansas games, which is really surreal to me because nobody in my family has ever cared.
Their true care?
I don't think so. I think it's just because they were so bad a year ago that now it's fun that they're not as bad. You know what I mean? Like it went from horrible to trying to.
You struggling?
No, you want to hear from Lane Kiffin or not?
Whatever. You got it?
I think I've got it.
Okay. I don't know. Do y'all want to hear from Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, y'all want to hear from Lane Kiffin or y'all want to keep doing
whatever we're doing?
Stuff. We'll put it up at rebelgrove.com one way or the other. Got Lane Kiffin, Matt Corral.
Yeah, quick poll here for like 30 seconds.
Let's see what else we have. I don't know who all we have. There's 4 of them. They want Lane. First person says Lane.
Yeah.
All right, I got to
More
build
stories.
So it's 1-1.
Lane.
2-1.
Lane.
3-1.
As soon as the inventory comes back up, I'm supposed to meet on that in the next couple of days.
All right, so I'm going to add. It's going to take a second. So everybody just chill. It's going to take a second to do this, but we'll get Lane Kiffin.
Okay. Love you too, Ptolemy.
really, three were right there. And threw the one to Elijah in the end zone. They kind of got broken up at the end.
Blue Water throwing.
One to Bingo at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember the other one. So.
All right, guys, we can get started
That's
now.
pretty good. If you throw 34 times, then we can remember the incompletions. All right, so good win. You know, after disappointing, last couple weeks, especially last week. You know, so come in here and Vandy was healthy, had some time off, and so wasn't sure what they were going to do, and we're headed into a bye. So really pleased with our performance with our ones. I wish our twos would have played better. We ended up punting once, so we got to get better there. We gave a touchdown with our twos on defense, so those guys got to play better because we're going to need them at some point. Matt and Elijah were lights out. I mean, it's hard to do 31 to 34 on air. Keith Gardner and I were just talking about he could remember the 3 incompletions, so that's pretty cool if you can remember the incompletions. So good to see that. Good to see John come in and do some things, and get Elijah back on track after, his only week, I think last week, of not having 10 catches and 100 yards.
If you have a question for Coach Kiffin, please use the hand raise button and we'll call on you, and we'll start with Nick Suss.
Yeah, Lane, you talk about Matt and Elijah kind of getting back on track. What was it about that matchup today that you thought would be fruitful?
Well, we didn't see the drop 8, and so we really kind of had been doing similar to this all year, until the last few weeks, with the Arkansas game plan. So these guys were more conventional, playing 4 down. And so, when they do that, then you got to throw the ball. And so that's why a lot of those RPOs were throws in the first half instead of runs. And we just stayed with them. Guys did a great job.
We'll go to Parrish.
Lane, you mentioned in the week that you were a little concerned, I guess, that Ole Miss might overlook Vanderbilt, or you talked about you touched on that. What did you think of efficiency and focus for you guys early on?
Well, give credit to the players. I usually don't talk about the coaches, but I think the coaches did a really good job of that. We talked about it all week, especially this morning. No fans here for the most part at all. It felt like I was joking on the headset, it felt like a high school game, when the high school team goes and plays at the, college stadium. And I thought our coaches did a good job getting guys, to have great energy, bringing great energy, and just said, hey, why don't you guys have the same energy you had when we played Alabama, and so let's really go out there today like that. And I thought our guys did.
James, go ahead.
So a lot went well for Ole Miss today, but you guys struggled on special teams, especially Luke Logan. He missed 2 extra points and a field goal. Can you talk about what adjustments need to be made in your special teams unit, and also maybe how Luke Logan's inconsistencies this season have affected your mindset in terms of kicking?
What's the theory of wearing the mask while you ask the question with no one around you?
Parrish is sitting like 4 feet away from me. So
well, actually, it happened to me today. So I told John Rice to fake to his right and throw to Elijah, on a double move. And then it came to the sideline. He threw it to the right. I said, "What are you doing? Elijah's wide open." And he said, "I couldn't hear you because of the mask." So I really couldn't hear you. But I think you said special teams and we weren't very good. And what should we change? We should make the kick. So I don't think that's involves a lot of people besides the kicker.
Adam Brown.
Coach, just looking at how Kenny Boa got 2 touchdowns today. Can you talk about his performance today?
Kenny did a great job in the red zone. Scored on the same play twice, and he's been a great weapon for us. And in this world of transfers that's coming up, he's just another example that how big it is to go get the right guys, because he's obviously made a huge difference playing as one of the top guys in the country.
We'll go back to Nick.
Lane, you've said a couple of times this season that you're challenging Elijah to be the all-time record leader. Sorry, Echo, do you mind putting in headphones? Elijah challenging him to break the all-time school record. Just what do you do with somebody that is performing this well, and how do you keep motivating him to perform at such a high level when people are keying in on him?
Well, he asked me to start the third quarter. He's like, what is the most you've ever had, with the receiver? So I think he wanted to break the record anybody had been around. And I said, well, I think Marquise Lee at Arizona had 340. One game we actually lost. So, because he thought he was really good. He had 220 at half. So I said, you got a long ways to go. So we actually tried to put him back in there on a few plays when John was in there, just so he could catch another touchdown. But, I just love that the guy didn't complain last week. He had 20 yards or something like that, and he never even brought it up. So it was great to give him the ball today. And, you can't have a better first half than that. I think he had 12 at half or something like that for over 200.
Parrish, go ahead.
Lane, what did you think of the performance of your ones on defense today?
Better. I wish we'd got more turnovers. At halftime, told them, hey, we're playing well, but we're not getting turnovers. I don't think we had any in the first half. So, but I thought we did well against the run. They still completed a lot of passes. Quarterbacks 31 of 40. So, we got to do better at that. But as you guys are seeing, if we get ahead, which obviously has not been the case, we pull our guys really quick. Just always think it's good to develop other guys, team chemistry, play guys, even though the stats may not look great because of it. We try to pull guys quick and get guys in. And so that kind of hurt us on defense statistically.
Any more questions for Coach Kiffin? Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, Coach. How encouraging was the defensive improvement this week that you saw?
Well, I think we keep moving in the right direction. Still got a lot of work to do, get more turnovers, better on third down. I don't know what it was with the ones, but, they ended up 8 of 14, which isn't very good. So we still got to improve, but we are headed in the right direction.
All right. Thank you, Coach. You are good to go.
All right. Appreciate it.
That mask answer. Yep. That's good stuff. It's Lane Kiffin. Again, Ole Miss was 54-21. 54-21
Yep.
Ole Miss. Arkansas just scored. Hogs within 21-14 of Texas A&M. Good game. Trying to see what else we got. Alabama up 27-0 at the half. Missouri up 7-6 in the second quarter. What you got going on? You responding?
Saying that we can do some crew neck stuff in the shop when they get inventory back.
Cool.
Yeah, easy enough.
See, I like that. I'd rather a coach blow up a. We've been how long have we been streaming?
Almost 10 hours.
Okay. Well, we're in our 11th hour.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'd rather a coach blow up a shitty question than give it a bunch of coach speak BS. It's a stupid question. Before people go, well, you weren't on there. No, I was doing this. You can't do two things at once. It's impossible. I mean, some people can, but
You
I
walk
can't.
and chew gum.
I can't. Yeah, you can, but I can't do this and do that. You don't ask the Luke Logan question after a 30-something point win. You might ask that on Monday. Hey, Lane, are you concerned at all with some of your issues on
There's a way to do that.
There's a way to do it. And when you do that, and this, listen, this mask thing, I get it. I get it. Different people have different thoughts. And if you can't interpret Lane Kiffin at this point, hang tight, caller. I'm going to get to you. Hang on. I've got you queued up. If you can't interpret at this point that Lane Kiffin is about COVID it out as it pertains to running his program, as it pertains to the contact tracing thing, as it pertains to all of the stuff, the mask fines and all that, if after all of this time, no matter whether you are one of the people who thinks COVID is a hoax or you think COVID is the biggest threat to humanity or anywhere in between, if you can't figure that out by now, you are an imbecile. That wasn't the place to ask that question, and you deserved what you got. And if you're going to sit in a press box where you're socially distanced by yourself, wearing a mask, asking the question so that you can look courageous and brave, you deserve to get trolled like he just did to you. And it was awesome. Who do we have? Hey, who do we have?
Hello?
Hey, is this Mike?
Yes, it's Mike. Neal, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
That was great, wasn't it? He just blew him up, just like on Reb Talk the other night. When the guy asked the question, hey, is it scheme that our defensive ends crash in? And he goes, no, we do that so they can have big plays on the outside. Do we have the dumbest fan base in the entire country?
You know, it's amazing to me that people can't see two things, Mike. One, that guys aren't doing what they're being asked to do. And two, it's not their fault that they're here. Right?
Oh, I get it. Right.
Lane Kiffin didn't recruit them, but he inherited them. And as he has said many times, hey, if everything were great here, I wouldn't be here because the previous guy would be here.
Right.
So I'm inheriting these guys. They didn't do anything wrong by accepting a scholarship and signing the letter of intent. So I'm not going to throw them under the bus. Quit asking me. Figure it. This is what drives me crazy about media, Mike. Nobody can figure anything out for themselves. You already know the answer. Just write it.
Right. Yeah. It's just like his tweets. The JRP tweets all week. I mean, I have so many people that have texted me and go, can you believe he said that? You know, are a bunch of dumbasses? He's making fun of all of y'all.
He's making fun of you, and he's but trying not to hurt the kid at the same time, because I think he genuinely likes the young man. I mean, John Rice Plumlee, the human being, is a really nice person, and I think Lane Kiffin likes him. Lane Kiffin's not. I mean, Lane Kiffin's playing Matt Corral because he believes Matt Corral is the best quarterback for his offense, both now and as a recruiting tool in an environment where you can't bring kids to campus, and the only thing you can recruit on is the 10 games that are on the television screen.
I mean, I think they both like each other, and John Rice is trying to figure out what to do. Right, so. I mean, it's, Romero and I were talking this week. He was saying the same thing.
Yeah, if John Rice decides to leave,
we keep him engaged in the program.
Yeah,
we can't just run him off. He's an incredible talent. The guy could be Julian Edelman. He's got to figure it out.
Yeah,
he's got to figure it out on his own.
He's got to make that. He's got to make that decision.
He can't have anybody. He's got to have himself figured out that he can make millions of dollars in the NFL being Julian Edelman.
Yeah,
he can be.
But he has to decide that on his own, because to do that, he's got to be committed to it inside his own. Right. And when people go, well, why can't he do that? Well, because here's a young man who has dreamed of being a quarterback in the SEC. That's what he wanted to do. And he got a taste of it last year. And giving that away and moving on to something different is a hell of a commitment. And he's not ready to do that. And now maybe when this season's over, he'll decide that he wants to. Maybe when this season's over, he's going to decide to transfer someplace and go play quarterback. But right now, I actually think they've been pretty fair to him. But I think he likes the person.
Right. Oh, I don't think there's any question he likes the person. And how can you not? I mean,
sure, in the same way that he likes Matt Corral.
Right. Right. It is. So, well, Arkansas is facing a little dose of reality tonight, aren't they? Unfortunately.
Well, they are. And A&M's good.
A&M is physically just better.
Yeah.
A&M's good. Yeah, yes. Chase and I have been talking about this. I actually think A&M's got a chance to be a real surprise team when this is over.
Well, the Big 12, shit the bed again. So, surprising. With Texas beating Oklahoma State today. So, and
you're right. Opens that up.
It's going to be interesting to see with Notre Dame Clemson next week without him playing. It's almost without Lawrence playing. So Notre Dame wins and they play again, and look, two ACC teams in. I don't know. It's going to be a crazy 5 weeks.
both Chase and Mike, if A&M goes 9-1 at this point today, and their only loss is at Alabama, they're going to make the playoff.
You going to take A&M over a one-loss Notre Dame team?
Yeah. Would you? I think so, because the one loss would be at Alabama.
Right.
And outside of Ole Miss, Alabama's kicking everyone's ass.
Notre Dame in that thing would have the one win over Clemson, even though it's without
But
Lawrence.
it would no Lawrence.
Yeah.
So
Lawrence,
to your point, it would depend on what that rematch looked like.
And you would need Georgia to not beat Alabama, obviously, in the championship.
Right.
Which,
if you're the SEC,
Georgia's not beating Alabama as long as they've got Stetson Bennett quarterback. I mean, that game today, it looked like 1978 offense.
He's just nowhere
Kirby
near
doesn't get his
dynamic
shit
enough.
together. He, I mean, I live here in Georgia, as you know, and the drums are beating, and he's got to get into the 20th century. He can't recruit a quarterback now because he's run off all his good ones, and he's playing a 2-star walk-on who's a game manager.
You know what's funny,
He's
Mike?
got to figure it out.
You know what's funny, Mike, is that he is running pre-Kiffin Alabama at Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not even. Yeah. He's not even running Gene Stallings Alabama.
No, he's running.
He's
He is
running,
no, but he is though.
Right.
He's running pre-Kiffin Alabama. Load up on athletes. They're great off the edge. They have so much speed on defense at linebacker, at defensive end, at safety. They suffocate you.
Try to have a great back, and then you got a McElroy or John Parker or one of those dudes, and try to just run.
And you just wear people out. And that works 99 out of 100.
McElroy are 10 times the
they are.
quarterback.
Stetson Bennett has no chance of being an A.J. McCarron right now.
Right. No, they can't. They can't. I mean, it's just he's got to figure it out because he's going to have to do something. And I think they cheated the kid. They pulled out of the Arkansas game at halftime. I mean, it's turned out Arkansas was, better than what they thought.
Sure.
He hadn't seen the field since. And I don't know what's going on with the kid from California, JT Daniels. I mean,
he was dressed out today. He was there.
He's hurt or he can't figure out the basic offense or what. But Kirby's going to have to go spend some money and hire an offensive coordinator, which money's not an issue. I just don't know if he's ready to do it.
Is there any left after they buy the linebacker? I mean, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah. I know. Wow. Are the defensive linemen today? Or the offensive linemen day before yesterday? Ooh. Yeah, I know. But it's, Bubba wouldn't take the job. I know that for sure. And that's kind of sad because he's not doing that great at South Carolina. But Bubba didn't want to work there because I don't think he'll turn it loose.
Hey, thanks for the call, Mike.
Anyway.
Appreciate you.
All right. See you, buddy. All right, bye.
Not to get back on the rant, but can I tell you how much I hate it when journalists do the mask as a virtue signal?
I kind of wish we'd had seen the whole deal. You know what I mean? Like seen exactly what we were looking at.
Yeah. How much I appreciate Lane Kiffin calling him out for that. You're going to ask a prick question like that, and you're going to do your little mask thingy at the same time? Man, screw off. Little punk.
Lane was ready.
Well, he didn't appreciate that. He defended his kicker. You don't attack his kicker after a 30-something point win. And then you do it with your little mask on so that everyone sees how brave you are. Little kiss my ass. Who do we have?
Will.
Webb?
No, Will.
Will. Hey, Will, what's up?
Hey, how are y'all doing?
We're good.
Good.
I got in a bad mood there for a minute. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. First off, I want to say happy anniversary since today's the anniversary of that guy lying about who his kid was in the Halloween costume that y'all had a couple years ago.
Oh, that's
that
right.
was a little weird.
That's right.
This is really good.
Is it a cat costume? Is what it was? Yeah.
No, it was the guy. It was the guy. It was the scary guy that holds a balloon.
No. That was legitimate. That was our winner. That was good. It was our second or third place. It was a cat.
It was the cat costume.
Yeah, it was a cat
That's what it was.
costume. And when you Googled it, you found the picture on like the third one. When you went, "Hey, Halloween cat." Yeah, that's what it was.
Come on, do a little better.
Well, just go down the page a little bit. I mean,
Yeah, go to the 10th entry,
Yeah.
not the second.
that's like the supermodel that's on Tinder, and you're like, wait, what? But anyway, how winnable is not LSU? Yeah, LSU. That's what I was going to say. How winnable do you think LSU is? And then what would you put the Egg Bowl line at right now? Because they're terrible.
LSU is winnable if you can do anything in that front seven defensively, because LSU can get after you and wear you down a little bit from an offensive skill player standpoint. And Ole Miss has got to dictate a little bit of tempo there, because if you don't,
Ole Miss can't get behind the scoreboard.
They're going to dictate on you, and they're going to run. They're going to run it at you. They're going to wear you down, and you're going to feel like you have to score 7 on every freaking possession, and you might have to. That's the thing. That's going to be a tempo game where one team is going to make the other team very uncomfortable.
If you made me guess today, Ole Miss LSU is almost a pick 'em. It's a 50-50 toss the coin in the air.
Okay, and then. Do you think Mike Leach is hot? Is he this hot at all or no?
No. There's no money. But what's the line on the Ole Miss game in Oxford? It's Ole Miss -6.5?
Sure, yeah. I'll go there.
Grind says it's Ole Miss -11. Nah, I think it's too big. But he might be right. Grind's smart. Maybe that just feels big. Man, when I got to think about that for a minute.
Because Vandy was only 17 on an open today.
But that line was bad.
Yeah,
Vegas is not 100%.
No, of course not.
That line was too small. That line should have been 24.
They're going to get bailed out by a flag there. Go ahead.
That line was too small.
I agree with that. That was easy money today.
It was.
Yeah. Well, thank you all very much for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks. Will, thanks. So Grind says 11.5. Boy, that feels big. But, I mean, they're getting shellacked by a team that Ole Miss went toe-to-toe with for 3.5 quarters.
Can't score. They look so uncomfortable on offense right now.
Ben says 7.5. I mean, we're now playing games, but Ben's right. 7.5. See, 7.5 sounds better to me than 11.5.
It feels 6 to 7.5. Something like that.
Tyler Fitch made money on the line.
Yeah, I mean that was the easiest one of the week. On a week that was pretty tough, that was an easy one.
Yeah. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, you got David in Georgia.
Hey, David.
I actually just got through laughing about that Lane Kiffin answer to the math question. At this point, I don't care what happens the rest of the season. That guy's awesome, man.
Well, look, I like the guy. I don't know him. I mean, because of the whole pandemic thing, we've not had an opportunity to be quasi-normal beat writer / coach. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess he knows who I am, but I don't know. I appreciate
He probably knows your name.
I appreciate his candor. I mean, that's, I mean, look, here's the thing, man. Here's the deal, right? I'm sorry. I'm going off on this, and I apologize, but it really pisses me off.
Go ahead, Neal. Preach, brother.
Luke Logan didn't do anything wrong. Luke Logan's a really nice young man. Luke Logan didn't do a damn thing wrong. Luke Logan took a scholarship and is doing the best he can. Luke Logan meant to make those kicks. Okay?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Now, is Luke Logan a good SEC?
How he answered the math question.
Is Luke Logan a good SEC kicker? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He's not. But now that's not Luke's fault. That's the previous staff's fault. And so Lane inherited Luke Logan. So I'm sure that Lane.
Not to interrupt you, but if you look at it, Lane got some commitments before, but what was one thing he went after big time? It was an SEC kicker.
Yes, but he inherited Luke, and I'm sure that Lane has met Luke, the human being, and likes him.
Well, I mean, we saw Luke really struggle with that thing from last year. I mean, even without it turning out or whatever, I mean, Luke really had a hard time emotionally with
we
that.
Talked about Matt Brown about it.
Yeah.
And so today, after a 30-some-odd point win, some little dweeb says, your special teams were kind of bad, and I was wondering what you thought you were going to do about your special teams, and your kicker missed kicks, and so he jumped his ass, and he did it in a way that instead of throwing his kicker under the bus, because, I mean, of course Lane knows that Luke Logan's not his long-term answer at kicker. But why would he? He's not going to say that out loud because that kid, here's the deal, man. There might come a point in the next 5 weeks where Luke Logan lines up to kick a 37-yard potential game winner. And I guarantee you what Lane Kiffin wants is for Luke Logan to make that kick, to kick it with confidence and to make it. And he wants to give him a hug or a whatever in the locker room and be like, hey, y'all, Luke Logan. And so that he knows Luke Logan, when he's 30 years from now, Luke Logan remembers that moment. Yeah. Luke Logan remembers that moment.
It also goes back to the sort of like the answer on Twitter that when he did the whole deal with the officials. You actually brought it up when you asked the players, hey, this makes us feel like Coach has got our back. He's got our back in this. He's going to stand up for us.
Yeah. And so my thing is, when you do that, you open yourself up to get ripped. And I've been
Pardon
ripped
my
by,
language, but that reporter was being a little shit.
well, it was being something different than that. But yeah, I'm with you. There's a different word I'd use, but
Well, 12 years in the Marine Corps. I'm kind of, you know.
so I mean, you know, and then he does it with a mask on his face to look all brave with this big mask. Man, he deserved to get what he got. I'm glad that he got it. And people that go, "Oh, you like Kiffin?" Yeah, I like Kiffin. I do. I like Lane Kiffin. I think he's refreshing. We'll see what happens.
Well, you actually turned me on to the guy. I always liked him before, but when it came down to that Ole Miss can actually get Lane Kiffin, I was doing backflips.
Sure,
and
you
when
can.
we actually got him, I was like, "Oh my God, we got him!"
Sure, you can, but why can't you? I mean, look, Ole Miss is a good program. I mean, you got to operate at an efficient level, and you have to operate at a high level, and you have to reach your full capacity to get it done. I mean, is it easier to win big at Alabama or Ole Miss? Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, yes,
Just
of course.
like it's easier to win at a big level at Florida and LSU and Auburn, but we can get there.
Of course, you got to be efficient. But good for him, because what he did today by doing that was he deflected, and he didn't throw his kicker under the bus.
And he made the reporter feel like an ass.
I hope so, but the reporter's probably such a douche that he doesn't even realize that he got trolled.
Yeah.
Because this mask thing, this virtue signaling with mask has become such a thing in journalism that it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain to the regular public what a bunch of virtue signaling douches the American media has become. And the young media like this clown, he sees the big media and he goes, "Oh, those are my heroes." I'm sorry, I'm being a jackass. I apologize.
No, you're not
I really
being
am.
a jackass. You're telling the truth.
It's just the little ones like him, and I mean, make me stop. I'm sorry. Thank you for the call.
After he said it, I honest to goodness, I sat there and laughed for about 5 or 10 minutes about it. I mean, it was hilarious what he did.
It was funny.
So, all right, I appreciate what you guys do. I really love watching the show, and you guys have a good evening.
Thank you.
Speaking of real quick, it just caught on to I saw it on Twitter. State currently has 25 yards rushing and 47 yards passing midway through the third quarter.
Oh, that's not good.
Good God.
Yeah, I think that's a super winnable game. Hell, Grind might be right.
Mac Jones, 19 of 25, 222 and 3 midway through the third.
As of today, he should win the Heisman.
Najee
He probably
Harris,
won't.
17 of 98. Devontae Smith, 9 for 159 and 3.
Florida's up 20-7. I need to update my scores. That's in the second quarter. So Alabama's in the third.
Yeah, midway through the third, 7.5, something like that. I mean, it's the most. I mean, Felipe Franks, he does have 2 touchdown passes. I'll give him credit there, but 12 of 14 for 103. That's what you get with him. Just a dude.
Efficient, yeah. Kellen Mond's really good. 13 for 16, 177 and 2. A&M's good. Are they great? Probably not. Are they good? Yeah, they're really good. I was wrong.
How was it 17-12?
Dude, I don't know. Well, if there's ever been proof that you can't do the transitive property in football, there's Exhibit A, Your Honor.
Vanderbilt had the ball to beat A&M.
I know.
Now they can't score for shit, so there's nothing they can do, but
I'm sorry. I just kind of sometimes sometimes it feels like it's all just jumping the shark to me.
Hardman 478 says, watching y'all from a friend's house in Hoover, you can tell how houses are voting based off the way they hand out candy.
There's never been an issue in my life. I'm 50. Okay? There's never been an issue in my life that is more politically divisive than COVID. Never. Not 9/11, not Bush Gore, not the Iraq War. Nothing has been more straight down party line than COVID. I've never seen anything like it.
ATL Reb, appreciate the super chat as always. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream today and for sending that over.
You know, Campbell called me back in August because they had she's a Coyote at Arkansas. I don't even care if I'm violating privacy at this point. Screw it. The COVID thing ran through the house right after Rush.
Sure.
They all survived. She said, Dad, and Campbell on the political spectrum, with 1 being Rachel Maddow and 10 being Rush Limbaugh, it's probably a 6.
Okay, yeah. Oh.
She's a kid. Whatever. She's 19. She said, Dad, because she was testing negative, but because she had been exposed to people in the house who were positive, including her best friend, had to go quarantine. She said, everyone's freaking out. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, everyone's freaking out. And I don't like, as you know, Chase, I don't like never, always, everyone, no one. Those are big words that don't typically apply. And I said, well, not everyone. Who is? And so she said, okay. And she kind of calmed down. And she said, so, Ben, I'm gonna take your call in a minute. I'm not taking them right now. Hang tight. I said, tell me. And she said, well, the kids who last year I would have called, I'm going to answer this caller. Just hang tight. Don't talk. Just hang tight. Turn your device down. You're on. She said the kids who come from conservative homes are cool with this. They're laid back about it. And the kids who come from homes where the parents are kind of liberal are really worried about it, scared of it. I'm not making fun of anybody here. But I said, really? And she said, it's straight down party lines. No exceptions. And she's right. That's where we are. Like in our neighborhood tonight, the people who are left of center lock their houses up, put baggies out. Like, here, take your. They mean well. They love the kids. They don't mean negatively.
They're doing their Halloween.
Yeah. They're doing their Halloween, but they're scared. And then people like us, who we're right of center, we've got a bag full. Come to the front. Here's your candy. It's all good. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, although I do think one's right. But it's never in my life have I seen something so incredibly divisive, straight down party lines than this.
Well, and some of the problem is you're just getting everything is divisive right now, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's everything is more divisive now than it was 10, 15 years ago.
I'd say people ask me, what do you think about Tuesday? And I'm less interested in the result than I am what the result means. Because I'll be honest, at the risk of pissing a lot of people off, I won't even say it right now. In my mind, I've come to a conclusion as to what Tuesday night means. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's Ben and Tupelo.
Hey, Ben, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. Man, could we get any better weather than we got right now? I mean,
beautiful day.
I'd take about 2 months of this.
Amen. Beautiful day.
It's awesome, man. So I got a little problem with our short yardage runs early with, Snoop. I feel like Snoop's better suited than Jerry. And like on the first drive, when we get it down to first and goal from the 5, rather than waste 2 with, two downs with Jerry, and why don't we Why don't we bring Snoop in? Let him bust a couple, and he's going to get in on one of them, too.
Yeah, I think some of it is.
That.
And Chase might. I'll let Chase jump in here. I don't think guard. I think they're confident with their center, but I think the two guards are young, and I don't think they're completely comfortable with them just yet. So I think sometimes they're still trying to figure themselves out in the red zone.
Yeah, they're not getting any major push on any sort of powers inside the 5. They just cannot get off the ball right there and get a push. And with Snoop, he's such a damn good downhill runner, but he needs a little bit of kind of momentum to get that done. I mean, this could be completely wrong, but it's just my opinion. We'll talk to Pete about it next game. But I think that what's going on with Jarian is you have a little better ability to hit that one cut or maybe bounce a little bit, and they're just not getting enough right there in the one-gap scheme to pull that off. So I think a lot of it right now is on the offensive line. I think it's why they're doing so much eye candy and they're doing so many of those little jet sweeps also from the 2 and 3 yard line, is they're just trying to use some speed to the outside because they cannot get a zero push right now at the goal line.
Well, the thing is, Jarian seems to be trying to punch it in the middle, and he's just not big enough to do that. And I feel like Snoop is a better option there. And I don't know why you wouldn't, if you're going to run it in between the tackles at the goal, 5 yards in, I don't know why you wouldn't bring Snoop in and do it. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it's in a season that's a rebuild sort of a season, they might just be experimenting a little bit, I mean, I don't know. All
right, let me ask you this, because I don't get to listen during the game to Pete and everything. I love Pete, but I don't get to listen during the game. Why is Elijah so open and the other guys are not? I mean, I can't understand today how he is so open and the other guys are not.
That's a good question. We'll ask Pete next time. I don't really know. Part of it is Elijah is an elite wide receiver who's going to make a lot of money in the NFL. And some of it could be schemes. Some of it could be the other receivers. The answer is I don't really know, but we'll ask.
All right.
Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
What do you got? Okay.
Oh, we got a brawl at Missouri. Is that right?
Really?
Apparently.
Okay, the Florida helmets look better online than they do in person. They don't look great in person.
Oh, we do have a brawl. Look at that. Goodness. Uh-oh. It's the SEC alternate channel, 612 on DirecTV. Goodness gracious. That's not.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh. Something happened. Goodness.
Somebody's not happy at all.
Hey, who do we have?
Yo, it's Grind.
Hey, Grind, what's up, man?
Not much, man. On the way to Calvert, helped my uncle out with some of this hurricane damage that he got.
Y'all got hit hard down there, man.
Man, it's crazy, man.
I've told people we were down there for Ivan, and man,
I was actually in Birmingham at the time when Ivan came.
Ivan, we were, my wife and I were living in Spanish Fort when Ivan came, and man, it was something else.
Dang, man. So, Ole Miss looked good today. Earlier, somebody had said how much Ole Miss going to put up. I had said 52-21. So, close.
Yeah,
I don't like to toot my own horn too much.
That's real close. Oh, they're clearing the field in Florida. Oh, it's halftime. Okay. I was like, whoa. 20-7 Florida at the half, and they're not. What happened here? Let's see. Hang on, Grind. I'm going to see what happened. So Trask throws the ball. Oh, and a Missouri kid kind of takes a late hit, 18.
It was
not
late.
super late, but late. And it got everybody all worked up.
So are you excited for Gus Malzahn's seat being completely cooled off and everything good now, Grind? We all good? I mean,
man, the Gus supporters out, beating their chest. It's whatever, man. He's gonna always have a little, which I realized, this week, man, because there was some folks that were basically saying that I'm scared, we're basically I'm scared, this, if we let go of Malzahn because we can do worse. I mean, it's like I'm in the camp that says we can do better, but I realize it is folks out there who say that, we can do worse. And it's, So they beating their chest today. They happy. And I mean, I am too. I'm happy too. I'm a fan, but that's why I'm calling, bro. Like, LSU is bad. LSU is bad.
It's shocking, isn't it, that you can fall from where they were a year ago to today?
I went, I know it's not I know it's not you guys' site, but I went to check the talent composite again, and I'm like, this can't make any sense. How they look this bad.
Well, I was thinking about this today, during that game. I thought if I had stopped time during last year's Auburn-LSU game, and Auburn probably played LSU better than anyone in the country did a year ago. But if I'd stopped time last season and said, hey, a year from now, Auburn's going to beat LSU by 40 points, you would have said, you are smoking all sorts of crack.
Well, look, I would have said we making the playoffs then. That's what I would have said.
Yeah, you would have thought. You would have thought right.
Yes.
That's a better.
Knicks took off.
No, that's a better answer, Grind. You would have said, "Oh wow, we're elite. We are elite. We are like a special team. We are like whoa." Yeah. And Auburn's good, but Auburn's not great.
That was a pretty good shouting match right there between Mullen and Drinkwitz. They were having at it a little bit.
So how many are they okay, I know you won the national championship last year, and I don't know how LSU is gonna count this year. Like, I don't know if they're gonna really hold it against them. I don't know if they're gonna be like it's a COVID year. What y'all thinking with Origin Run right now, man? Because he's looking like another Gene Chizik, with better talent, which is crazy.
So here's what I think. I told Chase this, and I'm a Louisiana boy. You can lose to the Auburns of the world, 27-20, 31-24. Everybody knows you're going to lose some of those games, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's only so many 40-point losses that you can absorb at a place like LSU before they go, nope, that's it, I'm done. And today, look, this is an Auburn team. You know this. This is an Auburn team that went to South Carolina and lost. Arguably should have lost to Arkansas, could have lost to Ole Miss, and now they show up to play you and they beat your ass by 40?
By 40.
Look.
With both picks out there looking like crazy.
Well, look, and to Nick's credit, I thought he played a really good game.
Yeah.
He
played his best game of his career. I'm not on him today, so he did good.
Morris/Malzahn had a good plan. They put him in a good place. He did a good thing. I thought they called a good game. I think they're beginning to sort of find their identity. The young back is terrific. Williams is a special receiver, and they didn't ask Nix to do things that he can't do. And frankly, he's pretty good with his feet, and they're letting him use his feet a little more.
Yeah.
So
LSU may not win another, because I saw the rest of their schedule. They're gonna lose to Alabama after the bye week.
Yes.
They losing to Florida when they reschedule.
Yes.
They losing to A&M.
Yes.
And they may lose to Arkansas.
I think. Listen, I think
can't lose to Ole Miss.
I agree. I think both Arkansas and Ole Miss can beat LSU. I agree completely. Absolutely. Can they? The word "can"? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Ole Miss can absolutely beat LSU, and Arkansas can absolutely beat LSU. No question about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And see, my thing is, okay, I know you kind of said that 11.5 for the Egg Bowl spread was a little too high.
I don't know. When I saw it pop up in the stream, I thought, ooh. But then I got to think about it. Maybe 6.5 is too low. Maybe it's 8.5. Maybe it's 9.5. I don't know. Look, State can't score.
What's the State Auburn spread in a couple weeks? Auburn when Auburn comes off the bye.
Not that it matters, but where's the game?
In Starkville.
Auburn minus. Oh, really? See, I was going to say minus 21.5.
See, and you telling me Ole Miss can't even get 11?
So what do you think? What do you think that line is?
I'm dropping. I'm running to the bank with that one.
What do you think the line is? Auburn State.
I was thinking kind of like 14.5, 15.5.
So you're in between. Like you're in between me and Chase.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that. I was thinking probably like half, half of what Bama line is, and then just somewhere around there. But yeah, man, it was good to chat with you guys on my way down to Cabot. Good show. You guys keep it going, man.
Hey man, stay
Appreciate
safe.
it.
Stay safe. Be good.
All right,
man. There's Grind. He's awesome.
27-0 now. Alabama over State, so we're slowly.
Yeah, 3:23 to go in
there.
Yeah, I need Nick to turn it back on.
Yeah, we got to go. Nick's winning the ugly, and the other team has no chance game right now. And State, their two quarterbacks, one's 9 for 16 for 52, which is 3.3 on average. And KJ Costello is 4 for 11 for 16, 1.5 on average. So there's that.
Thought Auburn put Nix in a good place today. They asked him to do the right things, and he did it. Yeah. Sometimes coaching is about.
He made a couple really good throws. He was.
Yeah. Sometimes coaching is just asking your players to do what they're good at. Get mad at myself for getting so worked up. So people are asking me, what do I think the election's about? It's going to sound more vitriolic than I mean for it to be.
Okay.
Because I think it's going to be close. I do. I think we're going to be up all night Tuesday night.
Do you think we'll know Tuesday night?
Probably not. I think it's about, I hate these two words because the words sound worse than it is. I think it's about fear versus courage. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. But I think one is about, I think Biden made this competitive when he said he was going to shut it down. And he absolutely said that in the second debate. And Trump, to his credit, said, from a political standpoint, capitalized and said, I don't believe that. We're going to open up. And I think that's where the election's decided. I don't think it has anything to do with Hunter Biden and his computer and the emails and all of that.
It's a COVID election.
That's a different conversation to be had a different day. It is a conversation that absolutely gets to the absolute spirituality of what we do for a living. Because the media is, if Trump wins on Tuesday night, it is an indictment on the American media. No question about it. But it's also people saying, I can't shut down again. And if Biden wins, it's people telling Trump, you didn't handle COVID correctly and we're scared.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying one's wrong or right. I'm just saying that's where, to me, that's what this is about. Because if this were a typical election in a non-pandemic year, Trump would win because the economy was roaring.
Sure. And it's always the economy.
It's always. But this year it's different. And you see universities, we're about to go into a spring semester that's going to be, no matter, don't let them kid you, they're locking down. It's going to be virtual again. It's going to be virtual again. I talk to people, you know who I talk to. I talk to people at multiple schools who are saying, without a vaccine, the fall of 2021 is going to be virtual again. And people are pushing back. If you look out there, you can see what's happening in our country. And I think Tuesday is a reflection of it. The fact that this many people have voted. I don't even know what it is today. I've been in here for 11 hours. 80 some odd million people have already voted. Yeah. More people have voted in Texas before the election this year than they did in 2016.
Yeah. And some of that's just, it's a lot of stuff.
Some of that is pandemic. Some of that is I've had time.
Yeah.
But some of that is I'm motivated. We'll see. It's a fascinating night. Messages, elections always have messages. Whether you want to admit that or not, they do. All of them. And Tuesday night, or whenever it ends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, December the 15th, whenever it ends, every election has a message.
It would not have been anything near Reagan Mondale. No, we're not in a country that has any ability for it to be that. That's not.
No. This is going to be close. I think it's very clear Biden is going to win the popular vote.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
The Electoral College is what's going to be interesting. And there's a path for Trump that's not unrealistic. Big Ben says 90 million people have voted already. No matter what you think of politics, whether you are far to the left, far to the right, or anywhere in between, 90 million people, Chase. Last 4 years ago, when Trump beat Clinton, it was 135 million people voted.
And that was a fairly motivated election.
Yeah. 90 million people have already voted. Whoever wins this election in all likelihood is going to break the record for the most votes ever. There's a realistic chance Joe Biden gets the most votes in a presidential election ever, whether he wins or loses.
Just because of the number of votes. Because right now that's held by Obama in 08.
Obama in 08.
Yeah.
And if you go back and remember Obama in 08, you and I talked about this in 16. You and I looked at the screen here in this room, and we saw these long lines of people, frankly, for being honest, blue-collar white people, lined up in industrial states.
Yeah.
And we're like, whoa.
Because we had been talking about it for weeks, and we said, okay, can Hillary win any of the Rust Belt, and she wins the election?
Yeah.
That's what we were focused on.
I said to you that morning, I said, you know what this reminds me of? And you said, what? And I said, this reminds me of 08. And you said, in what way? And I said, in 08, you saw people lined up in the rain. Because Election Day 08, it rained in our country, all over the country. And you saw people lined up in the rain, motivated to vote for Barack Obama. And he won. And in 16, you saw all these people lined up in the cold. It was a crisp, cold day in the Northwest. And you saw these people lined up for hours to go vote, presumably for Trump. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. What is this? Because I think both you and I woke up that morning thinking this is a landslide.
Yeah, we did.
Hillary Clinton's going to win.
Yeah.
So it'll be a fascinating week.
Looking for votes.
But 90 million people have already voted. No matter what you think's going to happen, that's a remarkable number.
See if I can.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey guys,
Brett.
How's the show been going?
Oh, it's been a full show. We've been here a while today.
Yeah, I just caught your political rant there. I mean, I can't say I disagree with anything you said. I guess this is the first time we really talked about politics on the post-game show that I can recall, though.
Well, I mean, it's a Saturday night before a Tuesday election, and I think look, every election we all go, this is the most important election of our lives. And maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. But it's an important election.
Yeah, I heard a commercial on the radio today. It was during the Ole Miss game, actually, and it was like I think it was narrated by Samuel Jackson, and he was talking about the history of voter suppression. And I thought it was just a get out and vote video, and then it said, go out and vote because he doesn't want you to. And this is approved by Joe Biden. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
But anyway, so, I mean, I haven't really gotten to pay attention. What did you guys think about the game? Besides it being a rout.
I mean, Ole Miss had an opportunity to blow somebody out, and they did. They needed a kind of a carefree win, and they got it. That's generally what I thought.
So I got to watch some of the John Rice Plumlee mop up, and it looked from what I saw he threw like a long touchdown pass on a slant, I think, to Moore, and then but outside of that, it looked like every time they drew up a pass for him, he like looked at one read and then tried to run immediately. Was that kind of the impression that you got from what you saw also?
I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention. I thought he played.
He seemed
fine.
to operate it pretty well today. For the most part.
I thought he did fine.
Really? Okay, so yeah, that's interesting. So I just saw a replay during the halftime of the Ohio State Penn State game of what happened right before half in Florida and Missouri. What was the deal with that?
It was a late hit, but it didn't look anything crazy. It was definitely late, and it definitely should have been a penalty, but it wasn't something that was just going to be insane.
And then they were just like punching each other in the face before they went into the locker room. Did y'all see that?
There were some punches thrown, certainly. I mean, the league's going to have to get to the bottom of it, but I couldn't. We were in. Like it's on right now. I couldn't tell. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to be able to watch it, undistracted, and we didn't obviously get to do that.
Right. Yeah. I hear. And then another crazy halftime thing. Did y'all see what happened with Penn State and Ohio State before halftime? So Ohio State had the ball like 4th down with 3 seconds on the clock at their own 30, and they went to kneel it to run out the clock. And they did, but then they reviewed it and said there was 1 second on the clock and gave the ball to Penn State with a chance to kick a field goal, which they did. So they basically just gave them 3 points.
Oh, wow.
Which I don't think it's going to matter, but yeah. So, all right, so final question. What are you guys going to wear for the Air Force Army game next week?
I don't know. I can honestly tell you I've not given that a thought.
We won't have a Saturday show.
10:30 a.m. Central.
Yeah,
it's early.
We'll take next week off.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you don't have a show next week. So so I guess you're kind of bailed out there. So you can't get across there. What's the Army guy's name?
Frank, Coach Snoop.
Frank. Yeah, and so does his son goes to West Point right now? Is that the deal with that?
Well, he was he coached at West Point.
He coached at West Point for years.
Oh, on the football team?
Yeah, he coached the sprint football team.
Oh, okay, yeah. They tried to get a sprint team going at Air Force when I was there, and it never really got off the ground because I thought that would be a lot of fun to play. Being a small guy myself too. So, but yeah, have y'all had any other coast people call in tonight?
Jared, I'll be honest, I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't recall anyone.
Yeah, we hightailed it to Jackson because my power just came back on in my house today, this afternoon. So with a 2-year-old, we were we're getting out of Dodge and going to Jackson to my in-laws. So, anyways, guys, just want to call and check in. Oh, Air Force got their asses kicked tonight, by the way, in case y'all are wondering. So just want to call and check in and say thanks for doing the show. I did get to catch some of the in-game show. Pete was awesome, as usual, as were you guys. So keep up the good work, and I guess we'll see you in 2 weeks, huh?
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
A&M there with closing speed that we hadn't seen a ton because that's a first down against a lot of teams right there. It looked like that was wide open.
That's a touchdown against some teams, yeah.
Yeah. Would have been called back anyway.
Yeah.
Still.
Downloading videos to our YouTube page as we speak.
Yeah, that was definitely a hold. Couldn't get the corner. Ed's been noticeably absent the last 2 weeks. We haven't had to deal with Ed the last 2 weeks.
We haven't.
No.
No Spencer either.
No. Yeah, I answered a question. Said if you had $50 from a bourbon standpoint, I still think it's the 1910 or the Woodford Double Oak. Double Oak. Arkansas at 3rd and 21 now. 11:08 to go third quarter. A&M 28, Hogs 14, which is, I think, right on the line. Maybe a half point off, but it was 13.5 or 14.
It was, what did we have it at, 10.5?
Oh, was it all the way down at 10.5?
Yeah, we got it early in the week.
Okay. Alabama, I think, still up 27-0.
I'm uploading our videos. I think we've got.
What?
Oh, never mind.
Ohio State up 21-13 with 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. Penn State making that a game as of right now. Penn State's been a little schizophrenic this season.
give this computer credit.
Oh,
it rolls.
Here's a upset that got a half left. Probably going to look like Clemson and Boston College. North Carolina losing to Virginia right now.
Oh, wow, really?
27-20 Hoos at halftime.
Huh. Okay, I got those moving.
Okay.
We've been going how long? Oops, I don't know what that is.
Starting the 12th hour in 5 minutes. The entire stream. About 2.5 on this one.
Yeah.
Something like that.
There you are. Okay, all those are up. Let's see. I think we've been going long enough, probably.
Tyler says, I actually direct this political question to Chase. If you had to bet on the election, given the current Vegas odds, who are you taking? What are my odds right now?
What are the odds?
Yeah, let me get. What do I get?
Yeah, it was my phone for a second there, Ben. I was moving some things around and stuff happened.
All right.
I would bet on Biden today.
Well,
I think it's super
what
close.
What are my odds?
Yeah,
though? That's my thing.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if I just get straight money line, that's exactly what I would do. But if I get some decent odds, then I'm changing my mind. And this is not illegal, by the way, in America. You can't bet on the election in the United States. Kamala Harris is a plus 300 favorite to win the 2024 election.
Really?
Yeah. We got a little while to go, so
yeah, got a minute.
All right. Biden is minus 200. Trump is plus 175. I'll take the underdog with Trump at plus 175.
Oh, on those numbers, yeah, I'd go Trump.
Yeah.
Because Trump would be the potentially profitable bet.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I would take straight betting if I'm not getting any odds. I would take Biden, but if I get minus 200 on Biden and plus 175 on Trump, meaning if I bet $100, I win 175. I'll take Trump in that. This is a stay away, I think. Who will win the 2020 election popular vote? The odds are just too big.
Biden.
I know, but it's minus 700.
Oh, yeah.
That's a no vote.
Yeah, it's a no vote.
I don't do that at all.
I think he wins, but I wouldn't want to risk that.
Here, I think the money would imply that you should take the no just for the heck of it. Will the popular vote winner win the Electoral College? If you say yes, someone sweeps both, it's minus 240. And if you say no, it's plus 190. So you get 2-to-1 odds that basically Trump could lose the popular vote but win the Electoral College.
Yeah, that's yeah. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's Johnny.
Hey, Johnny.
I called. Hey. So, I mean, I was just asking, like, how late do y'all go?
We're not much later than this.
You're catching the end of this one.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Listen, I've got some 4%ers that are, like, giving me super chats, and want me to tell a ghost story. Are y'all ready?
Yeah. We'll finish on this. This is the final call of the night. Go ahead.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Make it a good one.
No, this is real.
Okay.
So, my grandmother told me when I was young that she saw my grandfather the night he died at the end of her bed, and that he was wearing the suit that they were going to bury him in, which I thought was kind of, kind of messed
Hey,
up.
speak right into your phone. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, my grandmother told me that she saw my grandfather the night he died, standing at the foot of her bed, wearing the suit they're going to bury him in.
Okay.
And then my mother told me the night her dad, my grandfather, died, that she woke up
just in the middle of the night, and there was her dad standing there at the end of the bed in the suit that they were going to bury her in, or him in. And so, I mean, it's just, you know, kind of crazy. So my grandmother told me that after my mom told me that, and then my grandmother died. And I told my mother the same story my grandmother told me. And I knew my mom had told me the same story. And my mom and my grandmother had never talked about that. So that just kind of happened, like, independently of both of them. Pretty crazy. Pretty freaky.
That is pretty freaky.
And yeah, it is. Yeah. And I was hoping y'all would get some more calls because it's Halloween and it's like, it's not even 9 o'clock.
Well, we've been going since 10 in the morning.
Well,
I'm ready to turn on the Food Network, my man.
Oh, come on, Neal. It's just weak.
Yep.
Anyway, so I hope y'all have a good night. Happy Halloween. I've enjoyed watching the show. It's been fun. I mean, in all seriousness, Ole Miss has sucked for so long that when they beat anybody and it's just completely out of reach, it's awesome. And it's been years since that's happened. I can't remember the last game where that's happened. So anyway, enjoy it. I hope you have a good week. And thank God for Vanderbilt.
Amen. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you. If you'd like to light some money on fire, you can get the you can bet on the Mississippi Electoral College odds.
Okay.
If you'd like to take Joe Biden to win Mississippi,
no,
you've got to bet 100 to win 1,000.
Yeah.
If you'd like to bet on Trump to win Mississippi, you have to bet 2,500 to win 100.
Yeah, that's about right.
So, Tommy Tuberville is a 10-1 favorite over Doug Jones.
Yeah,
minus 1,000, in that one. So
yeah, Tuberville's winning.
Yeah, he is.
Tommy Tuberville, U.S. Senator.
That is correct.
I can't tell you how crazy that sounds.
Damnedest thing, but here we are. So,
all right, we've been with you for 11 hours, 2 minutes, and 28 seconds and counting. So, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Thanks to all of the people who joined us today, from Chris Landry to Greg Jones, Campbell McCready, Zach Berry, Ryan Brown, Chris Lee, Pete DeWeese, all of you who called in, Jeffrey Wright,
Blake
Cookenauer, yep, lots of people. Don't forget the Rogue. Go enter Neal Chase 20 in the promo code. Get 20% off all of the Peter Millar Ole Miss collection there. And that's going to do it for us. We've been here a long time today. Hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Ole Miss and South Carolina will probably get a time on Monday, is my guess. So we'll let you know how that works. And until then, take care. Happy Halloween. Have a great week. And we'll talk to you soon. Bye.